Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After chatting with Ning Qi, the newly initiated children focus on perseverance and character. The Gang Essence Realm recruits emphasize combat strength and character. This hard inquiry platform is precisely where character is tested. Hard inquiry platform. Someone slowly repeated these words, their eyes flickering slightly. Those with a clear conscience felt fine, but those with secrets felt uneasy. The three words themselves carry an oppressive feeling. With the previous heaven-ascending ladder and mechanical being array as precedents, no one thought this so-called heart inquiry platform was just for show. This heart inquiry platform is naturally also a creation of Ning Qi. He previously developed the miraculous soul-capturing eye technique, optimized it, combined it with several special treasure materials and Qi array techniques, creating the heart inquiry platform. Those in it, if they relax their minds, would naturally be guided to speak their most genuine thoughts. True martial sect disciples must not be evildoers or have an improper mindset. Of course, using this method, capturing spies is almost certain. Luo Wentian smiled broadly, a hint of malice in his expression. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the seniors. Why not demonstrate for these little ones first? Under the leadership of true martial disciples, everyone arrived at the edge of a platform large enough to accommodate hundreds. Around the platform stood various green stone pillars of different heights, carved with divine beast engravings, possessing a certain mysterious charm that immediately conveyed an extraordinary feeling. Luo Wentian reminded, "Relax, everyone. It's just a simple small assessment. Once on the platform, just relax your mind. The heart inquiry platform will not pry into your privacy. If you refuse to relax your mind for a long time, it will be considered a failed assessment. This is a drawback of the heart inquiry platform, as it's merely a derivative of the soul capturing eye technique. If it could force a heart inquiry, that would indeed be impressive." Ning Qi thought perhaps it required even more miraculous forces to achieve that. Still, it wasn't a big issue. Those unwilling to relax their minds were naturally problematic, and during disciple trials, participants would naturally be willing to relax their minds. The remaining 30-some Gang Essence Realm strongmen exchanged uncertain glances. But at this critical moment, it was impossible to give up. Even those harboring ill intentions could only try with a hopeful mindset. The children, too, were watching intently. They would also have to undergo the heart inquiry platform's test soon. As the 30-some individuals sat cross-legged, Luo Wentian's expression gradually turned somber. He exchanged glances with Xiong Shi and others, and nodded silently. Then streams of Gang Qi shot out, activating the Qi array within the heart inquiry platform. "Relax your minds," a stern voice resounded. In an instant, a wave of miraculous and mysterious energy swept over the people on the platform. If to obtain an unparalleled martial art, you need to kill an innocent family, would you do it? The stern voice continued to echo. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. Naturally, I would. I would not. Such an act is monstrous. I refuse. The responses varied. Some tightly closed their eyes, but malice appeared on their brows. Even if they feigned benevolence, in front of the heart inquiry platform, their true thoughts were completely exposed. Disciples nearby immediately recorded all the responses. The stern voice continued questioning. Each question pierced the heart. For example, during times when the true martial sect is in trouble, would you retreat or fight? When encountering injustice, intervene or not? These comprehensive questions needed to be considered together. As humans are complex, a single question couldn't determine everything. The true martial sect is not looking to recruit saints. As long as it doesn't harm the core interests of the true martial sect, those candidates would naturally be prioritized. However, Those with excessive malice cannot pass either, as those who easily resort to mass murder are not aligned with the true martial sect's path. The stern voice raised the final question. What forces do you belong to? In an instant, the responses were diverse. I serve the Qingchuan Li family, and I come seeking higher-level inheritance. I'm a loose martial artist. Such responses were very normal, but a few responses were extremely jarring. Holy sect, southern border, inquiring sword pavilion, formless sect. Luo Wentian squinted his eyes. He already had his suspicions about the demon sect and the southern border. This inquiring sword pavilion was most likely targeting the true martial sword monument, and the formless sect was the one pushed out of the ninth sect by true martial sect. These two sects probably saw the wide recruitment by the true martial sect as an opportunity to plant some spies in case of future actions. The spectators looked shocked, especially those dozen eliminated gang essence realm martial artists whose hearts raced. The miraculousness of the Heart Inquiry platform had already stirred unease among a few of them, and upon realizing that some had blurted out intentions so blatantly, their hearts pounded. Someone couldn't remain seated any longer. They erupted their gang qi and shouted angrily, "Wake up quickly!" This furious howl jolted everyone on the Heart Inquiry platform awake. The gang essence realm strongmen on the platform all showed expressions of horror. It was only at this moment that they realized what they had said. This Heart Inquiry platform was truly terrifying. Those who had no guilt in their hearts were fine. At most, they were somewhat shocked, feeling that the methods of the true martial sect were simply beyond comprehension, making them even more respectful. However, those with impure intentions had darkened expressions, as this seemed like a public execution under the watchful eyes of the masses, especially some who usually had a reputation as heroes. Now, it was as if their hypocritical masks had been completely torn off. Yet, they did not dare to get angry, as the true martial sect had already instilled fear in their hearts. But these two kinds of people were not the most panicked. The ones most shocked in expression were the few spies hiding among them. The deepest secrets of their hearts were revealed just like that in broad daylight. They already knew. This mission had failed. The methods of the true martial sect were beyond their imagination. No matter how well they disguised their origins, they couldn't withstand such a direct heart-targeting Chiman array. Just now, they had relaxed their mindset following Luo Wentian's words and ended up almost revealing even the color of their underwear. In an instant, several people moved simultaneously. They had long been distanced by other gang essence realm experts, and now spies from different forces coordinated unexpectedly, choosing a direction to charge explosively without a word, decisively. Are you kidding? The true martial sect had 2 celestial human realm experts in command, not to mention true man Tianjian. Even if true man Longshan made a move, they couldn't withstand it at all. If they gathered in one place to escape, none would get away and all would be captured. But if they scattered to escape, there might be a sliver of hope. At this moment, the middle-aged blade man of the primordial core realm, 2 from the Jade Liquid realm, and 2 from the White Mist realm, totaling 5 spies, were all fleeing towards the outside of the Heart Inquiry platform. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. Bursts of gang qi erupted, shooting around, with some intending to create chaos to ease their escape. Ning Qi and Taoist Longshan watched silently, with no intention of intervening. As long as no celestial human realm person made a move, they wouldn't step in. The true martial sect wasn't just the true martial sect of the 2 of them. Some matters required Luo Wentian and his people to handle, especially since sect leader Luo had always been criticized for his low cultivation in the martial realm. This was also an opportunity to prove himself. The other elders felt the same. This was a trial for the rest of the true martial sect. With the 2 of them present, nothing could go wrong. Around the Heart Inquiry platform, Luo Wentian, observing the spies taking action in their escape attempt, had anger welling in his eyes. as they unleashed Ning Qi recklessly towards the surrounding true martial disciples and even some children attending the assessment, trying to delay Luo Wentian and others with such tactics. But unfortunately, Luo Wentian and his people were already mentally prepared. Before these spies set foot on the Heart Inquiry platform, the children had been protected by top-ranked true martial disciples. Xiong Shi and Yi Qinghe, among others, also took action to intercept the Ning Qi. At this time, the Gang Essence Realm individuals who failed their assessment also erupted into chaos. Among them were several spies, now bursting forth, all wanting to leave. Impudent, daring to cause chaos on the day of my true martial assessment. You cannot be left alive. Luo Wentian's Taoist robe flapped violently without wind, a powerful aura emanating from him. Ordinarily, he wouldn't be a match for those in the Jade Liquid Realm, or even the Primordial Core Realm. But now, with the many trump cards given by Ning Qi, if he couldn't resolve the crisis before him, he considered himself no different from a waste. In an inspiring moment, he instantly activated the Thunder Tiger fake pill in his heart. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted, with bolts of lightning intertwining beside him. With a strike of his palm, the lightning crackled dominantly, accurately striking the few eliminated spies, sending them flying backward. The White Mist Realm spies had almost no resistance. Everyone was astonished. Wasn't it rumored that sect leader Luo only had a White Mist Realm cultivation? How can he be so powerful? This probably doesn't fall short compared to the Primordial Core Realm, does it? All at once, those eliminated in the Gang Essence Realm looked at Luo Wentian with changed expressions. This didn't align with rumors. But soon they realized the true martial sect's foundation was unimaginably strong. How could the sect leader possibly be limited to the rumored strength? Now this seemed normal. Yi Qinghe and others were also surprised, not understanding why their senior brother was suddenly so strong, just guessing that it must be their master's doing. Luo Wentian felt joyful inside. He felt unprecedented strength in himself, his worries melting away. However, he knew it wasn't due to his own abilities. Without the Thunder Tiger fake pill, he would at best be stronger than an ordinary White Mist Realm. Deeply impressed, he silently glanced towards the bright martial pavilion, knowing two people were watching from there, which was the source of his constant confidence. Luo Wentian shouted to the sky, "Capture all the spies!" With his previous show of might, those originally planning to stand by and watch immediately changed their attitudes. Some began to take action, aiding in intercepting the spies. Especially among those who performed well on the Heart Inquiry platform. Knowing they were almost true martial sect members, they were even more motivated. Of course, these people were inherently of good character and wouldn't stand by in the face of such an unexpected situation. In an instant, the spies were all surrounded, outnumbering the few with many. Even if these spies possess heaven-reaching abilities, they're powerless. All those spies at the White Mist Realm have been captured. Only 3 are still fleeing. The middle-aged blade man at the Primordial Core Realm, the black-skirted, beautiful woman at the Jade Liquid Realm, and a one-eyed man also at the Jade Liquid Realm. The black-skirted, beautiful woman and the one-eyed man are from the Demon Sect, while the Primordial Core Realm blade man is from the southern border. Luo Wentian was surrounded by thunderous light and had already caught up with the Primordial Core blade man, engaging in a fierce battle. The 2 at the Jade Liquid Realm were intercepted by several skilled fighters from the Heart Inquiry platform who performed admirably. The Blade Gang and Thunder Palm clashed continuously, their shockwaves scattering. With the support of Thunder Tiger's fake pill, Luo Wentian completely suppressed the Primordial Core Realm Blade Man. This sect leader of the true martial sect exuded a boundless aura, causing all the disciples to be shaken, especially the children who came for the assessment, their eyes filled with admiration. Originally, they were somewhat flustered, but the true martial disciples quickly reassured them. Now the situation was almost under control, and they were unharmed. The children felt more deeply the foundation and strength of the true martial sect, yearning even more to join. Godan watched the scenes unfolding before him, feeling as if a door to a new world was opening for him. Watching Luo Wentian, surrounded by thunderous light, he felt he was extremely majestic. If one day I could be as strong as sect leader Luo, my sister would never have to go hungry again, he thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but rub them. He almost thought he was seeing things. He actually saw a white ape dressed in a Taoist robe. The white ape didn't look tall, but rather somewhat petite, yet its visible fur was like silver snow, extremely mystical. This white ape silently appeared near the ongoing battles, its small stature making it seem as if it was accidentally involved. He couldn't help but want to shout a warning, but the next moment he was stunned. He saw that as the white ape stepped forward, its size suddenly expanded, one step growing at a time, instantaneously becoming a colossal figure. The giant ape, standing 6 zhang tall, wore a Taoist robe, embodying both ferocity and peace, its eyes glinting with a golden hue, seemingly able to see through everything. Inside the scene, the one-eyed man shouted harshly, "You all meddle in my holy sex affairs. Are you courting death?" He and the black-skirted, beautiful woman felt increasing pressure and had to invoke the demon sect to intimidate everyone. Someone couldn't help but change their expression. This was indeed troublesome. If they failed to join the true martial sect and were remembered by the demon sect, it would truly be disastrous. But the next moment, someone couldn't help but take a sharp breath, eyes wide with astonishment. The one-eyed man felt something. He turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw a 6 zhang tall, white ape silently charging in, its body like a small mountain filled with terrifying oppression, especially its eyes with golden intent, carrying a coldness that could see through everything. His heart beat wildly, letting out a strange cry, fully unleashing his Gang Qi, sensing an unprecedented crisis. Yuan Tiansheng roared at the sky. Having followed Ning Qi for 6 or 7 years in cultivation, he had never revealed his true ape king form. Now, with Ning Qi's permission, he finally had the chance. Sweeping with golden eyes, he saw the one-eyed man's movements exposed, and with a simple punch, terrifying brute force swept out, the silver light swirling above his fur, crushing the one-eyed man's Gang Qi effortlessly. Then, he slammed angrily onto the one-eyed man's body. The sound of bone cracking echoed, with the one-eyed man being blasted into a pit, continuously vomiting blood. All the spectators were shocked, not knowing where such a fierce white ape suddenly came from, easily suppressing a jade liquid realm with one punch. Is this also the foundation of the true martial sect? They felt that today their eyes were open wide. But even the true martial disciples were dumbfounded. Even a few disciples who were familiar with playing with the white ape were like this. Though the white ape displayed some power occasionally, it was not outstanding. In their impression, the white ape was usually mischievous, sometimes silly, serving as the Taoist child under the 9th Master Uncle. But now they realized, the white ape Taoist child under the 9th Master Uncle was actually this strong. Yiqing's eyes widened even more. She couldn't believe that the little monkey she brought back with Ning Qi a few years ago had suddenly become so powerful, stronger than herself. Seeing the one-eyed man's miserable state, she feared she couldn't withstand a punch either. Is this really that silly little monkey who taught me to brew peach blossom wine? Zhuangchun and Li Ling were also dumbfounded. Originally, the two often hung out with the monkey, but suddenly you tell me you can punch at the Jade Liquid Realm and kick at the Primordial Core Realm. After Xiongshi and others recovered from their shock, they reacted quickly, immediately stepped forward to capture the one-eyed man. These spies couldn't be killed so simply. There was a need for a thorough interrogation, to squeeze out every bit of value. Xiangshi's eyes were cold, already thinking about how to interrogate these spies. At this moment, the black-skirted, beautiful woman, seeing her companion's miserable state, was even more terrified and had no desire to continue fighting, only wanting to escape quickly. But Yuan Tiansheng was not slow. His steps seemed to bring wind and thunder, catching up with the black-skirted, beautiful woman in a few strides, extending a mountain-like hand. The black-skirted, beautiful woman screamed in panic, the oppression making her feel suffocated, but resistance was futile. Within merely a breath, she followed in the footsteps of the one-eyed man, being grabbed by the white ape, her bones and muscles all breaking. The white ape had no pity for beauty, casually tossing her behind, causing the Gang Essence Realm Masters a scalp-tingling sensation. Too fierce. The situation changed too quickly. In just a moment, only the Primordial Core Realm Blade Man was left fighting alone, but he was also being crushed by Luo Wentian. Strikes of thunder pierced through the void and fell on him, his whole body already starting to numb, while his blade gang couldn't break through Luo Wentian's thunderlight. This was simply unwinnable. And at this moment, witnessing the sudden appearance of the 16-foot white ape made him even more alarmed. He gritted his teeth, making a desperate move, with his blade like a flying dragon breaking through the air, then forcibly retreated using his left arm to bear a thunder-light palm as a cost. This was a risky move, and if unsuccessful, he would end up gravely injured, falling into a catastrophic situation. The blade man coughed up a mouthful of blood, retreating rapidly. Luo Wentian was initially startled. His lack of combat experience between Gang Essence Realm warriors was evident, but he quickly calmed down, showing an approving smile in his eyes. In the distance stood the waiting white ape. In its eyes gleamed a golden light, enough to see the trajectory of power movements, easily discerning the Primordial Core Blade Man's intentions. Waiting patiently, the giant ape kicked its leg, as if to shatter mountains, with a momentum of wind and thunder, stomping on the middle-aged Blade Man. Even as a Primordial Core Realm adept, he couldn't withstand such immense force, flying back even faster. Luo Wentian delivered a palm strike. Thunder light flooded the sky, deciding the outcome. The Primordial Core Blade Man spat blood continuously, nearly dying. Xiongshi personally captured him. In a blink of an eye, the turmoil subsided. Inside the bright martial pavilion, Ning Qi and Taoist Longshan both had smiles on their faces. The true martial disciples handled the situation with composure, completely controlling the spies, leaving them quite satisfied. Taoist Longshan exclaimed, "Tianshang, this young monkey has unknowingly grown so strong." Previously, he was only vaguely aware, but did not know Yuan Tianqing's limits had reached such a level, almost becoming the third strongest in the true martial sect. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Tianshang has a strong bloodline, coupled with both perseverance and insight, with a resolute Dao heart. It's not surprising he possesses such strength, as he has rapidly awakened his bloodline and also practices martial path." Taoist Longshan was surprised. Martial path. Earlier, although Yuan Tianqing did not display much, he could vaguely perceive something peculiar. Ning Qi nodded. "I incorporated the martial path of the human race to create the Ape King stance, Ape King strength, and Ape King true gang for him, which successfully awakened his bloodline. However, the more I observe, the more I realize that the path of exotic beasts awakening their bloodlines may ultimately converge with martial path, not as mystical as previously imagined." Taoist Longshan's eyes widened with amazement. Creating a martial path for an exotic beast, such a groundbreaking thing, was stated so nonchalantly by his little apprentice. But this was indeed Ning Qi's thought. Currently, in the composition of the white ape's strength, its bloodline power accounts for much. Otherwise, relying solely on its inner essence realm level wouldn't suffice to achieve such strength. Of course, Ning Qi's teachings in various martial arts were also crucial, with the secret technique of the Ape King's true form, in some ways, being akin to the white ape's bloodline abilities. But he also discovered that the martial path has two major roles for exotic beasts, providing ordinary bloodline beasts a chance for growth and breakthrough, and aiding an exotic beast's bloodline awakening. Taoist Longshan could only sigh with emotion. Silently, his little apprentice accomplished so much. He then sensed carefully and asked, "Joe, have you sensed any celestial being's involvement?" Ning Qi shook his head slightly. Not yet. If a celestial being were to appear, the true martial sword steel would sense it. After advancing to the primordial core realm, he reinforced the sword intent within the true martial sword steel, which could be used for comprehension and, at critical moments, could also face enemies. It's normal they haven't appeared. Southern border people are always cautious. Previously, the woman of the primordial core realm who attacked late at night was the same. These spies are probably an attempt, and if successful, could probe the sex situation. If not, they'd be abandoned. Taoist Longshan nodded in agreement. His gaze gradually became stern. Several forces have placed spies within our true martial sect. It's partly due to the visible success, but the Southern Border Alliance may indeed suspect us because of prior incidents. Later, we must remind disciples to be cautious when training outside, lest they fall into targeted schemes. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He pondered on how to respond. Currently, it's not possible to eliminate the Demon Sect and the Southern Border Alliance, so the only thing that can be done is to strengthen the disciples' abilities as much as possible. In true martial city, in a guest room of an inn, Qin Yun and the Southern Border Saintess were quietly sipping tea, surrounded by the occasional heated conversations about the true martial examination. Heaven Ascending Ladder, Mechanical Being Array, Heart Inquiry Platform. The Southern Border Saintess listened to the news, her eyes flickering. The first two had already been detailed. Their miraculous nature surprised her, as this true martial sect, established less than a few decades ago, continuously introduced such incredible things. Saint Erchin, have you heard of these before in the true martial sect? She asked curiously. Qinyan shook his head silently. He had left the true martial sect just 4 or 5 years ago, yet the changes now were greater than in the over 20 years he had been there, leaving him with mixed feelings. He didn't know where this change originated. However, the Southern Border Saintess's words clearly made him uncomfortable, and he replied coldly. Saintess, if you're interested in Qin, you might be more concerned with the upcoming Heart Inquiry platform. My intuition tells me it's going to be a major issue. Judging by the timing, those pieces had likely already begun their Heart Inquiry platform tests. The Southern Border Saintess was about to retort. Suddenly, her expression froze, a ripple of power spreading out, affecting her control of energy, making it less perfect. Qin Yun's eyes flashed as he calmly asked, has something happened? The Southern Border Saintess looked deeply at Qin Yun. Saint Erchin, you truly have foresight. Our Southern Border's pieces have been completely wiped out, including the primordial core realm piece. So I suppose your demon sect is in a similar situation. She had just sensed the fluctuation of the goo insect within the piece. The private room fell into silence. Qin Yun let out a cold laugh. I have long said, do not underestimate the true martial sect. My master and eldest senior brother are no ordinary people. Since they decided to open the sect's gates widely, they must have been prepared long ago. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he planned that if the demon sect's pieces infiltrated quietly, he would find an opportunity to leak the information. However, doing so would attract suspicion, as the matter was under his charge, and he did not know about the Southern Border's pieces. This outcome was the best. The Southern Border Saintess gazed in the direction of true Martial Mountain, eventually calming down and smiling. Since it's troublesome, let's take our time. Internally, however, she harbored a sliver of doubt towards Qin Yun, but did not voice it. She considered setting up a trap to test him in the future. A single setback was nothing. Instead, it intensified her interest in the true martial sect. The various divine, mysterious objects appearing during the sect's disciple examinations intrigue her deeply, especially the Heart Inquiry platform, which swiftly exposed the pieces. Around the Heart Inquiry platform, one by one, the traitors were apprehended. Luo Wentian had already subdued the fake pill power, reverting to his previous calmness, no longer imbued with the dominating thunderous power. The white ape reverted to his usual form. He respectfully bowed to Luo Wentian. Master Uncle. Luo Wentian smiled warmly. Tiansheng, you've done well. He was even more amazed by his ninth junior brother's prowess, with even his subordinate, the little white ape, being so formidable, never having revealed its strength before. Luo Wentian glanced at the traitors and gestured for Xiong Shi to take them away. Now that all these traitors had been caught, they could be slowly interrogated later. He turned around, expressing gratitude to the Gang Essence Realm experts who had assisted earlier. Many thanks for your help. Our true martial sect will remember this and will certainly present generous gifts. The crowd waved their hands repeatedly. They knew that even without their intervention, the true martial sect could easily have resolved the issue, so they did not dare to claim credit. The Gang Essence Realm experts, confident of passing the examination to become true martial sect disciples, now had eyes filled with hope. Luo Wentian did not disappoint them either. He announced the list on the spot. Among the 30 or so who entered the Heart Inquiry platform, besides 5 being traitors, over 10 failed due to their inadequate character, being either crafty, violent, selfish, or hypocritical, all having just stood by idly, further confirming the Heart Inquiry platform's accuracy. Thus calculated, the total of those who passed was 16. 12 of them were in the White Mist realm, and 4 were in the Jade Liquid realm. Though these individuals had some minor flaws, overall they were good-natured, deserving of initial trust. Upon announcing the list, Luo Wentian smiled. From today onwards, you all will be disciples of our true martial sect, temporarily taking on the role of guardians, protecting our true martial. Our true martial will not hesitate to treat you generously. He bowed with great sincerity. Even though these people were joining midway, if they could be wholehearted, Luo Wentian did not mind truly accepting them. The crowd responded solemnly. We pay our respects to the sect leader. They felt a sense of pride at that moment. Aside from True Man Tianjian and True Man Longshan, just Luo Wentian and the White Ape's performance was already exceptionally formidable, not to mention the foundations displayed by the true martial sect this time. They felt fortunate. This was also evident from the envious looks in the eyes of those around them. Luo Wentian was in high spirits. With these 16 guardians joining, the middle and upper-level combat power of the true martial sect received a significant boost. In some days, the original true martial 9 sons could successively ascend to the Jade Liquid realm or even the Primordial Core realm, allowing for a perfect transition. After this matter of true martial mountains examination spread, the prestige of the true martial sect would inevitably rise further. Luo Wentian turned to look at the remaining children and smiled. Little ones, it's your turn for the examination. Once you pass the Heart Inquiry platform, you will become disciples of the true martial sect from now on. The hundreds of children glanced at each other. Having witnessed the prowess of Luo Wentian, the White Ape, and various elders, they were filled with yearning for the true martial sect. Yet at this critical moment, they hesitated slightly, seeing the Heart Inquiry platform's power clearly before them. Luo Wentian did not rush them, merely smiled. In just a breath, someone responded. I'll go. Godan was the first to step forward. Having eaten his fill and watched such a great battle, he further solidified his resolve, raising his hand wrapped in bandages, his eyes resolute. He was aware of the wonders of the Heart Inquiry platform, but he had no fear. He had come to join the true martial sect and was no traitor. He stood upright without fear of shadows. Luo Wentian laughed heartily, his gaze satisfied. Very good. Hearing Luo Wentian's praise, Godan grinned foolishly, drawing envy from the crowd. Following Godan, voices rang out immediately. I'm going too. Me too. They were mostly the children who had performed well in the first stage, the Heaven Ascending ladder. The rest soon caught on, responding in kind. But even within those few breaths, a gap in the children's temperaments and wisdom emerged. Fortunately, the Heart Inquiry platform was large enough. Nearly 500 children entered the Heart Inquiry platform together. As before, everyone relaxed their minds. The authoritative voice echoed once more. The inquiry for the children would be stricter, as they were the future of the true martial sect, and the route couldn't be crooked. Respecting teachers and valuing the martial path, camaraderie with fellow disciples, chivalry, martial path mentality, all these aspects were inquired about. Moreover, they would also ask where they came from. Several minor traitors were silently exposed. Some forces had laid deep plans, aiming to infiltrate from the roots. If in the future a genius made it to the high ranks of the true martial sect, the returns would be 100-fold. Luo Wentian sneered coldly, instructing others to take these minor traitors away as well. No one interrupted. Others weren't even aware that some had already been removed. The heart inquiry continued. Luo Wentian focused on Godan. Godan had impressed him deeply twice now, and he had developed a fondness for talents. During the heart inquiry, Godan's answers were extremely firm and pure. He has a younger sister. She must be an extremely important figure in his life. Luo Wentian noted with interest. He considered taking Godan as a disciple. However, he planned to observe for a while longer. Although a sect leader's disciple isn't the next sect leader, the decision must be made prudently. Time passed. Luo Wentian and many elders were paying close attention to these outstanding seedlings. Besides Godan, there were others who also performed quite well. For example, Lu Meng and Ouyang Yuxuan both matched the true martial sect's hearts and temperament. A solemn voice finally resounded once more. "Wake up!" The children remaining on the heart inquiry platform all shivered and awoke from the previous heart inquiry state. In this way, they wouldn't be harmed. After all, they were still small and their minds weaker. If they were forcibly awakened like the previous Gang Essence Realm Masters, there was a risk they could be turned into idiots. At this moment, the children all widened their eyes. Having personally experienced that miraculous state, they realized it was much more powerful than what they had observed from the outside before. After going through this heart inquiry, they even felt as if their hearts had cleared a bit. Of course, some were happy while others were worried. Upon awakening, they immediately recalled those genuine answers from their hearts. The children present weren't foolish. Just from the previous Gang Essence Realm Guardians assessments, they could grasp some idea of who could pass the heart inquiry platform's test. Godan felt somewhat jittery and nervous. Although he believed he had a clear conscience, he didn't dare assure himself before the results were out. Meanwhile, he silently counted and found that some children had disappeared. This discovery startled him. Despite his poor background, he wasn't stupid. He immediately realized what was happening. There had been spies during the Gang Essence Realm Guardians assessment, so naturally, there could be spies hidden in the disciple assessment. The children who noticed this were all anxious, fearing that they might be implicated and thus unable to pass the test. Fortunately, Yi Qinghe's voice gave them a shot of confidence. Yi Qinghe was the only female elder, both beautiful and dignified, easily winning the children's fondness. She looked at the little ones on the heart inquiry platform, showing a gentle smile. "Now, I will announce the list of those who successfully passed the test. Lu Meng, Ouyang Yuxuan, Li Cheng, Godan." One name after another was called. The children whose names were called all clenched their fists in excitement, unable to contain the cheer in their hearts. When Godan's name was called last, his tightly strung nerves finally eased. He almost burst into tears of joy, having thought he was eliminated when his name wasn't mentioned before. Yi Qinghe smiled secretly in her heart. She noticed that her senior brother was fond of this boy named Godan, and so intentionally called his name last, as a test of the young boy's patience. The result pleased her. This round on the heart inquiry platform had eliminated nearly half, as children typically have fewer thoughts which are easy to correct, and the heaven ascending ladder had already provided a certain level of screening earlier. Thus, about 300 disciples remained. Looking at these 300 individuals, everyone smiled. These were the cream of the crop, selected from the best of the best. Their future achievements would undoubtedly not be low. Coupled with the numerous secret techniques and resources of the true martial sect for training, they were all promising for the Gang Essence realm. The only difference would lie in their future effort or lack thereof. Yi Qinghe announced loudly, "Those whose names were called from now on, you're true martial sect's outer sect disciples. Soon, your senior brothers will lead you to familiarize yourselves with the inner workings of the sect. The disciples accept the orders. The freshly minted true martial disciples all bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated were crestfallen, nearly in tears. Particularly those who had performed well in the heaven-ascending ladder stage found it hard to believe. They were displeased but dared not question it. Yiqing has said with a slightly indifferent tone, "Those who didn't pass, please leave the mountain. You may also receive a small gift prepared by the true martial sect." She shook her head slightly in her heart. These children were the ones with crooked roots, whether naturally so or influenced by their surroundings. Regardless, they were not of noble character. While there's a chance they might achieve great enlightenment and transformation in the future, the true martial sect wouldn't gamble on that probability. Uprooting a crooked seedling is quite challenging. It's better to choose a straight one from the start for cultivation, saving time and effort. After all, the true martial sect is not a saintly sect that educates the world. Thank you, Elder Yi. The voices of those eliminated were somewhat low. Most accepted reality, but some secretly vowed to make the true martial sect regret it someday, thinking there's always a chance for the tables to turn in 30 years. Luo Wentian had some idea of these thoughts, but paid no mind. The growth of the true martial sect would far exceed public expectations. Thinking about the many martial arts secret techniques and pill formulas Ning Qi gave him, as well as the divine mysterious objects occasionally produced, filled him with awe. He watched as the 300 excellent seedlings were led away. A smile naturally formed on his face. This was the future of the true martial sect, far more excellent than any disciples received before. This open recruitment of disciples was successfully concluded, despite some small twists, mostly staying within control. It was foreseeable that as the events on the mountain gradually became known, the true martial sect's reputation would rise to new heights. Unless there were special circumstances, the true martial sect wouldn't undertake such large-scale recruitment in the short term. As the eliminated children and the gang essence realm masters descended the mountain, everything that had transpired on true martial mountain spread at an astonishing speed, starting with true martial city, then to Qing state, and from there to the surrounding states. Many were amazed. This time, the true martial sect has truly shown extraordinary depth. The heaven ascending ladder, the mechanical being, the heart inquiry platform, each of them could serve as a cornerstone for any sect, yet the true martial sect brought out 3 in quick succession. What left everyone truly stunned was that so many spies from various factions surfaced during the true martial sect's recruitment. Demon Sect, Southern Border, Inquiring, Sword Pavilion, Formless Sect. Each of these forces carries significant weight, especially the Demon Sect and Southern Border, which are shrouded in mystery. No one expected them all to attempt to plant spies into the true martial sect, leading to widespread speculation. However, the rest of the true martial sect also bolstered its reputation with their performance. The true martial sect was originally famous worldwide, primarily backed by true man Tianjin and Taoist Longshan. The general evaluation in the martial realm was that the true martial sect's top-tier combat strength was formidable, but its middle tier was lacking. But this time, Luo Wentian and Xiong Shi's actions shattered everyone's perceptions. That sect leader Luo is no ordinary man. It seems the true martial sect has a secret technique that can greatly enhance the sect leader's power in a short period. This may be the unparalleled secret technique within the true martial heritage. And then there's that white ape, which is said to still be quite young, but can already punch into the Jade Liquid realm and kick through the Primordial Core realm with incredible ferocity. In the future, it may reach a level comparable to the Flood Dragon Monarch of Hundred Rivers Lake or the Demon Bull King of Cloud Dream Mountain. The depth of the true martial sect is indeed extraordinary. Exclamations of astonishment echoed everywhere. If one's strength is weak, as was the case with Taoist Longshan before entering the celestial human realm, many would have attempted night raids due to coveting the true martial heritage. But now that the strength is immense, others will only praise the depth of the true martial sect, without any hint of greed. This is the difference. Strength invokes awe, while weakness invites envy. Not all reactions were of awe and admiration. Some held malicious thoughts. They felt that the numerous factions infiltrating the true martial sect was due to the sect's excessive prominence, fearing it would not enjoy its moment for long. Especially the demon sect, a behemoth capable of opposing the great Yin imperial court and a mysterious southern border, which has gradually come into some people's view in recent years. These individuals believe that this matter might have follow-up consequences. The factions that inserted spies so openly might not easily let the matter rest. On true Martial Mountain, the disciples were equally exhilarated. They were still savoring the battle from that day. The prowess of Xiong Shi and Yi Qinghe was expected, but Luo Wentian's performance far exceeded expectations, even astonishing figures like Xiong Shi and Jiang Baishan. Suddenly, the senior brother possessed such formidable combat strength. They couldn't help but ask Luo Wentian. But Luo Wentian merely pointed towards the bright martial pavilion and smiled without speaking. The group exchanged puzzled glances, feeling slightly doubtful. It wasn't that they didn't trust their master, but they felt if their master had such means, he would have demonstrated them earlier. Instead, a different figure emerged in their minds. Ning Qi. Yes, it was Ning Qi. Nowadays, Ning Qi wasn't as secretive in his actions as before. As his strength grew, he gradually revealed some traces before his fellow disciples, not to boast, but rather naturally. For instance, they knew the heaven-ascending ladder and other foundations were crafted by Ning Qi. Adding Luo Wentian seemed reasonable, but then they thought, if Ning Qi himself could forge an existence like Luo Wentian capable of overwhelming the average primordial core realm, then how powerful must Ning Qi be? They found this notion a bit exaggerated and chose not to dwell on it. The other true martial disciples were also curious about the low-key and mysterious ninth master uncle. They weren't intrigued by Luo Wentian, but rather by the white ape. After 6 years of hard cultivation without notice, a single display of power made him known worldwide. A white ape Taoist child under him being so formidable undoubtedly added a layer of mystery to Ning Qi. Especially in recent years, Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian have continuously obscured Ning Qi's age, so much so that many disciples now have no idea how old Ning Qi is. They only knew that this ninth master uncle enjoyed studying scriptures, trained hard alone, and only appeared during major events, making him the most mysterious among the previous true disciples. Some true martial disciples speculated that the ninth master uncle might be a hidden master. However, some senior disciples merely chuckled, having an approximate understanding of Ning Qi's age. They felt that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be extraordinarily strong, but they wouldn't expose him, choosing instead to leave the newcomers a figure to look up to. True Martial Mountain became increasingly lively. With the addition of 300 excellent seedlings, it grew even more vibrant. For these newly entered outer sect disciples, Luo Wentian had naturally long prepared corresponding cultivation plans, with a differentiation in resources based on their performance in the entry test, followed by allocation of martial arts and resources according to the annual competition. These matters proceeded orderly under the arrangements of skill-transferring elder son Chuanhai, who was appointed for his reserved and fair nature. Inside the bright martial pavilion, spirit concentration incense rose gently, with Luo Wentian, Taoist Longshan, and Ning Qi seated apart. Master Jiao, second junior brother, has already interrogated the spies from the entry test. Luo Wentian's eyes carried a trace of anger. The results on the Heart Inquiry platform matched those of the Heart Inquiry, and even those eliminated included ones from the Demon Sect and Southern Border Alliance. They mentioned a few things, but nothing of great consequence. The only noteworthy news is that the Demon Sect and the Southern Border Alliance have already formed an alliance. Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi both narrowed their eyes. These two forces alone are of colossal proportions, and now they've formed an alliance. Ning Qi said slowly. It seems that they are indeed suspicious of the incident when the Qing state base was destroyed. Unexpectedly, instead of turning against each other, they've allied. He was confident that what he did back then left no traces related to the true martial sect. But unexpectedly, things have turned this way. Taoist Longshan nodded thoughtfully. However, they likely have their doubts, and perhaps they don't suspect us very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't just send spies like these to test us. Given the power and dominance of both forces, if they truly knew about Ning Qi's strategic diversion back then, they would definitely not let it rest. Ning Qi sipped tea and said, "Perhaps it's because we've been involved with the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance several times. I'm not afraid of these small moves, just that they might act out of the ordinary. In any case, be extra careful during this period and don't let them catch any evidence against us." His eyes were deep. The primordial core within him spun rapidly, and powerful energy churned within. Just give him a bit more time, and when he ascends to the celestial human realm, if these people dare to be wanton, he'll show them the consequences. Even now, he's not afraid. If the demon sect and the southern border were to do something they shouldn't, Ning Qi certainly wouldn't let it rest either. He was thinking, if only he could find the headquarters of the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance. But this is not an easy task. The Southern Border Alliance is located in the 100,000 Mountains, and the demon sect has managed to entangle with the Great Yin for 1,000 years, always finding ways to survive, surely having multiple hideouts. Luo Wentian said, "Zhou is right. During this period, I'll try to minimize the disciples' outings and be more vigilant." He is very wary of the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance. The current true martial sect is still somewhat immature compared to these two. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Taoist Longshan asked, "What about other than the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance?" Luo Wentian continued, "Apart from these two, other spies come from the Formless sect and Inquiring Sword Pavilion, and one came from a first-rate force in Qing State, the Luoshan sect. But just yesterday, the Luoshan sect leader dissolved the Luoshan sect and hanged himself." His face was calm. Sending spies into other sects can be a serious or minor matter. Maybe the Luoshan sect was just gambling on a big opportunity to infiltrate true power, hoping to seize the chance and maybe even steal the ultimate skills of the true martial sect. However, no matter what, the anger of the true martial sect is not something a first-rate force can endure. The Luoshan sect leader's suicide was the best choice. Luo Wentian does not plan to pursue this further. The key now is dealing with the remaining two forces. How should we respond to the Formless sect and Inquiring Sword Pavilion? He asked inquisitively. These two forces are not weak, and he can't make decisions on his own. The Formless sect, located in Tao State, used to be the 9th top Taoist sect, but was recently pushed out by the sudden rise of the true martial sect, leading to some normal resentment, likely plotting to infiltrate the sect, seeking an opportunity. But though that's understandable, it isn't justifiable. As for the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, it's in Chu State. Ning Qi has some impressions of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. When he spoke to Taoist Longshan about the true martial stance, Taoist Longshan mentioned that the supreme forces, the Great Yin and the Demon Sect, both have unparalleled stance skills, and that Deju Temple and the Inquiring Sword Pavilion possess half-step, unparalleled stance skills. At that time, Taoist Longshan looked up to the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, because the pavilion's strength is indeed formidable, much more robust than the Formless sect, almost on a different level. The celestial swordsmen of the pavilion are numerous, including the strongest supreme Elderheart Inquiry Sword Gu Chang'e, who ranks 14th on the celestial being list, a true unparalleled strongman. The reason the Inquiring Sword Pavilion sent spies into the true martial sect is something Ning Qi roughly understands. Probably for the true martial sword monument. Previously, Trueman Tianjian established the true martial sword monument, turning the true martial mountain into another holy land of the sword Tao, which certainly made the Inquiring Sword Pavilion envious. With the monument's help, they could surely foster countless top-tier swordsmen. In fact, more than one faction secretly mocked the true martial sect's foolishness for sharing the true martial sword monument with the world. Others would wish to hide such a supreme treasure, not display it openly. Hearing Luo Wentian's inquiry, Taoist Longshan also frowned slightly. One was formerly the 9th Taoist sect in the world, the other a renowned sword Tao holy land, arguably the first. Both are not weak, but remaining silent is naturally inappropriate. If this continues, wouldn't everyone start imitating them, and the true martial sect would be exhausted just filtering out these spies? Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi's gaze did not waver, calmly saying, "Naturally, we cannot just let it rest like this." With these words, Luo Wentian and Taoist Longshan both brightened up and smiled. This is confidence. If Ning Qi had said to let it go, they would have endured for now. But Ning Qi saying these words means he's unafraid. The demon sect and Southern Border Alliance may not be easily dealt with, but can they not handle you two? If they are sensible, it's fine. If not, it's also an opportunity to establish their might. Taoist Longshan pondered slightly. Wentian, write 2 letters in the name of the true martial sect leader, condemning them for sending spies. Let's take the moral high ground first. If they want this matter to blow over, they must bleed heavily. Luo Wentian's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. That's right. That's exactly how it should be. The formless sect used to be the 9th Taoism, and they have plenty of Taoist scriptures. If we don't demand more this time, how can they compensate for the losses to our true martial sect? And as for the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, they have just recruited 300 young disciples. How can they not contribute a few treasure swords and sword manuals? He became excited, already planning how to make both factions bleed. Of course, relying on just this wouldn't be enough to destroy the 2 factions, but neither could they be let off so easily. Both sides must feel the pain deeply for the strategy to work. However, he furrowed his brows and said, if we adopt a tough stance with the formless sect, it should be fine. They fear Geo. But with the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, there's the Heart Inquiry Sword Gu Changhe, ranked 14th on the Celestial Being list, who might not agree so easily. Ning Qi merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing this, Luo Wentian was secretly taken aback but reassured himself. If Ning Qi could remain so calm in the face of someone ranked 14th on the Celestial Being list, what was there for him to worry about? Even his apprehension towards the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance had lessened considerably. That evening, Luo Wentian wrote 2 letters vigorously, denouncing the immoral actions of the formless sect and the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, who appear to be peeking at the true martial inheritance. He subtly mentioned some dissatisfaction from true man Tianjian, fully setting the stage. He then hinted at conditions. Naturally, he told the formless sect that the true martial sect's foundation was shallow, lacking some Taoist scripture collections, particularly rare solitary editions, and the more, the better. To the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, he mentioned that the true martial sect's newly recruited 300 young disciples were without swords, making it difficult to continue, and said that true man Tianjian was interested in the Inquiring Sword Pavilion's unmatched sword manuals, suggesting they send over 2. Of course, some spiritual medicines and treasures were also available for their careful consideration. In short, quelling the true martial's anger without bleeding was impossible. And then, these letters were sent overnight to the 2 factions. Not only that, but Luo Wentian also had people secretly spread the word about the formless sect and the Inquiring Sword Pavilions, sending spies into the true martial sect, creating momentum. After Ning Qi learned of the letter's content, he couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing his senior brother could be quite cunning at times. As for whether the formless sect and the Inquiring Sword Pavilion would agree, he wasn't worried. Not because he thought they would comply willingly, but because he had confidence in his own strength. In the end, they would all agree, though the process might be somewhat convoluted. Ning Qi gazed at the increasingly vibrant peach blossoms outside the courtyard and glanced down at the few tender leaves sprouting from the Enlightenment tea tree, feeling his heart gradually calm. Just some trivial side notes. He began to operate the refining spirit with full focus. The heaven and earth grinding wheel appeared beside him, vaguely emitting a rumbling sound. This was his creation, the great refining spirit technique, based on the quenching gang technique, but the foundation differed. The quenching gang technique primarily relied on the power of heaven and earth, while the refining spirit technique used the power of heaven and earth as an aid, relying mainly on the primordial core for feedback. Because the god is relatively fragile and cannot withstand the violent power of heaven and earth. Now, Ning Qi had already achieved preliminary success, the god growing stronger, which was particularly evident in the celestial being unity secret technique, and his strength was also increasing, not stagnating. As time slowly passed, 7 days later, it was actually the formless sect far away in the Tao state that replied first. The formless sect's attitude of admitting wrong was good. The events that had transpired at the true Martial Mountain had naturally reached their ears. Knowing that their spies had been apprehended on the spot, even if they wanted to deny it, there was no way to do so. Their hearts felt bitter. They had initially thought it was a flawless plan, but had greatly underestimated the capabilities of the true martial sect. But now, they could only try their best to make amends. They had originally already agreed upon some compensation. Unexpectedly, Luo Wentian's greetings arrived right after. After the formless sect members read through the letters, they wished they could curse aloud, their hearts bleeding. It was too ruthless. They wanted to withstand it and be tough, but they didn't dare. The power of true man Tianjian was still vivid in their minds, not to mention they were the guilty party. Nowadays, the true martial sect stands as the 9th largest sect in the lands. Those top sects would only support the true martial sect, not them. In fact, several top sects had already begun to exert pressure. This made the formless sect swallow the bitter pill, losing both their wife and soldiers this time for real. After discussion, they replied with a kind letter of apology and prepared a compensation list. They offered 1,500 volumes of Taoist scriptures, 100 rare solitary editions, various spiritual medicines and treasures, exotic beast inner cores, and martial arts secret manuals, all of good quality. Luo Wentian saw it and grinned ear to ear. Having just recruited 300 young disciples and 16 guardians, they urgently needed a plethora of resources. Now, a batch had been immediately replenished. He exclaimed that the formless sect people were wonderful, even lamented repeatedly that if only more sects tried to send spies during the entrance examination. This made Ning Qi shake his head and smile. However, the compensation matters weren't going so smoothly. For instance, though the formless sect, far away in the Tao state, had already replied and shown their stance, the inquiring sword pavilion, close in the Chu state, had remained silent. Since the true martial sect opened their mountain gate, many have been paying attention to this event. The admission of weakness by the formless sect has undoubtedly elevated the reputation of the true martial sect. Sometimes the rise of a sect is like this, ascending by stepping over one established martial path sect after another. But the prolonged silence from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion is rather intriguing. Inquiring Sword Pavilion is an established sword Dao holy land with numerous top swordsmen and several celestial swordsmen, especially its supreme Elder Heart Inquiry Sword Gu Changha, who ranks 14th on the celestial being list. Such strength has no reason to fear the true martial sect. The formless sect fears the sharp sword intent of true man Tianjian, but Heart Inquiry Sword does not. His 14th rank on the celestial being list was earned with real battle achievements. TSK. I wonder how the Inquiring Sword Pavilion will eventually respond. If their sincerity is lacking, the true martial sect might not let the matter rest. Some people keenly smelled the scent of conflict within, especially the Blade Man, who were somewhat excited. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion confronting the true martial sect. At a deeper level, it can be seen as Heart Inquiry Sword facing true man Tianjian. This is the internal strife among swordsmen. Previously, True man Tianjin stepped over the prestige of Thundershock Blade Venerate to ascend higher. But now, with two unparalleled swordsmen facing off, regardless of victory or defeat, they are happy to see it happen. At this moment, they instead hoped the Inquiring Sword Pavilion could be a bit tougher. Every gaze turned towards the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion, a sword tower of 333 zhang, stood towering and magnificent, exuding a sharp sword intent that impressed all. This is the place of inheritance for the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. If an outstanding swordsman of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion is nearing their end, they would willingly enter and choose a level for eternal rest, leaving behind their lifelong sword Tao essence. The stronger they are, the higher they can ascend. The swordsmen of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion all take pride in this. Over time, no one knows how much sword Tao inheritance has been left within. Sometimes, swordsmen with unmatched talent are even allowed to enter and absorb the legacy left by their predecessors. And now, numerous powerful figures were waiting respectfully outside the sword tower, all high-level members of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes unwavering, as if in worship. Suddenly, a special wave spread out, shocking everyone into attention. Their internal sword intent involuntarily aroused, resounding like 10,000 swords, causing all gazes to burn with passion. Then a white-haired elder appeared silently, clearly emerging from the sword tower, yet no one could detect it. The elder appeared ordinary, without a strong aura, his gaze indifferent. If anything, his left hand was peculiar, with only the thumb and index finger remaining. The other three fingers were cleanly severed. We pay our respects to the Supreme Elder. Everyone saluted respectfully. Gu Changhe waved slightly, saying, Tang Xiu, you call me out, what is the matter? His gaze settled on the sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Although indifferent, it carried a compelling pressure. Tang Xiu's heart tightened, and he immediately said, There's a matter requiring the Supreme Elder's decision. A moment later, in the grand hall, silence reigned. Gu Changhe sat in the principal seat, overlooking everyone. His voice held no hint of emotion. You want to tell me you sent someone to infiltrate another sect, got caught red-handed, and now they've sent a letter asking for an explanation? Tang Xiu felt a chill run through his scalp. Supreme Elder, this matter started because of the true martial sword monument. That monument is indeed mystical. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Useless. Everyone fell silent, as if in fear. Gu Changhe coldly said, Our Inquiring Sword Pavilion has an inheritance of nearly 1,000 years. Just the inheritance sword tower is enough for our disciples to benefit endlessly. Do we need to covet others' possessions? If you even put a fraction more thought into the sword Tao, our Inquiring Sword Pavilion would have long become the #1 sword Tao holy land under heaven. Not to mention that until now, apart from this old man, there's not even one celestial being-less swordsman. Tang Xiu's face turned bitter. The Supreme Elder's reprimand is justified. I will immediately send word to express our apology. Gu Changhe's expression grew colder. Tang Xiu, it appears you are indeed not suitable to be the sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. These words were like a thunderbolt to Tang Xiu, leaving him pale as he knelt fearfully on the ground, not daring to respond. Gu Changhe stood up, scanning the crowd. Is this how you all think as well? A bunch of useless individuals. All of you have lost the sharpness of a swordsman. At some point, a sharp aura had already emanated around him, suffocating everyone. If you yield in your reply this time, are you intending to disregard the 1,000-year reputation of our Inquiring Sword Pavilion? Afraid of a sect that has been only established for a few decades? True man Tianjin, true martial sword monument, you are amazed by others' strength, yet you forget where your roots are. Do you still remember the pride of a swordsman? His gaze was sharp. His words directly pierced everyone's heart, leaving them drenched in sweat. As the heart inquiry sword at 30, he severed 3 fingers of his left hand to question his sword heart, and on that path his sword Tao advanced triumphantly. Seeing the younger generations in this way, he felt disappointment. Calling them useless was considering that they had a treasure mountain but didn't dig into it, instead distracted by other concerns. Silence filled the grand hall. After Gu Changhe's anger subsided, Tang Xiu cautiously asked, "Then according to the Supreme Elder's view, what should be done?" He realized the Supreme Elder likely harbored some resentment. Originally in peaceful retreat within the Inheritance Sword Tower, being suddenly summoned must have been naturally displeasing. Gu Changhe glanced sideways. True martial sect says they are spies, so they're spies? Let them present evidence. Is our inquiring sword pavilion so easily bullied? One true man, Tianjian, what can he do, having subdued only one thunder shock blade venerate? However, managing to erect the true martial sword monument is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he has some unique comprehension in the sword Tao, but this old man has not been without progress while enclosing these years. Perhaps I can advance further on the celestial being list. As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. Everyone was overjoyed. Congratulations to the Supreme Elder, Tang Xiu said with a smile. Then I'll have someone send a reply. Gu Changhe nodded slightly. His gaze turned towards the direction of Qing State, a sense of battle rising within him. Having been in secluded cultivation for so many years without making a move, he was somewhat itching for action. If that true man Tianjian is dissatisfied, let him come. Several days later, True Martial Mountain. Inside the bright martial pavilion, Luo Wentian spread out the letter, his face suppressing his anger. Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi read it. Ning Qi's gaze flickered, but he remained calm. However, Taoist Longshan snorted. It seems the inquiring sword pavilion believes they are too big to admit anything. The content of the letter was simple. The words were also very polite, essentially expressing regret that the true martial sect's assessment had so many spies mixed in, but the inquiring sword pavilion never sent any spies, wondering if the true martial sect had mistakenly identified someone. If there is any need for help, the inquiring sword pavilion is ready to assist at any time. The surface of the words was well crafted, but there was no mention of any apologies or compensations. Deep down, the words seemed to carry a condescending tone. Compared to the inquiring sword pavilion, the true martial sect indeed seemed like a child just taking its first steps. It seems the heart inquiry sword Gu Changhe on the celestial being list at number 14 has given them great confidence. Luo Wentian frowned. He had considered this point before, but never thought the inquiring sword pavilion would be so domineering and shameless. What should be done now? Thoughts raced through his mind. Charging at their doors over this matter, though justified by the sect, would seem somewhat rash, not very elegant. But if no counterattack is made, they will be ridiculed instead. Voices were already saying the true martial sect only picks easy targets, ignoring the demon sect and southern border, but harshly squeezing the formless sect and the inquiring sword pavilion. If this matter ended abruptly, it would be detrimental to the true martial sect. Ning Qi was also contemplating. To resolve it, it must be resolved thoroughly and smoothly. The demon sect and southern border were just hard to locate their headquarters, rather than being too afraid to act. If an opportunity arose, Ning Qi would strike thunderously. But now, the inquiring sword pavilion might serve as a target to establish power. Recently, he worried that if the demon sect and southern border combined forces, they might target the true martial disciples due to suspicions about the previous southern border Qing state outpost demise. If so, even with heaven-reaching abilities, he would be at a loss to handle everything. The best solution is to make an example out of one to warn others and establish authority. Demonstrate strong enough power to make the demon sect and southern border wary. Ideally, effortlessly. Currently, this is not sufficient. The inquiring sword pavilion must be made to come forward on their own. If originally the inquiring sword pavilion had been willing to honestly apologize, Ning Qi might think of other ways. But now that they refuse to act humanely, they shouldn't blame him for treating the inquiring sword pavilion as the chicken. Ning Qi slowly spoke. Perhaps We can use overwhelming force. Luo Wentian and Taoist Longshan both looked over. Ning Qi continued. The true martial sword monument has been established for some time now. What if we suddenly don't open it to the public? Luo Wentian's eyes lit up. He reacted quickly. During this time, many swordsmen have benefited from our true martial sect. They have tasted the sweetness of the true martial sword monument. If suddenly not opened, they will surely go mad. Taoist Longshan also smiled. Luo Wentian continued. Jiu, you mean use the true martial sword monument to force the inquiring sword pavilion to submit? Ideas began to flow in his mind. Great idea. The inquiring sword pavilion said we misidentified people, so we can justifiably seal the mountain and carefully interrogate spies to prevent them from being rescued. In the meantime, the true martial sword monument won't be open to the public, and swordsmen will surely become anxious. But that's not enough. Those swordsmen won't focus on the inquiring sword pavilion. Then we need to manage this operation well, quietly leaking part of the inquiring sword pavilion's letter back to them. This way, they will know we're sealing the mountain to interrogate their spies, and the pressure will naturally shift to the inquiring sword pavilion. The more he spoke, the more ideas flowed, his eyes filled with gleam. These swordsmen's cultivation is not low. Among them, there are some celestial human realm swordsmen. Even 1 or 2 from the celestial being list have appeared, and many more are primordial core realm swordsmen. Such an uncontrollable force is also something the inquiring sword pavilion must dread. But we must handle it well, making sure these swordsmen don't feel like we're using them as pawns, or it might backfire. However, this possibility is small. We only need to guide them well. Many swordsmen around the world have benefited from your true martial sword monument, Jiu, and they know it well. As long as it's not excessive, most will stand by our side. At that time, swordsmen around the world will form a great force, and the inquiring sword pavilion will have to respond. Either they bow their heads and submit, or they come to true martial mountain. Luo Wentian's expression gradually grew serious. If we look at the current behavior of the inquiring sword pavilion, it seems unlikely they'll bow their heads. Most likely, they would come to true martial mountain, perhaps even that heart inquiry sword might come. He paused, looking at Ning Qi. Ning Qi merely smiled softly, sipping tea. Even better. The simple 3 words brought a spark to Luo Wentian's spirit. He suddenly understood Ning Qi's intent. Perhaps from the beginning, he never intended to make the inquiring sword pavilion submit, but rather intended to force them to come to true martial mountain. An incredible thought rose in his heart, unable to resist speaking. Jiu, are you trying to avoid the hassle of going to the inquiring sword pavilion, and that's why you thought of this method? Ning Qi chuckled and said, This isn't my idea. I merely mentioned it. All the details were thought up by you, senior brother. Luo Wentian was taken aback, then smiled wryly. All right, this scapegoat will have to be borne by him. However, his expression gradually turned excited. The reply from the inquiring sword pavilion had angered him all morning. For such a shameless sect, he must make them pay the price. The people of the true martial sect never lacked decisiveness in dealing with enemies, especially when they were being bullied. He hurried off with enthusiasm. He still needed to refine the details of this plan. Ning Qi also left with a smile. Just a minor episode, not as enjoyable as reading scriptures at the Seeking Tao Institute. Taoist Longshan watched the backs of his 2 disciples, shaking his head with amusement, but feeling content inside. Having such fine disciples in this lifetime was not in vain. The next day, at the true martial sword monument, Luo Wentian personally went and gently awakened the swordsmen who were comprehending the unparalleled sword intent. The swordsmen were initially furious, some were at a critical point, as if watching a celestial dance only a veil away. But upon seeing Luo Wentian, they were startled and quickly stood up to salute. Greetings, sect leader Luo. Luo Wentian wore an apologetic and sorrowful expression, cupping his hands in return. Fellow friends, there is something I must inform you of. Starting today, our true martial sect will temporarily close the mountain and we must ask you to leave. Once we reopen, we will invite you back again." Some people immediately became anxious. They were on the verge of enlightenment, and being halted at such a crucial moment was insane. "Sect leader Luo, what has happened? Why is this so sudden? Could you wait a few more days?" the swordsman asked repeatedly. Luo Wentian closed his eyes, then reopened them, appearing heartbroken. "You might have heard a little. Previously, during our true martial sect's entrance examination, many spies infiltrated seeking our true martial legacy. Now, some of their identities remain unknown, still under interrogation. We received news that some might seize the opportunity to rescue these spies. We had no choice but to take this desperate measure, sealing the mountain gate. I hope you can understand. Only when the identities of the spies are fully revealed and evidence proving their identities found will we reopen the mountain gate. You can patiently wait in true Martial City. This day shouldn't be too far. We will inform you as soon as there is any news." The hatred and anger in Luo Wentian's eyes were visible to the naked eye. The many swordsmen looked at each other in dismay. The sect had spoken to this extent. What more could they do? They couldn't possibly demand the true martial sect stop their serious matters to continue opening the true martial sword monument. Who knew if any of these swordsmen seeking enlightenment were spies or informers? The true martial sect, allowing everyone to comprehend the true martial sword monument, was already enough to make everyone grateful. So this incident was naturally understandable. But in everyone's hearts, the unknown spies drew more hatred. Previously, it hadn't affected them, but now that they couldn't continue comprehending the sword monument, their anger rose sharply. Especially those who were close to enlightenment but forcibly stopped, wished they could cut the spies into pieces. "Sect leader Luo, if there is anything we can help with, please let us know." Everyone expressed their stance. Luo Wentian cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you all, but this matter is best not to involve you. Please descend and wait for news." With sighs of despair, the swordsmen left down the mountain. Who knew when the true martial sect would reopen the mountain gate? They looked back reluctantly with every few steps. Once all the swordsmen disappeared from true martial mountain, the hatred on Luo Wentian's face vanished, replaced by a faint smile. Beside him, Yi Qinghe wore an odd expression and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Senior brother, since you became sect leader, your acting has become flawless." She clicked her tongue twice. Luo Wentian's face darkened slightly. "Qinghe, is this how you speak of your senior brother?" Yi Qinghe laughed exaggeratedly. "I'm praising you. If I didn't already know the plan, I might have been deceived by you, senior brother." Luo Wentian shook his head with a smile. He gazed into the distance, somewhat profoundly. Now, all that remains is to let the plan gradually unfold. True martial sect has sealed the mountain, and the sword tablet is temporarily closed to outsiders. With this batch of swordsmen descending the mountain, the news quickly spread throughout true martial city. Instantly, the crowd was in uproar. Many swordsmen waiting in line at true martial city became anxious. "I came from a great distance, waited here for a month, and now you're telling me it's closed?" Someone expressed resentment. But the swordsmen who had just descended the mountain were even more frustrated. "I almost grasped an unparalleled sword technique. Just a little more insight, and I would have gained something. Don't tell me I'm worse off than you? Well, then when will it reopen?" "Who knows?" Sect leader Luo said there would be a thorough search for infiltrators to prevent outsiders from mixing in. "It makes sense. True martial sect has just risen to prominence and attracted attention, so caution is necessary. We all owe something to true martial sect, and naturally shouldn't cause trouble now. Right? We must not be ungrateful. The real culprits are those vile infiltrators. If I knew who they were, they deserve 1,000 cuts." The swordsmen lamented endlessly, full of resentment, but most of their anger was directed at the infiltrators. However, some experienced and wise individuals deduced part of the situation from the minor hints. "I've heard that during the previous assessment, infiltrators from the Formless sect and Inquiring Sword Pavilion entered True Martial sect. Formless sect has apologized, but Inquiring Sword Pavilion remains silent. Could it be that the interrogations target infiltrators from Inquiring Sword Pavilion? Quite likely, even if the entire matter isn't related to Inquiring Sword Pavilion, they can't be extricated from it. They gathered in true martial city, consistently discussing the matter. They harbored some hope that perhaps true martial sect could resolve this matter and reopen the sword tablet in 3 or 4 days. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Time gently passed. 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. True martial sect showed no sign of reopening its mountain gate. The swordsman grew increasingly anxious. Contrarily, true martial mountain remained serene and tranquil. 300 seedlings had just joined the sect and needed martial path enlightenment. These individuals are the future of true martial sect and thus must not be neglected. Though stance skills could be altered later, the initial foundation must be solid. Skill-transferring elder son, Chuanhai couldn't handle it alone. Several elders jointly took responsibility for this. According to the seedlings' performance, they practiced different stance skills, which would eventually distinguish them based on talent and diligence. Li Ling and Zhuang Chun both diligently set an exemplary example. Zhuang Chun was already 12 or 13, but Li Ling was only slightly older than the newly admitted seedlings. Both of them possessed extraordinary talent, coupled with the white ape, serving as excellent models for the seedlings. The 16 newly joined guardians were also granted different martial arts, striving in cultivation, with each increasing their belonging to true martial sect. Based on their personalities and preferences, they were divided into different areas. As true martial sect sealed the mountain for now, they weren't required to descend it. They mostly digested the new martial arts. True martial sect rarely experienced such tranquility. Since the world gradually descended into chaos, true martial sect's rise meant such peaceful times were rare. Ning Qi naturally cultivated in the Seeking Tao Institute, as nothing was more important to him than pursuing the path of longevity. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion matter was just a minor episode on his cultivation path, leaving the details to Luo Wentian. He, as the Path Guardian, only needed to act at the appropriate moment. Every day, he refined the spirit, slow and steady, slowly establishing a peculiar connection with the primordial core. This step was actually extremely difficult. Many martial artists of the primordial core realm failed to achieve even after 400 years. But for Ning Qi, it was a natural progression. He was too familiar with the celestial human realm. Immediately upon entering the white mist realm, he created numerous celestial secret techniques, especially the unity of heaven and man, which allowed him to preemptively access the mysteries of the power of heaven and earth. Thus, breaking through the major bottleneck of the celestial human realm was even easier for him than entering the primordial core realm from the jade liquid realm. He could feel his progress every day. Cultivation was tedious for others, but for him, it contained endless joy. Ning Qi was reading Taoist scriptures sent by the formless sect. The formless sect dared not skimp, sending valued, rare, classical editions. Everything is formless and shapeless, capable of mutual transformation. This concept is interesting. Ning Qi smiled slightly, with spiritual light emerging in his mind. Why did he enjoy reading Taoist scriptures? He read not for the ambiguous Taoist texts, but for the insights from predecessors regarding heaven and earth. Perhaps someone's insight was limited and biased, but by comprehensively grasping the essence, he wouldn't be hindered. The predecessors' occasional ingenious ideas often brought enlightenment. Ascension ladder, heart inquiry platform, and some martial arts secret techniques he created all had traces of these insights. It wasn't just Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, miscellaneous studies, books authored by martial arts strong persons, even a mountain woodsman's decades of wood-chopping experience could inspire Ning Qi. This was the path he aimed to traverse. If, in the future, I can create a supreme method capable of encompassing the wisdom of all beings, what kind of scene would that be? Ning Qi was somewhat longing. It was a concept he had been pondering more frequently lately. Although his current realm wasn't sufficient, it didn't hinder him from preparing theories and ideas in advance. Just because Since the establishment of the true martial sword monument, he truly felt the benefits within it. The true martial sword monument has been established for more than half a year, with many swordsmen coming to comprehend it. They have certainly benefited greatly from the sword intent left by Ning Qi, but Ning Qi is the biggest winner. In the process of comprehending, the swordsmen must inevitably interact their own sword intent with Ning Qi's. So for Ning Qi, there is no secret at all. There will always be the sword intent of a talented swordsman that will make Ning Qi's eyes light up. With his comprehension, in a single thought, he can transform the essence into his own. Perhaps one or two swordsmen might not notice, but with time, the growth is extremely substantial. Compared to before the establishment of the sword monument, Ning Qi's sword intent has already improved significantly. If it were before, the strength of Ning Qi's many paths was actually not very different, all on the same level, simply choosing the form of a sword when he first created the heavenly sword technique. But now, it can be said without a doubt, among the many paths mastered by Ning Qi, Sword Dao is the first. This is the benefit brought by the true martial sword monument. In the long run, Ning Qi's sword intent is bound to become the strongest in history, unsurpassed from antiquity to the present day. It's a pity that for the time being, it's impossible to emulate the establishment of the true martial sword monument with a blade monument or fist monument. Otherwise, the persona of true man Tianjin would collapse a bit, raising suspicion, but it's not a big problem. Now that my Sword Dao is far superior to other paths, I can also use Sword Dao insights to enhance other paths. Ning Qi chuckled lightly. This is difficult for others, but not for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ambition to master all paths. Wait for the right opportunity in the future to imitate the true martial sword monument. But this method actually has drawbacks, as efficiency is not so high, and if others are unwilling to come and comprehend the sword monument, there's nothing that can be done. Swordsmen in the world are as numerous as the carp in the river, but how many can actually come to comprehend the true martial sword monument? Ning Qi shook his head slightly. This matter is not urgent for now. Now, having learned that gathering the wisdom of all beings through the true martial sword monument holds great hope, that's enough. A gentle breeze blew by. The unique fragrance of the enlightenment tea tree wafted into Ning Qi's nose, prompting him to glance at the nearby enlightenment tea tree. Last month, the enlightenment tea tree suddenly shot up a segment, reaching Ning Qi's shoulder. Compared to ordinary 14 or 15-year-olds, Ning Qi's height was not lacking. Even his shoulder height, it wasn't low. Perhaps in 2 more years, it could really provide shade beneath the enlightenment tea tree. At the top of the tea tree, new leaves were already sprouting, exuding a peculiar aroma. Though not many, it was enough for this year's true martial peach assembly. Ning Qi wasn't expecting the tea tree to be effective for himself, just a sense of accomplishment. He glanced again at the peach blossom tree outside the courtyard, as the peach blossoms were gradually withering and peach fruits were already being nurtured. This year's peach fruits would inevitably be sweeter. Ning Qi planned to save some after the true martial peach assembly for the end of the year, to give to the new seedlings as a reward. Ing Qi smiled slightly. He checked the time and stretched lazily on the vine chair. Extending a finger, a surge of Gang Qi poured out, then condensed into the form of true man Tianjin. After advancing to the primordial core realm, the formless Gang body became even more perfect. Ning Qi chuckled cheerfully to entertain himself. Troublesome Dao friend, please make a trip. True man Tianjin remained silent and went towards the back mountain. Li Ling had been waiting there for a long time. From the town North King, he learned about the no martial saint skill information and the heaven-suppressing fist ultimate skill. Ning Qi naturally would not break his promise, and periodically condenses the true man Tianjin avatar to guide Li Ling in Sword Dao, laying the foundation for his future learning of the heavenly sword technique. The true martial sect was peaceful. Even Luo, Wen Tian rarely breathed a sigh of relief. Since taking on the position of sect leader, his pressure had increased exponentially. Now, although he still had to deal with the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, during the mountain closure at least, nothing else disturbed him, allowing him to focus solely on this matter. However, in true martial city, the swordsman's restless emotions are increasingly intense. Some swordsmen who hadn't heard the news also came to this place, only to be bewildered waiting together in true martial city. The true martial sword monument is still not open. What's going on exactly? Could it be that the true martial sect regretted and decided never to open it again? This restless emotion gradually reached its peak, with some even starting to resent the true martial sect. But suddenly, the wind direction began to shift. Unknowingly, a rumor emerged. A little birdie told me. It said that sect leader Luo sent a letter to the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, wanting an explanation regarding the spy, but the Inquiring Sword Pavilion firmly denied it, even declaring that as long as the true martial sect could prove the spy was from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, they'd apologize immediately. The reason for the true martial sect's mountain closure is related to this. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion covets the true martial sword monument. They're guarding against people from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. In an instant, all restless emotions were completely ignited. Everything seemed to make sense. No wonder interrogating a spy required closing the mountain. Someone had indeed coveted the true martial sword monument, leaving no choice. Thinking back to Luo Wentian's previous heartache, hesitation, and silence, everyone understood even more. Is it really because of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion? Shameless indeed. It said the Inquiring Sword Pavilion has an inheritance sword tower that's never open to the public, yet they still covet someone else's true martial sword monument. A disgrace to swordsmen. Voices of discussion rose in various places. Most people perhaps didn't dare to discuss too much openly, but the sentiment in their hearts was the same, especially under the guidance of some individuals. This trend became increasingly evident. Many people's thoughts have changed, shifting the blame for their inability to comprehend the true martial sword steel onto Inquiring Sword Pavilion. There is certainly some degree of guiding influence behind this, but in actuality, the comparison is clear. Inquiring Sword Pavilion has the inheritance sword tower. Originally, no one could fault you for not making your own sect's inheritance public, but the problem lies in the comparison. The true martial sect also has a sword enlightenment holy land, the true martial sword steel, yet they are generous in sharing it with swordsmen everywhere. In comparison, the difference in approach is obvious. During this time, some swordsmen also brought up this issue, comparing the true martial sect with Inquiring Sword Pavilion. At most, they merely praised the true martial sect's open-mindedness without blaming or demeaning Inquiring Sword Pavilion. But now, because of Inquiring Sword Pavilion, I can't comprehend the true martial sword steel. The surging anger exploded instantly. You don't want to share your own things, fine, but now someone kindly offers theirs to share, and you still want to take it by force? This made all the swordsmen furious. Plus, a small number of people harbored envy of wealth sentiments, having previously criticized the inheritance sword tower of Inquiring Sword Pavilion, and now even more so. What does Inquiring Sword Pavilion intend to do? Cut off everyone's path to advancement. As soon as such voices emerged, many swordsmen reached a consensus. The animosity among swordsmen against Inquiring Sword Pavilion quickly reached a peak. This sentiment spread even faster than Luo Wentian imagined and quickly spread across the land, fueled by some, with shadows of some blade men involved. Last time, they took a major hit on the side of the true martial sect during the sword versus blade conflict, and now they are eager to see the true martial sect and Inquiring Sword Pavilion potentially go at each other. They were even more enthusiastic than Luo Wentian. Thinking of witnessing a fight between two celestial being-less swordsmen, regardless of who won or lost, they would not be at a loss. Under this momentum, near the gate of Inquiring Sword Pavilion, more and more swordsmen gathered. If it weren't for Inquiring Sword Pavilion's substantial strength, with a 14th-ranked unparalleled swordsman on the celestial being list, someone might have already gone up to question them. But even so, Inquiring Sword Pavilion was not faring well. On the surface, they couldn't go too far, but they could engage in minor actions. If your Inquiring Sword Pavilion disciples went out for training, surely it wouldn't be too much to invite you for tea for half a month. Your Inquiring Sword Pavilion's industries spread throughout Chu State, so surely it's normal for some of them to be annexed? No one paid attention to your Inquiring Sword Pavilion disciples at the Sword Convention. Surely that's reasonable? Were only a few swordsmen doing this, Inquiring Sword Pavilion could naturally retaliate with thunderous force as a warning. But now the vast majority of swordsmen were acting this way. Among them were not only swordsmen in the celestial human realm, but some actions also had the backing of a few celestial being-less swordsmen. They themselves might not appear, but ambiguous instructions were no issue. If Inquiring Sword Pavilion dared to retaliate, it would only lead to more intense conflicts. This was a grand trend. These swordsmen might very well have sensed the true martial sect's intentions, but being swept along by emotions, indebted to others, and seeing Inquiring Sword Pavilion genuinely infringing on their interests, they couldn't care less. They acted not just for the true martial sect, but for themselves. For a time, inside Inquiring Sword Pavilion, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. They didn't expect that in just a month or two, they would be forced into such a passive situation by the true martial sect. True Martial Mountain. Luo Wentian handed the intelligence reports from the foot of the mountain to Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi, smiling with great pleasure. This method had an even faster effect than we imagined. These blade men were really helpful. Taoist Longshan shook his head and chuckled. In the martial realm, people chase after fame and fortune. Even celestial being list experts cannot fully comprehend it. In reality, what difference is there between sword and blade? Fighting over it is truly unwise. Ning Qi took a sip of tea and said, "But this is to our advantage. I imagine Inquiring Sword Pavilion can't sit still now." Luo Wentian gave a thumbs up in praise. "Gio, you truly can predict accurately. Half a month ago, Inquiring Sword Pavilion started sending frequent letters. Although they still haven't admitted to the affair of the spies, their words are now less persistent. They mentioned that someone impersonating Inquiring Sword Pavilion was partly due to their oversight, and they are willing to offer some compensation." He clicked his tongue twice, disapproving of the compensation, and then took out several letters. It seems Inquiring Sword Pavilion is somewhat desperate, their words hinting at us not fixating on the affair of the spies and hoping we reopen our mountain gates. His face held a bit of mockery. Taoist Longshan sighed. I suppose they also realized Inquiring Sword Pavilion's current situation is fundamentally about the true martial sword steel. Once the true martial sword steel is reopened, everything will be resolved. Unfortunately, they don't realize that they themselves hold the key to solving this issue. Luo Wentian nodded in agreement. That's right. If Inquiring Sword Pavilion is willing to seize this opportunity to open the Inheritance Sword Tower and counter us, not only would they resolve the crisis, but they could also gain a great deal of prestige, putting us at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, they won't. Not everyone is as open-minded as Gio. If Inquiring Sword Pavilion had such intentions, they wouldn't have been narrow-minded enough to send people to infiltrate our true martial sect. With their ways of doing things, they certainly wouldn't open the Inheritance Sword Tower. Ning Qi simply smiled faintly. Elder brother, what do you plan to do? Watch and wait. Luo Wentian's expression turned solemn. We can't end things so anticlimactically. Even now, when they talk about compensation, it's just a few trifles. It seems they think having that hard inquiry sword means they don't have to fear anything. In that case, they need to understand our true martial sect is not to be trifled with. I plan to hang those few Inquiring Sword Pavilion spies we caught earlier above the gate of True Martial City, so that people can identify whether they are indeed from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, and add fuel to the fire. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Senior brother, feel free to proceed. Luo Wentian was assured in his heart. This was completely intensifying the conflict. aiming to disgrace the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Perhaps even the Heart Inquiry Sword himself would come personally. With Ning Qi's support, he could proceed boldly and without hesitation. The next day, some disciples of the true martial sect went down the mountain, bringing 2 Inquiring Sword Pavilion spies into true martial city. Before the swordsmen could inquire about when the true martial sword monument would be opened, the true martial disciples hung these 2 crippled spies above the city gate, announcing loudly, "By order of the sect leader, we hang these 2 here, so the world can see if these spies belong to the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, to avoid wrongly accusing good people." After saying this, they gracefully departed, and the onlookers were utterly shocked. Some realized immediately things had escalated. The conflict between the true martial sect and the Inquiring Sword Pavilion had reached an irreconcilable point, and a confrontation was inevitable. But soon after, many people became excited, thinking this might become a grand spectacle. Outside true martial city, people came and went, and every day people came to view the 2 spies hanging there. Several guardians from the true martial sect were assigned to watch over, to prevent them from being rescued. If a celestial human realm expert intervened, there would be no need to stop them, because the involvement of such a powerful expert would already explain everything. Someone asked, "May I ask when the true martial sect plans to reopen the mountain gate?" The guardians only smiled. "Once the identity of the spies is confirmed, we can reopen the mountain gate." Everyone was deeply shocked, realizing the true martial sect's resolve. The news spread like a whirlwind. Countless people turned their attention to the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, preparing to see their response. Inside the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. In the past month or 2, the Inquiring Sword Pavilion had faced unprecedented targeting, with everything going extremely poorly, and even some talented disciples were ambushed. In the long run, this was extremely detrimental to the development of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Everyone knew where the root of all this originated. The sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, Tang Xiao, frequently sent letters to the true martial mountain, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea with no response. And now, after learning about the happenings outside true martial city, all the high-ranking members of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion were furious. "This is too much. This is truly too much." Tang Xiao's cold, angry voice echoed through the great hall. "This disregards the millennium reputation of our Inquiring Sword Pavilion. If we do not come up with a countermeasure soon, we might become the laughingstock of the great Yin." The high-ranking members were united in their indignation. Indeed, the sect is already facing resistance now. If we do not retaliate, in the future everyone will step on us. The millennium legacy of the ancestors cannot decline in our hands. Someone spoke with murderous intent. The true martial sect is being reckless, thinking that after gaining some notoriety in recent years, they can disregard all sects in the world, although the great Yin imperial court is watching, making it difficult to annihilate them. Making them pay a blood price is not out of the question. It's been years since we've taken action. Perhaps it's time to let the world witness the strength of our Inquiring Sword Pavilion again. The crowd was agitated, infuriated by the true martial sect's act of hanging Inquiring Sword Pavilion spies. Added to the suppressed frustration from being pressured by the prevailing circumstances, it all erupted at this moment, and they wanted to make the true martial sect pay the price. Tang Xiao glanced around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The only solution now is to ask the Supreme Elder to take action." No matter how much they looked down on the true martial sect in their words, the power of true man Tianjin was indisputable. A cold, indifferent snort came from outside the hall. "A bunch of useless things." Everyone lowered their heads. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." Gu Changhe merely glanced coldly at everyone, then waved his hand, pointing at a few among them. "Follow this old man to true martial mountain. I want to see whether those 2 are indeed spies from our Inquiring Sword Pavilion." His voice carried an icy, killing intent. True martial city. More and more people are gathering here. The wise know that this move is akin to rubbing the face of the inquiring sword pavilion in the dirt. Once matters are brought to the surface, there must be an explanation. The two forlorn figures atop the city gate stirred the hearts and minds of the crowd. Are these two really members of the inquiring sword pavilion? Other than the sect leader of the inquiring sword pavilion, who knows? But whether they are or not is no longer important. What matters is that the attitude of the true martial sect has been made clear. The key is how the inquiring sword pavilion will respond. You're right. I have a feeling that there must be a battle between the two factions to resolve this incident. Could it be that the true martial sect wants to rise by stepping over the inquiring sword pavilion? Voices of quiet discussion arose. Some of the speculations frightened the crowd. Everyone knows. The inquiring sword pavilion is no longer the key here. The key lies in these two spies, as they represent the face of the inquiring sword pavilion. So, many people are standing by here. The twin sisters Chun Xing and Chen Yu also arrived around the area. Under the order of the town North King, they settled in true martial city to protect Li Ling at crucial moments. And therefore they were also very concerned about the conflict between the true martial sect and the inquiring sword pavilion. Sister, what should we do if a war breaks out between the inquiring sword pavilion and the true martial sect? Chun Xing rolled her eyes. Do you even need to ask? Of course, we'll support the true martial sect. The prince sent us here not just to protect the crown prince. He has high hopes for the true martial sect. As long as the crown prince's safety is ensured, we must also assist the true martial sect. If the true martial sect truly cannot withstand it, the prince's name is still useful. Chen Yu's eyes widened. When did the prince say this? Naturally, he told me quietly. Sister, you're unreliable. The prince knows it well. Being teased like this by Chen Xing, Chen Yu immediately smiled wryly. In the distance, Qin Yun and the southern border saintess looked over from a high pavilion, and with their vision, they could easily perceive everything happening here. The southern border saintess raised her eyebrows slightly. The actions of the true martial sect are indeed unexpected. No wonder they can cultivate a prodigy like Saint Erqin. Her words carried a nonchalant tone. Previously, after failing to plant spies, she was preparing to take other actions, but before she could make a move, news of the true martial sect sealing the mountain emerged, and now they seemingly challenged the inquiring sword pavilion. Qin Yun gazed coldly at the southern border saintess with anger. Saintess, I am no longer a member of the true martial sect. Stop mentioning this matter. Instead of wasting time, you'd better focus on your southern border alliance affairs. The southern border saintess turned and met his gaze. They looked at each other like a couple, but without the tenderness, the southern border saintess first chuckled. She did not know why, but she always found teasing Qin Yun amusing. It's Yi's fault. Saint Erqin, please calm down. She offered an apology, her usually cold voice taking on a rare hint of softness. Qin Yun turned his head away, but in his heart, he couldn't help but think, is the southern border saintess named Yi? The southern border saintess changed the subject. What does Saint Erqin think will happen to the inquiring sword pavilion? Qin Yun said calmly. There must be a battle between them. Then who has the upper hand? Since the true martial sect has taken this initiative, it means they do not fear the inquiring sword pavilion, nor do they fear the heart inquiry sword. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the southern border saintess's gaze flickered. If that's the case, the strength true man Tianjin displayed last time against the Thundershock Blade Venerate might not be enough. Perhaps this time we could see another martial arts strong person who can emulate the powers of others. Qin Yun was shocked at heart, but did not respond. The southern border saintess continued speaking to herself. Neither the southern border nor your demon sect can be fooled easily. During their conversation, disturbances had already started in the distant sky. Vaguely, a few figures could be seen stepping through the air, arriving before true martial city in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun and the southern border saintess both focused their gaze in that direction. Not just them. All eyes were drawn over there. The leading figure was an old man with white hair and an indifferent gaze. holding no sword yet exuding an overbearing sharpness, causing others' eyes to sting, too painful to look at directly. Someone recognized him. It's Gu Changhe, the supreme elder of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion with a heart inquiry sword. He really has come out from seclusion. This is truly serious now. Many eyes widened involuntarily, their hearts beating like a drum. This peerless, strong person, ranked 14th on the celestial being list, is a living legend. Previously, many thought he might appear, but considered it unlikely, thinking instead that the sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion and several other celestial beings might handle the matter. But now it seems they guessed wrong. The true martial sect, or perhaps the weight of true man Tianjin, is greater than they imagined. Besides Gu Changhe, the sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, Tang Qiu was present, along with one celestial human realm member and several primordial core realm members, forming a formidable lineup. In full view of the public, Gu Changhe and others slowly approached the gate of true martial city. They looked up at the two pitiful figures, Gu Changhe's expression remaining calm and indifferent, but Tang Qiu's pupils constricted and anger rose. He had personally sent these two to True Martial Mountain, reminding them carefully beforehand and promising that if they returned with the true martial inheritance and the true martial sword monument secrets, they would surely be heroes of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Yet unexpectedly, the reunion was in this scene. The two spies were overjoyed upon seeing Tang Qiu, but dared not show it. In front of the city gate, a few figures approached. Leading the group was Xiong Shi, followed by several newly appointed guardians. Xiong Shi gazed at Gu Changhe and the others, his muscles tense, but he still walked forward without a change in expression. The guardians felt a tingling on their scalps, but gritted their teeth and followed. Having received their lord's favor, loyalty was required, especially at such crucial moments. Retreat was not an option. Greetings to Senior Gu, sect leader Tang. Xiong Shi was neither humble nor arrogant. Tang Qiu glared angrily. Gu Changhe focused his gaze on Xiong Shi. A terrifying pressure assaulted him. Xiong Shi used all his strength to employ a meditation technique created by Ning Qi, managing not to reveal any disgrace. The surprise in Gu Changhe's eyes was fleeting. He spoke indifferently. You say the two of them are spies? Xiong Shi took a deep breath without retreat. I need Senior Gu to verify this. Perhaps Senior Gu does not recognize them, but sect leader Tang surely does. The people around were stunned. To think the true martial sect punishment elder was so bold, as he was an unparalleled swordsman ranked 14th on the celestial being list. Qin Yun looked at his second senior brother, involuntarily clenching his fists within his sleeves. Tang Qiu's eyes were even angrier. He was about to speak in reprimand. Gu Changhe expressionlessly spoke. Tang Qiu, do you recognize them? Tang Qiu's spirit was shaken. Facing the hopeful eyes of the two spies, he decisively shook his head. I don't recognize them. Gu Changhe looked at Xiong Shi, took a step forward. He says he doesn't recognize them. Xiong Shi felt the pressure on him increase a bit more. Gritting his teeth, he replied, just because sect leader Tang says so doesn't mean it's true. Our true martial sect has the Heart Inquiry platform, capable of verifying these two men openly for all the world to see. Gu Changhe merely shook his head indifferently. Too troublesome. As the third word was spoken, a flash was fleeting and two headless corpses appeared on top of the city gate. Xiong Shi smelled the pungent scent of blood. His pupils contracted, seeing two heads suspended beside Gu Changhe. Everyone felt a tingling on their scalps, only to see Gu Changhe glance lightly, not focusing on any specific person, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Gu Changhe's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. I think asking True Man Tianjin might be simpler. He might know these two men's identities. Even those from Inquiring Sword Pavilion dared not speak further. Everyone watched the figures walking slowly towards True Martial Mountain in absolute silence, their pupils filled with shock. The Saintess of Southern Border was silent for a long time, finally praising. What a heart inquiry sword, directly probing the heart. Ask one's own heart. Ask others' hearts. Qin Yun remained silent. Everyone understood. Clearly, Gu Changhe was not interested in troubling Xiong Shi. This was to directly clarify without wasting time. It wasn't important whether these two were spies from Inquiring Sword Pavilion. If True Man Tianjian says they aren't, then they aren't. If they aren't, then the true martial sect must pay the price. Everyone's body slightly trembled, knowing something major was about to happen. When the backs of those from Inquiring Sword Pavilion gradually disappeared, only then did everyone shiver and react. Hesitating only for a moment, some daring martial artists followed. Heart Inquiry Sword and True Man Tianjian. Such two unparalleled swordsmen standing at the pinnacle of Great Yin. Should they battle, it would certainly be a rare spectacle not seen for decades. Xiong Shi let out a long breath, circulating Ning Qi within his body repeatedly until the stiffness throughout his body slowly dissipated. Gu Changhe's pressure was too great. Despite not specifically targeting him, it made him extremely uncomfortable. His heart felt somewhat anxious, but recalling his senior brother's composed demeanor, he felt slightly reassured. Let's go back to the mountain. Silhouettes flashed towards the direction of True Martial Mountain. Gu Changhe walked leisurely up the stone steps of True Martial Mountain, hands behind his back, his hair white as snow, but steps steady, looking much like an elderly farmer in good health, if one ignored the two heads floating beside him. He strolled as if through his backyard. This mountain range isn't bad, although not comparable to some renowned peaks and rivers within Great Yin. It naturally carries a realm of intent, considering establishing a branch of Inquiring Sword Pavilion here in the future. What do you think? He casually commented. Tang Qiu nodded, with an expression of delight in his eyes. Your insight is like a god. Some have said True Martial Mountain resembles a natural divine sword. Now it seems there's some truth. As a potential site for a branch, it might cultivate many talented swordsmen for Inquiring Sword Pavilion. The group reached a fork in the path. The left side remained stone steps, while the right was lit with faint blue light on green stone steps. Song City guarded there with a dozen disciples. They were startled seeing Gu Changhe and the others approaching with two suspended heads beside him. Gu Changhe ignored Song City and the others entirely. His eyes held divine light flickering with astonishment. Is that the heaven-ascending ladder? Tang Qiu nodded repeatedly, explaining its wonders in detail. Gu Changhe praised. Indeed, there's some subtlety, very useful for training disciples' mental resilience. The martial realm rumors are true. This heaven-ascending ladder could be relocated back. Song City and the others heard this, all glaring angrily, but the overwhelming pressure rendered them speechless. Their opponent treated them entirely like air, one only commenting on True Martial Mountain, as if it was all in his possession. Gu Changhe ascended the steps. He had arrived somewhat angry, but once at True Martial Mountain, his anger dissipated, especially after seeing True Martial Mountain and the heaven-ascending ladder. Initially, he had no reason to act against the True Martial sect, but now, the True Martial sect voluntarily presented the opportunity. Everything was justified. Even the imperial court couldn't intervene. Great Yan's stance on martial sect disputes was quite ambiguous, requiring a valid reason for conflict, avoiding excessive chaos, but also not wanting martial sects to be too harmonious, needing them to exhaust themselves. Straight up the mountain, the disciples guarding the mountain seemed to have been struck by an immobilization technique, unable to speak or move, capable only of watching them leave, while furiously listening to their unbridled comments on everything about True Martial Mountain. Until a sword monument appeared in the distance before everyone's eyes. The words True Martial on it were striking, seemingly plain at first glance, but upon closer inspection appeared to be vivid and magnificent. Further examination made one feel as though countless divine swords were soaring into the sky. Tang Qiu and others were stunned. This was their first time seeing the True Martial Sword Monument, enveloped from afar by mysterious force, preventing insight into its essence. Yet even its mere outward signs were enough to awe people. Gu Chang's expression became serious for the first time. Only after a while did he praise. Such a true man, Tianjian, indeed, remarkable. But what a pity! He shook his head again. No one knew what he was lamenting. Whether he regretted that true man Tianjian was not a member of Inquiring Sword Pavilion, or that this true martial sword monument existed in the wrong place, or perhaps something else entirely. Tang Xiu, what would you think if this true martial sword monument were combined with our Inquiring Sword Pavilion's inheritance sword tower? Tang Xiu's eyes lit up as he excitedly said that in less than 100 years, our Inquiring Sword Pavilion could become the #1 Sword Dao Holy Land in Great Yin. Gu Chang'e laughed. Good. In the distance, Luo Wentian's calm voice echoed. It's a pity. Senior Gu's wish cannot be realized. The true martial sword monument belongs to our true martial sect. Luo Wentian understood the signal sent by Xiongshi and hurried with a group of disciples to the mountain gate. His expression remained relatively calm, but the other elders and disciples were filled with fury, especially Zhuang Chun, whose chubby face quivered as he muttered under his breath. These shameless old folks, wait until my sword Dao reaches great success. I'll bring your inheritance sword tower over to fulfill your wish. But you'll have to make your daydream come true within our true martial sect. He thought to complain quietly to Li Ling, but only then noticed that Li Ling was absent. Turning his head, he remembered that Li Ling had mentioned discreetly that today was the day to learn from Senior Tianjian. A sudden thought struck him. Given Gu Chang'e had arrived, Senior Tianjian would likely appear later too, perhaps even bringing Li Ling out himself. That would be quite an impressive sight. Thinking this, he felt a hint of envy. Gu Chang'e lifted his eyes toward Luo Wentian and the others, scanning them one by one, each feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. But Gu Chang'e soon shifted his gaze, not seeing anyone he wished to see. He ignored Luo Wentian's meaning. Speaking to Xiongshi was only because Xiongshi barely qualified. Now, he found Luo Wentian unworthy of dialogue with him. With hands behind his back, Gu Chang'e stepped lightly into the air, rising upward, standing even higher than the true martial sword monument, as two treacherous heads floated alongside. He gazed into the depths of the true martial sect, his calm voice resonating across the mountains. True man Tianjian, come out and meet me. Initially, this voice was soft. It soon erupted like thundering wrath, shifting the surroundings. Luo Wentian and the others all shook, surprise flickering in their gaze. Once Gu Chang'e stopped masking his aura, its terror was overwhelming, likening to an unleashed divine sword with intersecting sword intents seemingly slicing the void. They had no doubt that being inside it would mean turning to scattered fragments without resistance. At the foot of True Martial Mountain, the martial artist halted, looking alarmed at the figure standing above the True Martial Sword Monument, which already explained everything. Is a battle about to begin? None expected the Heart Inquiry Sword to be so domineeringly direct, allowing no room for negotiation. Even the saintess of the southern border appeared solemn now. Though a peerless genius, she fell short compared to such infamous old figures. For in the southern border, such strength meant unrivaled authority. Everyone stared, anticipating the appearance of the previously aloof black-robed Taoist. Countless eyes prematurely locked onto the back mountain of True Martial Mountain, where true man Tianjian had once emerged from. But they were bound to be disappointed. A breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. The echoes of Gu Chang'e's voice diminished, yet true man Tianjian still hadn't appeared. Everyone glanced at each other, puzzled. What's happening? Could it be that true man Tianjian is away? Qin Yin felt a tightness in his chest. In front of the true martial sect's mountain gate, several disciples began to feel nervous. Why hasn't Senior Tianjian come out yet? But seeing their sect leader steadily watch Gu Chang'e, they gradually relaxed. Gu Chang'e slowly opened his eyes. He eyed True Martial Mountain, the true martial sect, and the true martial sword monument with indifference. Very well. It seems I have been inactive too long, and the world has forgotten me. He sighed, yet the hostile aura arising around his still made those at the base of the mountain fearful. Sword intent and murder merged, rendering that void a deadly space where all must be cut and shattered. A sound akin to swords cried within Gu Changhe, followed by resonant chimes of thousands of swords echoing across the sky, as swordsmen strove to control their sword artifacts. Yet the sword artifacts trembled, worshipping. What is the heart inquiry sword? It queries the sword heart, wielding the Taoist sword, the foremost righteous sword of the land. All were astounded. Gu Changhe pointed a finger, and concentrated resplendent sword qi gathered, slashing toward the ground beneath the true martial sword monument. True man Tianjin dare not emerge? Then destroy the true martial sword monument. In the back mountain, two figures, one large and one small, practiced their sword techniques amidst the forest, as the little Taoist diligently learned, while the black-robed old Taoist impassively watched, occasionally striking with sword qi to amend errors, or using tree branches and leaves to demonstrate sword intent. Li Ling dared not look at true man Tianjin beside him, but in his heart, he felt a towering admiration for his sword Dao. Every time he practiced swordsmanship, he made great progress, being able to keep up with Zhuang Chen's pace. Following true man Tianjin in learning swordsmanship was absolutely indispensable. If it weren't for true man Tianjin being too aloof, he would really want to learn swordsmanship from him every day. Suddenly, an angry shout of thunder echoed from the mountain gate. True man Tianjin, come out and see me. Li Ling instinctively looked towards that direction, his eyes widening. He could vaguely see an old man in a white sword robe stepping into the void, standing above the true martial sword monument. He was somewhat angry. This was a great disrespect to true man Tianjin. But immediately he reacted. This person was extremely strong, and considering the recent events, he roughly guessed the identity of the person before him. The 14th on the celestial being list, Gu Changhe. His breathing halted, but immediately he showed a pained expression as a sword qi pointed at his wrist. Sword training. The two cold words made Li Ling dare not be negligent, but his mind couldn't help but drift forward. Gu Changhe had climbed true martial mountain. Would Senior Tianjin respond to the challenge? For a moment, he was extremely hopeful. If Senior Tianjin took him along, how impressive would that be? The cold voice continued, interrupting his stray thoughts. Heavenly sword technique is swordsmanship, its sword intent, and even more its sword Dao. Every sword you learn is the heavenly sword technique. Li Ling carefully remembered this sentence and earnestly comprehended it. He knew that Senior Tianjin disapproved of giving up halfway. He had already suffered for it before, so once sword training started, he was not allowed to stop. He obediently completed the swordsmanship practice. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Senior Tianjin, are we really not going over? Gu Changhe, such an unparalleled master, is surely unmatched by anyone in the true martial sect. Li Ling had already sensed the violent fluctuations coming from the mountain gate. Even he could tell Gu Changhe's voice carried killing intent and anger. True man Tianjin's gaze was extremely indifferent. Today, I'll teach you one more sword. Watch carefully. Li Ling instinctively widened his eyes. He saw the sword in his own hand, somehow already in true man Tianjin's hand. True man Tianjin casually swung forward, without any astonishing sword qi or unparalleled sword intent. It was as if the blade was cutting the void unremarkably. At the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi opened his eyes, smiled faintly, glanced towards the back mountain, then towards the mountain gate, and then focused on the Taoist scripture sent by the formless sect in his hand. He also didn't expect the people from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion would come today. However, it wasn't a big problem. Now that he had reached the primordial core realm, he no longer needed to have the formless gang body appear as before. Li Ling stared blankly at this sword, his eyes full of confusion. But immediately, This confusion was transformed into shock. He sensed an amazing sword intent soaring into the sky, but it was not in front of him, it was at the mountain gate. He instinctively turned around. He saw, after true man Tianjin swung this sword, the true martial sword monument, which had been silent without movement, finally moved. In his bewilderment, he realized that this sword was not simple at all, but contained the highest realm of sword Tao that he couldn't comprehend. At this moment, the high mountain of sword Tao was revealing a corner through the true martial sword monument. Buzz! A gentle humming sound rose from the true martial sword monument. Initially subtle and inaudible, but in a breath, it transformed into a surging river, continuously sweeping around. Gu Changhe was shocked. Everyone was shocked. They saw. After Gu Changhe swung his sword, the initially motionless true martial sword monument suddenly responded. A peerless heaven-reaching sword intent burst forth from it, like a true dragon reaching out from the sky, or a giant beast flipping over in the sea. Ripples spread outward from the true martial sword monument as the center. Gu Changhe's brilliant sword Qi instantly turned to dust, with no resistance whatsoever. Gu Changhe's complexion completely changed, becoming extremely grave. Everyone's eyes widened even more. True man Tianjin hadn't appeared, yet the peerless sword intent from the monument was terrifying. Luo Wentian's eyes flashed brightly. He was one of the few who had been mentally prepared. Watching Gu Changhe, whose complexion had completely changed, he felt immense satisfaction, almost wanting to laugh out loud. He had already been informed by the mountain-guarding disciples of how arrogant the inquiring sword pavilion members were, viewing the many foundations of true martial mountain as their possessions. Gu Changhe's white hair fluttered wildly, holding nothing back. Heart, inquiry, sword intent, activating 10,000 swords. The power of heaven and earth swept in, turning into mighty sword Qi, each capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers. He shouted angrily. Some skills, but wanting old me to retreat before lifeless objects. Impossible. He was extremely furious, feeling insulted. True man Tianjin disdained to show up, which was looking down on him. Since that was the case, he had to make him pay a heavy price. Gu Changhe gazed at the people of true martial sect. A monstrous killing intent rose for the first time. Only blood could wash away the shame he suffered. Sword Qi densely manifested around Gu Changhe, making him look like an immortal of sword. His might was incredibly frightening. The sword Qi aimed at the entire true martial sect, rushing downward, making everyone's scalp tingle at the foot of the mountain. But Luo Wentian stood unafraid in front of the sword Qi. He believed in Ning Qi. Everyone vaguely heard a cold snort. The true martial sword monument became even more radiant. Ripples spread at an extremely fast speed. Gu Changhe's densely whistling sword Qi instantly turned to dust. A few remnants like a gentle breeze blew across the garments of the people in true martial sect. Is this wind unexpectedly comfortable? Zhuang Chan said, almost in disbelief. Everyone couldn't help but curl their lips into a smile. Down in the valley, everyone was already stunned. This struggle between unparalleled heroes was truly thrilling, but the outcome was determined between the two. The southern border saintess showed a look of disbelief. Could it be that true man Tianjin possesses strength close to the top 10 of the celestial being list? This was far beyond her expectations. Originally, she thought perhaps she would see the hidden strong figures of the true martial sect coming out together to face the enemy. But the development of events made her realize something was amiss. Gu Changhe was furious, but in the next moment his body froze. A terrifying sword intent had already locked onto him. He no longer had the capacity to concern himself with the people of the true martial sect, and even the two heads that originally hovered beside him instantly turned to blood mist, some sticking to his robe, but he had no time to attend to it. In his eyes was a deep look of horror. How can there be such terrifying sword intent? Could it be the sword Saint has manifested? But he immediately encouraged himself. It's just sword intent, without enough strength. it won't exert much destructive power. He recalled the rumors Tang Xiao had mentioned before that true man Tianjin's sword intent is unparalleled, but his lifespan was limited and his cultivation was not leading. But just as this thought arose, his eyes widened. Bang! A colossal explosion echoed from high up in the sky. Everyone instinctively looked. Chun Xing and Chun Yu were petrified, with only one thought in their minds. How could there be such a vast difference among those in the celestial human realm? In the skies, thunderbolts like flood dragons were drawn, suddenly merging into the true martial sword steel. Then, under the guidance of the unparalleled sword intent within the sword steel, heavenly swords soared into the sky. This scene astonished everyone. Even Luo Wentian, who had prepared earlier, was dumbstruck. The sword steel draws heavenly thunder, transforming thunder into heavenly swords. This spectacle, unheard of, swords emitting soft thunder light, swept across the sky, tightly locking onto Gu Changhe. He had no way up or down, sweat accumulating on his brow, realizing he had vastly underestimated true man Tianjin's power. Such a terrifying existence might compete with sun-chasing Sword King for the position of the world's leading swordsman? 36 heavenly swords. Someone subconsciously whispered. Previously during the battle with Thundershock Blade Venerate, it was only the heavenly sword transformation 9, but now true man Tianjin still hadn't appeared, yet 36 heavenly swords manifested. The difference was astounding. Everyone realized that true man Tianjin hadn't given his all before. Gu Changhe's body trembled. He roared furiously, tried his best to maneuver the power of heaven and earth in his sword chi, attempting to block those 36 heavenly swords, unwilling to sit and wait for death. But it was futile. The 36 heavenly swords trembled slightly, then evolved into various marvels within Gu Changhe's despairing gaze, transforming further into a wondrous sword array. Each singular heavenly sword was enough to instill fear, let alone transform into the heavenly gang sword array. Ning Qi used the heavenly thunder technique to draw thunder, dividing it into sword chi, needing only to consume part of the gang chi as a medium. This was a new application he recently discovered, and Gu Changhe became the first to experience it. Heavenly swords howled, completely engulfed the void where Gu Changhe stood. Sword chi erupted continuously, but soon after it ceased. Everyone strained their eyes towards it, just to see a flash of sword chi, and Gu Changhe's body was separated. The members from Inquiring Sword Pavilion cried sorrowfully. Another celestial human realm flew up, trying to catch Gu Changhe's body, only to be struck by another flash of sword chi, instantly dying. Subsequently, all from Inquiring Sword Pavilion perished, leaving only Tang Xiao standing in place, body trembling like a leaf. In the back mountain, Li Ling watched Gu Changhe's falling body, feeling a sense of unreality. Was this truly the unparalleled hero, ranked 14th on the celestial being list? Afraid that even his father could not accomplish this with such ease. Beside him, a cold voice without emotion. Continue your sword training. Li Ling, like a block of wood, instinctively swung the sword in his hand. Moments later, his eyes bore a glint of longing, lifted his head and asked, Senior Tianjin, will I one day be as strong as you? The cold voice paused for a moment, then replied, You will. Li Ling smiled. His motivation for sword training had never been stronger. Before the gates of the true martial mountain, a silence pervaded. Only Tang Xiao's cries echoed. This former high and mighty sect leader of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, now weeping like a helpless child, with the corpses of several from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion before him. He reached out a trembling hand, only to jerk it back as if shocked. He was terrified. Although he didn't know why true man Tianjin spared his life, he dared not make any extra movements at this moment. But no one from the true martial sect sympathized with Tang Xiao, especially those mountain-guarding disciples who had previously witnessed the faces of the people from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. In their hearts, two words surfaced. Serves him right. Everyone only looked with reverence at the gradually silencing, true martial sword monument, their eyes filled with admiration and wonder as if it were tangible. The scene that had just unfolded was truly astonishing. 36 celestial swords formed a sword array, directly beheading Gu Changhe, overwhelming him without the slightest suspense. A disciple of the true martial sect had already discerned the profound mystery within it. Senior Tianjian used the Heavenly Gang sword array? Could it be that the Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend sword array, was created by Senior Tianjian? While marveling, they also felt an unprecedented zeal. The Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend sword array, had now become one of the true martial sect's signature techniques, with many true martial disciples exchanging for this sword array to practice together. In the past, although they practiced the sword array diligently, they were never as eager and urgent as they were now. They saw a faint connection with true man Tianjian and harbored a deep-rooted aspiration. What if one day they could also independently wield the Heavenly Gang and earthly fiend sword array? The 300 newcomers all widened their eyes, internally shaken beyond measure. Rumors are never as reliable as seeing with one's own eyes. True man Tianjian was destined to become their lifelong goal to strive for. Godan clenched his fists, his eyes incredibly determined. One day, I will surely become as strong as Senior Tianjian and protect our true martial sect. During these days, he finally experienced the feeling of home once again. There was ample food, clean clothes, a shelter that didn't leak, and no one looked down on him. He could practice martial arts, and even his sister was allowed to stay with him on True Martial Mountain, filling his heart with gratitude. Luo Wentian sensed the change in essence, qi, and spirit among the surrounding disciples and smiled internally. This was a good thing. In fact, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback, clicking his tongue in surprise. He originally thought that Ning Qi would appear and engage in a duel with the hard inquiry sword as before, but unexpectedly, Ning Qi didn't even show up. He just activated the sword monument and effortlessly dealt with Gu Changhe. Before he could marvel at Ning Qi's strength, he smiled and walked towards Tang Qiu, his voice somewhat calm. Sect Leader Tang, can we properly discuss the matter of the traitor now? Tang Qiu shivered all over. The calm Luo Wentian appeared as terrifying as a demon in his eyes, like the embodiment of true man Tianjian. He trembled, already understanding why he survived. He dared not meet Luo Wentian's eyes and simply said, all right, Sect Leader Luo, it's up to you. Luo Wentian smiled broadly, welcoming Tang Qiu inside as if the previous conflict had never happened. At the foot of True Martial Mountain, not a sound was heard. One by one, the arriving martial artists turned into sculptures, their mouths agape as they stared at the bodies falling from the sky, somewhat incredulous. They had expected an epic battle, but unexpectedly, it ended like this. The hard inquiry sword had been dealt with so easily, and true man Tianjian hadn't even appeared, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Chun Xing gasped, glaring angrily at Chenyu. Why are you pinching me? Chenyu murmured. This is real. The hard inquiry sword was slain by true man Tianjian. The veins on Chun Xing's forehead throbbed, but his annoyance quickly turned into a long sigh. The shock in his eyes was no less than Chenyu's. This true man, Tianjian, truly terrifying. Before, I thought the true martial sect's connection to the prince was their good fortune. Always felt that the true martial sect was too small to accommodate the crown prince. But now it seems I was shallow. A prince remains a prince. Perhaps he had realized it long ago. Chenyu nodded in agreement, then winced in pain as Chun Xing pinched her back when she wasn't paying attention. The two sisters were just a small part of the picture. Thousands of martial artists were all in shock. Once all the phenomena disappeared, and Tang Qiu vanished with Luo, Wentian, and the others into the mountain gate, waves of astonished exclamations arose. The strength of true man Tianjian is immeasurable. Ranked 36th on the celestial being list, This is undoubtedly the greatest mistake in this edition of the Celestial Being list. The 14th on the Celestial Being list was defeated so miserably. True Man Tianjian definitely has the strength for the top 10, possibly even top 5 positions. Whoever said True Man Tianjian had little life left. Perhaps he is an elderly sword god who matured late, but rises unyieldingly, potentially reaching the Sword Saint realm before the limit of his lifespan, continuing for another millennium. Excited discussions erupted. People unabashedly expressed their internal shock. They were trying to elevate True Man Tianjian's prowess as much as possible, lest they get slapped in the face again and again. If not for the fact that the higher rankings of the Celestial Being list were occupied by peerless ancient monsters with formidable strength, they might have dared the great offense of placing True Man Tianjian in an unfathomable position. But even so, True Man Tianjian had already touched the pinnacle of a swordsman. Some swordsmen could no longer help but compare him to the 5th-ranked Sun-Chasing Sword King on the Celestial Being list. The Sun-Chasing Sword King was truly a Sword Dao legend, reigning as the #1 swordsman in the world for 2 centuries, with no one able to challenge him. Any of his countless achievements were world-shaking, and no swordsman dared to stand alongside him. But now, the display of True Man Tianjian made them unable to restrain their wild speculations. No one knows where the limits of True Man Tianjian actually lie. Qin Yun gazed deeply in the direction of the true Martial Mountain Gate, a place once so familiar, but now a dream out of reach, even making him feel a bit estranged. He sighed softly. He recalled the strange Taoist he encountered when he explored the Seeking Tao Institute at night years ago. Back when True Man Tianjian hadn't appeared, he thought that person was True Man Tianjian. But after seeing Tianjian battle Thunder Shock Blade Venerate last time, he felt it wasn't. Yet today, he inexplicably felt it was. Perhaps it's because the rise of True Man Tianjian was too fast. So fast it gave him an illusion. True Man Tianjian isn't hiding his strength, but has suddenly gained such immense power in these few short years. This strange thought startled him, and he shook his head with a wry smile. How could it be possible? He exhausted 400 years of lifespan in the blood demon pool, only barely stepping into the celestial human realm. How could someone attain such terrifying power in just a few years? Even if he exhausted the additional 400 years of life gained after advancing to the celestial human realm, it would still fall far short of True Man Tianjian. He realized that perhaps the psychological shadow cast by that Taoist from years past was too significant. He was likely just at the gang essence realm. If I were to meet him now, I could easily defeat him. Qin Yun thought, a chaotic whirl of thoughts rising in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he turned his head to glance at the southern border saintess beside him. The gentle wind lifted a corner of the black gauze, and he saw her smooth, pointed chin. The owner of the chin was silent, no longer lively as before. Qin Yun instinctively asked, "Saintess, what are you thinking about?" The two had long since quietly departed, walking in a mountain forest where the wind blew through the leaves, creating a rustling sound. The southern border saintess sighed softly. "I was thinking if True Man Tianjian goes mad, how much a threat he would pose to us." Qin Yun's spirits were lifted, nearly forgetting the main task at hand. This journey was to assess the power of True Man Tianjian, to determine what actions to take against the true martial sect. Previously, they had planned to capture important figures from the sect to interrogate them in secret, but the infiltration had failed. And now, True Man Tianjian undoubtedly gave them a huge surprise. Qin Yun remained calm, only speaking lightly. Being in the top 10, even top 5 of the Celestial Being list is indeed strong, but it's not like our holy sect where your southern border doesn't have such powerful beings, so why worry? Knowing the strength of True Man Tianjian, he was no longer in a rush. He knew the ways of the demon sect and the southern border. They would be more cautious before such a powerful person. Though not afraid, there was no need to provoke. The southern border saintess glanced at Qin Yun and said, Saint Erchin is so sure this is the full extent of true man Tianjin's power. What if he can rival Blade Demon and catch up with wind-listening old man? Even if we can deal with such a person, it requires striking him dead with one blow. Otherwise, making a deadly enemy who lurks in the shadows would bring endless trouble. She glanced back at the true martial sect, sighing lightly. It seems we must move slowly, not so simply and crudely. Let's start reinvestigating from the Blood King Gu case. I recently discovered something interesting, and it has a bit to do with Saint Erchin. Qin Yun was taken aback. The southern border saintess chuckled lightly. 10 years ago, Taoist Longshan brought back a baby named Ning Qi, who is your ninth junior brother, Saint Erchin. It's possible he wasn't picked up from the wilderness by Taoist Longshan, but was actually from the Snow Plum Manor, annihilated that same year he was born. Of course, you may have never heard of this name. If I hadn't gone through old records, I wouldn't have known either. She had studied Qin Yun and the true martial sect, roughly guessing some reasons why Qin Yun left the true martial sect. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply. The southern border saintess continued. Back then, the owner of Snow Plum Manor discovered the Blood King Gu case, which led to our southern border's small branch in Qing State wiping them out. Unexpectedly, one person was missed, saved by Taoist Longshan. Of course, he actually paid attention to this matter, and even suspected whether the baby Taoist Longshan brought back was indeed a survivor from Snow Plum Manor. But at that time, Blood Rain Tower was about to be established, and achievements and rewards were being discussed. The guy kept it hidden, and no one ever infiltrated True Martial Mountain to investigate. Actually, back then, when Lord Feng learned that Taoist Longshan had brought back a baby named Ning Qi, he was greatly surprised. But after pondering several times, he decided to keep the matter hidden. Firstly, it was just when he was ascending due to merit, not wanting complications. Continuing the investigation would bring a primordial core realm powerhouse, Taoist Longshan, into the fold, requiring more effort. Secondly, he suspected that Taoist Longshan deliberately lured enemies with that baby's Ning surname, baiting others into revealing themselves. After all, under such a large fire, how could a baby survive? Even if that baby indeed were the son of Ning Qi and his wife, for him to seek vengeance would take decades, if not a century. By then, Feng might have already attained the celestial human realm, entirely unworried. Qin Yun felt a surge of killing intent towards the Southern Border Alliance, but he maintained a calm voice. What does this matter have to do with the annihilation of the Qing State outpost? The Southern Border Saintess stopped in her tracks and said, Taoist Longshan had been investigating the Blood Rain Tower case for years. Although he was discreet, there are traces. The motivation of the true martial sect is more substantial. This alone is suspicious enough, unlike with the town North King. Despite all our resources spent, there's no trace at all. Isn't that proof enough? Qin Yun said. So, according to the saintess' intention, are we to wipe out the true martial sect entirely? A sigh echoed through the forest. If it were before today, it would be simple. But now just wait. Before the birth of our martial saints, provoking such a troublesome enemy isn't wise. Once a martial saint is born, true man Tianjin will be nothing more than a larger ant. By then, the true martial sect will serve as our sacrificial banner. Qin Yun felt a chill in his heart. Yet, a shadow gradually surfaced in his eyes. It wasn't just because of the predicament the true martial sect faced, but also because of the Southern Border Saintess' unclear warning in her words. It was evident. The demon sect and Southern Border had quietly gathered numerous intel and even devised strategies against the true martial sect. Yet he remained in the dark, excluded from everything. This indicated that he had lost the demon sect's trust. If not for the saintess' subtle hint, he might have thought both forces were leisurely probing, preparing to kidnap important people from the true martial sect for interrogation. If it weren't for true man Tianjin's formidable combat prowess today, perhaps in just a few days, the elites of both forces would have climbed the mountain to annihilate them. Yet he would remain unaware. When did they start suspecting me? Was it during the first meeting to negotiate with the Southern Border Alliance? Or was it when they sent spies into the assessment before that? Qin Yun lowered his head, realizing he had greatly underestimated the demon's sect. He initially believed he had done everything flawlessly, but now it seemed laughable. He only still had some value. Maybe at some point, he would become disposable. Qin Yun awoke from his reverie. All his elation from emerging from the blood demon pool as a Saint Heir candidate vanished without a trace. The southern border saintess didn't look back. She walked faster and faster, her silhouette fading into the forest, leaving only a faint voice behind. Saint Heir Qin, being indecisive is not a good habit. Qin Yun's expression flickered between light and shadow. He realized he was facing a decision. The Heart Inquiry sword has fallen. This news spread across the Great Yin at a horrific speed. The celestial being list only accommodates 36, and Gu Changhe, ranked 14th, was already at the forefront of the list. The fall of such an unparalleled powerhouse was bound to shake the world. And to add to it, the Heart Inquiry sword was easily suppressed by True Man Tianjian and was slain with a single sword. This news was akin to an earthquake. Everyone who heard it initially reacted with disbelief. The recent conflict between the Inquiring Sword Pavilion and the True Martial Sect had drawn much attention, but for it to conclude with the Heart Inquiry sword's fall, no one had expected it. Yet when those present that day came forward, even skeptics had to believe it. After all, among those who witnessed the battle, there was no shortage of celestial realm experts. There was no need to lie about such matters. Any pretense would be easily exposed. In no time, True Man Tianjian became renowned across the land. Throughout the Great Yan's 13 states, everyone was talking about it, especially after the details of the battle between Gu Changhe and True Man Tianjian were revealed. Swordsmen everywhere were electrified. Almost everyone felt that True Man Tianjian possessed the strength to contend for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. The fame of the true martial sword steel grew even larger. True Man Tianjian didn't show up personally, yet merely using the sword steel to draw heavenly thunder to slay Gu Changhe made every swordsman long for it. Many swordsmen began journeying toward True Martial Mountain. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate listened to the details of the great battle and remained silent for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Drawing heavenly thunder from the sword steel? Why does it sound just like the heavenly thunderblade? He recalled previously sending the Thunder Shock secret record and the heavenly thunder blade up the mountain as compensation and shuddered, breaking into a cold sweat. Then he announced he planned to seclude himself in retreat, perhaps for 20 years. Everywhere, discussions ensued. The martial artists marveled, and the various martial sects elevated the true martial sect's status higher and higher. The formless sect members were drenched in cold sweat. Their mental journey was tumultuous. At first, they were apprehensive about True Man Tianjian, sending many compensations, but after seeing the Inquiring Sword Pavilion's 2-month defiance, they somewhat regretted, thinking they yielded too quickly, causing their prestige to fall. Now, witnessing the fate of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, all they felt was gratitude. Thankfully, they capitulated quickly. Town North King looked at the letter delivered by Chun Xing and Chun Yu, which contained detailed descriptions of the great battle that day, along with words of praise for his foresight. He was somewhat perplexed. Does this king truly possess such foresight? Chun Xing and Chun Yu thought he had long known of True Man Tianjin's prowess, and hence sent Li Ling to True Martial Mountain. But in truth, it was for the sake of Taoist Longshan that he sent Li Ling there. Town North King rarely wore a bitter smile. He had been present during the battle between Thunder Shock Blade Venerate and True Man Tianjian, where he once lamented that Tianjin's sword intent was unrivaled, though its cultivation didn't suffice for top ranks in the celestial human realm. But now, it seemed that True Man Tianjian simply defied common logic. He was a sword god in his twilight years, undeniably on the same level as Town North King. And even after reading Chun Xing and Chun Yu's description, Town North King vaguely felt that this might not even be True Man Tianjin's limit. Town North King pondered further. I should have anticipated it. True Man Tianjin wanted to explore matters regarding martial saints, which means he has the three flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit perfected, seeking the martial saint path. His eyes held a longing. The path to becoming a martial saint is exceedingly difficult. Having a companion on this journey is advantageous. Yet this time, perhaps some old monsters will be stirred. After hesitating, he decided to send a letter to True Martial Mountain. This matter was far from over. He wanted to caution the true martial sect not to overdo it with the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Many eyes would be watching them, so as not to leave any culpability. Sometimes, eradicating the enemy completely isn't wise. However, Luo Wentian evidently hadn't planned on utter eradication. Such sinful deeds of annihilation were beyond him. They only needed to ensure the Inquiring Sword Pavilion would no longer pose a threat. After a friendly negotiation with Tang Qiu, the Inquiring Sword Pavilion ultimately agreed to the following conditions. Firstly, the Inquiring Sword Pavilion would seal itself off for 200 years, not emerging during that time. Secondly, they would gift the Inheritance Sword Tower to the true martial sect free of charge. Thirdly, all sect martial arts and texts would be copied, one set to be sent to the true martial sect. Fourthly, they would provide compensation in the form of spirit medicine, treasure materials, treasure swords, and other goods. Tang Qiu stumbled and didn't know how he returned to the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. When these terms were announced, some were outrageously furious. Let's fight them. But Tang Qiu's gentle words calmed them down. And be slaughtered like pigs by true man Tianjian? Accept these terms, survive for 200 years, and there's still hope for the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Regret filled everyone's hearts. A single misstep leading to more. Never should they have coveted the true martial sword steel or intended to dispossess their own Inheritance Sword Tower. Everyone gritted their teeth in frustration. At a certain moment, the only two remaining Celestial Realm experts ironically wished the true martial sect had been more ruthless, annihilating the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, so that they could quietly retreat and later strike from the shadows with impunity. But dealing a heavy blow to the true martial sect? They dare not. When will they come to take the Sword Tower? Asked the Celestial Realm Elder. Tang Qiu couldn't bear to look the two in the eye and only whispered, "They want you both to deliver it personally." Another elder spat out blood to the sky and collapsed to the ground. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion members trembled with cold sweat. That night, someone faintly saw two celestial beings dragging the hundreds of feet tall sword tower, racing through the night. True Martial Mountain, one by one. The disciples looked with amazement at the towering Inheritance Sword Tower before them. It had just been dug out from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, and the soil still carried a fresh scent. To minimize embarrassment, the two celestial human realm elders of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion traveled by night, avoiding many cities along the way. The Inheritance Sword Tower, standing 333 zhang tall, was quite majestic, with the occasional ripple of sword Dao sentiments and sharpness, filling sword practitioners with yearning. It held the essence of a millennium of accumulation and the sword Dao legacies of many top swordsmen. If one could ignore the wooden, blackened faces of the two elders from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, it would be even more perfect. Ning Qi looked at the sword tower with some anticipation in his eyes. To him, it was a good resource for advancement. The only pity was that it only contained sword Dao. However, it wasn't much of a problem. He could draw parallels and use the sword Dao to drive the development of other paths. Elders, you've worked hard, Luo Wentian said with a smile. The elders' faces darkened further. Their hearts were bitter, and with wooden expressions, they said, "Sect leader Luo, the rest of the items are on their way with Tang Qiu and others. We at the Inquiring Sword Pavilion have made a mistake, but we've received the punishment we deserve. We ask sect leader Luo to be gracious and spare the Inquiring Sword Pavilion." Such humility, such acts of appeasement. What's it all for? Is it not for the continuation of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion? Luo Wentian nodded faintly. Naturally, the Inquiring Sword Pavilion shall remain in seclusion for 200 years. He showed no mercy. A mistake made requires a price to be paid. However, this was the limit. The true martial sect couldn't possibly slaughter the entire Inquiring Sword Pavilion. Even if they could, the Great Yin Imperial Court would not allow it, and such actions would not align with the true martial sect style. Back when the Inquiring Sword Pavilion coveted the heaven-ascending ladder and the true martial sword steel, their own methods were applied against them, seizing the inheritance sword tower in return. If they truly intended to wipe them out, the true martial sect might face opposition from other martial path sects, which would not be a good thing. By then, many would no longer adhere to the unspoken rules when dealing with the true martial sect. After all, until now, the Inquiring Sword Pavilion hasn't harmed any member of the true martial sect. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion has stood in the Great Yin for 1,000 years with many allied sects. If they went too far, these allied sects would also speak out in support. The two elders from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion looked bitter, but inwardly, they breathed a sigh of relief. The Inquiring Sword Pavilion will uphold the promise. They turned back for one final glimpse at the towering inheritance sword tower, their hearts bleeding. Gritting their teeth, they left through the air, not wanting to stay a moment longer in this place of sorrow. A moment's mistake caused a millennium of effort to be destroyed overnight. No one could understand their pain. Ning Qi simply watched silently. Never mind 200 years. Who knows how much the true martial sect might transform in just 20 years? By the time the Inquiring Sword Pavilion reemerges, they might find the world has changed completely. As the two celestial human realm elders departed, a wisp of aura silently entwined with them, becoming an imperceptible mark. Just in case these two acted rashly, Ning Qi had a contingency plan. With his current strength, dealing with ordinary celestial human realm beings was as simple as a wave of his hand. However, it's most likely that these two wouldn't dare to act recklessly, as doing so would bring about the true end of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. With a glimmer of hope remaining, they dare not push to the brink. The most dangerous are those with nothing to lose, yet keeping the Inquiring Sword Pavilion serves as their shoes to restrain them. Retracting his gaze, Ning Qi once again examined the inheritance sword tower before him. With so many people around, it wasn't the right time to enter. Luo Wentian spoke with a smile. Let's disperse for now. Once we have clarified the situation of the sword tower, it will be open for you all. How to handle the sword tower specifically still required discussions with Ning Qi and Taoist Longshan. All the disciples looked on with anticipation. After all, it's the heritage of a millennium-old sword Tao Holy Land, bringing a fresh sense of curiosity to them. Late at night, no one around. Ning Qi silently entered the sword tower. The sword tower was spacious and tall. With its 333 zhang, it had 333 levels. Each level had small rooms, and as Ning Qi stepped into one, he saw meditation cushions inside. On the walls were various patterns, writings, or sword marks. They seemed chaotic, but upon careful examination, one could discover the true intents of the sword Tao hidden within. The higher one ascends the sword tower, the more profound the sword Tao true intents left behind. By the later levels, there were already sword Tao legacies left by celestial human realm swordsmen, and the count exceeded 10. Some were left by the pavilion's historical powerhouses, while others were from invited external celestial human realm swordsmen. Although the inheritance sword tower never opened to outsiders, exceptions were made. Some who had shown kindness to the pavilion were permitted entry, while others were part of exchanges, unlike the true martial sword steel, which was completely open to the outside. Ning Qi contemplated the various sword Tao present. Spiritual light surged in his mind, and he felt he gained significantly. He roughly understood the operational mechanism of the sword tower. Over a millennium, the interwoven sword Tao intents inside had formed an invisible sword intent barrier. Only by reaching a corresponding level in sword Tao could one ascend to that layer. Every time a great swordsman from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion approached the end of their lifespan, they would enter the sword tower, ascend as if inquiring about the sword across time and space with their predecessors, until they reached the limits of their own sword Dao and could no longer advance. They would leave all their sword Dao essence on that level for future generations to comprehend. Ning Qi sighed slightly. He vaguely saw swordsmen of the inquiring sword pavilion laughing as they faced death, leaving behind their unique marks within the sword tower. The higher the floor one reaches, the greater the honor. The one who left behind this sword tower was truly extraordinary. Ning Qi sensed the strongest river sword intent of the inquiring sword pavilion, which was left by the pavilion's founder, an exceptionally talented swordsman in those days. It surpassed the Heart Inquiry sword by a notch. Guchang's Heart Inquiry sword intent was also on this level, but out of respect for the founder, he voluntarily etched his sword intent below it. River sword intent, Heart Inquiry sword intent, Mountain relocating sword intent, Falling star sword intent, all have their formidable aspects, especially the river sword intent, which starts with the river but is conceived with a high vision, vast and flowing endlessly, stretching across thousands of miles, embodying a sense of transcending time and space. This founder of the inquiring sword pavilion was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he came up with the method of leaving this inheritance sword tower. It's just a pity that subsequent generations are lacking. Ning Qi closed his eyes to comprehend. The 1,000-year accumulation of the inquiring sword pavilion became the resources for his growth. His sword intent encompassed everything, incorporating the essence of various sword intents for his growth. From bottom to top, as Ning Qi strolled leisurely, he already understood the marks left by many swordsmen over their lifetimes. His comprehension was naturally exaggerated, and with unparalleled sword Dao, he digested quickly at an astonishing speed, gaining insights within just a breath. He only ever paused when creating new techniques. In learning existing techniques, he never encountered any so-called difficulties. If the true martial sword monument is a steady stream, then this time the sword tower is an unprecedented feast. A few days later, after digesting the feast, Ning Qi exhaled a heartfelt sigh of relief. He had a look of satisfaction on his face. This time, he gained a lot, making significant progress in his sword intent and obtaining new insights into the sword Dao, which further raised his ceiling of potential. If forced to compare, it might equal years of gains from an open true martial sword monument. Of course, following the defeat of the Heart Inquiry sword, the fame of True Man Tianjian rose further, attracting more swordsmen to come, and in turn, the true martial sword monument would receive more feedback on sword Dao simultaneously. Feasts don't come every day, while the steady stream from the true martial sword monument is the real path. Not just the true martial sword monument, but this inheritance sword tower can also be open to the public. Ning Qi had already thought about how to deal with the sword tower. In his view, the way the inquiring sword pavilion hoarded, it was too wasteful. Otherwise, how would there be only these sword Dao essences accumulated over 1,000 years? But this was understandable, as not everyone had the absolute confidence of Ning Qi. Moreover, people always have possessive desires for their belongings. With a thought, an unparalleled and unrivaled sword intent instantly soared within the sword tower. In an instant, all the sword intents erupted, intertwining like an invisible web seeking to shatter Ning Qi's sword intent. But unfortunately, it was futile. The sword intent web melted like spring snow encountering the sun when it met Ning Qi's sword intent. Ning Qi was cleansing the sword tower. After digesting all the residues, he understood the situation within the sword tower like the back of his hand. He knew that some sword intents were repetitive, shallow, or even chaotic. Not all of the inquiring sword pavilion's sword Dao masters were formidable. At this moment, Ning Qi's sword intent swept through, erasing many of the traces. The entire sword tower became significantly cleaner. After some contemplation, various intents manifested from Ning Qi, such as fist intent, blade intent, spear intent, and so on. Although not as strong as a sword intent, They were unparalleled if brought outside. Many intents left marks within the Sword Tower before vanishing. This acquisition of the Sword Tower from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion was an opportunity for Ning Qi to experiment. As true man Tianjian, he could only establish the true martial sword monument. And if he set up a monument encompassing all paths, it might cause great turmoil and attract the attention of that great Yin martial saint. Ning Qi was still extremely cautious of the martial saints before having absolute strength. He always remembered what the town North King said, that the world no longer had martial saint techniques. If it was indeed erased by someone, it was best not to show too many anomalies. But the Sword Tower before my eyes exists on its own, not established by true man Tianjian. Once the inheritance Sword Tower is open to the public, it won't be as freely accessible as the true martial sword monument. Conditions can be set so that martial artists entering the Sword Tower, in comprehending a particular layer's sword intent, must leave martial path or ultimate skill of equivalent realm as an exchange. In this way, over time, the inheritance Sword Tower will not just be limited to Sword Dao. Then, during this process, the various intents and martial arts I've left will gradually emerge. The beauty lies in no one knowing which strong one left them. The inheritance Sword Tower will truly become a tower of 10,000 paths, where all formidable ones enter to aid my growth. Therefore, calling it the inheritance Sword Tower no longer suits it. From now on, let's call it the Tower of 10,000 Paths. In a sense, this is a more in-depth attempt based on the true martial sword monument, and it has more benefits for the true martial sect. After all, the true martial sword monument only lets disciples comprehend my sword intent, while the Tower of 10,000 Paths allows them to also gain the ultimate skills of those who enter. Thinking this, a smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. This was beneficial for both the true martial sect and him. It was even extremely advantageous for the entire great Yin martial realm. Perhaps, at first, some would hoard their own ultimate skills, unwilling to exchange them, but someone will always exchange if you don't. As those people grow stronger and you fall behind, even if you don't want to exchange, you'll have to. He informed Luo Wentian and Taoist Longshan about the matter, and both of them were naturally overjoyed, with no objections whatsoever. Even that very night, Taoist Longshan personally relocated the Sword Tower to the other side of the mountain gate, reflecting beautifully with the true martial sword steel. He even changed the name on the tower to the Tower of 10,000 Paths. A few days later, Tang Xiao, along with a group of experts from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, delivered all the previously negotiated compensations, treasures, ancient books, all carted into the true martial sect. Seeing their once inheritance sword tower, now standing outside the true martial mountain gate, renamed to the Tower of 10,000 Paths, was heart-wrenching for them, as if they were watching their wife being handed over to their enemy and forced to wear the enemy's favored clothing. Their eyes turned red, but all they felt was a deep sense of powerlessness. Sect leader Tang, 200 years of seclusion. If the Inquiring Sword Pavilion fails to keep its promise, I'm afraid many peers in the martial realm will not stand by your side, Luo Wentian stated calmly, with a faint hint of threat in his words. He was just telling the truth. Tang Xiao had a bitter look on his face. I understand. Once we return to the sect, we will announce the closure of the mountain for 200 years. Luo Wentian nodded slightly. Take care. He watched the desolate backs of Tang Xiao and his companions without a hint of sympathy. This is all their own doing. If Guchanghe had won before, the outcome for the true martial sect would not be favorable either, with the Heart Inquiry platform and the true martial sword steel among other foundations likely to be taken away. He didn't dwell on this matter any further. Luo Wentian and Ning Qi exchanged smiles and began to inventory the compensation delivered by the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, which was much more than what the formless sect had provided before. After all, being a holy land with millennia of Sword Dao heritage, this harvest was enough to greatly enhance the foundation of the true martial sect. The numerous ancient books didn't need further elaboration. The treasures sent were enough to make Ning Qi smile, as he could spend some leisure time refining them into pills, accelerating the strength enhancement of the true martial sect disciples. After creating the Heavenly Thunder technique, Ning Qi's alchemy abilities further improved, and the pills refined through Heavenly Thunder had no side effects as long as the dosage was controlled. It is foreseeable. Once the true martial sect assimilates this harvest, it will truly possess the grandeur of a Taoist holy land. The true martial sect is becoming increasingly vigorous. Ning Qi was in a good mood. He thought, the effect of making an example out of someone should be good enough to deter the probing of the demon sect and southern border, and with a little more time, neither will pose a threat. The outcome of the battle between True Man Tianjin and the Heart Inquiry Sword was still spreading, with many people keeping an eye on the developments. Several days later, two more pieces of news spread across the world, causing a sensation. The first was the Inquiring Sword Pavilion's closure for 200 years. The second was the reopening of the True Martial Sect's Mountain Gate, along with the announcement of the opening of the True Martial Sword Steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. This not only made the martial realm even more lively, but also marked the complete end of the previous conflicts between the Inquiring Sword Pavilion and the True Martial Sect. After learning about the Inquiring Sword Pavilion's 200 years of seclusion as the result, many people sighed. Some felt a vague regret, thinking that if the True Martial Sect had been more ruthless, they could have watched the downfall of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion openly, then stood on a moral high ground to attack the True Martial Sect, thus splitting two great bounties at once. But unfortunately, things didn't go as people wished. However, subsequently, everyone's attention shifted entirely to the True Martial Sect. The reopening of the True Martial Sword Steel naturally excited and thrilled many swordsmen. Originally, the True Martial Sword Steel was already well known, and after this incident where the steel summoned Heavenly Thunder to slay the Heart Inquiry Sword, it became evident to everyone that the True Martial Sword Steel had been underestimated. But some couldn't help but wonder. Tower of 10,000 Paths? What's that? After some well-informed people made inquiries, they were dumbfounded, then excitedly spread the news. What? The Tower of 10,000 Paths is the former inheritance sword tower of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. The True Martial Sect is incredibly bold. They actually dare to take out such a heritage-like artifact. The comparison with the Inquiring Sword Pavilion is instantaneously telling. Not only that, but all martial artists who meet the criteria can enter the Tower of 10,000 Paths, but they must exchange one for one. Gaining one insight requires leaving another. However, it seems that most of what's inside the Tower of 10,000 Paths is likely still Sword Dao insights. Voices of discussion sprang up across the land. Some people felt this Tower of 10,000 Paths did not live up to its name, claiming to be all paths, but likely still dominated by Sword Dao. Others speculated the Tower of 10,000 Paths might be a conspiracy, suspecting the True Martial Sect of aiming to seize others' martial paths. Yet most people marveled at the audacity of the True Martial Sect. The previous opening of the True Martial Sword Steel had already earned them much goodwill, and now, with the opening of the Tower of 10,000 Paths, even more so. Everyone knew. The True Martial Sect's rise, stepping on the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, likely greatly increased its foundation, harvesting countless treasures, making others envious. But now, the True Martial Sect sharing the Tower of 10,000 Paths was, in a sense, enough to silence the world, preventing others from envying the True Martial Sect for its other achievements. This is human nature. Some martial sects with a long heritage secretly lamented that the rise of the True Martial Sect was unstoppable. Not only did they have supreme experts as their foundation, but they also lacked a lack of long-term vision, making their rise inevitable. Some regretted bitterly not participating in the True Martial Sect's assessment earlier, missing an opportunity to soar. The Town North King heard this news and shook his head with a smile. He realized his reminders were somewhat unnecessary. The True Martial Sect clearly knew what to do and had their balance. However, this time, true man Tianjian is indeed likely to truly enter the sight of those standing atop the great yin, but I wonder if it will catch the glance of that one. He gazed into the distance, in the direction of the imperial city of Yin State. Yin State. It is the central region of Great Yin, and also the most prosperous land for the martial path. However, in Yin State, martial sects are not flourishing, simply because under the emperor's authority, the imperial power is supreme, with various governmental institutions jointly nurturing martial artists. Martial academies are widespread, and additionally, various military forces constantly recruit fresh blood here. In the imperial capital Taiyan, there are even many heavyweight figures. Flame Martial Grand General's residence. The residence is not that grand, but its proximity to the imperial palace is a testament to its status. 8 fierce guards stand like sculptures at the gate, and their intimidating presence makes people dare not fix their gaze. Flame Martial Grand General, a true legendary figure of the Great Yin military. Renowned across the world 200 years ago, his martial cultivation today is even more unfathomable, ranked second on the celestial being list. Although he is second, in the eyes of the countless soldiers of Great Yin, he is undoubtedly the first. The rankings of the celestial being list are almost entirely based on past achievements. The top 3 positions on the celestial being list, except for the time when Blade Demon unexpectedly took 3rd place by defeating the previous 3rd, have not changed for a long time. It's truly difficult to say who is stronger than who, as if the two sides don't exchange blows, the result will remain forever unknown. A figure dressed in armor stopped before Flame Martial Grand General's residence, a trace of reverence rising in his eyes. The fierce guards resembling sculptures paid respectful gestures. "Greetings, Divine Feather Grand General." Divine Feather Grand General waved slightly, then stepped inside. Under the guidance of servant, he bypassed 7 or 8 corridors, maintaining his gaze steadily forward, and stopped before a courtyard where the servant said, "Divine Feather Grand General, Flame Martial Grand General is waiting for you inside." Divine Feather Grand General took a deep breath and stepped through the courtyard gate, his view instantly broadening as a gentle breeze stirred ripples on the green lake water. A pavilion with 8 corners faintly revealed a figure, an elder dressed in casual attire. The reverence in his eyes grew stronger, and he walked slowly towards him. Both bore the title of Grand General, yet he knew how immature he was before the other. Given the title Flame Martial, it was evident. Divine Feather Grand General walked slowly, careful not to disturb the elder fishing. Standing behind the elder, he respectfully waited with his hands lowered, showing no impatience. Half an hour later, the elder's fishing rod suddenly dipped, his face showing joy as he hurriedly pulled up the rod, but the fish seemed somewhat heavy, resisting mightily, even making the elder somewhat strained. Divine Feather, lend a hand. Divine Feather Grand General promptly seized the fishing rod together, daring not use any martial power, nor even physical strength beyond an ordinary level. Combining efforts, the rod finally sprang up, a plump fish leaping under the sunlight, its scales glimmering. The big fish landed on the pavilion, ceasing to struggle, as if trembling in fear. "Grand General, what a great catch!" Divine Feather Grand General praised. Flame Martial Grand General simply smiled slightly. He admired his prize, running his fingers along the scales, and ultimately, with some effort, lifted it and tossed it back into the lake, the breeze sweeping past his gray hair, with some sweat on his forehead, looking every bit like a regular old man, his movements even somewhat lacking agility. Yet Divine Feather Grand General dared not show any disdain. He knew it was related to Flame Martial Grand General's cultivation. The two sat facing each other. Flame Martial Grand General gazed at the lake water, musing. "The world is like this lake. We beings are like the fish within. Whether big fish or small, seeking transcendence relying on oneself is immensely difficult, but if relying on external forces to leap out can only become someone else's catch, our fate subject to someone else's will." Divine Feather Grand General listened intently, sensing some profound meaning in his words, yet unable to comprehend fully, as he hadn't reached that level yet. He could only cautiously say, "But figures like the Grand General naturally have long leapt out of this lake." Flame Marshal Grand General smiled. Who knows whether outside this lake isn't merely entering a larger one? Divine Feather Grand General was speechless, feeling any reply seemed wrong. Flame Marshal Grand General chuckled, shifting the topic to recent world-shaking events. "What do you think of that true man Tianjin?" Divine Feather Grand General's body trembled slightly, having considered reasons why Flame Marshal Grand General had summoned him. Surprised this was indeed regarding true man Tianjin. Recalling recent rumors, his heart, too, was uneasy. Is the Grand General referring to the recent battle between true man Tianjin and the Heart Inquiry Sword? Flame Marshal Grand General sipped tea. Divine Feather Grand General caught on quickly, ordinary news being something Flame Marshal Grand General would certainly know. During the eradication of Death Fire Abyss Branch, a demon sect celestial human realm elder fled to True Marshal Mountain. That was the first time True Man Tianjin made a move. The celestial sword descended from the sky, seriously wounding old Demon Lin, thus establishing his initial fame as True Man Tianjin. But it was somewhat illogical. With True Man Tianjin's strength, he should have easily slain old Demon Lin back then. Yet he didn't. He hesitated slightly. Two possibilities exist. Either his strength was only that then, or he was merely hiding it before. Flame Marshal Grand General's expression remained calm. Which possibility do you think is greater? Divine Feather Grand General replied. I believe the latter possibility is greater. In just a few years, how could one jump in strength from the lower ranks of the celestial being list directly into the top 10? Yet if so, it indicates this true man Tianjin doesn't favor interacting with our imperial court, possibly as he concealed his strength originally to avoid being disturbed by the court. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling Taoist Longshan's words from the past. So what do you think of his strength now? This time, the Divine Feather Grand General hesitated. Being able to so easily slay the Heart Inquiry Sword at least places him in the top 10. But as for higher, I can't be certain. The Flame Marshal Grand General laughed. Let me tell you, even the sun-chasing Sword King facing the Heart Inquiry Sword wouldn't find it this easy. The Divine Feather Grand General was immediately invigorated. This meant that, in the eyes of the Flame Marshal Grand General, True Man Tianjin already had the qualifications to contend for the title of the world's top swordsman, perhaps even considering him as the current top swordsman. For these unparalleled experts on the celestial being list top 10, even the Divine Feather Grand General couldn't fully grasp all the details, but there was no doubt when the Flame Marshal Grand General said so. He couldn't help but exclaim, True Man Tianjin is actually this strong? The Flame Marshal Grand General sighed. True Man Tianjin is no ordinary being. Perhaps he is like a fish that can leap out of the lake. People say his lifespan is almost depleted, yet they do not realize that those nearing their end often possess a courage and boldness unattainable to the ordinary man. He stood up, gazing at the lake, as if through its surface he could see the world's state of affairs, the numerous conflicts. Now the demon sect is frequently active, even allying with the southern border, a time of much unrest. True Man Tianjin is an anomaly. Such an existence is best tied to our imperial court's chariot. The Divine Feather Grand General's pupil shrank, but he couldn't help but say, Grand General, the demon sect is nothing but a clown at the critical moment, the martial saint. Before he finished speaking, the Flame Marshal Grand General glanced at him, sending waves of shock through his heart. Did that mean not even the martial saint's action could be assured? Is there something wrong with the martial saint? Or do the demon sect and southern border have a method against the martial saint? The Flame Marshal Grand General said softly, No matter the reason True Man Tianjin is somewhat resistant to our imperial court, at least we can't let him lean towards the southern border. Fortunately now the demon sect and southern border seem hostile to the true martial sect. Divine Feather, go investigate this. and then station yourself in Qing state. The divine feather grand general respectfully replied, "Yes." He turned and left, but from just those few words, he already realized true man Tianjin was far more powerful than he had imagined, and very important to the imperial court. The flame marshal grand general gave a light sigh, turned to look in the direction of the imperial palace, and picked up his fishing rod again. "I just hope you can wake up soon." Sunset Sword Sect, Sword King Peak. A boundless sword burial land stretched out as far as the eye could see. Figures waited respectfully outside. "Ancestor, that's the way it is. Now people are saying that true man Tianjin already possesses the qualification to challenge for the title of the world's top swordsman." "Humph. Absolutely absurd. If it weren't for you not acting for so long, there would be no room for true man Tianjin to show off. Even slaying the heart inquiry sword. So what? How can he be compared to you, ancestor?" Unconvinced voices rose. True man Tianjin's fame skyrocketed. Many believed he already had the qualification to rank in the world's top 5, inevitably making comparisons with the sun-chasing Sword King. Some staunch supporters of true man Tianjin even felt that the sun-chasing Sword King was no match for him, naturally irritating the people of the Sunset Sword sect. Before this, benefiting from the sun-chasing Sword King suppression of the Sword Dao for 160 years, the Sunset Sword sect had gradually earned the title of the premier holy land of the Sword Dao. But now, undoubtedly, this title began to waver again, especially with the true martial sect feigning generosity, opening up the true martial sword monument and Tower of 10,000 Paths. It's simply nonsensical. If one day their ultimate skills become known to the world, perhaps that will be the time of the true martial sect's demise. No doubt about it. This move by the true martial sect also irritated many sects in secret, since they were inevitably compared, appearing selfish and narrow-minded. After everyone finished speaking, deep within the sword burial land, there was sudden movement. Layers upon layers of sword intent vibrated, converging into a grand voice. "Do you wish for me to act?" Detecting the anger in that voice, everyone hurriedly kowtowed in terror and trepidation. "Ancestor, we dare not. We merely wish for the Sunset Sword sect to firmly establish its position as the premier holy land of the Sword Dao." That grand voice, full of bitter disappointment. A bunch of worthless creatures. How could the premier holy land of the Sword Dao be achieved by standing on other shoulders? A blacksmith needs their own strength. Otherwise, even if one forcefully stands in that position, sooner or later, they will be pulled down. I've been in seclusion for years. How could the sect's atmosphere become like this? This must be punished. Everyone was drenched in sweat, repeatedly pleading for forgiveness. That voice finally calmed. "True man Tianjin? I never would have imagined in just a few decades such an outstanding figure would emerge in the world, gathering his own sword intent for the world to study. Truly a remarkable method with great courage. I am ashamed, this world, it is indeed wonderful." Everyone was shocked. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, are you saying even you are not a match for true man Tianjin?" As he spoke, he was filled with trepidation. The sun-chasing Sword King's voice was steady and serene. If it was before, perhaps not, but now, it's still unclear who would win. But perhaps what does it matter? Remember, if one cares about trivial reputations, how can they climb to the peak of the Sword Dao? Even becoming the world's top swordsman, what use is it? Those of us who wield swords should aspire, once through the Sword Dao's gate. Naturally, we must move towards that highest peak, without becoming a sword saint. One is merely an ant. The crowd was ashamed, and someone's eyes lit up as they asked, "Ancestor, have you perhaps taken that step already?" The sun-chasing Sword King's voice was somewhat desolate. "So difficult it is, merely somewhat of a clue. I wish for another 1,000 years of life." He continued, "True man Tianjin had the courage to establish the true martial sword steel. I think this move was very commendable. It inspired me to imitate it in the future. You should not harbor jealousy. Instead, be humble, so that our Sunset Sword sect can endure for a long time. If it is like the inquiring sword pavilion, where there is always a higher mountain, we will inevitably face a time where we cannot recover from disaster. Such earnest teaching made everyone lower their heads even more, as the layers of sword intent prompted reflection, making them understand their impatience over the years. Thank you, Ancestor, for your guidance. The sun-chasing Sword King's voice gradually quieted. In the Sword Tao of the world, there are individuals like True Man Tianjian, and I am not alone. When I come out of seclusion, I shall visit and spar. To have a comrade is such fortune. The crowd was again embarrassed. Originally, they thought the Ancestor would be displeased at being compared to others, but now they realized that the Ancestor's realm was something they could not reach. A mountain slope. An old man with disheveled hair walked barefoot, and through the faint gaps in his hair, one could see the old man's gaze was very cold, a kind of madness-like indifference. Misfortune, it's only one old man. A burst of laughter rang out. Bandits emerged from various parts of the forest, recklessly scrutinizing the old man in front of them, spitting while another laughed. Come over here, old man, and crawl under Uncle Lou's dragon crotch. The crowd jeered. I didn't expect Leprosy Lou to favor this. Leprosy Lou chuckled. You guys wouldn't understand. The old man has his magic. The crowd laughed even more joyously. Yet the old man seemed to turn a deaf ear. He kept moving forward. The sound of his barefoot feet rubbing against fallen leaves and stones was conspicuous in the forest, further angering the crowd. Leprosy Lou fumed. Damn it, turns out he's a madman, a deaf fool. He picked up his big machete, taking a step forward, ready to hack the old man alive. The old man finally moved, his gaze flicked a glance, and Leprosy Lou felt as if he fell into an ice cellar. What pair of eyes were those, filled with terrifying madness, causing one to sink? Vaguely he read in those eyes the meaning, "You dare use a blade," and then fell into complete silence. The old man walked barefoot. The forest commotion altogether ceased. The bandits turned into statues. Only after the old man had completely walked past did the statues start to bleed from the forehead, turning into fragments of corpses, precise and incredible. The old man raised the black object in his hand. His eyes finally showed waves. Vaguely visible, it seemed to be a piece of a knife handle. Originally, it was an unparalleled divine blade. Now only the handle remained. This was the old man's Tao. If even the knife handle completely disappeared, that would be the day his blade path reached perfection. However, this was rather difficult. He needed to find a suitable method. The old man continued wandering the mountains, somewhat aimlessly, passing by a tea house, where someone glanced at the mad old man and then withdrew the gaze, continuing the boastful dialogue. Speaking of that true man Tianjian, merely with the sword steel, he summoned heavenly thunder, transforming into 36 unparalleled celestial swords, thereby slaughtering Wentian's sword. Ranked 14th on the celestial being list, it was indeed a sudden emergence, nearly rivaling the blade demon's terror when he slew the third-ranked on the celestial being list. In my view, now true man Tianjian not only has the power to compete for the world's #1 swordsman with the sun-chasing Sword King, but possibly even has hope to battle the blade demon. The old man paused his actions. His eyes rarely showed a trace of clarity. Some distant memories finally surfaced from his heart. True man Tianjian, he murmured. Suddenly, he knew how to completely disappear his knife handle. A bustling town. The blind storyteller narrated recent events. When recounting the battle between true man Tianjian and Wentian's sword, he couldn't help exaggerating. 10,000 celestial swords tore through the void, while Wentian's sword pierced the earth with one strike. As they battled, the sky and earth darkened. Ultimately, Wentian's sword was defeated, slain by true man Tianjian. The crowd listened with enthusiasm, calling for more, for another segment. The blind old man chuckled. In that case, let me tell you about the story of heaven-slaying martial saint from my hometown. I guarantee it will be even more exciting than the previous one. The audience cheered repeatedly. The blind old man began to speak, but his thoughts inevitably became turbulent. True man Tianjian, Sudden emergence? Interesting. Just wondering if he might be an old friend? He laughed, thinking that maybe he'll see the true martial sword steel someday. Don't know why, but he recalled the young man who listened to him narrate in the rain long ago. In all these years, there were few people he couldn't see through. That young man was one of them. But he didn't like peering into others' secrets, just as he didn't like others peering into his. Someone noticed he was distracted, hastily urging, "What happened next? Where did heaven-slaying martial saint go afterward?" The old man smiled. It said, "He suffered heavenly punishment, picked up by a young lady, then got married and had children." Throughout Great Yin, everyone was hotly discussing the matter of true man Tianjian. Even some deeply hidden old monsters were stirred. Most people under the heaven were merely watching for amusement, thinking true man Tianjian was very strong for slaying Wentian's sword, but actually had no real conception of how strong. Only those at that level knew. True man Tianjian had truly stood among the martial artist's absolute pinnacle. Countless gazes held deep meanings. Numerous top sects, the Great Yin Imperial Court, Demon Sect, Southern Border, and even Northern Barbarian were secretly discussing the matter. Powerhouses of such caliber possessed sufficient threat to warrant serious consideration from all sides. From his perspective, Ning Qi's intimidating tactics were very successful. At least in the short term, the Demon Sect and Southern Border dared not undertake excessive actions. Small moves might continue, but at least overtly, they wouldn't be too vicious. Meanwhile, now, a true martial mountain. It was more bustling. After reopening the sect, the true martial sword steel attracted more swordsmen than before, while martial artists' attitudes towards the Tower of 10,000 Paths were somewhat conservative. After all, it required one to trade their own martial arts' ultimate skills in exchange, which made many hesitate, but there were always those who were the first to try, and those who entered came out excited. The true martial sword steel was excellent, but actually had a high threshold, requiring both insight and a high realm in sword Dao to gain enlightenment. But the Tower of 10,000 Paths was not. After Ning Qi's organization, its levels were more distinct. Entering it is always rewarding, trading one for one. In fact, it never loses. Those who entered came out and began to spread the word madly. Gradually more and more people entered the Tower of 10,000 Paths, and in just a short time, it was already full. Luo Wentian happily promulgated long-prepared management rules to let martial artists orderly enter. He was glad to see the Tower of 10,000 Paths so popular. As time goes by, this would become the heritage of true martial sect. All kinds of martial arts under heaven emerged from it. It would become the truly named Tower of 10,000 Paths. He looked in the direction of the Seeking Tao Institute, increasingly proud of his 9th Junior Brother's excellence. Indeed, an unprecedented prodigy, whose ideas completely differed from ordinary people. If the Inquiring Sword Pavilion had such courage before, it would probably have already become the foremost Sword Dao Holy Land. True martial sect was thriving and prosperous. Ning Qi, too, was delighted. He perused numerous records of Inquiring Sword Pavilion, which documented many secret techniques and accounts, allowing him substantial gain. That day, the 36 celestial swords suppression terrified Tang Xiu. He dared not miss anything. He recorded all the records meticulously, not daring to gamble if true man Tianjian would notice. Even some records he thought unimportant were brought over in original form. As for the nearby Enlightenment Tea Tree, it unexpectedly grew again before the true martial peach assembly arrived, now already level with Ning Qi. The reason was simple. Gu Changhe and another celestial being from Inquiring Sword Pavilion's corpses were buried beneath it, providing nourishment. Ning Qi thought. Once he finished digesting this wave of gains from Inquiring Sword Pavilion, his heritage would greatly increase. Moreover, occasional feedback from the true martial sword steel and Tower of 10,000 Paths made his heritage grow much faster than before. But at present, his primary focus was on the numerous records among Inquiring Sword Pavilions concerning the martial saint realm. Inquiring Sword Pavilion's millennia-long legacy might hold some clues. Ning Qi patiently perused. Seeking Tao Institute. The gentle breeze swept by, carrying the exotic fragrance of the enlightenment tea tree, making Ning Qi feel more at ease. In the distance, the white ape was diligently cultivating. Ever since that day when he shone during the assessment, he had been practicing even harder. Although cultivation isn't for showing off, proper display indeed can make cultivation more motivated. Ning Qi flipped through the tome in his hand. He read quickly, immediately aware if something was useful to him. If he found some essence worth integrating, he would pause slightly, but even so, it wouldn't take much time. From time to time, he waved his hand, and another tome would float towards him. In the distance, there was a small mountain of books. This was Ning Qi's reading volume for the day. Once he finished reading, the white ape would go to the scripture pavilion to exchange them for a new badge for Ning Qi. Ning Qi was engrossed. Sword Hero's Travelogue? This is an account of a celestial human realm swordsman's 60-year journey across the Great Yin from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, encountering a great storm in the western desert that covered the sky and devoured the light. It wasn't until witnessing the power of heaven and earth that he realized he was like an ant. He carefully comprehended, feeling as though he was also experiencing it firsthand through the detailed descriptions. To the people in the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, this might just be a special experience of an ancestor. Such tomes they might not even give much attention to. At most, some disciples might read it casually as a leisure text. These types of tomes are mostly travelogues and autobiographies. Inquiring Sword Pavilion doesn't value them much, so they sent them all over this time, not even bothering to transcribe them thoroughly. But to Ning Qi, these were excellent ways to enrich his foundation, allowing him to indirectly comprehend the myriad phenomena of the world and gain much from it. He extracted the essence, continuously drawing nourishment for growth. Nowadays, he only needed to spend some time each day refining the spirit, and cultivation was easier than when he broke through from Jade Liquid Realm to Primordial Core Realm, leaving him with more time for enlightenment and creation techniques. Maritime experiences. Exotic beast theories. Tome after tome was swiftly scanned. Suddenly, Ning Qi's gaze paused on the one in his hand. River Chronicles. Interest welled up in his eyes. When he previously entered the Sword Tower, he learned that the sword intent comprehended by the ancestor of Inquiring Sword Pavilion was named River Sword Intent. Later he found out that this talented ancestor even changed his name to Wu Jianghe. Could this be his autobiography? Ning Qi opened it. He immediately knew his guess was correct. His interest deepened. He turned page by page, reading attentively, finding that this autobiography only recorded part of Wu Jianghe's life trajectory. From being ordinary when he first set foot on the martial path to gradually rising after initially condensing the River Sword intent, this tome records Wu Jianghe's experiences during that period. Yet, it's filled mostly with trivial daily matters and some life reflections, appearing somewhat immature. As for insights into Sword Dao, they're scarcely mentioned. No wonder Inquiring Sword Pavilion relegated it to this neglected pile. Ning Qi estimated that after so many years, some people in the Inquiring Sword Pavilion might not even remember this autobiography. However, actually, you can see from it that Wu Jianghe was the kind of person who develops late. Some daily routines, albeit mundane, easily show certain good habits, truly causing Inquiring Sword Pavilion to miss the point. Ning Qi shook his head slightly. Even though this tome doesn't record any Sword Dao insights, if someone were willing to delve deeply, they could gain something. It only shows how the efforts of this Inquiring Sword Pavilion ancestor were in vain, reflecting that the pavilion has become extremely impetuous. Even if it hadn't antagonized the true martial sect, it would sooner or later provoke other strong beings. He continued reading. Suddenly, his gaze halted. He turned to the last page. To those who come after, whether they're from Inquiring Sword Pavilion or not, it's fate that leads us here. Ning Qi slightly furrowed his brow, not because of the content, but because he sensed an extremely subtle fluctuation from between the lines. As he fully perceived it, the fluctuation became increasingly apparent, and the River Chronicles before him seemed to change its form. He sat up straight. Threads of the power of heaven and earth gathered by his side. Divine intent burgeoned. Even the white ape looked over with an astonished gaze. Ning Qi's eyes grew increasingly bright. The Gang Qi in his palm gathered, transforming into a ball of flame. Then it enveloped the River Chronicles. In an instant, the yellowed pages turned to ash, but within the ashes, they weren't empty. A few pages of paper shimmering with silver light appeared, making Ning Qi's lips slowly curve upwards. His feeling was indeed correct. This River Chronicles has a secret. To glimpse this secret isn't easy. It's unlikely that an ordinary celestial human realm could achieve it. It must be an unparalleled celestial being realm perfection, kind of strong person. Perhaps even Gu Chang'e was a bit short. Of course, even if he could sense something unusual from the last sentence, he wouldn't have the disposition to read such a boring book. Perhaps in the past, some disciples from Inquiring Sword Pavilion browsed it, but they didn't have the qualifications to witness its true face. By a twist of fate, it instead fell into Ning Qi's hands. Ning Qi shook the silver pages in his hand with anticipation. The first sentence immediately invigorated him. Regret, regret, regret. If only I could borrow another 1,000 years from the heavens. Why worry about achieving the pinnacle of martial saint? A strong feeling of unwillingness emerged. Even an unparalleled celestial being perfection strong person can only have a lifespan of 800 years. There no longer exists a martial saint technique in the world. Relying on our own strength to recreate a martial saint technique, how extremely difficult it is. It's no less than retracing the path of our ancestors. However, the predecessors blazed a trail through hardship, expending time measured in thousands of years to open up the martial saint realm. How can we achieve it in just a few hundred years? Only an unrivaled prodigy, unprecedented through the ages, could have a glimmer of hope. I have comprehended the martial saint realm for 500 years, and only then did I gain some insights. I especially leave this page for future reference for those who come after. Remember, if the world is still under the command of the great Yin, whoever obtains this page, do not publicize it, do not study it with others, be extremely cautious of the great Yin martial saint. Ning Qi looked at the information left in front of him. His heart was extremely uneasy. Originally, he just wanted to search through the various tomes in the Inquiring Sword Pavilion to see if there were any descriptions about the martial saint realm. But unexpectedly, he learned such astonishing news. He couldn't help but recall the intelligence he had received from the town North King before. Is there no longer any martial saint technique in the world? Wu Jianghe advised us in such a manner. Could it be that this martial saint technique was really erased by the great Yin martial saint? Is there someone who doesn't want a martial saint to be born? Is it because if it were known to the great Yin martial saint, they would be preemptively annihilated? Then why not simply execute all the celestial being realm perfection experts? Would this not sever the possibility of others rising to become a martial saint from the root? Is it perhaps because doing so too openly would lead to chaos? Ning Qi's eyes shone deeply. In a single thought, many notions turned in his mind. When the intelligence from the town North King came, he and Taoist Longshan thought that eradicating the martial saint technique was not the doing of the great Yin martial saint. But now the pages left by Wu Jianghe obviously made Ning Qi hesitate again. It seems that there must be an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes. Originally, I thought that if one day I achieved the celestial human realm, I could begin to solve the issues of the demon sect and the southern border, but now it seems that merely reaching the celestial human realm is not enough. Perhaps I need to become even stronger until I achieve celestial being realm perfection, or even glimpse the martial saint realm. Ning Qi has already taken the great Yin martial saint as an imaginary enemy. Now his strength is already powerful enough. When he previously slew the Heart Inquiry Sword, he hadn't even used 20% of his power. With this in mind, he feels that within the celestial human realm, none should be his adversary. Perhaps he could be called invincible among the celestial human realm. Once he ascends to the celestial human realm, he feels hopeful to fight a martial saint. But that is only what he believes. How strong a martial saint truly is, he has no concept, and the great Yin martial saint who has lived so long is likely not an ordinary martial saint either. Therefore, before achieving absolute strength, he cannot reveal himself. Ning Qi took a deep breath. He understood a truth, that the unknown is the most terrifying. The most important thing next is to understand how strong a martial saint truly is in this vast universe. It's impossible for even the slightest trace to be left behind. No matter how much is erased, it can't be completely removed. Only by knowing the strength of a martial saint can I compare it with myself, having enough confidence. If it's truly impossible to understand, then I'll just keep cultivating to become a martial saint. By then, no matter what the great Yin martial saint, no matter what the demon sect or southern border, no matter what demons or monsters, all of them will be crushed. Ning Qi unusually felt a bit ruthless. Perhaps the information he learned made him a little agitated. He took a deep breath and adjusted his own emotions. But there's no need to be overly tense. 9 out of 10 of the top 10 on the Celestial Being list are at the Celestial Being Perfection realm. Plus some hidden ancient monsters, they're still alive, which means the situation might not be particularly dire. Ning Qi continued to look down. After Wu Jianghe's warnings, there were genuinely recorded insights about the martial saint realm. This ancestor of the Inquiring Sword Pavilion was also exceptionally talented, and 500 years of enlightenment naturally did not yield nothing. Having finished reading, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with spiritual light. Celestial Being Perfection is the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit perfection, and the key to stepping into the martial saint realm, as Wu Jianghe surmised, is to refine the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. The power of the celestial human realm lies in the ability to resonate with the power of heaven and earth, but Wu Jianghe thinks that this kind of action is actually separated by a veil. Metaphorically speaking, it's like using a gun or cannon in the past life to hit people. Although it's not bad, it still hasn't touched the essence. If one could refine the power of heaven and earth into the body to form a mystical power akin to Gang Qi, then it would truly utilize the power of heaven and earth, which means truly demonstrating the power of guns and cannons. Ning Qi instantly connected many thoughts. Back when he received the Cyan Blade Sword Saint's legacy from Zhuangshun, there was a note, absorbing the power of heaven and earth for personal use. At that time, Ning Qi had many speculations about the path to ascend to the martial saint realm. Now, Wu Jianghe's deductions match this quite closely. It seems to be the right path, but there are numerous challenges to overcome along this path. However, wanting to refine the power of heaven and earth into a force freely controlled like Gang Qi is not easy. Wu Jiang has spent 500 years and only found some clues, and he speculated that it is related to the 3 flowers of essence, Qi and spirit, making some attempts, but all failed. Nevertheless, these experiences are indeed very valuable, reducing many detours for others. Presumably, in the past, the ancestors of the human race went through relay battles across generations, opening up the martial saint realm. Unfortunately, now it's even more difficult than before, with a suspected big hand manipulating everything, preventing the emergence of the martial saint realm. An ordinary person, even an unparalleled genius that emerges once in a century, would despair. But Ning Qi's mind had completely calmed down. His reverse heavenly comprehension provided him with confidence. Give a little time, even not too long, the martial saint realm would be like taking something out of a bag to him. Wu Jianghe's centuries of effort might be enough for just a few months for him. Ning Qi cherished and carefully put away the silver page. This is one of the few accurate secret information and records he has about the martial saint realm, which will serve as his support when he ascends to this realm in the future. He exhaled a gentle breath. Temporarily not planning to continue reading tomes, he needed some time to buffer. He closed his eyes to rest, and as thoughts of spiritual light surfaced in his mind, he began contemplating a recent conception. How could Gang Qi persist outside of his body, allowing it to serve as a trump card for his brothers and protect their safety? This was an inspiration he found from the texts of the Formless Sect and the Inquiring Sword Pavilion. To others, creation technique is an arduous and frustrating task that requires deep thought. But to Ning Qi, it's very enjoyable. His way of resting is creation technique. Time slowly passed. True Martial Mountain grew increasingly lively as the renown of the true martial sword steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths spread across the land. Many martial artists came attracted by the name, greatly invigorating the martial atmosphere of Qing State. And at the forefront was true Martial City and its surroundings. Many martial artists stayed and settled in true Martial City, and the average strength of martial artists in this area skyrocketed, and the expansion of true Martial City continued, seemingly becoming another martial arts center of Qing State, gradually showing a trend comparable to the state city. It can be foreseen. As long as the true martial sword steel and Tower of 10,000 Paths exist, it's only a matter of time before true Martial City surpasses Qing State City. As a result, the people of the true martial sect were, of course, very happy. After all, this would undoubtedly strengthen the foundation of true Martial City even more. Within the city, streams of bustling traffic, disciples of true martial sect, acting as guardians, observed the order, but the reputation of true man Tianjin maintained general restraint. Jiang Baishan gave a light cough and turned to Song City with a chuckle and a wink, saying, "In 5 more days until the Peach Assembly, I heard from Jiu that the Enlightenment Tea Tree has matured this year, and there is fortune to be had." Song City grinned, knowing what Jiang Baishan went to do, and then cheekily winked and smiled at him as he was leaving into the distance. Song City chuckled. He knew Jiang Baishan was going to prepare for the true Martial Peach Assembly. Jiang Baishan walked on the streets of true Martial City, quickly turning into a small alley and then appearing at the entrance of a small courtyard. Ruhua. He looked joyfully at the woman in white clothes who was watering the flowers, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Ruhua turned around, her smile radiant. She leaned against Jiang Baishan's chest, the two of them deeply in love. The tenderness in their eyes seemed to meld each other. "It's my fault for leaving you alone these days," Jiang Baishan said guiltily. Lin Ruhua smiled and shook her head. "I understand. Recently there's been a lot going on at True Martial Sect. As an elder, you have to set an example." She then playfully protested. "Am I such an unreasonable woman?" Saying so, she punched Jiang Baishan in the chest, causing him to grimace in pain. The words back then, "I wondered who was wielding a huge knife at me," held back at his lips. He laughed. Yes, my Ruhua is the gentlest of all." Lin Ruhua nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Baishan suddenly said seriously, "If so, would you be willing to become an elder lady at True Martial Sect with me? The True Martial Peach Assembly is about to start this year, and the brothers are eager to meet you." Lin Ruhua froze, her cheeks reddened. This was too sudden. She wasn't prepared at all. Her eyes held joy and sweetness, but were eventually replaced by hesitation. Looking at the determination and sincerity in Jiang Baishan's eyes, she stepped back and sighed softly. "Baishan, I don't want to deceive you. I've never told you about my identity." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Baishan interrupted. "Are you trying to say that you belong to the demon sect?" Lin Ruhua looked at Jiang Baishan in shock, only to see him smiling. "We've been through so much together. If I were completely oblivious, wouldn't that make me seem too foolish? My master taught me that a person cannot choose their birth. A gentleman judges by deeds, not intentions. Though you're from the demon sect, but have never committed heinous acts, even possessing a kind heart, what does being part of the demon sect matter?" Lin Ruhua was moved. "But I'm not an ordinary member of the demon sect. I'm the daughter of Lin Shueshuang, one of the 3 vice sect leaders of the demon sect." With these words, Jiang Baishan was dumbfounded. He guessed that Lin Ruhua held some position in the demon sect, but never imagined it would be so significant. A vice sect leader is just below the sect leader, and now he seemed to have eloped with the daughter of such a figure. This was quite magical. Lin Ruhua chuckled. "Are you scared?" Jiang Baishan quickly replied. "Oomph. Her daughter is in my hands. What should I fear? Lin Ruhua immediately pinched the soft flesh at Jiang Baishan's side, causing him to grimace and repeatedly beg for mercy. Finally, Lin Ruhua hugged Jiang Baishan's arm and said softly, Baishan, as long as you don't mind my identity, I'm not worried. I wasn't deliberately hiding this from you. As you know, the demon sect has always been at odds with true martial sect. I feared you'd misunderstand my intentions in approaching you. Jiang Baishan said solemnly, Demon sect matters have nothing to do with you. My master and the others are fair in their distinctions. Lin Ruhua breathed a sigh of relief. She had always been rebellious since childhood, not strongly identifying with the demon sect. With her beloved not minding her origins, she felt unprecedentedly relaxed. She pondered, I have some things I want to tell you. Speak. The two confided openly. Lin Ruhua organized her thoughts, then began to tell many of the secrets of the demon sect. The demon sect originally had conflicts with the Southern Border Alliance, leading to the deaths of several celestial human realm members. But later both sides agreed to negotiate, believing there was a third party orchestrating from behind, deliberately encouraging war between the two, and the two main suspects were your true martial sect and Town North King. Jiang Baishan's expression became serious. This information was beyond his imagination. And now, they suspect true martial sect even more than Town North King. Previously sending spies was a test. Originally, the demon sect and Southern Border were planning to seize an opportunity to strike at the true martial sect, but true man Tianjian suddenly emerged and killed the Heart Inquiry's sword, making them wary. However, they certainly won't let it go easily, though there won't be any major actions for now. There might be some targeting of the true martial sect disciples. You must be careful. Then she began to disclose some details, intelligence she had gathered using her status. Originally, she thought of revealing it to Jiang Baishan in another manner, but now that their identities were out in the open, she decided to lay everything bare. Jiang Baishan tightly held Lin Ruhua's hand, his eyes full of gratitude. Ruhua, was it also you who disclosed the issue with spies from the demon sect and Southern Border during the assessment? Lin Ruhua was stunned, because she had learned about this afterward as well. It wasn't me. Both were taken aback. Jiang Baishan furrowed his brows. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Lin Ruhua's thoughts raced. Suddenly her eyes brightened, realizing something. Her expression slightly peculiar. I know who it was. Facing Jiang Baishan's inquisitive gaze, she slowly said, Qin Yun, that traitor. Jiang Baishan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Back then he had a good relationship with Qin Yun, which is why, after Qin Yun left true martial sect, he was the most angry among the brothers, vowing repeatedly to one day bring Qin Yun back to repent before their master. Years passed without any news of Qin Yun. Unexpectedly, he learned of it from his beloved. Lin Ruhua nodded and said, It's him. My mother even wanted him to marry me to help him ascend to the position of Saint Heir in the demon sect. Originally, I thought he was a traitor, but now it seems that Qin Yun might still have fond feelings for the true martial sect. Let Qin Yun marry you? Jiang Baishan was anxious. Lin Ruhua patted his hand, calming him down. Previously, 5 celestial beings from the demon sect attacked the true martial sect at night. Afterwards, the demon sect wanted to retaliate further, but Qin Yun stopped them by sacrificing himself to enter the blood demon pool. Who could have imagined that this guy is ruthless? Not only did he emerge from the blood demon pool, but he also burned 400 years of his life to step into the celestial human realm in one go, becoming one of the 3 potential saint heirs of the demon sect. You mentioned someone sent a secret letter during the assessment. Now I think it's very likely that Qin Yun did it since he and the Southern Border Saints were in charge of that matter, but he's in a tough spot recently. Originally, with Ghost Mask Vice-Sec leader support, he was a strong contender for the Saint Heir position, but now he's subtly under house arrest. My mother no longer talks about my marriage to him either. If not for the Grand Elder's intervention, the situation might have been worse. His old feelings for the true martial sect make him intolerable to the demon sect. Those who enter the blood demon pool must be loyal to the demon sect, but Qin Yun broke this precedent, and now a demon sect expert is interrogating him carefully. I heard from my mother that he once had a heart demon, and the demon sect expert is trying to nurture his heart demon so that he becomes controlled by it. Lin Ruhua slowly recounted. She knew Qin Yun underestimated the means of the demon sect, thinking that his actions were unknown and undetected, but he took a big fall. Earlier, she didn't know why the demon sect's attitude towards Qin Yun changed abruptly, but now with the information she has, she understood. Jiang Baishan's face gradually grew complex, and his original anger dissipated without him knowing, turning into a barely audible sigh. That bot guy, he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness in his heart, emotions tangled and restless. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Baishan said seriously, Ruhua, can you accompany me to True Martial Mountain to meet my master and a senior brother? This news is very important to them. Don't worry, they won't mind your identity. Lin Ruhua's heart skipped a beat, but she decided that the truth must eventually be revealed. She nodded softly. I'll listen to you. The two had experienced life and death many times, having long recognized each other. She didn't feel much belonging to the demon sect, her only concern being her mother, but now with the true martial sect being the weaker side against the demon sect and southern border, she didn't need to worry about her mother, but rather about Jiang Baishan. The two stood embracing each other. After nightfall, they quietly went up the mountain. Bright martial pavilion. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian were both present, while Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua stood side by side, their hands clasped tightly. Greetings to True Man Longshan and sect leader Luo. Lin Ruhua greeted nervously. Jiang Baishan also stammered. Master, this is my beloved, Lin Ruhua. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian exchanged glances and both smiled, lightly examining Lin Ruhua. Observing her demeanor and appearance revealed hints of her character, and they silently nodded in their hearts. Luo Wentian laughed and said, Ruhua, there's no need to be so formal. I've heard this boy Baishan mention you before. There was once a time he almost lost an arm to you, and he kept talking about it for months. You can call me senior brother. Lin Ruhua was no longer nervous and discreetly pinched Jiang Baishan. Jiang Baishan awkwardly shook his head, knowing there's no escape from this embarrassing past. Taoist Longshan also laughed kindly, but did not ask Lin Ruhua to call him master, which would await after the two were married. Baishan, what is the important matter you mentioned before? He asked. Jiang Baishan assumed a serious expression and slowly said, It concerns Ruhua's identity. She's the daughter of one of the demon sect's 3 vice-sect leaders, Lin Shueshuang. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian's faces grew tense, but they quickly eased, knowing Jiang Baishan's nature wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Ruhua watched their expressions change, relaxing inwardly before bowing. True man, senior brother, it's like this. She slowly revealed the previous plans of the demon sect and southern border against the true martial sect. She also spoke about Qin Yun's current situation. After she finished, Taoist Longshan's expression was complex. Back when the true martial assessment secret letter incident happened, they made many guesses, not knowing who did it, that it was Qin Yun. Considering Qin Yun's current situation, he felt a bit regretful. One wrong thought led to this unfortunate state. Luo Wentian also sighed in his heart, feeling grateful. Thank you, Ruhua, for informing us. With the past and present clearly understood, they realized that the demon sect and southern border suspected the true martial sect due to the destruction of the Qing state base, especially since subsequent plans and actions of the demon sect are crucial to the true martial sect. Knowing in advance allows for countermeasures. He knew Lin Ruhua's willingness to reveal these secrets probably meant she was deeply attached to his 5th disciple, making significant sacrifices. Lin Ruhua waved her hand repeatedly, her face slightly red. Senior brother, you're too kind. She hesitated slightly before biting her lip and saying, There's another matter. Although the true martial sect has true man Tianjian overseeing it, the demon sect and southern border have deep foundations. After forming an alliance, They've been secretly plotting to achieve the status of a martial saint, complementing each other's weaknesses. If either side gives birth to a martial saint, it could cause chaos, declare war on Great Yan, and possibly use the true martial sect as a sacrificial flag. I hope True Man and Senior Brother can prepare in advance. After saying this, she felt completely relieved, having revealed everything she knew. Bright Martial Pavilion fell silent. Taoist Longshan's expression grew serious. Luo Wentian and Jiang Baishan were astonished. The pressure of a martial saint is incredibly overwhelming. Jiang Baishan's face turned pale. He gazed at Lin Ruhua, somewhat out of sorts, then anxiously said, "A martial saint? How could it be possible? It's been ages since a martial saint was born under Great Yan's rule. How could the demon sect and southern border so easily have a martial saint?" Lin Ruhua gently held Jiang Baishan's hand and said, "In fact, the demon sect and southern border have always had ways to achieve the status of martial saint using external forces, trying for 1,000 years. Now they're close to success. 100 years ago was just a test. They have awaited the weakness of Great Yan's martial saints, seeking this opportunity to rise. Now, after the alliance, their progress is accelerating." Luo Wentian couldn't help but ask, "Ruhua, do you know how soon the demon sect and southern border might give birth to a martial saint?" Lin Ruhua apologetically replied, "I don't know the specifics. That's a top secret of the demon sect. I accidentally found out this information from my mother, but judging by their recent activities, it won't exceed 3 years at the latest." Taoist Longshan also felt unease in his heart, which means, in no more than 3 years, the world will drastically change. It can be foreseen. If both Southern Border and the Demon Sect have a martial saint born, they will undoubtedly challenge Great Yan's rule. 2,000 years of dominance is indeed too long. Originally thought the true martial sect was on the rise, but unexpectedly faced such a drastic change. And the true martial sect was at the forefront. Having previously destroyed the Qing state base, the conflict between true martial sect and the two forces became irreconcilable. Furthermore, the greater the fame of True Man Tianjian, the better a sacrificial symbol to demonstrate power. At that moment, a magic sword seemed to hover, ready to slice down upon the true martial sect at any moment. Said to be no later than 3 years. But what if the demon sect gives birth to a martial saint 2 years or even a year earlier? No one can be certain. Taoist Longshan cast an imperceptible glance at the screen behind him, exhaled a long breath, and said, "This news is very important to us. Thank you, Ruhua." He slightly bent in acknowledgement. If not for Lin Ruhua's information, the true martial sect would be entirely unaware of the looming crisis. Lin Ruhua quickly stepped back, waving her hands frantically. "True Man, you're too gracious. Baishan's sect is my sect too, as we are in love." Taoist Longshan sighed inwardly. He had lived nearly 100 years, seeing things more clearly than younger people, naturally knowing Lin Ruhua's heart was tied to his 5th disciple. This situation was unfair to Lin Ruhua as well. The demon sect and true martial sect were enemies. Lin Ruhua was the daughter of a demon sect vice sect leader, and Jiang Baishan Taoist Longshan's disciple. Even if they succeed, one would inevitably suffer. Taoist Longshan needed to consider more. Possibly the best way was to keep both of them from getting involved in the middle of this. Taoist Longshan looked at Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua, who were holding hands, feeling a sense of emotion. Two people with such different and even opposing identities have come this far. It's a unique kind of fate. He doesn't want his disciple to face difficult choices in the future. Taoist Longshan solemnly asked, "Do you two truly share a deep affection, willing to endure hardships together and remain united in heart and mind?" Jiang Baishan turned his head to look at Lin Ruhua tenderly, then respectfully knelt before Taoist Longshan. "Please, Master, bear witness. In this life, I will marry no one but Ruhua." Lin Ruhua also knelt down. "Please, True Man, bear witness. In this life, I will marry no one but Baishan. The two shared a tacit understanding, their gazes meeting firmly. Luo Wentian watched with great comfort, as this was the first among his many junior brothers and sisters to find their place. Ever since Lin Ruhua revealed many secrets of the demon sect, he knew his fifth junior brother had chosen wisely. Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and laughed heartily, then jokingly asked Lin Ruhua, "Since that's the case, why not call this old Taoist master?" Lin Ruhua blushed, but her heart was filled with delight and sweetness. She softly called, "Master." Taoist Longshan laughed even more heartily, deeply comforted. After the laughter, his expression gradually became serious. "Logically, if you two wish to marry, I should arrange a lively wedding for you. But the present circumstances are special, so everything will be simple now and will be made up for in the future." He was very serious, so serious that it made Jiang Baishan nervous. In the next moment, Taoist Longshan's words left him completely stunned. "Baishan, Ruhua, from today onward, you must leave the mountain and go. For the next 3 years, find a secluded place to hide your names and pay no mind to anything beyond." Jiang Baishan was anxious. "Master, why is this?" "I will not leave. The true martial sect is in danger now. How can I leave alone in a time like this? I will not be an unfaithful and unfilial disciple." Luo Wentian fell into slight silence, sighing inwardly. He roughly understood his master's intention. Taoist Longshan countered, "Let me ask you this. If there comes a day when Ruhua's mother and your master face off, who would you help? Who would you have Ruhua help?" Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua both turned pale. The two had overlooked this issue, or perhaps subconsciously avoided it, but now that Taoist Longshan pointed it out bluntly, their hearts were incredibly conflicted. I. They hesitated and were in pain. Jiang Baishan's eyes were red. "This is an ancient dilemma. Both sides are dear. It's impossible to choose. If it truly comes to that, I'll atone with death." Jiang Baishan's eyes were determined. He glanced at Lin Ruhua, who also looked tenderly at him. She did not speak, but the meaning was clear in her eyes. Perhaps, at that critical juncture, dying together is the best choice. Taoist Longshan sighed inwardly, but scolded. "Nonsense. If you two truly love each other, then live well together. Death is the weakest behavior. I taught you to grow, not to have you seek death arbitrarily." Luo Wentian slowly spoke. "Wu, for you and Ruhua, what Master said is the best choice. You two should hide away for 3 years. Then, when everything is settled, regardless of victory or defeat, it is fate, and you need not have any other thoughts." Taoist Longshan continued. "Also, don't feel as if abandoning the battlefield is letting down the sect. You have already made great contributions by bringing Ruhua to inform such crucial intelligence. What comes next doesn't require you to be caught between. Moreover, as a mere white mist realm, what effect can you have? Having one more of you doesn't matter, nor does having one less. Go. This is an order from your master. If unwilling, then from this day onward, consider me no longer your master." Taoist Longshan's tone grew severe. Jiang Baishan's eyes reddened. Unable to hold back his tears, he buried his head low, prostrating before Taoist Longshan, not daring to refute. Lin Ruhua's nose was also acidic. She could naturally see Taoist Longshan's sincere love and care. She had heard Jiang Baishan speak of it before, but seeing it today, she truly understood what it meant for a master to be like a father. She had never witnessed such a scene in the demon sect. Perhaps at the start, the demon sect only sought to overthrow the great yin, but over the years, it has long changed. Her respect for Taoist Longshan grew more sincere. Luo Wentian gently helped Jiang Baishan up, patted his shoulder, then said, "Master, in a few days it will be the true Martial Peach assembly hosted by Jiao. Wu and Ruhua can participate before leaving." Jiang Baishan's eyes were filled with hope. Taoist Longshan remained silent for a moment, softly nodding. "Go, and rest with Ruhua." Jiang Baishan breathed a small sigh of relief. respectfully kowtowing a few times before leaving with Lin Ruhua. Watching their backs, Taoist Longshan sighed deeply. Luo Wentian comforted. Wu finding his happiness is also a good thing. Master needn't worry too much. They naturally have their own fate. He could see it. His master was, in some way, making dual preparations. If the demon sect and southern border truly send a martial saint to attack, then even if true martial sect perishes, some flame must be preserved. Jiang Baishan is one such flame, ready to rebuild true martial when the time is ripe. Of course, as the true martial sect leader, Luo Wentian naturally wouldn't just preserve one such flame. Just after Lin Ruhua mentioned the matter concerning the martial saint, he had already started planning various retreats. The foundation of the true martial sect naturally couldn't be abandoned, but neither could they put all their eggs in one basket. However, Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian had not completely lost hope. The root cause was Ning Qi. Only they knew how extraordinary Ning Qi was, and any miracle occurring with him was possible. Both of them looked at the screen, expecting Ning Qi to appear silently. Earlier, Jiang Baishan mentioned that he had something important to tell Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian, so they called Ning Qi over together. Joe, what do you think about the matter of the demon sect and the southern border about to give birth to a martial saint? Their eyes were filled with hope. Ning Qi's expression remained calm, which made them breathe a slight sigh of relief. Ning Qi sat down, and after some contemplation, he slowly spoke. To my knowledge, there is no longer any martial saint technique in the world. Neither the town North King nor Wu Jianghe had any doubts about this, naturally not making baseless claims. Luo Wentian's eyes lit up. So, what does that mean this is false? Ning Qi shook his head and said, No, it's likely true. The fifth senior sister wouldn't lie to us. It's just that the martial saint birth in the demon sect and the southern border should be forcibly achieved through external forces. He heard Lin Ruhua's earlier statement clearly, indicating a martial saint would be born within 3 years at the latest, showing that the demon sect and the southern border had foreseen the timing of the martial saint's birth, even having plotted for a long time. If one wishes to walk the path of creating a martial saint from scratch, it typically depends on enlightenment. Of course, this wasn't the only reason Ning Qi speculated as such. What truly made him conjecture this was that, long ago, when he wiped out a stronghold in Qing state of the southern border, he had already discovered the existence of the Blood Emperor Gu. The southern border likely relies on the Blood Emperor Gu to break through to the martial saint realm. As for the demon sect, they should have their own methods. They have only recently formed an alliance. Even if they have mutual assistance, success will not come quickly. Ning Qi speculated. This was one of the reasons he could remain calm. His progress in refining spirit was smooth, and in about half a year's time, he could reach the celestial human realm. By then, he wouldn't be completely helpless against the martial saints of the demon sect and the southern border. An external force's birth? Does that mean that the martial saint who breaks through this way would be weaker? Luo Wentian's eyes lit up. This was a reasonable conjecture. On the martial path, breakthroughs with external forces often lead to unstable foundations and weaker strength compared to those of the same level. It requires a lot of time to solidify the foundation to eliminate such impacts. Previously, when Luo Wentian and others broke through to the White Mist realm using the Gang condensing pill, it was precisely like this. Later, Ning Qi created a solid foundation secret technique for them, and the pills he refined had very few side effects, successfully eliminating their impacts. Taoist Longshan said, But even the weakest martial saint is still a martial saint. I'm afraid even the first on the celestial being list, the wind-listening old man, can't be compared. Ning Qi nodded slowly. Give me half a year, and I can reach the celestial human realm. Luo Wentian was stunned. His eyes widened. All along, he thought Ning Qi had already reached the celestial human realm, but now he knew he was still in the Gang essence realm. He found it somewhat unbelievable. This was even more impactful than Ning Qi stepping into the celestial human realm. He already had nearly invincible celestial human realm strength. What about after stepping into the celestial human realm? Wouldn't that mean he could contend with a martial saint? Suddenly, the hope in his eyes grew even more intense. Taoist Longshan was also reassured in his heart. Since that's the case, we must do everything to stall the demon sect and southern border, to buy time for Jiao. Luo Wentian's brain worked rapidly. The southern border's reliance is most likely the Blood Emperor Gu. We need to clarify what method the demon sect relies upon to achieve martial saint. Then we can tailor our response to delay their steps. Of course, relying on the strength of our true martial sect alone is difficult. We need external assistance. If the demon sect and the southern border were to give birth to a martial saint, the one who would least want to see it would surely be the imperial court of Great Yin. So they must feel urgency, and this news can be communicated to the town North King, allowing him to unite with the imperial court to take action against the demon sect and the southern border. Additionally, we can disseminate the news within the martial realm to make other martial path sects apprehensive, thereby delaying their plans to a certain extent. As long as we delay for half a year, allowing Jiao to reach the celestial human realm, then there's room for maneuver. Luo Wentian realized the key point and finished in one breath. Thus, it seems our true martial sect may not be a dead end. There's life here. But the core of all this was Ning Qi. He needed to be able to hold on. Taoist Longshan took a deep breath and asked, Jiao, if you reach the celestial human realm, will you have the strength to contend with a martial saint? Ning Qi thought for a moment and said, I don't know how strong a martial saint truly is, but if I can reach the celestial human realm, becoming 10 times stronger than now is just a light matter, possibly even more exaggerated. I imagine the combat power of a martial saint wouldn't be absurdly unmatched. Even if I'm no match, I wouldn't be utterly powerless. He's seriously estimating that after reaching the celestial human realm, with a solid foundation, the power of heaven and earth he could resonate with would likely far exceed others' imaginations. He had been trying to evaluate the strength of a martial saint optimistically. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian knew Ning Qi's personality, understanding that if he spoke this way, he had a few degrees of confidence, and thus they relaxed inwardly. After half a year, he would reach the celestial human realm. If the demon sect took longer for a martial saint to emerge, Ning Qi would have more time to grow. However, 2 plans must be made. Jiao, promise your master, if someday 2 martial saints come attacking, and you find yourself unable to oppose them, you must exert every effort to escape. I know you surely have the ability to do so. Do not make any meaningless sacrifices, for with your talent, after a few years of dedicated cultivation, you can easily cut them down like chickens and dogs. By then, the responsibility of rebuilding the true martial sect will rest on your shoulders. Taoist Longshan's gaze was earnest, even tinged with a hint of pleading. Ning Qi fell silent. He couldn't imagine if his master and fellow disciples died in front of him, and all he could do was flee in frustration, what kind of suffering that would be. Taking a deep breath, he softly said, It won't happen, master. That day will not come. Taoist Longshan insisted. You must promise your teacher. Faced with Taoist Longshan's gaze, Ning Qi sighed internally. Ultimately, he nodded and said, I will. He thought, if that day truly came, he would certainly lay waste to the demon sect and the southern border, avenging true martial. However, he absolutely did not wish for that day to come. A previously unknown motivation surged within him. Until now, Ning Qi had been cultivating in a step-by-step manner. Sometimes there was a little pressure, but nothing as intense as it was now. A single misstep could mean everyone he cared about might die. As for escape, that was an impossibility. The true martial sect had a grand reputation, and they couldn't just disappear under alias. Taoist Longshan laughed. He patted Ning Qi's shoulder and said, With you here, the true martial legacy will not perish. I am relieved. He looked at Luo Wentian with eyes overflowing with a hint of fighting spirit. If that's the case, we must do our utmost to stand against them. Yes, And we shall fight, master. Their eyes blazed with a rising battle spirit. Since the demon sect and southern border are determined to push forward, fighting back is the only option. If the power of the demon sect and southern border doesn't produce a martial saint within the next 6 months, perhaps they can attempt a proactive strike. The next day, Taoist Longshan wrote a secret letter by hand, describing the covert plot of the demon sect and southern border to achieve the martial saint. Chen Xing and Chen Yu's expressions turned serious, nodding earnestly. They didn't dare ask what it was. Lin Ruhua stayed calm in true martial city, while Chen Xing set off at night towards the northern barbarian where the town North King was stationed. Silently, the true martial sect has already begun to take action. To the outside world, the true martial sect appears to be thriving. But what they don't know is that the sect has begun selecting seeds to hide away, all conducted in secrecy unknown to most. Of course, this is merely a precautionary measure. Their larger efforts are still focused on delaying the progress of the demon sect and the southern border. Sending a secret letter to the town North King was one such strategy. Aside from that, Taoist Longshan is actively gathering all possible information about the headquarters of the demon sect and the southern border. In recent days, Jiang Baishan introduced Lin Ruhua to a group of senior and junior brothers. Knowing his master's decision was irrevocable, he couldn't change it and must cherish the time spent with them despite his inner turmoil. As Taoist Longshan had said, it is indeed a difficult choice. Lin Ruhua, after careful contemplation, also realized this. She initially thought the demon sect's strength far surpassed the true martial sect. Perhaps her mother wouldn't be responsible for this, but if her mother did confront the true martial sect and Taoist Longshan, how should she position herself? Both considered countless possibilities, ultimately acknowledging Taoist Longshan's arrangement as the best option. However, Lin Ruhua felt inevitably guilty, feeling that Jiang Baishan and herself hiding away was unfair to the true martial sect, yet finding no better solution. She thought of uncovering as much secret information about the demon sect, attaining martial saint status before cutting ties completely to ease their guilt somewhat. This was the greatest value she could bring, also helping her and Jiang Baishan lessen their sense of guilt. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The true martial peach assembly arrived. Today, the Seeking Tao Institute was particularly lively, because this year's true martial peach assembly has 2 new faces. One was naturally the 11th disciple Li Ling, and the other was Lin Ruhua. Over the past year, Li Ling had heard Zhuang Chan mention the true martial peach assembly to the point of weariness. Now he finally had the opportunity to participate. His small face was flushed with excitement. He relished in the harmonious atmosphere among the brothers, something unobtainable at the town North Royal Mansion. After joining the true martial sect, his sense of belonging grew day by day, and he had completely come to regard the sect as his second home. This cup is to honor Xi. Everyone raised their glasses in laughter. Li Ling hurriedly stood up. He had had the town North Royal Mansion send numerous exquisite delicacies, adding even more splendor to the peach assembly. Thanks to 9th senior brother for the peach fruit. Thanks to 3rd senior sister for the peach blossom brew. These are the best peach fruit and wine brew I've ever tasted in my life. Hearing Li Ling's words, Yi Qinghe broke into a wide smile. She, you really have good taste. Whenever you want to drink, just let sister know, and she'll whip up something special for you. Her winemaking skills had improved drastically compared to before, specializing in peach blossom brew, even rivaling the white ape. The change seen by everyone helped illustrate Yi Qinghe's journey, and they were not only impressed but also joyous for her. Her example showed that as long as there's passion, poor talent can still achieve greatness. This cup is for our trader Wu in Ruhua. As Luo Wentian spoke, everyone laughed even more boisterously. Jiang Baishan was the first among the many true disciples to have a Taoist partner, while others hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of one yet. Every eye was filled with smiles and blessings. Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua's bond was deep, inseparable. Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua stood, exchanged gazes, and saw the intentions in each other's eyes. Thank you to all our dear senior and junior brothers and sisters. Today we ask you all to witness Lin Ruhua and I becoming husband and wife. Jiang Baishan spoke with firmness and strength. In these final days, they wanted to obtain the blessings of those closest to them. Last night, they visited Taoist Longshan and received approval. Today they shared the good news with everyone. Though the wedding couldn't take place yet, it didn't hinder their deeper connection. In some ways, this was an embodiment of their shared determination to live and die together. Everyone was initially taken aback. Then they were collectively delighted. None of them cared about cumbersome procedures, since Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua were committed to each other. From now on, they were a married couple. You Wu really can't be judged by your appearance, silently accomplishing such a major task. So suddenly, we didn't have time to prepare any gifts for you. Fifth senior brother, we want some wedding candies. Everyone chuckled. Jiang Baishan felt deeply moved inside. The wedding candies are already prepared for you. Lin Ruhua and Jiang Baishan took the candies specially purchased from True Martial City and distributed them one by one. Everyone ate the candies, feeling both joy and a touch of sadness. As they ate, silence crept in. Everyone knew about Lin Ruhua's identity and the fact that Jiang Baishan would descend the mountain, perhaps not returning for several years. Today, though everyone deliberately avoided mentioning it, when Jiang Baishan stated that they were now married, slight sorrow inevitably rose anew. Ning Qi smiled. In recent days, he contemplated a lot, increasingly resolved not to let the demon sect and southern border threaten those dearest to him. He was determined to stop it all. Therefore, he didn't believe he wouldn't see fifth senior brother Jiang Baishan again. He merely considered Jiang Baishan to be out adventuring for a few years, and that he'd return. Ning Qi broke the slightly silent atmosphere with a smile. You all didn't prepare a new wedding gift for fifth senior brother, but I did. Everyone's eyes lit up. Good for you, Gio, quietly preparing something on your own. They were somewhat looking forward to Ning Qi's gift. Everyone was gradually becoming more aware of Ning Qi's uniqueness. Although they didn't know, like Luo Wentian did, that Ning Qi was true man Tianjian, they recognized that Ning Qi was extraordinary. This true martial peach fruit was evidence of that. Up to today, after years of continuous cultivation, the peach fruit, having absorbed part of the essence of the bright fruit and the enlightenment tea tree, had become an exceptional exotic fruit. Its effectiveness was even better than last year, able to strengthen the foundation and essence and explore the physical body. One can imagine the reaction when those disciples received the rewarded peach fruits at the end of the year competition. The crowd was only not overly astonished because they were accustomed to it. But to Li Ling and Lin Ruhua, it was still extremely impressive. At this moment, Jiang Baishan felt even more touched. He had watched Ning Qi grow up step by step. He didn't care what Ning Qi gave. He was simply moved by the sentiment behind it. Lin Ruhua was curious. Even though it had only been a few days, with her cleverness, through observation and the attitudes of others, she could perceive that this ninth junior brother was not simple. Ning Qi didn't keep them in suspense. He got up and went inside, then came out holding a small jade box. As everyone's gaze was drawn to it, the jade box opened, revealing a pair of green mandarin duck jade pendants in front of everyone. The ducks were vivid, as if alive. Ning Qi picked them up and handed them to Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua, saying solemnly, "These are jade pendants I made myself. I wish for fifth senior brother and sister-in-law to fly side by side, united forever, and after traversing countless mountains and rivers, may everything remain as it is." These words were meaningful, understood slightly by only Luo Wentian, who felt a subtle shock in his heart and then sighed. Jiang Baishan was grateful and said, "Thank you, Gio, for your blessings and gift. We both really like it." Ning Qi smiled gently. "Since you like it, you should wear it close to your heart." Jiang Baishan didn't hesitate. He took the mandarin duck jade pendant from Lin Ruhua's hand and placed it on her right waist, while Lin Ruhua placed hers on Jiang Baishan's left waist. The crowd looked over. The green light of the jade pendants enveloped the two in a faint glow, making Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua look like celestial lovers, envied only by Mandarin ducks, not the immortals, creating a tangible manifestation in that moment. Moreover, upon wearing the Mandarin duck jade pendants, they both felt rejuvenated, as if their bodies were crystal clear. When they exchanged glances, they saw the amazement in each other's eyes and realized the jade pendants were not just beautiful, but rare treasures. Ning Qi felt relieved. These jade pendants were, of course, not simple. After Ning Qi detected the alliance between the southern border and the demon sect, he felt a sense of crisis. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but concerned that the demon sect and southern border might target his martial brothers and sisters. After all, they couldn't stay on true Martial Mountain forever. They would eventually go out. Therefore, he kept researching ways for them to have some self-defense capabilities. Among them, the Gang Essence sword species was one direction. It could store a part of Ning Qi's Gang Qi and sword intent for an explosive release. Although it lacked the power of heaven and earth, it could still withstand some of the celestial human realm without issue. This idea was naturally good, but very difficult to achieve. It was nearly impossible to preserve Gang Qi for long. But Ning Qi drew from the principle of condensing the sword pill in the virtual sword pill dissolution technique and devised a way to condense the sword species externally. But he encountered the biggest problem. There was no suitable carrier. If Ning Qi was present, the Gang Essence could naturally transform endlessly, but once it was detached, it couldn't last. This was an unchangeable nature. The turning point came after defeating the Heart Inquiry Sword. Inquiring Sword Pavilion sent over numerous compensations, and Ning Qi discovered a peculiar treasure or among them, referred to by the Inquiring Sword Pavilion as Spirit Concentration Stone, which could seal the Gang Essence sword species within it. With this, Ning Qi finally created this secret technique. By doing this, combining with Ning Qi's sword intent, it could explode in times of crisis. In addition, Ning Qi could more or less sense the location of the jade pendant holders, and the jade pendants also had the effect of calming the mind. Knowing that Jiang Baishan and others were going to leave soon, Ning Qi first made a pair of Mandarin duck jade pendants. As for the other martial brothers, those could be made a few days later. With this interlude, the slightly melancholy atmosphere was instantly diluted. The future is unpredictable, so it's better to cherish the present. Amidst the joyful laughter, Lin Ruhua gradually integrated into the group. Yi Qinghe whispered to her nonstop, bringing up many of Jiang Baishan's embarrassing moments, like when he was almost chopped on the arm by Lin Ruhua and was constantly teased about in the past. The two didn't really know each other until they fought, became entangled along the way, and after surviving life and death situations together, their relationship slowly changed until they developed mutual affection. But it was clear, Lin Ruhua wasn't the docile and gentle type of girl. She had tried to dig out Jiang Baishan's eyes and cut his tongue several times before. Everyone listened with glee, clicking their tongues. Li Ling couldn't help but shrink his neck. If I were to find a Tao companion in the future, she'd have to be a gentle and lovely girl. Yi Qinghe smacked the back of his head, laughing and scolding. You cheeky little devil, you're still so young and already thinking about Tao companions. Clearly, your usual workload is too light. I'll have to tell the master to give you more. Besides, are you saying your fifth sister-in-law is too fierce? Confronted with Lin Ruhua's half-smiling gaze, Li Ling immediately cowered and quickly hid behind Ning Qi. The laughter was even more joyful. Jiang Baishan gave a helpless look. After the laughter, Ning Qi looked up at the sky. The moon was full, and the peach party was coming to an end. Tiansheng, bring out the tea. The white ape understood and immediately turned and went inside. The Enlightenment tea had been brewing for so long that its spirit had completely infused into the tea. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Their prior knowledge that the Enlightenment tea tree had grown a few leaves made them believe they'd have no chance to taste it today, not expecting Ning Qi to save it for the finale. Of course, They all knew that the Enlightenment Tea tree was cultivated by Ning Qi's efforts alone. Even if Ning Qi hadn't brought it out, they would have understood and had no other thoughts. Soon, the white ape carefully walked out, holding a cup of tea, afraid of breaking it. This teacup was made of white jade, having a special function of concealing the tea's distinct fragrance. At this moment, Ning Qi uncovered the lid. An overwhelmingly rich aroma immediately burst forth, lingering at everyone's nostrils. Just by smelling the tea, everyone felt a bit heady, as if they were about to enter enlightenment. Indeed, it was an illusion, merely a precursor to entering a strange state after suddenly being exposed to the tea fragrance. Good tea, Luo Wentian exclaimed. Lin Ruhua also showed surprise. As a daughter of the vice sect leader of the demon sect, she had seen countless good things, but it was her first time encountering enlightenment tea. She had heard rumors about the enlightenment tea tree, never expecting to see one on true Marshall Mountain. Jiang Baishan whispered, telling her that Ning Qi had cultivated it from a dead species. She found it even more incredible. This ninth junior brother was overly mysterious. Her curiosity only grew. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Let this tea be the blessing for all my senior and junior brothers and sisters. May your martial journey be prosperous and smooth." He lifted his cup of tea. He, too, was a bit expectations, wondering if it might be beneficial for him, but he had a calm mindset. Even if it wasn't helpful, he wouldn't mind. The process of cultivating the enlightenment tea tree had already brought him significant insights, especially observing the young sprouts breaking through the soil, deepening his understanding of the path of life, ready to manifest in suitable moments in the future. The rest of them were even more eager. After expressing words of blessing, everyone raised their cups and drank it all in one go. The enlightenment tea enters the stomach. Ning Qi felt a warm current surging through him, while an exotic fragrance suddenly burst forth. It was overwhelmingly rich, not only enveloping the body, but also immersing the spirit within the aroma of the tea. In an instant, streams of spiritual insights gushed forth like a spring. Ning Qi entered a state of pseudo-enlightenment. This feeling was certainly enjoyable. However, Ning Qi's expression appeared somewhat odd. "Isn't this just my usual state during enlightenment?" At this moment, he realized the function of the enlightenment tea was to induce a special mental state in the drinker, thus achieving a pseudo-enlightenment state. Yet, the problem was that Ning Qi could enter this state at any time, even without drinking tea. Moreover, the enlightenment state that ordinary people long for was something Ning Qi often entered. Although not as easy as eating or drinking, once his state was slightly better or his accumulation of spiritual insights exceeded a certain point, enlightenment would naturally occur. Ning Qi shook his head and laughed softly. He came to understand that the enlightenment tea indeed had no use for him. He had been mentally prepared for this, so he was not disappointed. Instead, he decided to savor the taste of the enlightenment tea, setting aside its effects. It was an unparalleled fine tea in its own right. However, the current enlightenment tea is useless, but it doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. If we continue to cultivate it and refine it, perhaps in the future the tea leaves produced could truly induce a state of enlightenment. Ning Qi felt a bit of anticipation. If it could reach that stage, it would also be beneficial to him. As for whether it would succeed, he had confidence in himself. Ordinary peach trees had gradually been cultivated by him into rare spirit fruits, and naturally, he had hoped that the enlightenment tea tree could be elevated another level. He would continue researching in this direction. He leisurely sipped tea, smiling as he watched the other fellow practitioners. While for Ning Qi, the tea was just a taste to savor. For them, it was a fortuitous opportunity granted from heaven. At this moment, one by one, they entered the pseudo-enlightenment state. Countless spiritual insights arose, and the accumulation of their insights during regular times erupted in this instance. First was Luo Wentian. With Ning Qi's implanted Thunder Tiger fake pill, he had consistently and meticulously comprehended the path of Thunderous, developing some understanding and foundation. Now, under the influence of Enlightenment tea, his control over the fake pill accelerated from short distance to a long way, equating to about a month's usual effort in just moments. Moreover, he was perfecting various secret techniques to make his combat strength as formidable as possible. He highly valued the Cyan Profound Body Protection technique as a defense secret technique. Previously in confrontations, the gap was vast. Mostly, he suppressed the opponent with ease. The Cyan Profound Body Protection technique came into play only when facing High Heaven's thunder, but this time was different. If he truly faced the martial saint, a body protection secret technique is critical, potentially even turning the tide at a crucial moment. Ning Qi absorbed the essence from numerous texts in the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, hoping to integrate his sword intent to further enhance the Cyan Profound Body Protection technique. After all, among the various paths he currently mastered, the Sword Dao was the strongest. The sword can be used not only for offense. If combined with others, it can also be used for defense. Day by day passed, until one day, Chun Xing returned from Northern Barbarian. She brought back a reply from the town North King and also brought along someone, the Divine Feather Grand General. True Martial Hall. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian welcomed the two. Greetings, Senior Chun Xing. Divine Feather Grand General, Luo Wentian spoke courteously. One was a celestial being expert from the town North King's residence. The other was a strong presence from the celestial being list. Had he not been the sect leader of the true martial sect, he wouldn't qualify to stand here conversing with them. But Divine Feather Grand General returned the gesture with a smile. Sect leader Luo is too polite. True man as well. Taoist Longshan smiled slightly. Divine Feather Grand General remains distinguished. I still recall the Grand General's elegance when he beheaded old Demon Lin. It's already been more than 2 years since then. He still remembered 2 years ago. Divine Feather Grand General stood high above, though not displaying any hostility towards the true martial sect. Their statuses were not equivalent. But returning to true Martial Mountain this time, Divine Feather Grand General was extremely courteous. He knew very well why this was. The true man Tianjin's current fame was indeed colossal. Divine Feather Grand General laughed bitterly, waving his hand. True man, do not mock me. Had true man Tianjin been willing to act then, what chance would I have had to claim credit? At the time, he thought true man Tianjin was inferior to himself, but repeated facts later proved he was the frog at the bottom of the well. Especially after speaking with Flame Martial Grand General, he truly realized the exceptional nature of true man Tianjin. He now considered the true martial sect with great importance. Everyone smiled. Then Taoist Longshan turned his expectant gaze toward Chun Xing. Chun Xing did not hesitate and produced a secret letter, saying, True man, the prince is already aware of all matters. He values this highly and has already informed his majesty. The arrival of Divine Feather Grand General and me is precisely for this matter. Taoist Longshan was not surprised. Seeing Divine Feather Grand General arrive, he had already understood. He opened the secret letter. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Since learning that the demon sect and southern border were planning to achieve martial saint status, there had always been a shadow in his heart. But now, he finally felt a bit relieved. At the very least, the true martial sect wouldn't have to face this challenge alone. There would be strong support. Whether for Li Ling's sake or Great Yan's realm, Town North King would not stand idly by. However, recently the northern barbarians have been stirring again. He needs to oversee that side. Hence he reported to the imperial court. The letter's content was primarily in 2 parts. Firstly, Great Yan's imperial court would make every effort to thwart the demon sect and southern border's plan to achieve martial saint status, striving to crush their plans in the cradle. Secondly, concerning the safety of the true martial sect, Divine Feather Grand General, who was recently dispatched to guard Qing's state, has now moved closer, establishing a presence in the nearest city to the true martial sect. In this way, should anything occur, Divine Feather Grand General and his formidable army can arrive at once. One must also guard against some of the minor maneuvers of the demon sect and southern border, not merely limiting concern to the threat of martial saint. After reading the secret letter, Taoist Longshan expressed his thanks solemnly. Divine Feather Grand General, there will be many occasions to bother you in the future. Divine Feather Grand General's expression grew solemn. He waved his hand, saying, "True man is courteous." The ambition of the demon sect and southern border is evident. They collaborated intending to overturn our great yin. Naturally, I won't sit by and watch. True man can rest assured their plans won't easily succeed. He recalled Flame Martial Grand General's instructions earlier, aimed to shift the true martial sect stance, leaning more towards supporting the imperial court. Initially, he thought it would be difficult, planning to gradually find an opportunity, but unexpected pressure from the demon sect and southern border has pushed the true martial sect over. Nevertheless, the fact that the demon sect and southern border are planning to achieve martial saint status has left him somewhat alert. After all, Flame Martial Grand General's attitude was elusive, and he was uncertain whether Great Yan's martial saint could emerge at the crucial moment. Although he stood among Great Yan's top ranks, some core secrets were still beyond his reach. While he pondered, Luo Wentian had also finished reading the secret letter and asked, "May I ask the Grand General, what shall we true martial sect do if the demon sect and southern border indeed produce a martial saint?" The meaning within his words was apparent. Only martial saint can handle a martial saint. Against them, others face a path to death. Divine Feather Grand General's heart was tight, but he knew not to show a hint of trepidation. He replied calmly, "If that day arrives, there are those who will handle it, rest assured. Since I guard this place, no matter what, I'll share the fate with true martial sect, never leaving." His words were resolute. Luo Wentian apologized softly. Taoist Longshan smiled and moved past the matter, saying, "If it's not absolutely necessary, it'd be best not to proceed as such. Rather than waiting for the demon sect and southern border's martial saints to come knocking, it's better to kill from source. I believe the Grand General knows that our true martial sect has offended the southern border because of the Blood King Gu matter. We can use it as a starting point to investigate. Regardless of whether Great Yan's martial saint will act, he couldn't risk the safety of the entire true martial sect gambling that Great Yan's martial saint could block the attacks of two martial saints. Rather than this, why not prevent the birth of two martial saints?" Divine Feather Grand General nodded seriously. "True man can be assured, the imperial court has already initiated action. Secret agents in the 13 states are quietly probing. However deeply the southern border's people hide, they can't completely conceal. Daring to conduct such vile acts on our great Yin soil must be severely punished." His eyes carried a murderous intent. Then he added, "Regarding the demon sect achieving martial saint through secret technique, there have been some clues. It might relate to the inner cores of exotic beasts. The southern border, backed by the 100,000 mountains, is familiar with the situation inside, making it easier to acquire exotic beast cores. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason for their alliance." Taoist Longshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although Great Yin is still investigating southern border, the information on the demon sect's martial saint secret technique was obtained so quickly, indicating that numerous spies exist within the demon sect. After years of struggle, Great Yin and the demon sect were surely infiltrating one another to some extent. Reflecting on this, Taoist Longshan was more alert, aware that he couldn't fully trust the imperial court, else he wouldn't know if he'd be betrayed by a demon sect insider someday. The four discussed many details, all regarding various actions to be taken next, essentially exchanging information, seeing Chun Xing and Divine Feather Grand General off. Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian both breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately relayed these messages to Ning Qi. Ning Qi also felt somewhat relieved. With Great Yan's intervention, at least the pressure was less intense. Even if unable to completely prevent the emergence of martial saints from the demon sect and southern border, it would at least greatly delay their progress, gaining ample time for himself. If not even half a year could be gained, then Great Yan's court would be too incompetent. Ning Qi didn't believe Great Yan's court was only capable of this much. Since they were willing to intervene, perhaps he wouldn't have to act himself in the end. But he wouldn't harbor any false hope, relying on others. In the coming days, Ning Qi continued his cultivation. The wave stirred by True Man Tianjin's slaying of the heart inquiry sword also gradually dispersed. The martial realm has never lacked for new events, and Ning Qi enjoyed the peace. Too much attention on True Man Tianjin wasn't good. But very soon, an event once again shook the world, attracting numerous attentions. The Blade Demon, ranked third on the celestial being list, emerged. Who was the Blade Demon? 20 years ago, no one knew, but with a sudden rise to fame, he suppressed the then third-ranked inaction guest on the celestial being list, making his name known throughout the world. In that battle, he displayed an uncanny, demonic blade technique and cleaved a mountain 1,000 feet tall with a single stroke, earning him the title of the Blade Demon. Though ranked third on the celestial being list, many Blademen believe that the Blade Demon simply had too few achievements, otherwise he might have a chance to claim the top spot. Regrettably, after killing the inaction guest that year, the Blade Demon vanished again without a trace, until recently, re-emerging from seclusion. And as soon as he emerged, he made a big impact. Half a month ago, the Blade Demon appeared in sure state and battled Ice Soul Swordswoman, ranked 31st on the celestial being list. It couldn't even be considered a battle, but a one-sided crushing. With just one slash, the Ice Soul Swordswoman was severely injured and had to retreat. She was astonished and unable to face that demonic and careful stroke, leaving a shadow in her heart. Afterward, the Blade Demon drifted away, seemingly a bit disappointed. Countless blade men were excited. Since the feud between sword and blade subsided, blademen have felt suppressed, unable to hold their heads high, until recently when Heart Inquiry Sword and True Man Tianjin, two unparalleled swordsmen, fought internally. They felt slightly better, and now they finally have a right to stand tall. The Blade Demon Senior has emerged for the glory of us blade men. The swordsmen have been too arrogant lately. It seems even the Blade Demon Senior couldn't bear it. Is he trying to challenge all swordsmen under heaven? TSK, TSK, TSK. This is truly exciting. Countless blade men eagerly awaited. However, what happened next dumbfounded all the blade men. The Blade Demon appeared in Yun State. He confronted Heart Blade Old Man, ranked 26th on the celestial being list. Again, it was just one slash. Heartblade Old Man was severely injured and retreated. But Heartblade Old Man was over 700 years old, a renowned elder in the blade path with students all over the world. Even several unparalleled blade men ranked ahead of him would give him face. Yet now he was treated so mercilessly. It was hard to accept, prompting him to mock with a few words. Unexpectedly, the Blade Demon was not accommodating at all. With another slash, he killed Heartblade Old Man, then descended the mountain and left. From that point on, the world was in an uproar. Everyone realized that this Blade Demon indeed had deep demonic tendencies, leaving blade men bewildered. Initially, they thought the Blade Demon emerged to earn Blademan's honor, but now it seemed he made no distinction, treating everyone equally. The Blade Demon's challenges continued, almost once every half-month, with each challengee's ranking moving forward. Setting aside Blademan's colored glasses, countless people began to examine the Blade Demon's goals. After all, judging from his current behavior, this matter will definitely not stop. Why does the Blade Demon challenge the world's unparalleled strongmen? Martial artists were all curious, with many scouring ancient texts for answers, while some couldn't resist searching for the Blade Demon's origins. At last, some people discovered some clues. Have you noticed the Blade Demon's knife handle? 20 years ago, it was a broken demon blade. I once had the fortune to witness the battle between an action guest and the Blade Demon back then. And at that time, there was still half a demon blade. Is it my misconception, or is the knife handle in the Blade Demon's hand seemingly getting shorter after these challenges? Could it be that the Blade Demon is using the world's strongmen to test his blade? Then why doesn't he specifically seek out Blade Path strongmen? There are rumors that the Blade Demon practiced Sword Dao early on and only later switched to Blade Path. Observing the strongmen he challenges now, they are all swordsmen and blade men. So this rumor might be true. Countless people discussed it hotly. This is an enduring major event. Every half-month comes a great battle. Even if it's just the Blade Demon one-sidedly crushing, it's still a grand event. Some curious individuals have already deduced the Blade Demon's next challenge opponents based on his movements and stayed on guard in advance. The world is bustling, with most attention drawn to this matter. Even though Ning Qi was at the Seeking Tao Institute, he had already heard of it. It was Luo Wentian who came specifically to tell him, and this matter had some relation to Ning Qi as well. A knife with only a hilt. Ning Qi showed some amazement in his eyes. He roughly guessed some of the Blade Demon's intentions. That blade is his blade path. When one day even the hilt is gone, it will be the supreme realm where all things can be the blade. Is the Blade Demon using the world's strongmen as sharpening stones to help his blade path achieve the last step? Could it be he's using this to break the martial saint bottleneck? Ning Qi raised his eyebrows. A strong man like the Blade Demon must have already reached the celestial being perfection realm and perhaps has been stuck there for a long time. This might be his method to break through, but Ning Qi was a bit pessimistic. His Sword Dao realm had long surpassed the celestial human realm, having reached the realm where all things can be swords, but using that to break the martial saint bottleneck seemed unlikely. However, he wasn't assertive. Perhaps the Blade Demon had other plans. He was just a bit curious. If possible, it would be best to exchange insights. Luo Wentian seemed somewhat worried. Joe, considering the Blade Demon's route, I'm afraid it won't be long before he challenges you at true Martial Mountain. Do you feel prepared? The world's many eyes were drawn to the Blade Demon's affairs, but they did not know the undercurrents surging through the Great Yan states. The tension between the imperial court and the demon sect southern border erupted everywhere. True man Tianjin has not been defeated, which is a great deterrent to the demon sect and southern border. If he is defeated by the Blade Demon, the deterrence would greatly diminish, and he feared that the demon sect southern border might, therefore, undertake other actions. After all, the true martial sect had been secretly assisting the imperial court, and the tension with the demon sect southern border was already irreconcilable. Ning Qi smiled faintly, comforting Luo Wentian. Senior brother, do not worry. When soldiers come, we'll counter them with generals. When water arrives, we'll handle it with earth. 2 or 3 months passed. Ning Qi's strength had further progressed, and he was drawing even closer to the celestial human realm. Now, he could indeed claim invincibility in the celestial human realm. As long as the Blade Demon remained in the celestial human realm, he was unafraid. If the Blade Demon's actions were slower, and he reached the celestial human realm before being challenged again, there would be even less suspense. However, he was somewhat anticipating meeting this Blade Demon. Perhaps it could provide some enlightenment for himself. Luo Wentian, hearing this, the worry on his face gradually dissipated. He was somewhat amazed, gaining a further understanding of Ning Qi's strength. Since his 9th junior brother spoke this way, he must be confident. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. I will keep an eye on the Blade Demon's movements and inform you immediately if there is any news, Luo Wentian said. Ning Qi nodded. Senior brother, how have the operations against the demon sect and southern border been progressing? Luo Wentian thought for a moment and said, recently, our true martial sect disciples have started to retreat. Most of them are cultivating on true Martial Mountain, while a few elite disciples are sent out to participate in the imperial court's operations. In a few months, there have indeed been some gains. Several strongholds in the southern border have been secretly destroyed, but with the assistance of the demon sect, the southern border has also become alert, and no trace of the Blood King Gu has been found. As for the demon sect, the imperial court followed the thread of the inner cores of exotic beasts, using channels such as black market auctions to trace back to a few demon sect strongholds. It's almost certain that the demon sect's achievement of the martial saint technique is related to this, but the demon sect is very cautious. Most of the exotic beast inner cores might have already been transferred from the 100,000 Mountains. Ning Qi pondered. The results could be considered neither good nor bad. To some extent, it delayed the progress of both forces, but there were no critical gains. However, he had already guessed. The demon sect has been plotting for 1,000 years and must be extremely cautious. Moreover, they have been entangled with the Great Yin for many years. It's not easy to deal with. The demon sect is difficult to handle. Perhaps we can focus more on the southern border and, if possible, get hold of 1 or 2 Blood King Gu, Ning Qi said softly. He thought, if he could obtain another Blood King Gu, whether he could use it to sense the positions of other Blood King Gu and trace them to capture the southern border in one strike. Previously, he had obtained 2 Blood King Gu, but at that time, due to insufficient strength, he feared being confronted by the southern border, so he chose to refine them quickly. But now, he hopes to find the place where the southern border nurtures Blood Emperor Gu. Reversal of offense and defense is nothing at all. The best defense is a good offense. But no matter how strong, if he couldn't find the enemy, it would be like punching in the air. Luo Wentian nodded solemnly. All right, I will inform Divine Feather Grand General and the others about this matter. He didn't ask why Ning Qi needed it. Since Ning Qi mentioned it, it must be useful, and he chose to trust him. Not disturbing Ning Qi further, Luo Wentian talked about the recent situation and then left. He knew that everything the true martial sect was doing now was merely supporting Ning Qi. The real key lay with Ning Qi. Ning Qi watched Luo Wentian's back and slightly shook his head, putting aside this small episode. The matter of the Blade Demon was indeed lively, but even if it really came to true martial mountain, it wouldn't affect him. The current urgent task was still to advance to the celestial human realm as soon as possible. Ning Qi operated the celestial being Unity secret technique, instantly resonating with the power of heaven and earth, forming the great refining spirit. To this day, the celestial being Unity secret technique was as simple as breathing and drinking water for Ning Qi. Since stepping into the primordial core realm and starting to refine his spirit, he had discovered that the stronger his spirit was, the more potent the power of heaven and earth he could mobilize through the celestial being Unity secret technique. This is why Ning Qi's strength has been constantly growing. Ning Qi refined his spirit while contemplating cultivation after reaching the celestial human realm. If he wanted to maintain his ability to surpass realms, just like now after stepping into the celestial human realm, it wouldn't be simple and would require considerable effort. The reason my strength can far surpass those in the same realm and easily defeat celestial beings is firstly because my foundation is excessively solid, whether it be the physical body or gang qi, reaching a level unattainable by ordinary people. The second key point lies in the celestial being Unity secret technique, which allows me to control part of the power of the celestial human realm in advance, thereby partially leveling with it. But once I advance to the celestial human realm, things will be different. The celestial being Unity secret technique will no longer be an advantage. I can only rely on my extremely robust foundation and powerful secret techniques. But then, can I, as someone in the celestial human realm, contend with martial saints or even slay a martial saint? Ning Qi temporarily left a question mark in his mind. Undoubtedly, after advancing to the celestial human realm, with his foundation, the power of heaven and earth he resonates with will be unimaginable, causing his battle strength to surge. Yet, whether this can bridge the gap between the celestial human realm and the martial saint realm remains uncertain. A martial saint refines the power of heaven and earth for personal use, an absolute leap in the nature of power. To compensate for the qualitative gap, it must be filled with quantity. Therefore, my approach should be to allow myself to control as much of the power of heaven and earth as possible. If I can surpass the power of heaven and earth controlled even by celestial being realm perfection tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, Why worry about not being able to overwhelm it with sheer quantity? In Ning Qi's mind was filled with spiritual light. This was the direction he was contemplating. The celestial being unity secret technique allows me to harness the power of heaven and earth ahead of time. After stepping into the celestial human realm, can I further perfect it by combining my invisible root bone with the formed primordial pill within me to greatly increase the amount of power of heaven and earth I control? This seems very feasible. Ning Qi was already deducing various paths, just waiting for his promotion to the celestial human realm to begin creating a new technique. And besides the celestial being unity secret technique, he was also contemplating the cultivation within the celestial human realm and continuously perfecting the myriad phenomena secret record. Cultivation in the celestial human realm involves condensing the three flowers: flower of essence, flower of qi, and divine flower, also known as the three flowers of heaven, earth, and human. This actually has a pattern to follow. The flower of essence corresponds to the body-tempering realm. The flower of qi corresponds to the gang essence realm, and the divine flower corresponds to the celestial human realm. By achieving three flowers perfection, one attains celestial being realm perfection, and only through three floral cultivation can one hope to enter the martial saint realm. However, in an era without martial saints, many strong figures in the celestial human realm, in pursuit of more powerful combat prowess, have abandoned three floral cultivation, choosing instead to cultivate only one realm. For example, Wang Quan, the ancestor of the Qing state's Wang clan, specialized in the flower of essence. Actually, the manifestations of specializing in different paths can vary, but the essence is the same: to leverage more vigorous power of heaven and earth. For instance, the flower of essence involves using the power of heaven and earth to temper the flesh, ultimately resonating the flesh with the power of heaven and earth, excelling in close combat. The Buddhist sects Arhat and Vajra practice it this way, while among swordsmen and blademen, some martial artists specialize in the divine flower, using sword intent or blade intent to resonate with the power of heaven and earth, possessing formidable killing power. Specializing in one realm is a shortcut, but naturally, I cannot follow that path. The correct way is cultivating all three flowers. However, there are intricacies to cultivating the three flowers quickly. My physical strength, unparalleled, might be able to leverage the heavenly thunder technique to condense the flower of essence. As Ning Qi thought about it, countless inspirations emerged in his mind. Although he had not yet entered the celestial human realm, he already had few secrets left about it. One reason was the celestial being unity secret technique, and the other was that Ning Qi had obtained many celestial being secret records, which detailed invaluable information for reference. Time slowly passed. The turmoil in the world stirred up by the Blade Demon grew ever more intense. Countless gazes converged. In front of Luofu Mountain, many people were already waiting here, hoping that if the Blade Demon appeared, it would mean their prediction of the Blade Demon's route was correct. Luofu, Sword Venerate's face, was extremely grim. As the reputation of true man Tianjian rose, he felt increasingly distressed because his visit to true Martial Mountain to borrow a sword had turned him into little more than a backdrop for true man Tianjian, constantly reminding him of his clown-like status. And now, he was about to face a challenge from a Blade Demon. Facing this dreadful opponent, it was impossible for him not to feel apprehensive. He originally intended to avoid the confrontation, but now with everyone waiting here, he had no choice but to abandon that idea. Otherwise, he would be unable to hold his head up in the world afterward. He took a deep breath. He could only hope the Blade Demon wouldn't come. But unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. With an excited uproar, everyone's gaze fixed on one spot where an elder with disheveled hair walked barefoot, a piece of a sword hilt on his waist. Luofu, Sword Venerate's face was grim. He took a deep breath, preparing to fight. But he was met instantly with a terrifying blade light, exuding extreme demonic allure that plunged everyone into oblivion. Without a doubt, Luofu, Sword Venerate, ranked 21st on the celestial being list, was defeated and defeated badly, unable to withstand even one strike from the Blade Demon. He fortunately restrained his anger, for the fate of Heartblade Old Man was still fresh in his mind. Henceforth, the Blade Demon grew increasingly fearsome. The Blade Men were all agitated. Endless discussions ensued. They all wondered who could withstand the Blade Demon's second strike. 19th on the celestial being list. 18th, 16th. 2 months went by in a flash. One after another, the strong were knocked down. Still, no one could withstand a single strike. Yet, no one showed any signs of relaxation. Rather, they grew increasingly fervent, filled with unprecedented anticipation. Because, following the Blade Demon's route, next was True Man Tianjian. Previously, True Man Tianjian had slain Heart Inquiry Sword, thereby naturally inheriting Heart Inquiry Sword's rank, occupying 14th place. 15th on the celestial being list was neither a blade man nor swordsman. Therefore, the next challenge from the Blade Demon was naturally without doubt. This had been verified numerous times. Countless people converged towards True Martial Mountain. True Martial Mountain. Unprecedented bustle. Countless martial artists in the Jianghu were drawn here, traveling from far and wide. After all, this time was different from before. The two strong contenders were both top tier in the current age. One was True Man Tianjian, who rose to fame like a meteor, showcasing his prowess one after another. And 6 months ago, he even killed the Heart Inquiry Sword, becoming renowned worldwide. Everyone knew his strength far exceeded 14th on the celestial being list. Some even claimed he was already fit to claim the top swordsman's throne, though it was yet to be acknowledged, considering the sun-chasing Sword King's fearsome strength and long-standing prestige couldn't be easily shaken. The other was the Blade Demon, who, 20 years ago, emerged and slew the then third-ranked on the celestial being list. After a 20-year absence, he reappeared and stirred the world, defeating numerous celestial being list experts with his blade, without ever needing a second stroke. The clash between these two unparalleled experts naturally garnered much anticipation. Some say this might be the Blade Demon's greatest fight yet, with the future battles unlikely to rival its splendor. Many have discerned the Blade Demon's plan. He's amassing power through a series of battles, adjusting his essence, qi, and spirit to their peak state, then confronting the strongest opponent to elevate his blade path to unprecedented heights with external aid. And this strongest opponent, some believe it to be the sun-chasing Sword King. Others think it's True Man Tianjian. Thus, True Martial City is in an unprecedented frenzy, with many arriving early, some even skipping prior battles to wait here. For the True Martial sect, it's both beneficial and burdensome. The downside is the crowd. It's unpredictable if someone causes trouble, or if there are spies from the demon sect and the southern border. But the upside is undeniable, with world-class experts convening, accelerating True Martial City's development, and bringing fresh blood to the True Martial Sword Steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. Some strongmen inevitably wish to ascend the mountain to see these world-renowned places of enlightenment. This provides nourishment for Ning Qi. Ning Qi also knows about the Blade Demon's impending challenge. Yet his heart remains calm and undisturbed. He is getting closer to the celestial human realm, with breaking the realm just a couple of months away. However, even if the Blade Demon challenges him before he reaches the celestial human realm, he is unafraid. With his current cultivation, no one in the celestial human realm is a match for him. He is even somewhat eager for the encounter. Having heard so much about the Blade Demon's demonic single stroke, he wishes to witness it firsthand. This Blade Demon is undoubtedly a genius of the blade path, unparalleled in this world. Time quietly passes. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed since the Blade Demon last appeared. Countless people await eagerly. Their anxiety gradually grows. Why hasn't the Blade Demon arrived yet? Could we have speculated wrongly? Do not fret. I've observed the Blade Demon Elder's challenge timings. It's generally around half a month, but not strictly fixed. Perhaps the insights gained from the last battle took more time, or the journey itself had some delay. Numerous speculations arise in everyone's hearts. This day, within the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi is condensing great refining spirit with the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, his mind stirs, a strange light flickers in his eyes, and silently, he steps out and leaves True Martial Mountain. In the distant mountain range from True Martial Mountain, a barefoot, disheveled old man walks slowly, his eyes unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. His pitch-black pupils carry an indescribable demonic charm. Can everything become a blade? Leaves are blades, flowers and plants are blades, stones are blades, clouds can also become blades? It's not the shape but the spirit that matters. All things can transform into blade intent. The blade demon strokes the hilt of his blade at his waist, now slightly shorter. Clarity returns to his gaze. He realizes he has arrived within True Martial Mountain's territory. Just as he's about to leap into action, his steps halt suddenly. Despite being separated by several thousand feet, he catches sight of the sword steel. The true martial sword steel isn't particularly grand, chosen casually by Ning Qi with a huge stone, merely several dozens of feet tall. Yet in the blade demon's eyes, it shines bright like the moon among glowworms, dazzlingly resplendent. Even if only 3 inches high, it would be vividly visible to him. The blade demon stops. His pitch-black pupils deepen, becoming profoundly mysterious. He's observing the sword steel, or rather, sensing its sword intent. Unconsciously, a demonic blade intent whirls and ascends from the hilt at his waist, spiraling around him. If not for a restraining force, it might have soared into the sky, resonating with the sword intent in true martial sword steel, confronting it from afar. Yet even so, the sword steel, several thousand feet away, suddenly churns with waves. The swordsmen who are just comprehending near the sword steel are startled, at a loss, unaware of what transpired as they gaze at the sword intent surging from the steel. Their minds are greatly shaken, churning with countless speculations. Could it be true man Tianjian has gained another insight in Sword Tao? It was said that when Heart Inquiry Sword visited True Martial Mountain, the sword steel also fluctuated. Could it be another great adversary approaches? Is the blade demon here? Many considered this possibility. One by one, they stood up looking around. But surveying heaven and earth, they saw no terrifying figure, leaving them even more bewildered. The blade demon, if unwilling to be discovered, naturally no one could detect him. Except for Ning Qi. He sensed the fluctuation of the true martial sword steel earlier, and now appears silently, his presence like silent void, watching the blade demon from the shadows. He looks somewhat surprised. Indeed, the blade demon lives up to his reputation. From the flourishing blade intent, one could tell that this blade intent is unparalleled, possessing an eerie, demonic essence, as if the blade had its own life. However, it's still half a step away from the realm where everything can become a blade. It seems my guess was right. He's challenging the world's strongest to perfect his blade intent and then use it to enter the martial saint realm. Ning Qi felt eager to try. This was a formidable opponent, one that the likes of the Heart Inquiry Sword couldn't even hold a candle to. Perhaps battling such a strong opponent could yield him some gains, shortening his time to step into the celestial human realm. Since the blade demon was already here, he was probably about to issue a challenge. But quickly, Ning Qi was taken aback. He saw the blade demon slowly retract his gaze, and the once flourishing blade intent on him gradually retracted. His dark pupils carried a joyous gleam, that of meeting a soulmate over wine. A worthy opponent has arrived. He grinned silently. It was the battle between true man Tianjian and the Heart Inquiry Sword that spread across the world and inspired him to gain enlightenment through combat. Originally, he had placed the sun-chasing Sword King as the final target, the ultimate battle, but upon seeing the true martial sword steel today, he realized he had greatly underestimated this true man Tianjian. Such sword intent is unparalleled. Even my demon blade intent falls short by half a measure. Such an opponent is worthy of my full strength. The blade demon was intensely fervent. He had already considered retreating, not out of fear of true man Tianjian, but because he felt a senseless battle should be avoided. He wasn't at his peak state yet, and needed to present his strongest self to fight this unparalleled swordsman he had never met before, out of respect for both sides. He turned around and walked away slowly. No one knew the blade demon had been here. Ning Qi looked slightly bewildered. He had been prepared for a battle, but hadn't expected the blade demon to retreat. But after a moment's thought, Ning Qi understood the blade demon's intentions. He chuckled silently, not taking it to heart. Whenever the blade demon decided to come would not affect him. But since he chose not to challenge at this moment, in 2 months' time, he himself would also be far different than he was now. However, he glanced in my direction earlier. Did he notice me? Or was it just instinct? Ning Qi shook his head slightly, and then also departed gracefully. If there is no battle, so be it. Going home for enlightenment is a pleasant affair as well. No one knew that true man Tianjian and the blade demon had already quietly confronted each other in the shadows once. At this moment, as the blade demon departed, the blade intent subsided. The true martial sword steel returned to tranquility, and many were left puzzled, not knowing what had transpired. Numerous speculations remained baseless, unable to be verified, leaving them with no choice but to continue contemplating the sword steel. Several days passed. The blade demon had yet to make an appearance at True Martial Mountain, leaving some who were calm, originally unable to figure out what was happening. What's going on? Has the blade demon decided to retire to the woods? Or do you think it's possible that the blade demon simply doesn't want to challenge True Man Tianjian right now? After all, even though True Man Tianjian ranks 14th on the celestial being list, the whole world knows his strength is not just limited to being 14th. This speculation abruptly ended 2 days later. Everyone was stunned, simply because the blade demon appeared again, but not at True Martial Mountain. Instead, he challenged the 12th-ranked Night King Blade Venerate on the celestial being list. This time, finally, someone withstood the blade demon's first strike, though only for one more hit. For a time, the world was in an uproar, filled with excitement. They realized that the blade demon had skipped over true man Tianjian, which suggested what? It indicated that in the blade demon's mind, true man Tianjian was stronger than the Night King Blade Venerate. This is obvious. It shows the blade demon is challenging from the weaker to the stronger in order. But do you think the blade demon decided to bypass true man Tianjian from the start, or only after reaching True Martial Mountain? I think it was a decision made after reaching True Martial Mountain. Some notice certain clues. Firstly, there was the mysterious manifestation of sword intent from the true martial sword steel a few days back. Then, this time, the interval between blade demon challenges was unusual, significantly longer than before. With these conjectures, true man Tianjian's loyal supporters became agitated instantly. It seems the blade demon has decided to regard true man Tianjian as the ultimate opponent. This indicates that in his heart, true man Tianjian is the true first swordsman. The supporters of the sun-chasing Sword King naturally disagreed. The two sides argued fiercely, yet neither could convince the other. Thusly, amidst the attention on the blade demon's challenges, a new anticipation grew. Who would be the final opponent chosen by the blade demon? Concerning this, Ning Qi merely shook his head with a laugh. To him, none of this mattered. He knew the blade demon wouldn't come to challenge for a while, so he focused on refining his spirit, aiming to step into the celestial being realm within 2 months. Time passed quietly. More than half a month went by again. The blade demon challenged the 10th-ranked Proud Heaven Sword on the celestial being list. The strength of those ranked in the top 10 was clearly on another level. The blade demon delivered 5 strikes, while Proud Heaven Sword countered with 3 swords, but ultimately was severely injured and retreated. The blade demon's momentum was more resplendent than the sun at noon. Everyone's eyes were on him, and the feast of duels between unparalleled masters kept the entire Great Yin in a constant uproar. At this point, only the 8th-ranked Divine Windblade Venerate, the 6th-ranked Vast Sea Sword Sect, and the 5th-ranked Sun-Chasing Sword King, along with True Man Tianyin, were left, totaling just 4 matches. But so far, no one had seen the Blade Demon's full strength. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. Yet beneath this fervor, the covert struggles of the Imperial Court, Demon Sect, and Southern Border never ceased. If the true martial sect is counted in, it becomes a 4-way struggle, but excluding Ning Qi, the true martial sect is negligible compared to the other 3 forces. At the summit of a 1,000-foot cliff, palaces stood layer upon layer, resplendent with gold and jade. Powerful martial artists gathered here, all high-ranking figures of the Demon Sect and Southern Border. The Demon Sect had all 3 vice sect leaders present, but there was no sign of Qin Yun, while on the Southern Border side, besides the Southern Border Saintess and Snake Granny, there were 2 others standing on equal footing with the Saintess. One was a bald, middle-aged man, with muscles so robust they were intimidating, like a small mountain, with even his facial muscles bunched together. The other was an elder with a silver crown, possessing a dignified demeanor, implicitly leading the Southern Border people. However, at this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Finally, Xiang Tianqing broke the stalemate, speaking in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, we have gathered here today not to perform a silent act. We all clearly understand the situation. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to express them. What do you think, Lanha Elder?" Lanha Elder, the silver-crowned elder, nodded slightly at Xiang Wentian's words. "Indeed, the Great Yin Imperial Court has already uncovered our plans, biting at our heels like mad dogs these days, greatly slowing our progress in cultivating the Blood King Gu. We must devise a counter-strategy." Everyone wore expressions of fury. Everything had been going well since the alliance was formed, but it was unknown where the leak occurred that drew the attention of the Great Yin Imperial Court. "It's all the damn true martial sect's fault. I only regret not exterminating them a few years ago. When the martial saint emerges in the future, we must annihilate the entire true martial sect to quell the fury in our hearts." Ghost Mask said coldly. He had been extremely aggrieved lately. He had initially placed high hopes on Qin Yun, but Qin Yun wavered regarding the true martial sect matters, and now, the true martial sect had finally become a significant threat. Through informants, they knew that the information was leaked to the Imperial Court by the true martial sect. The bald middle-aged man, named He Yin, spoke in a deep and muffled voice. "But how did the true martial sect come to know of our plans? Vice sect leaders, you must thoroughly investigate yourselves. This great undertaking allows no negligence." Hearing these words, Ghost Mask and Lin Xueshuang both turned pale, their expressions ugly. Both the Southern Border and Demon Sect were powerful, their influence far-reaching, and they could uncover some traces. This involved Qin Yun and Lin Ruhua, though He Yin did not point out directly, leaving them some face. Xiang Tianqing was secretly pleased, but had to unite against the common enemy, so he smiled to ease the atmosphere. However, this might not be a bad thing. Seeing the crowd's gaze on him, he showed a confident smile. "Think carefully, with the Great Yin Imperial Court pressing this hard. Doesn't it show their bluff and bluster more? They're afraid of us. They're afraid we are about to have a martial saint born. Thinking even deeper, doesn't it suggest that the Great Yin martial saint is weaker than we imagined? We probed 100 years ago, and he was far less formidable than 200 years ago. Now another 100 years have passed. Perhaps he's become even more feeble. Thus, if we endure through this time, once the martial saints of our 2 forces are born, the situation will swiftly change." Everyone nodded slowly. This hypothesis had some reasonableness to it. They were desperately seeking information on the Great Yin martial saint, but the Great Yin Imperial Court's defenses were so tight they couldn't gather a trace. But the tighter the defenses, the more it confirmed the Imperial Court's trepidation. The Southern Border Saintess Lan Yi's eyes were cold. Yet if this continues, Neither the Blood Emperor, Gu, nor your holy pills will know when they'll be completed. The expected time might be delayed by more than double. Delays bring changes. What if the great Yin martial saint recovers significantly during this time? Remember, we are in a race against time. Lanha Elder nodded in agreement. Yes, we must come up with a feasible counterplan. The members of the demon's sect's eyes flickered slightly. Breeding the Blood Emperor Gu requires the Blood King Gu, which needs to consume human blood essence. However, their holy pills require a large amount of exotic beast intercourse. Comparatively, under the pursuit of the great Yin imperial court, the cultivation of the Blood Emperor Gu is more affected. Ghost Mask slowly began to speak. How about this? You help us complete the holy pill refinement first, and when our holy sex martial saint is born, we'll immediately assist you with full force to refine the Blood Emperor Gu. This way, we can achieve a win-win situation. As his words fell, silence reigned within the hall. As Ghost Mask's words fell, everyone in the demon's sect's eyes flickered, but there was no surprise. It was evident that they'd considered this before coming here, and they quietly watched the expressions of those from the southern border, trying to understand their thoughts. The people of the southern border acted as if they hadn't heard. Ghost Mask brought up the matter again. What does Elder Lana think? Elder Lana's expression finally changed. He raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze remaining indifferent. Then, a cold laugh escaped He Yan's mouth. He slowly rose, and a mountain-like pressure instantly descended upon the room, with his energy like a furnace, recklessly spattering around. This alone proved his remarkable expertise in the flower of essence, likely on par with the Buddhist sex arts. Do you demon sect folks take us to the southern border for fools? You even dare to plot against us. Do you think without your help we wouldn't be able to refine the Blood Emperor Gu? Your demon sect relies on the acquisition of exotic beast intercourse to remain unaffected, so you think you can control us? Fine then, let's part ways. From now on, we'll refine our Blood Emperor Gu, but don't you dare expect to get even a single beast pill from the 100,000 mountains. He Yan's voice was thunderous, his presence imposing. Some of the demon sect members visibly changed color. The southern border's foundations were indeed deep. Even a master like He Yan, who had not shown his face much, had such cultivation that he could easily rank in the top 20 on the celestial being list. People from the southern border wore cold smiles. If they were to help the demon sect fully become martial saints, wouldn't they eventually be manipulated? By then, the Blood Emperor Gu's ownership would be unknown. Though the demon sect and the southern border had already allied, they were not completely harmonious. They had mutual guard against each other, and only if both gave birth to martial saints simultaneously could they continue this cooperation. Otherwise, the balance wouldn't be maintained if one side grew too strong. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Xueshuang gracefully saluted, with a charming smile on her lips, with her green dress swaying, that made He Yan's gaze flicker. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be angry. It was merely a suggestion. Indeed, this is a method, but since you think it's inappropriate, let's drop it. We are all in the same boat. So let's not speak of parting ways, as the ultimate beneficiary would be none other than the Great Yin. Now, with the grudge against Great Yin already formed, it's either them dead or us alive. It's crucial to unite our hearts. Xiang Tianxing also mediated. Exactly. Let's not harm the harmony. Since you find Ghost Mask's words inappropriate, how about proposing a feasible method? After all, the cultivation of the Blood King Gu requires absorbing human blood essence, but under the tight surveillance of the Great Yin, we have no choice. The southern border saintess pulled down a section of her sleeve from her wrist, speaking casually. Who said the Blood King Gu must consume human blood essence? The faces of the demon's sect members showed surprise. Lan Yi continued, there's no need for human blood. Using beast blood is also possible. However, the process will be much more complicated. It requires removing impurities and also poses certain requirements for exotic beasts. Besides, the world doesn't consist solely of Great Yin. Though the population of the northern barbarians on the plains doesn't match up to Great Yin, they can fill part of the gap. With this two-pronged approach, progress won't be delayed, but we must engage in deadly contention with great yin without letting them notice. Thus, it requires collaboration from your demon sect, sending some people to the 100,000 mountains to hunt exotic beasts, which will help you obtain exotic beast inner cores and aid us in the southern border. She spoke slowly, evidently having her plans well in advance. Demon sect members nodded secretly, recognizing that this method considered both sides. Ghost Mask smiled and said, "According to the Saintess, how many people should our demon sect send?" Lan Yi's eyes paused for a moment. Then she said softly, "That's for you all to discuss among yourselves. Ultimately, make the most of your resources. Now is indeed the time when manpower is needed." Ghost Mask smiled and said, "Well said." He understood well, knowing whom Lan Yi was referring to. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let Qin Yun go to the 100,000 mountains under this pretense, especially since he was a celestial human realm expert and had consumed a lot of the demon sect's resources. Smart people need few words. Lan Yi nodded slightly, yet within her heart was a feeling she couldn't quite describe. Both sides began to discuss and agree on many details, arranging specifics. After that, the people from the southern border used their own methods to leave one by one. But before they left, they couldn't help but emphasize probing more into the realities of Great Yan's martial saints and applying pressure on the true martial sect. They also discussed the recent matter of the Blade Demon challenging all under heaven, wishing desperately for the Blade Demon to kill true man Tianjian with a single slash or severely injure him. By then, they would seize an opportunity, as most from true martial sect were hiding in true martial mountain, with those occasionally emerging causing them as much distress as having eaten a mouse. After the people of the southern border completely disappeared, the demon sect members fell silent once again. A moment later, Xiang Tianxing suddenly sneered. "Vice sect leader Lin, indeed, you've raised a good daughter." Earlier, when those from the southern border were present, they avoided airing much dirty laundry, but now there was no such concern. Over this period, they had already known Lin Ruhua, at an unknown time, had become a pair with true martial sect's Jiang Baishan, leaking who knew how many sect secrets, causing the Great Yin Imperial Court to take notice early, resulting in their current passive situation. This mistake was something Lin Xueshuang couldn't evade. Lin Xueshuang's body trembled slightly. Her face remained calm, but her emotions were extremely complicated. Upon hearing this initially, she was both shocked and angry. Having lost her husband early on and never remarried, she had only this one daughter whom she cherished like a treasure. Yet, she never expected her to elope with another man, without even notifying her mother. But with the delivery of an unknown secret letter from Lin Ruhua, her anger gradually subsided, and then she could not help but feel heartache. Only then did she know that her daughter and Jiang Baishan had secluded themselves in a place unknown to anyone, simply not wanting to get caught in a dilemma. Her heart was filled with Lin Ruhua's guilt and apology. She does not ask for her mother's forgiveness, only that her mother should not be sad, promising to repay the kindness of upbringing in the next life. This only made Lin Xueshuang feel like her heart was being torn apart. Lin Xueshuang spoke softly. "A son's misbehavior is the father's fault. Ruhua's father died early, and it is indeed I, as her mother, who failed to teach her properly." She understood why Xiang Tianxing brought up this matter, fearing that the other two vice sect leaders had already planned to take this opportunity to weaken her power. Ghost Mask spoke. "Vice sect leader Lin, you're being too hard on yourself. Perhaps Miss Ruhua was merely bewitched by the young Jiang boy. Once they're brought back to the sect, we can counsel them properly. However, the holy sect has its own rules, and it would be inappropriate for vice sect leader Lin to intervene. Whether it is the matter of Great Yin or the true martial sect, vice sect leader Lin needs to avoid suspicion." Lin Xueshuang gave a cold snort, wanting to lash out, but after a moment of silence, she sighed deeply. "Very well. I will take charge of the task of hunting the exotic beasts in the 100,000 mountains." She knew This time, once she left, after things settled, her power would inevitably be divided by Ghost Mask and Xiang Tianqing. She could choose not to go, but when she thought of her daughter's letter, her heart softened. If I were to face off against the true martial sect, it would inevitably hurt Ruhua's feelings. Now, by heading far away to the 100,000 mountains and ignoring matters here, it acts as an explanation to Ruhua, preventing her from being caught in a dilemma. Lin Xueshuang vaguely also had the intention of backing her daughter. If the Taoist Longshan of the true martial sect could exhaust all efforts for his disciple, then naturally Lin Xueshuang could also make elaborate plans for her beloved daughter. Ghost Mask and Xiang Tianqing exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes, and then jointly cupped their hands and said, "Vice Sect Leader Lin, your honor is noble. If the grand undertaking of our holy sect succeeds, you will surely have great merit in it." Lin Xueshuang saw their insincere words and suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment for some reason. She used to be full of ambition, wanting to accomplish great things, but over the years, either actively or passively, she had been fighting for power and profit, and the demon sect had long lost its original intent, with even different voices emerging within the sect. "If you find Ruhua, bring her to the 100,000 mountains to see me." With that, she turned and left. But inwardly, she hoped that her daughter and her beloved could remain hidden from the world. Time passed slowly. The conspiracy between the demon sect and the southern border was naturally known to no one. On the surface, they were still engaged in fierce battles with the great Yin imperial court, even deliberately creating some illusions as if they were desperately protecting certain strongholds, sometimes even sacrificing some experts to confuse the audience. But secretly, their focus had already shifted to the 100,000 mountains and the northern barbarian grassland, where they were pushing towards preparing what would culminate in the martial saint. Meanwhile, the world of great Yin continued to be in an uproar over the affair of the Blade Demon. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yet another epic and highly anticipated duel. The Blade Demon challenged the divine Wind Blade Venerate, ranked 8th on the celestial being list. This battle had a different significance, simply because these two were the most powerful blade men on the surface, representing the pinnacle of the world's blade path, besides those who have secluded themselves or, for various reasons, do not appear on the list. This battle, whoever emerged victorious would be the undisputed #1 blade man in the world. Though the Blade Demon's power was unmatched, some still hoped for a miracle, as the two had never faced off before. Countless blade men arrived, eagerly anticipating the birth of this ultimate blade. The Blade Demon arrived as promised, meeting the divine Wind Blade Venerate on the Red Leaf Plain. The two stood between heaven and earth. The infinite blade momentum made everyone's heart palpitate, even the divine Wind Blade Venerate himself, who was looking forward to this battle with great anticipation. Wind God Blade. His blade howled like a divine wind, with blade shadows filling the space, seemingly omnipresent. Even those watching from 1,000 feet away felt immense pressure. The Wind God Blade's sharpness was incredibly vexing, compressing the void into storms of terrible blade chi. The spectators were shocked, retreating again and again. For the first time, the Blade Demon took this so solemnly, more seriously than when he fought proud Heaven Sword before, for from the divine Wind Blade Venerate, he saw something that piqued his interest. Human Demon Blade. He held the now shorter hilt of the blade, not releasing his grip, while a horrifying demonic aura arose from the Blade Demon. At this moment, he seemed to merge completely with the Demon Blade. He was the Demon Blade, and the Demon Blade was him. The divine Wind Blade Venerate's expression changed. Endless blade gang covered the heavens and earth, the wind howling, the intersecting blade marks on the red leaf plain extremely prominent. The lingering blade intent was astonishingly thrilling, hinting it could become a good place for future blade enlightenment, though the blade intent would be somewhat violent, necessitating caution. The spectators' hearts swayed. This was the most pinnacle battle in recent years. The blade men were immensely fascinated. Finally, all blade gangs ceased, and everyone quickly looked over. They saw the two had already landed on the ground, with the blade demon slowly releasing his grip on the hilt with his right hand, while the divine wind blade venerate was half kneeling on the ground, his face desolate, the outcome of victory and defeat clearly apparent. Notably, however, there was admiration in the eyes of the divine wind blade venerate. The crowd held their breath and heard the blade demon speak for the first time. "Your blade is not bad." This was the first time he praised an opponent like this, making everyone glance over in surprise. Although the divine wind blade venerate was defeated, he was still honored. However, the divine wind blade venerate felt somewhat uncomfortable. He had roamed the world for many years and never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat today. Such praise might be an honor to others, but to him, it was quite unsettling. However, he had to accept that his skills were inferior, and there was nothing more to say. Watching the barefoot old man turn away, the divine wind blade venerate couldn't help but ask, "How much further do you have to go?" The blade demon paused, knowing he was asking about the highest realm of the blade demon. He continued walking, his voice faintly trailing behind. "Half a step." The divine wind blade venerate was impressed. He himself was still one step away from the realm where everything could be a blade, and the difference between one step and half a step, though seemingly small, was actually significant. At this point, the opponent could already be called the world's #1 blade man. He noticed that the blade demon's blade handle was shorter than when he arrived, and he was even more impressed, lamenting how the world could have such a blade path genius who could gain insight from one battle. Who in the world could stop his progress? The result of this battle spread. The world was abuzz. The name of the blade demon as the #1 blade man was no longer under any doubt. Next, there were only 3 people left, and these 3 were all swordsmen: the vast sea sword sect, the sun-chasing sword king, and the true man Tianjian. The blade men were confident and hopeful that the blade demon could sweep through all 3, cementing his invincible reputation. Unexpectedly, however, the blade demon did not appear soon after his battle with the divine wind blade venerate. Normally, there was a battle about every half month, except for a delay when he faced the true man Tianjian, but this time the delay was even longer, and unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. Could it be that the blade demon was also injured in that battle? Countless people speculated, feeling anxious. They feared the blade demon might disappear, making this unprecedented event end with a whimper. Fortunately, this anxious mood did not last long. A month after the battle with the divine wind blade venerate, the blade demon finally reappeared. This time, he challenged the 6th ranked on the celestial being list from the vast sea sword sect. He traveled to the near-sea vast Sea Pearl Island, where martial artists had gathered in anticipation, some choosing the reefs, some choosing deserted islands, and others settling on large ships. The area around vast Sea Pearl Island was unprecedentedly lively. Soon, everyone realized why the blade demon took so long to appear this time. He battled fiercely with the vast sea sword sect. Everyone could clearly see that the vast sea sword sect was slightly stronger than the divine windblade venerate. But unexpectedly, the blade demon won even more easily. Watching the blade demon stride over the sea, countless people were astonished. This indicated that the blade demon had gained great insight from the previous battle with the divine wind blade venerate, which explained the month's delay. Observant people noticed. The blade demon's blade handle was now very short, probably only half the width of a palm, looking like a piece of iron. The result of this battle spread once again throughout the world. Next, only 2 people remained. One was the true man Tianjian, and the other was the sun-chasing sword king. At this point, no one knew whom the blade demon would challenge next. If he challenged the true man Tianjian first, it would indicate that the blade demon believed the sun-chasing sword king to be the strongest swordsman, and vice versa, if he challenged the sun-chasing sword king first. The swordsmen argued endlessly, as both had a considerable number of supporters. Which site should be chosen for the next battle's audience? The crowd was at a loss. Thus, a ridiculous scene occurred. Supporters of the true man Tianjian headed towards the Sunset Sword sect, convinced that the next battle would be between the true man Tianjian and the sun-chasing Sword King, and not wanting to miss such a grand event. While supporters of the sun-chasing Sword King flocked to the true martial mountain, the world's martial artists were divided in half. Both true martial mountain and the Sunset Sword sect were crowded. When Ning Qi learned of all this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. However, he wasn't concerned. He was in high spirits. And although the shadows of the demon sect and southern border martial saint were not yet visible, he was just about to break through to the celestial human realm. The world is in chaos. Yet Ning Qi is alone in the Seeking Tao Institute, devoting himself to quiet cultivation, watching flowers bloom and wither, a delightful affair indeed. He practices diligently every day, making steady progress that is pleasing. Up until now, his refining spirit is nearing perfection. Stepping into the celestial human realm is a natural progression. Ning Qi estimates it's a matter of 1 or 2 days. Unknowingly, I am already 11 years old. Ning Qi stands with his hands behind his back, gazing at the starry sky, filled with endless reflections. At 11, he possesses a towering, unparalleled elegance, surpassing even that of 15 or 16-year-old youths, which upon first glance leaves people internally exclaiming over such an extraordinary little Taoist. A few more glances, and they would be even more astonished by his transcendent poise, enough to captivate. This is the unique aura cultivated from years of scripture reading and enlightenment by Ning Qi. Were there immortals in the world, they would be no different. Because of this, many senior and junior brothers in the true martial sect acknowledge Ning Qi's exceptional nature, a result of him no longer concealing himself. With his full-fledged capabilities, he no longer needs to completely hold back, sometimes acting freely, rendering Zhuang Chun and Li Ling utterly stupefied, viewing this ninth senior brother as a celestial being. Zhuang Chun knows more, recalling when he was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, exchanging techniques of dreaming gluttony for Ning Qi's extraordinary sword skill, later taught the innate sword body secret technique by Ning Qi, but he has never mentioned these matters to anyone else. Li Ling, on the other hand, occasionally has flashes of insight, suspecting that ninth senior brother's demeanor bears a slight resemblance to the stern and cold senior Tianjian, though ninth senior brother is noticeably more amiable. He can't help but speculate if ninth senior brother secretly inherited the teachings of senior Tianjian, which only grants him more respect, aware that gaining recognition from such an enigmatic predecessor is no easy task. Ning Qi looks back on past events. Divine intent disperses. Almost forgetting about various past lives, the 11 years of this life have mostly passed atop true martial mountain. He gazes afar, sensing something within. Could the place from my past life be a star in the sky? Have the hundreds of reincarnations I've undergone been similar? Will there be a chance in the future to look back? Ning Qi bears no attachments to places of his past life, moved purely by curiosity. He inadvertently recalls a prior journey to high heaven, its rules clearly different from the previous planets. The might of the thunderous forbidden zone still unsettling upon recollection, preventing another visit even after advancing to the primordial core realm. He even feels that once stepping into the celestial human realm, he must remain exceedingly cautious, avoiding any rashness. Many thoughts flashing by in an instant. Countless principles surge into his mind. Ning Qi stands quietly under the peach tree, slowly closing his eyes. Everything comes naturally, divine intent effortlessly reaching the realm of perfection, his divine intent incomparable to others. Covering the entire true martial mountain is merely ordinary for him, brushing past it all. He sees true martial disciples striving diligently in the martial arts arena. Seemingly that boy named Godan. He sees his eldest senior brother leaving the martial arts arena with hands behind his back, looking satisfied. He sees his second senior brother frowning at the desk. He sees his master cradling scriptures in contemplation, suddenly raising his brows, seemingly aware. glancing towards the direction of the Seeking Tao Institute in surprise. Ning Qi finds his state incredibly marvelous, but it too is ephemeral. He strives to remember this state. For a moment, an immense divine intent contracts, as if drawn by a tremendous force, stirring vast waves in the formless void, then fully retracting into Ning Qi's body. At this moment, the primordial core within Ning Qi emits a golden glow, constantly rotating. This is the activated primordial core state, now merging with the perfect divine intent, seeking the vast, mysterious power of heaven and earth, easily resonating and controlling it in the future. Although it's merely resembling swinging a hammer or levering a pole, it can still unleash unmatched might. This is the origin of the statement, beneath the celestial human, all are ants. For ordinary people, this barrier is exceedingly difficult. Previously, Taoist Longshan was stuck here, unable to comprehend, ultimately breaking through to the celestial human realm only after a close retreat, almost causing true martial sect to face danger. But for Ning Qi, it is as simple as can be. He created the celestial being unity secret technique, already familiar with the process. At this moment, under his control, divine intent instantly forms a bridge with the primordial core within, this bridge as the key connection of humans and the heavens and earth. Once the bridge of celestial being is completed, Ning Qi naturally steps into the celestial human realm. His body shook. Immediately, he feels different. In a moment, the entire world looks different to him, contrasting the vague perception of the power of heaven and earth using the celestial being unity secret technique before. Now it is clearly visible. He sees strands of energy like fireflies billowing in the heavens and earth. Its vastness is unimaginably overwhelming. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Ning Qi is astounded, feeling a sense of seeing the truths of heaven and earth, with waves of spiritual light in his mind. Realizing that once this force is used like an arm, it's indeed unimaginable, fearing that destroying the world would be effortlessly easy. Regrettably, even the strong of the celestial human realm can only utilize it at a shallow level, hardly grasping its essence. Perhaps only martial saints can truly master such force. Ning Qi gained a somewhat direct understanding of the martial saint's might. He took a deep breath, stabilizing his mind. He remained standing quietly under the peach tree, sensing the changes within his body. With the effect of the bridge of celestial being, boundless vitality spread throughout his body, enhancing his life essence further, extending his lifespan. Consequently, his understanding elevated once more, allowing his thoughts to touch upon the essence. I might now have a lifespan nearly double that of an ordinary celestial human realm being. Ning Qi's lips curved slightly, showing some delight. Even though he was still far from his goal of immortality, the feeling of growth step by step equally made him happy. The process of pursuing the path to immortality was extremely important as well. Each leap in life indicated that he was one step closer to his goal. This was the satisfaction of attaining the Tao. Ning Qi continued to sense the changes within him, benefiting from the bridge of celestial being, with certain improvements in his essence, qi, and spirit. However, it wasn't to an extent unreachable by the primordial core realm. Thus, he knew the ancient texts weren't wrong. If one set aside the power of heaven and earth, the celestial human realm wasn't extraordinarily stronger than the primordial core realm. This was the fundamental reason why the woman from the southern border dared to ascend the mountain for a night visit with the heaven-sensing Gu. Ning Qi was an exception never seen before. He took a deep breath and communicated with the bridge of celestial being. In an instant, a vast amount of power of heaven and earth roared from all directions. The magnitude was far more than Ning Qi had resonated with using the celestial being unity secret technique before, perhaps as much as 100-fold. Though Ning Qi meant to conceal it, there were still some waves and commotion. Ordinary disciples might just think it's the night wind, but Taoist Longshan's eyes revealed more astonishment, developing a certain speculation. and then turning into deep joy and anticipation. He stepped lightly and slowly approached the Seeking Tao Institute. I've just stepped into the celestial human realm, yet the power of heaven and earth I can resonate with rivals those unparalleled celestial being perfection powerhouses, possibly even exceeding them by much. Thus, considering my massive gang essence and the power of various secret techniques, though it hasn't surged 100-fold, 10-fold isn't a problem. Moreover, this isn't the limit. Having entered the celestial human realm this time, I have an overwhelming amount of inspiration in my mind. With a time of peaceful digestion, whether it's the celestial being unity secret technique or the heavenly sword technique, there could be significant progress. Facing a martial saint now, I certainly wouldn't be powerless. Ning Qi's heart was determined. Before, he didn't know how powerful a martial saint was, only imagining it as powerful as possible. But now, seeing the truth of heaven and earth, he roughly understood that the strength of a martial saint lies in truly exploiting the essence of the power of heaven and earth. Although his own power essence was inferior, overwhelming quality with quantity might not be impossible. Only Ning Qi could achieve such a thing. After ordinary people step into the celestial human realm, their gang qi doesn't disappear, but compared to the power of heaven and earth's might, it is undoubtedly as ornamental, only acting as a catalyst when cultivating the flower of qi. Yet Ning Qi's gang qi possesses substantial might, combining both in an unprecedented manner. Moreover, the many secret techniques he mastered and the high realm of the paths he reached were beyond ordinary imagination. Ning Qi felt, no matter how powerful a martial saint was, it wouldn't be so overwhelmingly defiant. He found peace in his heart. Ever since he learned that the demon sect and southern border were soon to birth a martial saint, he showed no sign of it externally, comforting his master and senior brother. But deep down, he too felt certain pressure. Although he could certainly flee himself, he couldn't safeguard the lives of true martial sect's 2,000 disciples. Now, he finally gained a certain amount of confidence. However, it's still not enough. I need to become even stronger. He had just entered the celestial human realm and still had great potential for growth, progressing rapidly in the short term. Furthermore, after entering the celestial human realm, he could continue researching the secrets of the White Ape bloodline and Zhuang Chen's innate sword bone. Yet he can't just shut himself away. Ning Qi decided to employ a two-pronged strategy. While strengthening himself, he would also try to ascertain the secret land of the martial saints of the two forces. It would be best to strike first, rather than waiting for them to grow powerful before resisting. His strength had increased greatly, feeling capable of freely moving in the demon sect and southern border. If he could nip this crisis in the bud, it would be ideal. However, the demon sect has always been crafty with many hideouts. Even the martial saints of Great Yin could not eradicate them. Ning Qi would find locating their secret land challenging, not something to be rushed. Otherwise, alerting them without destroying the martial saint's secret land might let them become more wary and go deeper into hiding. Just as he thought about this, he slightly opened his eyes, smiling as he looked forward. Taoist Longshan walked over, seeing Ning Qi's distinctly different demeanor, eyes filled with expectation and hope. Jiu, Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Taoist Longshan stood dumbfounded, his hope realized, yet feeling surreal, and after a moment, he laughed heartily. Good, good. You are truly the path guardian of true martial. His laughter grew more and more relieved as he faced the sky, causing tears at the corner of his eyes to escape Ning Qi's notice. Ning Qi reflected emotionally. During this time, not only he felt some pressure, Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian experienced significant stress as well. While carrying out the Fire Seed plan, their hearts couldn't help but grow anxious. Now, finally, they reached the fruition of their efforts. The bright moon hung in the sky. Master and disciple strolled side by side, feeling hopeful about the future of true martial sect amidst laughter and conversation. No one in the world knew that Ning Qi had silently broken through, achieving power far beyond the celestial human realm. Now, all eyes were fixed upon the Sunset Sword Sect and true martial sect. Martial artists gathered, awaiting the Blade Demon. The atmosphere at True Martial Mountain was unprecedentedly intense, prompting many to leave their mark on the True Martial Sword Monument and Tower of 10,000 Paths. This pleased Ning Qi, as his sword intent had surpassed the realm the Blade Demon dreamed of. Even further than that, achieving a mastery where everything could serve as a blade. Ning Qi roughly speculated. This realm was one of the conditions for reaching the martial saint, but just one of the conditions. Before stepping into the celestial human realm, the Blade Demon couldn't be his opponent, even more so now, leaving Ning Qi unperturbed. He paid no attention to such concerns. Should the Blade Demon come to challenge earlier, he would defeat him earlier. If he came later, he would defeat him later. He disregarded all speculations under the heavens, focusing solely on comprehending the many wonders of the celestial human realm. He was enhancing the celestial being unity secret technique, or rather a completely new secret technique. Previously, this secret technique allowed him to prematurely grasp the secret of the celestial human realm. Now that he had stepped into the celestial human realm, it seemed to have lost its usefulness. But Ning Qi thoroughly contemplated and felt there's still more to explore. The wondrous aspects of the body's root bone were yet to be fully understood. Now, focusing all efforts on comprehension, inspiration flashed, intending to model the idea of the bridge of celestial being to construct a second bridge of celestial being using the body's root bone as a medium. In this way, two bridges of celestial being exerting their power simultaneously could increase the power of heaven and earth. Ning Qi could resonate with manifold. Moreover, if the two bridges could mutually enhance each other, the effect wouldn't merely be doubling, but potentially tripling or quadrupling. This would greatly enhance Ning Qi's combat prowess. Because of this, he temporarily set aside continued cultivation in the celestial human realm, as enhancing strength quickly was essential and needed immediate mastery. Yet others in the world couldn't remain as composed as Ning Qi. The matter of the Blade Demon continued to be chaotic. A half-month had passed since the defeat of the vast Sea Sword sect. Unexpected to all martial artists, the Blade Demon reappeared. They thought he would retreat for another month or longer, yet it was only half a month. He slowly ascended the mountain gate of the Sunset Sword sect, igniting all in fervor. The Blade Demon has chosen to challenge the sun-chasing Sword King first. Doesn't this imply that, in his mind, true man Tianjian is the strongest, indicating that the Blade Demon had gone to True Martial Mountain on a trip, and upon seeing the True Martial Sword Monument realized it was his destined strongest opponent, thus leaving true man Tianjian last. Hearing such remarks, everyone in the Sunset Sword sect was silently furious. Yet, after being admonished by their ancestor, the Sunset Sword sect had shifted their mindset. Though angry, they weren't overly enraged. At this point, only facts could speak for themselves. They only knew, if the Blade Demon were defeated by their ancestor, who he thought was strong would cease to matter. Amidst the gaze of countless eyes, the Blade Demon approached slowly. The scenery of Sunset Sword sect was breathtakingly beautiful, with silver waterfalls cascading. Ever since the sun-chasing Sword King's rise, the sect had ascended with astonishing speed, vaguely holding the position as the #1 sword Dao Holy Land in the world, housing various sacred places like the Sword Burial Pool and Sword King Peak. In the past, Sunset Sword sect rarely entertained external guests. But now, the Blade Demon Challenge was a grand event, and naturally, they couldn't show weakness, allowing many martial artists to watch from the periphery. People marveled at the heritage of Sunset Sword sect while eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. No matter how the Blade Demon viewed it, the sun-chasing Sword King was currently the highest-ranking swordsman on the surface. Ranked 5th on the celestial being list, this was truly a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of Great Yin, even when accounting for those hidden monsters. The Blade Demon stood beneath Sword King Peak, His jet-black pupils gazed over, slightly rippling. He perceived an extremely formidable sword intent hidden there, and if his intuition was correct, it should be someone walking a similar path to his own. His battle-intent sword, realizing that this sun-chasing Sword King was stronger than imagined. The blade intent surged skyward, sweeping across the layers of clouds, forming an invisible vortex. Countless people were horrified by this demonic blade intent, especially those who had witnessed every battle since the Blade Demon emerged, who were extremely excited. They were loyal followers of the Blade Demon and could fully see that the Blade Demon had become stronger since emerging. This also completely confirmed everyone's suspicions that the Blade Demon emerged to test his blade against the world's strongest, aiming to reach the Supreme Realm. The members of Sunset Sword Sect all gathered at Sword King Peak. They were astonished in their hearts and bowed in unison, shouting, "Please, Ancestor, come forth." Countless gazes converged on Sword King Peak, which was also surrounded by various mysterious legends. It was said that this was the place where the sun-chasing Sword King attained sword enlightenment. Originally just an ordinary mountain, but over time, every flower, plant, tree, and stone was imbued with powerful sword intent, earning it the name Sword King Peak. In the past, people were unsure whether this legend was exaggerated by Sunset Sword Sect to enhance its reputation. But upon witnessing today's events, they realized their naivety. As the members of Sunset Sword Sect finished their call, everyone saw the originally silent Sword King Peak come to life. Sword intents surged into the sky, converging into form, creating an astonishing phenomenon like a grand sun, leaving people speechless. A faint voice echoed, "Stand down." The crowd focused their gaze and saw a figure standing opposite the Blade Demon, the old man's brows and eyes like swords, a majestic presence, casually standing there with an overwhelming aura, naturally not an ordinary person to bear the name Chasing the Sun. The sun-chasing Sword King looked at the Blade Demon opposite, his gaze resting on the hilt of the demon's blade, with a sense of caution. He softly remarked, "The world is truly full of hidden talents. First, there was an unheard of true man, Tianjian, and now you've emerged unstoppable. Your blade, I fear, is nearly complete." Everyone was astonished. The sun-chasing Sword King also mentioned true man Tianjian, and his words seemed to hold him in high regard. The Blade Demon slowly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Still a bit short, you're not bad either." The sun-chasing Sword King laughed heartily, finding a sense of camaraderie in an unexpected encounter. "Shall we decide victory in 3 moves?" "All right." The Blade Demon's voice remained calm as ever, but everyone was astonished. Since his emergence, the Blade Demon had hardly spoken, only having exchanged a few words after his battle with Divine Windblade Venerate. But now, before the duel had even started, he was already conversing calmly with the sun-chasing Sword King, showing his respect for him. Everyone secretly anticipated. They widened their eyes, even relaxing their breaths, fearing to disturb the duel of these two peerless powerhouses. In an instant, the wind and cloud shifted. The sun-chasing Sword King pointed with his hand, and a vast sword intent condensed, transforming into a radiant sun suspended high in the sky. Even from a distance, everyone could perceive the overwhelming sense of oppression. The myriad things in the world, be it divine mountains, great rivers, or deep seas, paled in comparison to the boundless grandeur of the sun. The sun-chasing Sword King bore the name Chasing the Sun, not to pursue the sun like Kwafu, but to pursue his own sword intent to be as vast and boundless as the sun. At this moment, as he made his move, it instantly caused a shock among countless people. Such sword intent was rare in the world. It was clear the sun-chasing Sword King had made further progress since last taking action. The Blade Demon's jet-black pupils rippled, his battle intent surged, and he gently caressed the hilt of his blade. The terrifying, demonic nature rose and swept. The Blade Demon at this moment seemed to transform into the Demon Blade. Someone recognized it. This was the unparalleled blade that defeated Divine Wind Blade Venerate, the human Demon Blade. The two peerless powerhouses had widened the gap from others with just one move. Only now did everyone understand. The peerless powerhouses ranked in the top 5 of the celestial being list had reached a different realm, incomparable by multiple levels. The brilliant sun descended from the sky, carrying vast pressure, while the pitch-black demon blade ascended against the current, possessing an invincible aura to annihilate everything. Like oil boiling in a blazing fire. The void resonated with a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. The sun attempting to devour the demon blade, while the demon blade sought to destroy the sun, both sword intent and blade intent contained within. Any slight leak of such energy would be enough to leave Sunset, Sword Sect, in ruins. But strangely, the two forces only dissolved each other, without any extra waves spilling out. A moment later, both the sun and the demon blade dissipated, with innumerable winds passing through, leaving everyone in shock. This was the first individual to evenly match the blade demon, causing great cheer within the members of Sunset Sword Sect, further deepening their reverence for their ancestor. But the sun-chasing Sword King's expression was slightly complex. Only he knew that in the previous exchange, he lost. Although he didn't lose by much, a loss is still a loss. The opponent's realm in the blade path was obviously higher than his own, and that demon blade's blade intent was slightly stronger than his sun-chasing sword intent. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems I have underestimated you, sir. I have comprehended for 160 years and have one supreme sword. Please have a taste, sir." There was a burst of battle intent in his eyes. Earlier, he thought of deciding victory in 3 moves, but now it seemed there was no need. It was just a waste of time. Might as well be straightforward. So it should be. Blade Dion's hoarse voice rang out, and in an instant, wild hair flew. Everyone could see that his demeanor was completely different from before, clearly treating the sun-chasing Sword King as a completely different kind of opponent. The sun-chasing Sword King laughed up to the sky. Along with the laughter, Sword King Peak behind him suddenly radiated brilliance, and the flowers, trees, flying sand, and rolling stones all seemed to come alive. From everything, astonishing sword intent burst forth, creating a terrifying scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Everything could be a sword? This is the highest realm of Sword Dao. It is said that this is the realm of the Sword Saint. Could it be that the sun-chasing Sword King has reached this level? Someone trembled with fright and pointed out the subtlety within, causing an uproar among the crowd. Blade Demon also narrowed his eyes. He saw the subtlety, with divine light blooming in his eyes, eager to try. The sun-chasing Sword King's laughter echoed far and wide, unrestrained. Sitting on Sword King Peak for 160 years, although unable to glimpse the supreme sword realm, there has been small gain, but only by relying on the home advantage. "I beg your pardon, sir." The crowd thought deeply. It became clear that this everything can be a sword of the sun-chasing Sword King was not very complete, relying on Sword King Peak. Only through the day-after-day influence of his sword intent could the flowers, grass, and trees come to possess sword intent. But no matter what, this was already a realm difficult for swordsmen in the world to reach. At this moment, countless sword intents gathered upon the great sun, making it increasingly dazzling, several times stronger than before. The sun-chasing Sword King's expression was incomparably solemn, his entire being enveloped within the great sun, seeming to transform into the great sun itself, with only laughter transmitting from within vast spaces. He didn't care about winning or losing, just relished having an evenly matched opponent today to give his all. Blade Demon brushed over the handle of his sword. For the first time, he unsheathed that iron piece, leaving less than half a palm's width. He raised the blade and swung down, his voice carrying an extreme demonic nature. This blade is called Heavenly Demon. He had 3 blades, Human Demon, Earth Demon, and Heavenly Demon. Now, facing this supreme, sword-honed over 160 years from the sun-chasing Sword King, the Earth Demon blade was insufficient to match it, so he employed the Heavenly Demon blade. In an instant, All things were silent. It seemed that in the void, endless blade intent erupted, enhancing the devilish nature of this swing intensely. Formless whirlpools twisted everything, and blade demon's figure melded within, with terrifying might overshadowing sunset sword sect. All the spectators shivered, as if the end of the world had arrived. The great sun hung high in the sky, each ray of light a terrifying sword intent. But as the demon blade struck, it twisted the void, as if a demonic world was born, wanting to devour everything. It seemed no ray of sword intent could escape this dreadful prison. Both were inflating increasingly, overwhelming everything. Countless people were horrified, instinctively widening their eyes. At this moment, even supporters of True Man Tianjin couldn't help but question whether True Man Tianjin could truly compare to the two before them. They had witnessed the world-shattering scene of those 36 celestial swords in the sky, but couldn't see it matching the great sun and the demon blade before them. The dark whirlpool swallowed the great sun like a celestial hound devouring the sun. The world fell into darkness. Everyone closed their eyes, feeling only waves passing through, making them shiver. Finally, all fluctuations dispersed. Everyone looked intently and saw Sun chasing Sword King still standing where he was, and Blade Demon was about to turn and leave. What's going on? Did Blade Demon lose? This thought just arose in everyone's minds. The Sun chasing Sword King showed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. Your blade path is the greatest in the present age. Even relying on the power of Sword King Peak, I still lost a bit. It is I who am inferior. With these words, the crowd was in an uproar, especially the people of Sunset Sword Sect, who were as if in mourning. Obviously, the sun-chasing Sword King lost. Although it wasn't a crushing defeat like previous ones, a loss was ultimately a loss. Blade Demon paused, seeming to reminisce. You were stronger than that person 20 years ago. He only took half of my heavenly demon blade. Everyone was aghast. The person from 20 years ago could only have been that former number 3 on the celestial being list, an action guest. At this moment, this secret came out from Blade Demon's mouth, letting them know an action guest hadn't even taken half of the heavenly demon blade and perished at Blade Demon's hands. And now, the sun-chasing Sword King had taken this blade unharmed. Although he lost, who was superior was clear at a glance. The sun-chasing Sword King only sighed lightly. He had no intention of comparing himself too much with others. Next, will you fight True Man Tianjin? He asked curiously. The name of True Man Tianjin he already knew, a fellow unparalleled swordsman. One only needed to look at the true martial sword steel to know this True Man Tianjin was extraordinary, not beneath himself. And as for the Blade Demon in front of him, there was no need to say more, since he had just lost to him. Such a battle between two unparalleled powerhouses, even he was a bit excited. Blade Demon nodded and said, Indeed, during a previous trip to True Martial Mountain, his sword intent made me uncertain. The sun-chasing Sword King's eyes glinted. Good. I will come to watch the battle then. The exchange between the two powerful figures sent waves of shock in the hearts of all present, as the previous mystery was finally unraveled. The Blade Demon had indeed visited the True Martial Mountain first, and with the sun-chasing Sword King's announcement to witness the battle, it heightened the anticipation to the extreme. The Blade Demon nodded and stepped away into the air. The words the sun-chasing Sword King intended to say were swallowed back. Originally, he wanted to ask if there was an even stronger strike from the Blade Demon, as he sensed something unfulfilled in the previous Heavenly Demon Blade, but ultimately he did not voice it. Despite a sense of mutual admiration between them, such matters ultimately pertain to personal secrets. Furthermore, if there was a stronger stroke, perhaps it would soon be seen. From the Blade Demon's words earlier, it wasn't hard to detect that even after witnessing his strongest sword, the Blade Demon still considered True Man Tianjin to be stronger than himself. He wasn't upset by this. He was merely more curious about the True Man Tianjin whom he had never met. As he watched the Blade Demon leave, the events of today quickly spread across the world like a whirlwind. The sun-chasing Sword King was defeated, and the Blade Demon won again. At this moment, the Blade Demon's power was unparalleled, and some even thought that the Flame Martial Grand General and the wind-listening old man might not be able to best him. The more the Blade Demon fought, the stronger he became, with only one opponent remaining. True Man Tianjian. This equally extraordinary figure who emerged out of nowhere. If his previous battle achievements were dazzling, they paled in comparison to the Blade Demons now. The Blade Demon had challenged nearly half of the celestial being list, including several of the top 10 fighters. This final battle was immensely anticipated. Countless people flocked to true Martial Mountain, with even the once flaming Imperial Court, Demon Sect, and Southern Border forces casting their gaze there. This was almost the strongest battle beneath the Martial Saint level. Although such figures did not have the final say like a Martial Saint, they still held significant influence. In view of the three major powers, each had only 2 or 3 such strong figures. Amidst this frenzy, the disciples of the true martial sect were overwhelmed with stress, just coping with the martial artists flooding into true martial city every day consumed much energy, but their hearts swelled with pride because all these people came for true man Tianjian. This was their honor. All external affairs were entrusted to Luo Wentian, while Ning Qi remained unruffled. He only needed to consider one thing: how much strength to use to defeat the Blade Demon. The situation with the great Yin Martial Saint is unclear. It's best not to be too conspicuous. A victory is needed, but not a crushing one. Just showcasing the sword intent realm will suffice. The content on the silver page obtained from Wu Jianghe made Ning Qi somewhat wary. The soon-to-emerge martial saints of the Demon Sect and Southern Border were certainly enemies, but the great Yin Martial Saint might not be any better. If he was indeed the one who eliminated the Martial Saint technique from the world, then approaching too much would be giving oneself away. If his nearing Martial Saint combat power was prematurely exposed, it would bring unnecessary trouble. Ning Qi felt that it was still most appropriate to use his power before breaking through to the celestial human realm. He slightly shook his head, casting off distractions. He did not continue to waste his mind on this issue, but instead thought about his own cultivation. After entering the celestial human realm, to continue growing, naturally, one needs to condense the 3 flowers of essence, Qi and Spirit. To condense the 3 flowers of essence, Qi and Spirit, means refining the flesh to condense the flower of essence, refining Gang Qi to condense the flower of Qi, and refining divine intent to condense the divine flower. How to refine them? By resonating with the power of heaven and earth. Similarly to my previously created heaven and earth grinding will quenching gang technique and refining spirit technique, only not as exquisite as before. But cultivating all 3 flowers at once is no easy feat. That's precisely why many people stick to a single realm. Even so, it takes 10 to several dozens of years to make some progress. I have the foundation of the heaven and earth grinding will secret technique, so my progress is naturally incomparable to ordinary people, but it is still very slow. With this trend, when can I achieve 3 flowers perfection? Ning Qi slightly frowned. In recent times, besides sublimating the unity of heaven and man's secret technique, he was trying to cultivate in the celestial human realm. He improved the heaven and earth grinding wheel technique, enabling him to simultaneously refine essence, Qi, and spirit, but the progress remains sluggish. If this continues, it might take 7 or 8 years to reach celestial being perfection. This speed is naturally dozens of times faster compared to others, but for Ning Qi, it is still too slow. The crisis in the Southern Border and Demon Sect is still unresolved, and he needs to improve his strength as much as possible in a short time. Previously, in the Gang Essence realm, my heaven and earth grinding wheel, quenching gang technique, and refining spirit technique were able to progress by leaps and bounds because I had access to a higher level of power in advance. Now using the power of heaven and earth to refine the 3 flowers, naturally doesn't have the same effect. In other words, do I need a stronger drive? Ning Qi's mind filled with flashes of spiritual light and fleeting thoughts, and after stepping into the celestial human realm, his insight had improved further, and in a blink, he already had a target. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Previously, by comprehending the Heavenly Thunder Blade, I discovered the Heavenly Thunder Technique, which can channel the Heavenly Thunder for my use. The power of the Heavenly Thunder is strong and domineering. If I can fully control it to refine the essence, Qi, and spirit, the effect will be outstanding. But ordinary Heavenly Thunder may not exceed too much in effect. To be efficient, I have to go to high heaven. Ning Qi exhaled a soft breath. The thunderous forbidden zone in high heaven is very terrifying. But if only drawing thunder from the edges without venturing inside, it should be fine. After all, my current strength is far greater than before. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to Ning Qi. He made up his mind. After the unity of heaven and man secret technique sublimates, and his strength advances further, he will attempt to channel the heavenly thunder to refine essence, Qi, and spirit. Thinking this, he inexplicably felt relieved. Lately, as he stepped into the celestial human realm, the more he perceived the power of heaven and earth, the more he sensed a great unnameable terror hidden within. This situation has never been recorded in any other celestial human realm-related scriptures, nor was it felt before when using the unity of heaven and man's secret technique to control the power of heaven and earth. Ning Qi did not know whether it was because his perception was too keen or because his current control over the power of heaven and earth greatly exceeded that of other celestial human realms, which allowed him to detect it. But he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. If those in the celestial human realm cannot perceive it, then the martial saints should be able to. Is there some connection between this great hidden terror and the martial saint realm? Ning Qi couldn't discern the answer, but he thought he must grow powerful quickly. That night, Ning Qi did not venture up to high heaven. Instead, he wandered away from true martial mountain to a secluded mountain range. Then he attempted to use the Heavenly Thunder technique to channel the Heavenly Thunder. In an instant, strands of purple lightning descended from the void, their power incredibly condensed, indeed stronger than the power of heaven and earth. Following his previous idea, Ning Qi divided the channeled thunderous power into 3 parts. 1 for body tempering, 1 for Qi condensation, and 1 for refining spirit. The 3 advanced together to condense the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit. This was another wondrous application of the Heavenly Thunder technique. Ning Qi sat cross-legged. Only after a 2-hour period did he slowly stop. At this moment, he already felt his essence, Qi, and spirit reach the limit. If he continued refining, it would exceed the load and backfire. He opened his eyes, revealing a look of delight. This efficiency of refining the 3 flowers is twice that of using the power of heaven and earth. This indicated his approach was correct, and this method was feasible. If the thunder I channel is stronger, then the efficiency of refining the 3 flowers can be even higher. Ning Qi couldn't help but look skyward. In that thunderous forbidden zone, domineering and fierce thunders were countless. If such thunders could be used for refining, the efficiency could easily increase by 2 or 3 times. He contemplated and had already made a plan. These next few days, I will fully dedicate myself to completely elevating the celestial being unity secret technique. Then I can ascend to high heaven to cultivate for a 2-hour period every day. Although Ning Qi wanted to go now, he ultimately thought it best to be more cautious. That thunderous forbidden zone was quite terrifying. Even at the edge, channeling some thunder to refine the 3 flowers required care and caution. It's best to be fully prepared before going, as it wouldn't take many days regardless. 10 days later, Ning Qi sat idly at the Seeking Tao Institute. It was winter and snowing, yet the Enlightenment tea tree remained lush and green, unaffected by the seasonal climate. Its top was sprouting tender leaves, gathering essence, more than the previous year. At this time, the Enlightenment tea tree was already taller than Ning Qi. Under the nourishment of the two celestial human realm experts' bodies from the Inquiring Sword Pavilion, it grew robustly, getting closer to Ning Qi's vision of relaxing under the tree's shade. He enjoyed contemplating under the Enlightenment tea tree. Vaguely, it allowed his thoughts to become more peaceful and serene. At this moment, a myriad of inspirations merged in his mind, and changes followed within his body. The primordial core, glowing with golden light, spun rapidly, and the invisible bridge of celestial being trembled. Affected by this, his whole body was shaking as if something was being activated. An intangible root bone, the potential and treasure within the human body. With a movement of his divine intent, his body and the earth also established a connection, and a second invisible bridge of celestial being was successfully constructed. The two bridges of celestial being vaguely resonated, their effects superimposed, achieving a result greater than the sum of their parts. In an instant, the weather changed. Ning Qi opened his eyes, joy on his face. With a thought, strands of the power of heaven and earth immediately gathered. The power of heaven and earth he could originally resonate with already far exceeded the ordinary celestial being realm perfection, and now it was even more outrageous, more than tripled. If he exerted his full effort, there might be a scene of overwhelming upheaval in an instant. Undoubtedly, his strength had increased significantly once again. With this secret technique as a foundation, the power of his other secret techniques also rose significantly. It seems inappropriate to still call the elevated secret technique Unity of Heaven and Man. Bridge of Celestial Being is more fitting. The Bridge of Celestial Being secret technique can be taught to master, which will surely greatly enhance his combat strength, perhaps even approaching the level of the Celestial Being list. Ning Qi had a faint smile on his lips. Over the years, Taoist Longshan has not stood still. Every secret technique he could learn, Ning Qi gave him a copy. Unconsciously, Taoist Longshan's strength had risen, and now, with this bridge of celestial being, his strength could grow explosively. With the bridge of celestial being's secret technique complete, it's time to head to high heaven once again. Ning Qi's eyes twinkled. That night, Ning Qi silently soared into the void. His current power was vastly stronger than during the Jade Liquid Realm, and his speed was extremely fast. The power of heaven and earth filled his body, consuming at an extremely fast pace, but Ning Qi had a solid foundation and was not afraid. He had abundant gang qi of the primordial core used, so he wouldn't encounter danger. The surroundings gradually became silent, with only the biting gang wind. A sense of oppression loomed subtly. Soon, he sensed something and halted. Looking out as far as he could, he saw thunder dragons tumbling and roaring. This time, without the heavenly thunderblade, the thunder was not being channeled over, but he could clearly see that some lightning was still aimlessly striking around, some of which even made his heart tremble. However, a bit of caution and there's no problem. Different strength brings a different mindset. Arriving at the thunderous forbidden zone in high heaven again, Ning Qi found himself not as powerless in front of this zone, sparking his curiosity once more. What would be beyond the thunderous forbidden zone? Could it be another world? But with his current strength, it was unrealistic to pass through the thunderous forbidden zone. Ning Qi estimated that he might have hope once he reached Martial Saint Realm. Thinking this way, it seems ordinary martial saints might not cross this zone either. Shaking his head, Ning Qi cleared his thoughts, not forgetting his purpose for this visit. Quieting his mind, he began to operate the heavenly thunder technique. In an instant, the thunderous forbidden zone sensed it from afar. A streak of purple-black lightning shot swiftly, and Ning Qi's eyes glinted. The power of heaven and earth turned into a giant palm that overshadowed the sky, captured it, and then split it into 3 parts, beginning to refine the 3 flowers. His body suddenly shivered, vaguely feeling that he had reached his limit. If he attracted stronger lightning, it might have a counterproductive effect. Ning Qi closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair. He occasionally attracted lightning, but sometimes he accidentally summoned overly strong lightning, which he could only shatter and annihilate. Although there were some setbacks, everything was generally under control. Another 2-hour period passed. Ning Qi opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Compared to attracting ordinary heavenly thunder, the efficiency has indeed more than doubled. This way, the time for me to condense the 3 flowers is greatly reduced. Moreover, this is not the limit. As I achieve 3 flowers perfection, my strength will gradually increase, allowing me to endure even stronger lightning, thus shortening the time to perfect. This is a positive cycle. Ning Qi smiled. Although there were some uncontrollable factors, overall there was no problem. This also means, in the future, this place will become his Tao field, where he will spend 1 2-hour period daily to cultivate. At this point, the cultivation of the celestial human realm is on track. From now on, it just requires steady effort, and the remaining time can be spent exploring the path to the martial saint realm. As he is now getting closer to the martial saint realm, it is time to prepare in advance. Let's start with Tiansheng and Shi first. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. This was his idea from a long time ago. The legendary heavenly beast is suspected to be on a level similar to the martial saint. The white ape's bloodline is unique. If it can be thoroughly studied, it might provide insights into other similar things. And as for Zhuang Qin's innate sword bone, Ning Qi believes it's somewhat similar to the heavenly beast bloodline among humans, which makes a simultaneous comparison feasible. Ning Qi immersed himself in Tao enlightenment cultivation. Meanwhile, the world remained in continuous turmoil. The commotion stirred up by the Blade Demon was finally about to reach its climax. No one knows exactly how this half-year turmoil will conclude, but at this moment, countless eyes were focused on true Martial Mountain. Who is stronger, the Blade Demon or the true man Tianjin? This question lingered in everyone's minds, especially the blade men and swordsmen. They were even more excited. If the previous duel between True Man Tianjin and Thundershock Blade Venerate was just a milestone in the sword and blade struggle, then the upcoming battle between the Blade Demon and True Man Tianjin is the true pinnacle battle. This almost represents the strongest among swordsmen and blade men. Although True Man Tianjin is far less in both achievements and rankings compared to the Blade Demon, the fact that the Blade Demon admitted to retreating from True Martial Mountain previously is enough to prove True Man Tianjin's value. Not only that, even the Sun-Chasing Sword King has expressed his recognition of True Man Tianjin. This only makes everyone more anticipated for the upcoming battle. The winds and clouds are gathering. Martial artists from all over were gathering in True Martial City. Among them were many celestial being list experts who had previously been defeated by the Blade Demon. Some wanted to witness this final battle in person, to see where the Blade Demon's limits lie. For example, Divine Windblade Venerate had arrived early, confident that the Blade Demon would win because he is a once-in-many-centuries blade talent, soon to step into the Blade Path Ultimate Realm. There were also many unparalleled powerhouses, such as the Vasi Sword Sect and Sun-Chasing Sword King, gathering here. The arrival of these people naturally has pros and cons. The pros are obvious. With so many strong individuals, some are bound to be curious about the true martial sword steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. The interaction of sword intents greatly benefited Ning Qi, allowing his sword path to significantly advance in just a few days, which is extremely rare. The cons, however, are that these unparalleled powerhouses have their own personalities, which can easily lead to disputes, and Luo Wentian and others simply aren't qualified to stop them. They can only barely persuade. Fortunately, upon seeing the true martial sword steel, these unparalleled powerhouses fell silent and were in utter awe, thus gradually becoming low-key. Originally, some people didn't think much of the Blade Demon choosing True Man Tianjin as his final opponent, but now, they've been humbled. Even though the true martial sword steel showed no fluctuations, the vast and majestic sword intent within made them feel inferior. In a short time of comprehension, they achieved some insights and were also very impressed by true man Tianjin's broad-mindedness. If it were them, they couldn't open their sword intent to let others comprehend. Sun-chasing Sword King looked at the sword steel with amazement in his eyes. I'm not as good. He already knew from the descriptions of his disciples that the true martial sword steel was extraordinary, but seeing it for himself, he realized its greatness was beyond his imagination. Could it be? True man Tianjin has already reached the sword path ultimate realm. His eyes shook with intense anticipation. If he could witness such a sword path, it would be worth dying. He stepped down the mountain slowly, waiting quietly for the blade demon to arrive, hoping to learn some ultimate truths from the battle. The people around were even more shocked when they heard Sun-chasing Sword King admit he was no match. This is the battle of the first swordsman and the first blade man. The scene will surely be earth-shattering. I am ready to document every detail of this battle, to keep as an heirloom in my Leaf family. Missing this battle means not knowing when. Time passed slowly. No one knows when the Blade Demon will come. But when facing Sun-chasing Sword King, the Blade Demon personally declared he would battle true man Tianjin, and he surely won't go back on his word. True Martial City was incredibly lively. Every day, there were various discussions about the battle. The true martial sect disciples were excited and expectant, but also a bit anxious. True Martial City was once again expanding around the surrounding area, but it still couldn't accommodate so many martial artists. Some people simply built wooden houses in the nearby mountains, filling the mountains and fields with figures, much to the detriment of the local exotic beasts. This is the most influential battle in the nearly 100 years. Ning Qi also felt somewhat affected, not by restless heart, but by the unease of gathering so many people in true Martial City, making it impossible for him to go to high heaven for cultivation. This guy, dawdling, might as well come quickly. Ning Qi couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Zhuang Chun, standing nearby, heard this and curiously asked, "Who should come quickly?" "Ninth senior brother. Who are you waiting for?" Ning Qi couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not waiting for anyone. How is your progress with the innate sword body secret technique?" Zhuang Chun hurriedly replied, "I'm close to great success. This secret technique is truly extremely powerful. Combined with my innate sword bone, it's like adding wings to a tiger." His eyes were filled with admiration. Only he knew Ning Qi had created the innate sword body secret technique. The more he practiced it, the more he realized its profoundness, leading to greater admiration for Ning Qi. Perhaps among the brothers, besides Luo Wentian, Zhuang Chun is the one who truly understands Ning Qi's monstrous talent the most. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Do you want to learn even more powerful sword path secret techniques?" His words carried a tantalizing tone. Zhuang Chen's eyes lit up, but he also felt a bit uneasy. He remembered the thrilling experience of creating the innate sword body with Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't rush him, just like the proverbial calm fisherman waiting for the catch. And indeed, moments later, Zhuang Chun couldn't resist. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, tell me, what should I do?" The white ape nearby showed a sympathetic expression. Ning Qi chuckled lightly and waved his hand, and a secret manual freshly written yesterday fell into Zhuang Chen's hands. "Master this secret technique. I'll call you when I need you." Over the past few days, he had been pondering how to further explore the white ape's bloodline and the innate sword bone. After reaching the celestial human realm, he could resonate with the vast power of heaven and earth, but he couldn't yet condense that power within his body, let alone within the white ape or Zhuangchen. The greatest advantage of the celestial human realm is a formidable divine intent, far surpassing before. Therefore, he took an alternative approach. Inspired by resonating with the power of heaven and earth, he intended to explore bloodlines using a resonance method, which required their cooperation. This secret technique was to put Zhuang Chen's innate sword bone in an excited state, to resonate externally, making it easier for Ning Qi to explore. A couple of days ago, the same secret technique had been given to the white ape. Zhuang Chun took the secret manual, his eyes shining bright, nodding vigorously. Senior brother, I will definitely work hard to master it soon. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed, looking towards the sky. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. It seemed that his previous murmurs worked. The one who should come had finally arrived. Within true martial city, numerous martial artists were in heated discussion. They speculated on when the Blade Demon would arrive. But almost at the same time, Divine Wind Blade Venerate, Sun-Chasing Sword King, and other powerful figures were mentally roused, casting their gazes into the distance. Here he comes. They had all battled the Blade Demon before and were naturally familiar with his aura. Moreover, the Blade Demon made no attempt to conceal his presence, making it easy to detect his movements from afar. In an instant, figures with powerful auras soared into the sky, all converging toward true Martial Mountain. The people within the city witnessed this scene. Everyone's gaze sharpened, then they grew excited. The sudden appearance of figures like Sun-Chasing Sword King, who had been quiet for days, could only mean the Blade Demon had arrived. They couldn't think of any other reason. Without the slightest hesitation, numerous martial artists converged toward True Martial Mountain. True Martial City had been expanding continuously, bringing it closer and closer. Some powerful martial artists within the city could observe the distant battle, but still, they hurried to witness this rare event of a century up close. An old blind man slowly rose, chuckling silently as he looked at the suddenly deserted storyteller's stand. He shook his head, his hollow eyes gazing toward True Martial Mountain with a touch of curiosity in his heart. I wonder, is True Man Tianjian an old friend? He had seen the Blade Demon and Sun-Chasing Sword King battle before, and the Blade Demon was not that old friend. Now he came again to ascertain if True Man Tianjian was. What a pity. Although the Blade Demon is astonishingly talented, he's still missing a bit. The blind old man shook his head with a sigh, inexplicably tinged with a sense of sadness. His vacant gaze stared unblinkingly, seeming somewhat terrifying. It was unknown what he was contemplating. He did not head to True Martial Mountain, but remained quietly in the storytelling booth. A dense group of martial artists gathered. On ordinary days, rare Gang Essence Realm experts were everywhere, but they all kept a low profile because even Celestial Human Realm experts were plentiful. One Celestial Human Realm expert after another traversed the air while others ran on the ground. Martial artists building wooden huts throughout the mountains also sensed the commotion here and headed toward True Martial Mountain. Under the attention of all, a disheveled old man came barefoot. Heaven and earth fell silent. Awe arose in everyone's eyes. This was the reputation the Blade Demon had carved out with his knife. In the celestial being list, he challenged more than half. Many of the unparalleled experts present were his defeated opponents. Divine Feather Grand General only watched, but couldn't help feeling horrified. He sensed something malevolent in the Blade Demon's blade, intent, as if it were about to split him in two. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he cultivated the spear path and was part of the Imperial Court, so the Blade Demon wouldn't come to challenge him. Otherwise, facing such a terrifying opponent, the mere thought made his scalp tingle. Keen observers already noticed. The Blade Demon's sword hilt at his waist was nearly imperceptible, reduced to the size of a thumb. It no longer resembled a proper hilt, but more like a small piece of iron with nothing attached, yet firmly affixed to his waist. Sun-Chasing Sword King exclaimed. Has become stronger compared to when we fought, truly unbelievable. He might only need one opportunity to reach the Blade Path Ultimate Realm. He understood. The Blade Demon took a path of forgetting the blade through battle, using each fierce battle to completely forget his blade path and thereby attain the ultimate realm where anything could become a blade. While it seemed easy, it actually required an extremely deep foundation. Although the Blade Demon had made great strides after each battle, the fundamental reason was not the battles, but the Blade Demon himself. It wasn't that easy for others to emulate. Many gazes focused on the Blade Demon. but the Blade Demon seemed unaware. After arriving at the foot of true martial mountain, his eyes never left the sword monument. Compared to 3 months prior, his strength had further improved, but the sword monument remained as profound as ever. In his heart, he had a certain suspicion, yet he couldn't be sure. Only the weight in his dark pupils seemed almost tangible. Step by step, he walked slowly, tugging at everyone's heartstrings, until he stood 100 yards from the true martial sword monument. Senior Blade Demon Luo Wentian spoke, but promptly stopped, realizing the Blade Demon had entered a mystical state. The true martial sect disciples clenched their fists secretly, feeling a bit tense. One's fame, like the shadow cast by a tree. Since the Blade Demon's emergence, he had stirred up storms. Every day, they had heard countless stories about him. And now, the Blade Demon had finally arrived, about to challenge their true martial sect's strongest foundation, True Man Tianjian. Zhuang Chun, Li Ling, and Ning Qi mingled within the crowd. Zhuang Chun and Li Ling's faces flushed red with excitement. Especially Zhuang Chun, who had just been talking with Ning Qi about True Man Tianjian and the Blade Demon. Before finishing his words, the Blade Demon had arrived, prompting him to hastily drag Ning Qi here to watch. Ning Qi looked at the Blade Demon from afar by the sword monument, his expression calm with only a slight raise of his brow. He could see, compared to a few months ago, the Blade Demon had grown stronger, but he was still a step from the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, perhaps only lacking that one opportunity. Is he really aiming to use the Blade Path Ultimate Realm to break into the Martial Saint Realm? Ning Qi's eyes flashed, a thought arose. Although he believed breaking into the Martial Saint Realm through the Blade Path Ultimate Realm might not be so straightforward, perhaps observing it could provide some inspiration. Amidst the attention of the crowd, the Blade Demon fell silent before the true martial sword monument. What is the Blade Demon doing? Why hasn't he challenged yet? Many people murmured in their hearts. However, figures like the sun-chasing Sword King were unsure, sensing something, with shock gradually rising deep in their eyes. Amid the discussions, a powerful, demonic blade intent surged from the Blade Demon into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. Though the blade intent enveloped the sword monument, appearing to overshadow mountains and rivers, it gave an illusion of always being a notch below the sword monument. This time, even those lower in cultivation vaguely sensed something amiss. The vast sea sword sect individuals gaped in disbelief. Has True Man Tianjian truly taken that step? He hadn't left vast Sea Pearl Island for a long time and wouldn't have come to True Martial Mountain if not for the Blade Demon's challenge. He knew of True Man Tianjian by name, but this was the first time he felt it so directly. The hearts of the crowd trembled. The Blade Demon stood midair, his raging winds fluttering wildly as he looked up and howled. True Man Tianjian, please enlighten me. From his pitch-black pupils, everyone could feel an incredible fighting spirit and passionate anticipation. Everyone held their breath, already noticing the Blade Demon's changed attitude. In the previous dozen battles, he'd never spoken before the fight, but now he said, "Please enlighten me," which speaks volumes. Everyone looked expectantly towards the rear of the true martial sect. Everyone knew True Man Tianjian was in seclusion there. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Though he could strike from afar at his current cultivation level without being noticed, defeating the Blade Demon wasn't difficult. But he didn't want to be too ostentatious. With a thought, a black-robed figure soared from the rear of True Martial Mountain. After reaching the celestial human realm, the formless gang body secret technique had been further optimized, allowing him to easily exert 70 to 80% of Ning Qi's strength. The control range was further, and the avatar was more agile. However, at this moment, the expression of the black-robed elder remained as cold and emotionless as ever. Many people saw the true appearance of True Man Tianjian for the first time and exclaimed in hushed voices. At this moment, the Blade Demon and True Man Tianjian stood facing each other. An invisible aura swept out like waves crashing against mountains. In a trance, It seemed as if a terrifying roaring sound reverberated through the void, with strands of sword intent floating beside true man Tianjian. The unparalleled swordsmen all narrowed their eyes, discerning some subtle clues. And the usually reticent blade demon seemed to become a chatterbox, laughing uproariously into the sky. Good. I'm glad I left you for last. You haven't disappointed me. Yet true man Tianjian remained as indifferent and silent as always. Everyone pondered over the meaning of the blade demon's words. They suddenly saw a terrifying blade intent rise skyward, gathering the power of heaven and earth, distorting into invisible vortexes within the void filled with demonic power. This was the blade demon's signature triple demon blade. Human demon blade. The icy words echoed through the void. The blade demon merged with his weapon, becoming a demon blade. A black demon blade slashed upward, as if to cleave the void, carrying an all-consuming demonic nature. Many strong figures trembled in their hearts. Many weren't even worthy of facing this blade from the blade demon. Mighty figures like Divine Wind Blade Venerate had fallen to this very blade, and now the blade demon unleashed it directly, far stronger than during his battle with the sun-chasing Sword King. The sun-chasing Sword King squinted his eyes. At that time, he had resisted this blade with all his might, with his great sun sword intent almost fully unleashed just to hold even. He was eager to see how true man Tianjian would respond. Yet true man Tianjian still stood with hands behind his back. His expression remained unchanged as he raised a finger lightly. Around him, infinite void teemed with sword intent. In an instant, a celestial sword coalesced, seemingly ordinary but horrifying upon closer inspection. Some saw its extreme sharpness, others saw an unending flow like rivers, and others still saw a tyrannical might like heavenly thunder. A celestial sword manifesting myriad phenomena. Ning Qi chuckled as true man Tianjian raised his finger, and the celestial sword crashed down, as if a saint from the nine heavens' immortal palace was enraged, delivering divine retribution. Reflecting in everyone's eyes were the shattering and disintegration of the demon blade surging upward into nothingness. The celestial sword crashed down and dissipated without a trace 3 feet before the blade demon. True man Tianjian's indifferent words echoed. Bring out your strongest technique. Everyone was astonished. Just this one move made the winner and loser clear. The sun-chasing Sword King's emotions were tumultuous. Even having prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked, speaking with difficulty. Sword Path Ultimate Realm. Everything can be his sword. Not only him, but many unparalleled powerhouses on the celestial being list saw it too, waves of turmoil rising in their hearts. They hadn't expected true man Tianjian to have truly reached such a realm, reportedly a condition for becoming a martial saint in bygone eras. Could it be true man Tianjian has stepped into the martial saint realm? This thought alarmed everyone, but they quickly shook their heads. Over 2 millennia, besides the great Yin martial saint, no other martial saint had emerged, making it seem unlikely. Everyone's thoughts were anything but calm. Yet the blade demon felt unprecedented pressure. This was the realm he longed for. At this moment, he gazed at the black-robed Taoist with feverish intensity, seeing a sort of dawn. He realized his previous probes were utterly unwarranted. The blade demon took a deep breath, unleashing his blade intent without reservation. At this instant, the void around him, the ground beneath him, and even his own body, all had terrifying blade intents elevating. This blade, it embodies the unity of heaven, earth, and man, called silent extinction. It has yet to reach perfection. Please, true man, guide me. The blade demon's voice was low and deep, with a bewitching gleam flickering in his pupils, as if enduring immense pressure. The sun-chasing Sword King's body trembled, followed by a wry smile. On that day, he already sensed the blade demon had a stronger slash. It turns out his feeling was correct. The heavenly demon blade was not the strongest. The silent extinction blade, formed by combining the human, demon, and celestial demon blades, was the essence of the blade path pursued by the blade demon. This was his blade path, and it was the slash upon which he relied to reach the blade path ultimate realm. If this blade was perfected, it would signify the blade demon was about to reach the ultimate realm. Under the terrifying pressure brought by the true man, Tianjian, the blade demon was driven to madness, trying to forcibly elevate his blade path to reach the ultimate realm. This extremely terrifying slash made everyone's breath halt. They stood dumbfounded, as if witnessing an endless stream of blade intent surging from all directions of heaven and earth, eventually merging into one with the blade demon himself. Were it not for a very slight imperfection, this was practically an unparalleled slash at the ultimate realm. The crowd saw. True man Tianjin's expression seemed to change slightly, no longer indifferent. His once cold pupils now readied themselves like a formation awaiting battle. Ning Qi looked on indifferently. He nodded silently. As he observed the blade demon's blade path, he felt some admiration. This person was indeed exceptionally talented. The path uniting heaven, earth, and man was orthodox, and after merging with the blade intent of the demon blade, it became terrifyingly lethal. In some sense, this slash was infinitely close to the ultimate realm of blade intent and sword intent. This gave him quite a bit of insight. This silent extinction slash could allow the blade demon to stand on equal footing with any strong opponent in the celestial human realm. But unfortunately, he faced Ning Qi. In the true martial city, an old blind man raised his head, an expression of amazement clear on his face. What a remarkable young one. Such a pity, such a pity. If he had appeared thousands of years earlier, he would have been a formidable general. He then cast his gaze upon true man Tianjian, always feeling a vaguely familiar aura, though it wasn't any old friend he knew. He continued to watch. The blade demon's silent extinction slash was complete. The pitch-black demon blade was imbued with nutrients drawn from the unity of heaven, earth, and man, its power overwhelming. True man Tianjian moved. His body shook. Vast and majestic sword intent manifested around him. This time, all things in heaven and earth, the mountains, rivers, and even the flowers and grass atop true martial mountain, emanated sword intent. The sun-chasing Sword King had once used this move, but compared to true man Tianjian, it was like a child playing a minor role. Sun-chasing Sword King watched in awe, as if in worship. This was the realm of his dreams, one he couldn't reach even after 160 years of arduous cultivation. The mighty sword intent soared toward the azure sky. One after another, celestial swords formed around true man Tianjian. One turned into 3, 3 into 9, 9 into 108, matching precisely the number of heavenly gang and earthly fiends. 108 celestial swords stretched across the sky, like 108 blazing suns, blindingly brilliant. Many would never forget this scene for a lifetime. Ever since, everyone thought true man Tianjian specialized in the aggressively destructive celestial sword intent. But now, what everyone saw was different. In those 108 celestial swords, they saw diverse sword intents, too numerous to count. The sun-chasing Sword King even seemed to see his own great sun sword intent, making him tremble in awe, as did the others. True man Tianjian stood with his hands behind his back, then pointed forward. The myriad celestial swords gathered into the heavenly gang and earthly fiends' sword array, descending together. The blade demon's eyes were filled with shock. Faced with such a celestial sword array, the terrifying silent extinction slash seemed minuscule, yet he was unyielding, with wild hair flailing, brandishing the demon blade in counterattack. Under immense pressure, he advanced further, and the hilt at his waist nearly vanished into intangibility. In an instant, heaven and earth lost color. Everyone stood dazed, watching the spectacle. The demon blade, like a trapped dragon, was imprisoned at the center of the celestial sword array, continuously worn down. In that confined space, sword intent and blade, intent, exploded as if about to obliterate the void. Some saw that the very void had indeed twisted ever so slightly. It wasn't exaggeration, but a factual slight distortion. Those who understood the worth of this clutched their chests, drawing cold air with awe. But it was noticeable. The demon blade was continuously dissipating. No matter how much the blade demon unleashed, it was to no avail. Though a few celestial swords were shattered, more celestial swords kept erupting with power, aiming to suppress the blade demon. Is the blade demon going to be defeated? This thought surfaced in everyone's hearts, both excited and melancholy. All along, the blade demon had never tasted defeat. Almost no one had ever caused him much trouble. But now, he was about to be defeated by true man Tianjian. The reputation he carved with blood was to serve someone else in the end. The swordsmen were jubilant beyond words. The disciples of the true martial sect had eyes burning with fervent light. With a resounding crash, a crisp sound faintly echoed, and the demon blade finally shattered inch by inch, crumbling into pieces. The blade demon had truly been vanquished. Gazes filled with shock were cast upon the black-robed Taoist, many having once considered this outcome, but never expecting true man Tianjian to win so decisively. Though it wasn't a sweep, it was indisputably a great victory. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the horizon. This scene was different from what most people had imagined. Even the loyal followers of true man Tianjian likely hadn't expected such a situation. After all, Blade Demon had been extremely dominant all along, undefeated. Not even Sun-chasing Sword King could withstand him. Many people had already predicted that Blade Demon was just a step away from the Blade Path Ultimate Realm. Such a figure would be considered as martial saint reserve if placed thousands of years ago. But now, he was mercilessly defeated by true man Tianjian. Is the gap between Ultimate Realm and beneath it truly so vast? Someone sighed. They could naturally see that true man Tianjian had already ascended to the Sword Path Ultimate Realm, which was the fundamental reason he could suppress Blade Demon. At this moment, the celestial swords floated silently in the void, though not emitting any glow, yet they seemed dazzling and carried the might to extinguish the demon blade, making people unwilling to gaze directly. However, the next moment, an even greater uproar arose. Everyone anxiously looked towards the sky, just because after the demon blade shattered, the remaining celestial swords didn't lose their momentum, seemingly intending to slay Blade Demon in one fell swoop. What did Blade Demon do to offend true man Tianjian, to warrant annihilation? Everyone was horrified. Generally speaking, such challenges rarely result in fatal blows. It's an unwritten rule of the martial realm. Blade Demon, along his path, only killed the arrogant heart-blade old man. Others were merely severely injured. People were perplexed, but the remaining celestial swords had already gathered to form a true sword cage, with unparalleled sword intent crisscrossing, imprisoning Blade Demon within. A blind old man showed a look of astonishment. His originally departing footsteps paused, and he praised. Such magnanimity, no wonder he established the true martial sword monument. Just unsure whether he can reach that point. But then he slowly shook his head. Ascending to Sword Path Ultimate Realm, yet not attempting, ultimately lacks a certain aggressive courage, alas. The blind old man looked up at the sky, unknown to what he was thinking. Amidst the shock of others, they heard true man Tianjian speak calmly. If not enlightened now, then when? Blade Demon's body trembled, and suddenly he understood. Within his pitch-black pupils surfaced a trace of gratitude. In the spotlight of all, he unexpectedly gave up resistance, and then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in the cage of surging sword intent. In an instant, the sword cage constructed by celestial swords emitted a startling fluctuation. One strand of sword intent from every direction drew inwards, from the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, water, stones, grass, and trees. All were influenced, and not only that, there was no offensive force, rather a unique Tao rhythm emanated. Sun-chasing Sword King and others were dumbfounded. Then their eyes flashed with intense envy. They had already seen the intention of true man Tianjian. This was not to kill Blade Demon, but to help him achieve enlightenment. They stared unblinkingly, also desperately perceiving the intent realm rhythm emitted by the sword cage. Ning Qi watched silently. His intention to help Blade Demon was not out of sudden goodwill. One is because Blade Demon, as an obsessive blade man, such a person is worth befriending and will only have benefits without drawbacks for him. Secondly, he wanted to see if Blade Demon could break through to Martial Saint after reaching the Blade Path Ultimate Realm. In some respect, Blade Demon served as a guinea pig. Of course, mainly Blade Demon was already very close to the Ultimate Realm. Even without Ning Qi's help, he'd just need to spend a bit more time. However, he was defeated by Ning Qi this time and might take longer. Within the sword cage, invisible sword intent pierced through Blade Demon's body. With each pass, his face paled a bit more, and he let out muffled groans. Given Blade Demon's temperament as an unparalleled strong figure, one can imagine the pain within. This was for Blade Demon to truly feel this kind of ultimate realm sword intent, thereby understanding by analogy. If Ning Qi used ultimate realm blade intent, the effects would be better, but in full view, if he did so, it would certainly cause countless astonishment. Now it was just right. The crowd saw Blade Demon as if undergoing torture, his forehead sweating profusely, but none doubted. They already knew true man Tianjian was helping Blade Demon with enlightenment, especially Divine Wind Blade Venerate and others, their hearts full of envy, wishing to replace Blade Demon themselves. Even if the process was tenfold more painful, they'd willingly endure. Time flowed slowly. It should have been heavy snow time, yet the sun blazed fiercely. Even the heavenly phenomena were impacted by the battle of two unparalleled strongmen. Unknown how much time had passed. A thunderous roar tore through the clouds. Blade Demon rose tall within the sword cage. He shouted to the sky, wild hair swaying, black eyes filled with demonic intensity, as if vying with the heavens for height. Observant ones found Blade Demon's waist knife hilt had completely vanished. In that instant, the sword cage echoed. Each celestial sword emitted sword intent, piercing Blade Demon's body in unison. Blade Demon spat blood, yet his momentum did not diminish, but increased. Numerous blade intent gathered from all directions, forming a gigantic demon blade, in a flash, forcefully slicing through the sword cage. Everyone was stunned. Blade Demon has entered the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, eyes filled with both envy and awe. But everyone knew the most terrifying was still that aloof black-robed Taoist, who lightly waved his hand, and the celestial swords vanished into invisibility. The crowd looked, seeing Blade Demon bowing deeply, solemnly saluting true man Tianjian. "Thank you, true man, for helping me achieve enlightenment." True man Tianjian did not dodge or evade, calmly accepting this bow. The black-robed Taoist spoke indifferently. "It is your own achievement." Everyone was even more amazed. The Blade Demon achieved enlightenment, not only not diminishing true man Tianjian's prestige, but elevating it further. After today, everyone in the world would marvel not only at true man Tianjian's unparalleled prowess, but also at his matchless magnanimity. They knew by now this battle had truly come to an end. The Blade Demon's act of bowing signified surrender. Of course, they also didn't think that even after breaking the realm, the Blade Demon would be a match for true man Tianjian. After all, from the current situation, it seemed true man Tianjian had perhaps been at the Sword Path Ultimate Realm for a long time, showing a deeper foundation than the Blade Demon. At this moment, the Blade Demon bowed again. "I have another matter to request true man's assistance with." Ning Qi's eyes flashed. The black-robed Taoist spoke calmly. "Speak." "With true man's help, I've reached the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, and am now poised to break through to the Martial Saint Realm. I request true man to guard me." "Good." The two exchanged words. Everyone was dumbfounded, then burst into excitement. No one expected such an event to unfold after the battle had concluded. The Blade Demon was seeking to seize victory and enter the martial saint realm. No one could believe what they had heard. In the past 2,000 years, besides the great Yin martial saint, no other martial saints were born. And now, were they about to witness the birth of a martial saint? Even the sun-chasing Sword King and others couldn't help but feel their hearts race, staring in a daze. The martial saint is the realm all martial artists aspire to reach. The Blade Demon took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged in the void, choosing to break through now, firstly because this battle fully stimulated his potential. Although his essence, qi, and spirit were not at their peak, the determination and resilience wouldn't find a better opportunity. Secondly, he likely understood the meaning of true man Tianjin aiding his enlightenment, wanting to return the favor. True man Tianjin had been at the ultimate realm for so long, yet hadn't stepped into the martial saint realm, possibly out of some concern, which the Blade Demon intended to reciprocate with his own breakthrough experience. The Blade Demon never owed anyone in his life. With a thought, he wielded his blade intent, slicing away all distracting thoughts from his heart. Ning Qi watched intently, with unprecedented focus. It could be said, this was his closest encounter with the martial saint realm. Since the Blade Demon chose to break through, it was surely with due preparation. Under his watchful gaze, the Blade Demon gradually closed his eyes, emitting an astonishing aura, and in an instant, a dense power of heaven and earth converged, clearly sensed by many celestial human realm experts. Then, the Blade Demon's body blossomed with vibrant vitality. A peculiar fragrance spread about, causing some to involuntarily swallow, then cover their mouths in shock. This signifies the pinnacle of human essence, cultivation of the Tao fruit, culminating in the flower of essence perfection. Thoughts settled in Ning Qi's mind. A peculiar immortal flower bloomed on the Blade Demon's body, layer upon layer, though invisible and formless, astonishingly perceptible to all present. As the flower of essence condensed, the previously surging power of heaven and earth seemed to undergo some change. The Blade Demon pressed forward resolutely. The gang essence within surged with full force, while his divine intent exploded fervently. In an instant, two more immortal flowers condensed. Flower Qi, divine flower, the three flowers perfection, precisely that. No one was surprised. Not just the Blade Demon. Nearly all unparalleled experts on the Celestial Being List Top 10 were masters of three flowers perfection. At this moment, they watched most intently, fearing to miss any detail, as they too would eventually tread this path. At this moment, the three flowers condensed, the world turned tumultuous, and even though some lesser cultivators didn't know what was happening, instinctive fear had already made their bodies tremble. The gaze of the unparalleled experts burned even hotter. They saw the three flowers had already gathered at the top, starting some wonderful metamorphosis. The three flowers gather at the top, and then one unparalleled expert after another felt insatiable curiosity. And the Blade Demon seemed to hear their cry. A humming sound rang out as the domineering demon blade intent surged skyward from his spine. Having just ascended the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, it was already in play. The method was one the Blade Demon had stumbled upon through lifelong dedication. He conjured the heaven, earth, and human three demon blades, which in some ways mirrored the heaven, earth, and human three flowers. Now the demon blade intent spanned the three flowers, and then commanded them. Ning Qi felt a jolt of excitement. As he observed the Blade Demon's breakthrough, he continually cross-referenced with the Dharma recorded on the silver pages left by Wu Jianghe in his mind, sparking continuous insight. He gained a completely new understanding of the martial saint realm. A wondrous transformation occurred in an instant. What had merely been vaguely connected, the three flowers of essence, qi, and spirit, now seemed to form a unified whole. The three flowers gathered at the top, resembling a peculiar funnel, a vortex. Then, that originally surging power of heaven and earth appeared to find an outlet. through the three-flower funnel. It converged toward the blade demon's body. Everyone was astonished. This was completely different from the celestial human realm's resonance with the power of heaven and earth. It seemed to forge oneself as a furnace, refining the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth fully poured into the blade demon's body, which began to tremble violently. His face flushed red, alternating between shades of green and white. His body expanded and then contracted repeatedly, causing everyone watching to sweat nervously. But as time passed, the blade demon's body gradually returned to tranquility, although there was still an incessant influx of the power of heaven and earth. Sun-chasing Sword King and others felt parched, their minds a bit dizzy. Is this success? Had they actually witnessed the birth of a martial saint? But Ning Qi's expression remained as solemn as ever. He gazed intently at the blade demon, as if seeing through the flesh to the situation within. He saw that, although the blade demon forcibly absorbed the power of heaven and earth into his body, intending to fuse it with ultimate realm blade intent and perfect three flowers, it was still unsuccessful. Looking at the seemingly calm flesh, the situation was actually perilous, with the fundamental issue unresolved and the form of the power of heaven and earth unchanged. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. He realized that the blade demon was going to fail, for he was nearing the limit. Regardless of knowing that the path to martial saint was not so easy, seeing this result right in front of him still gave him a sense of regret. Not good, he whispered to himself. True man Tianjian acted immediately. The celestial sword swept across the sky, aiming towards the blade demon. At this critical moment in his breakthrough, no ordinary person could intervene without backlash. But since Ning Qi had promised to guard the blade demon, he would not let him perish in front of his eyes. Among those present, he alone had the ability to interfere. No one understood the situation. Some were even secretly shocked at why true man Tianjian acted at such a critical moment. Was he envious of the blade demon's impending success? But the might of the celestial sword was unstoppable. One slash severed the connection between the demon blade and the three flowers. The blade demon, whose body had been gradually calming, suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did everyone realize that his pitch-black pupils had eerily turned blood red. Using the power of the celestial sword, the blade demon howled at the sky, and dreadful bloody holes burst open on his body. The power of heaven and earth he had absorbed went out of control, leaving him in critical danger. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he sliced off his left arm at the root with his right hand. Blood mist spurted, and the severed arm transformed into a terrifying demon blade, with the power of heaven and earth pouring out along with it. He slashed towards the sky, the strike landing far off in the mountains. A thunderous rumble was heard. The mountain range crumbled, and a horrifying slash mark appeared before everyone, causing them all to gasp in shock. Though both had been restrained, it was now clear that the blade demon's power in one slash was terrifying. Their expressions were complex. At this moment, they understood that true man Tianjian wasn't taking advantage of a crisis, but was actually saving the blade demon. Had he not timely severed the connection, the blade demon might have died in the breaking realm, never getting the chance for heroic sacrifice afterward. Clearly, the blade demon had failed. Unable to witness the birth of a legend, everyone felt deep regret, intertwined with a sense of confusion. If even such an unparalleled blade man in the blade path ultimate realm as the blade demon could not step into the martial saint realm, who else could succeed? Could the path truly be blocked? Someone couldn't help but look at the black-robed Taoist, contemplating. Can true man Tianjian succeed? It's likely extremely difficult. Otherwise, having reached the sword path ultimate realm for so long, he might have already stepped into the martial saint realm. The blind old man's face was filled with regret. Brilliant beyond compare, brilliant beyond compare. To reach half a step on his own, so pathetic and lamentable. His expression turned slightly dim, and he quietly departed, as he'd come only to see if true man Tianjian was his old friend. Knowing he wasn't, he cared for nothing more. True Man Tianjian might have been more monstrous than the Blade Demon, but he too was born in the wrong era. Whether the Blade Demon or True Man Tianjian, they were of considerable age, and barring any accidents, it would be hard for them to achieve much more. True Martial Mountain fell silent. The Blade Demon spat blood towards the sky, his black pupils gazing at the heavens with an apparent reluctance, seeming to question the heavens as to why the path was cut off. The immense confusion and sorrow deeply resonated with everyone present, as if they could empathize with it. Everyone roughly understood the Blade Demon's thoughts. After centuries of arduous cultivation, even seizing an opportunity to enter the Blade Path Ultimate Realm could not lead him to the Martial Saint Realm. The remaining lifespan seemed void of hope, a notion more painful than death for such a pure martial artist and blade man. If not for his steadfast martial path will, he might have chosen to perish in the breaking realm. Thank you, True Man, for your intervention. This kindness the Blade Demon will remember. The Blade Demon's voice was hoarse. His expression was complex. He wanted to ask where True Man Tianjian had reached, but ultimately he refrained. In the watchful eyes of the world, the Blade Demon, disheveled and barefoot, walked into the mountains, soon disappearing from sight. Everyone was silent, as if seeing a hero's downfall. The black-robed Taoist said nothing and then landed on True Martial's rear mountain. This earth-shattering battle finally concluded. Everyone exhaled deeply, realizing their backs were soaked. The dramatic twists and turns had truly opened their eyes. First, the Blade Demon was defeated by True Man Tianjian, who displayed Sword Path Ultimate Realm, leaving everyone in awe. Later, True Man Tianjian assisted the Blade Demon to reach the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, envied by countless people. Although the Blade Demon's attempt to reach the Martial Saint Realm ultimately failed, what was witnessed today was enough for everyone to savor for a lifetime. It could already be foreseen. Once the outcome of this battle spread across the land, it would cause a tremendous upheaval. Everyone looked at the true martial sword monument, their gazes hotter than ever. After True Man Tianjian showcased such Sword Path Ultimate Realm, even the sun-chasing Sword King couldn't help but crave the monument. It could be foreseen that more unparalleled experts would come to comprehend and enhance Ning Qi's Sword Dao. Ning Qi couldn't help but smile slightly, seeing it as a virtuous cycle. However, the greatest gain for him from this battle was observing the Blade Demon's breaking realm. He watched the direction the Blade Demon disappeared, his eyes flashing as a certain idea stirred in his mind. At this moment, True Martial Mountain was already in an uproar. With the departure of True Man Tianjian, everyone finally began to unleash the excitement that had been suppressed for so long. The disciples of the True Martial sect were all fervent, as this battle truly made their blood boil. The strength of the Blade Demon already left them with lingering fear. Such a demon blade seemed beyond the mortal realm. But True Man Tianjian was even a step higher, especially the many new seedlings in the sect, each secretly resolved to become as strong as True Man Tianjian in the future. Sometimes, martial path talent is not the most critical. Once you have talent, perseverance and mindset are even more important. A good goal and role model can benefit one for a lifetime, providing strength when encountering difficulties. And now, True Man Tianjian has undoubtedly become such an existence in the hearts of many true martial disciples. Luo Wentian was full of emotions. He exchanged a silent glance with his master, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Only the two of them knew that the esteemed True Man Tianjian was merely 11 years old now. Their trust in Ning Qi became even firmer. Besides the many disciples of the true martial sect, those martial artists who had come from afar to watch the battle were also thrilled, feeling that this journey was worthwhile, not wasting the long wait they endured. It's truly unimaginable that True Man Tianjian is so powerful. We initially thought the true martial sect would benefit from the prince's influence, but now it seems that one day the prince might benefit from the true martial sect. Chen Xing and Chen Yu sighed. Truman and Tianjian repeatedly refreshed their understanding, and they were genuinely happy that their crown prince could find such a good sect. Sun-chasing Sword King whispered to a few disciples of the Sunset Sword sect around him. You go back first. I will stay in true martial city for a while. After witnessing such unparalleled swordsmanship from true man Tianjian with his own eyes, he was eager to stay and contemplate the sword steel for a while. The people of the Sunset Sword sect looked concerned. Ancestor, this. Sun-chasing Sword King frowned and scolded. What? Do I not even have the freedom to act? Everyone quickly responded in fear. Ancestor, we dare not. It's just, we also want to stay here a while longer. Sun-chasing Sword King was astonished, then smiled and waved his hand. Such scenes could be seen everywhere. Many unparalleled powerhouses, perhaps disguised or openly, mostly intended to stay near true martial city for a while. Whether it was the true martial sword steel or the Tower of 10,000 Paths, they were all about to witness a climactic surge. Everyone sighed. Upon arriving, who could have expected true man Tianjian to win so decisively? The strength of the Blade Demon was without any fluff, but true man Tianjian was simply stronger. Perhaps he's already the strongest below the martial saint. With such strength, even a wind-listening old man at the top of the celestial being list might not be his match. Though the Blade Demon was defeated, it's an honorable defeat. Although he failed to break through to the martial saint realm, he gave those who follow a direction. Such existence has been extremely rare for so long. I wonder if after being defeated by true man Tianjian this time, the Blade Demon will disappear. That would indeed be a tremendous loss to the martial realm. Amid the lively discussions, Ning Qi was calm and composed, yet he also felt it would be a pity if the Blade Demon, like 20 years ago, vanished from the scene. His eyes flickered as he made a decision. A disheveled old man walked barefoot through the mountains and forests. The Blade Demon left true martial mountain, wandering aimlessly, looking up at the sky, with a trace of confusion in his pitch-black pupils. Failing to break through, with only about 100 years of life left, where to go next? For a moment, he lost his aim. Having reached the ultimate realm in the Blade Path, further progress would require a similarly long accumulation of time. Its difficulty was no less than reaching the martial saint realm. With only 100 years remaining, he found himself at a loss as to what to do. Or rather, whatever he did seemed to lose its meaning, because success seemed destined to be out of reach. Even with the Blade Demon's mindset, he felt despair, as this failed breakthrough made him doubt and question his martial path. Perhaps I should have perished in the previous breakthrough. What use is this broken body? The Blade Demon muttered, stopping in his tracks. A detached voice rang out. If so, would you be content? The Blade Demon's body trembled, and he turned around. A black-robed Taoist had appeared behind him at some unknown time. He hoarsely asked, "What guidance does the true man have?" This true man Tianjian was not using the formless gang body, but rather Ning Qi in disguise and transformation. Ning Qi looked at the somewhat despondent Blade Demon, shaking his head in disappointment. If your mindset is only this, I truly shouldn't have just saved you. The Blade Demon's pupils contracted, and he remained silent. Ning Qi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky, his words indifferent yet filled with an incomprehensible, domineering aura. Is 100 years a short time? He genuinely thought so, as since he embarked on a martial path, it had merely been 11 years. He could hardly imagine what heights he could reach if given 100 years. The Blade Demon was stunned. It was as if thunder exploded in his mind. Why not continue fighting for a path in those 100 years? He looked back on his life, beginning with sword training, advancing boldly, then mastering both sword and blade, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Later, he abandoned the sword for the blade, focusing solely on the blade, reaching the transformation realm in the Blade Path. Along this journey, he encountered numerous difficulties, but when had he ever given up? But why, suddenly, did he have thoughts of giving up the martial path and even his life because of his failure in breaking realm? In an instant, He broke into a cold sweat and suddenly woke up. He realized that the immense fear he felt during the breaking realm had given rise to a heart demon. If not for true man Tianjin's sudden appearance to awaken him, he might have already fallen into confusion and predicament, which he did not wish for. Blade Demon bowed deeply. "Thank you, true man, for waking me up. I owe you another favor. First, saving his life, and then helping him overcome the heart demon. This kindness was not small." He did not say anything like repaying the favor with his life in the future, only remembering this indebtedness in his heart. Ning Qi, with his back to Blade Demon. "How about a deal?" Blade Demon was taken aback, then solemnly said, "Please speak, true man." Ning Qi said calmly, "You help guard True Martial Mountain for 10 years, and within those 10 years, I will give you a martial saint technique." This was precisely Ning Qi's plan to find Blade Demon, as the situation in True Martial Sect was not very safe now. With the hidden threats from the Demon Sect and the southern border, he didn't even dare to venture too far away. If Blade Demon, such a strong presence, could hold the fort, he could sometimes be at ease to go down the mountain for a while. Besides, if Blade Demon was there, perhaps they could exchange insights on the path to Martial Saint, which could provide him with some inspiration. Blade Demon's pupils contracted sharply, looking incredulously at the back of the black-robed Taoist. Is true man so confident? It wasn't that he had any doubts about the deal's content. After receiving 2 great favors from true man Tianjin, even without any return, guarding True Martial Mountain for 10 or 20 years wasn't a big problem, as it wouldn't hinder his comprehension of the blade path. What shocked him was Ning Qi's promise to give him a martial saint technique within 10 years. Having just experienced the failure of breaking realm, he deeply knew how difficult a task this was. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He said nothing, just pointed a finger, and instantly, a surge of demon blade intent erupted from him, the terrifying demonic aura enough to distort the void. Just as the blade intent was about to strike Blade Demon, it dissipated instantly, but Blade Demon stood frozen, as if turned to stone. How could he not recognize this blade intent? How could you? He was at a loss for words, even more shocked than when he was defeated by Ning Qi before. This was simply unfathomable. His blade intent had been learned by someone else, and the level was not lower than his own. The scene before him nearly overturned his worldview. Ning Qi turned around, only smiling without speaking. Blade Demon gradually came back to his senses, but the shock and astonishment in his eyes grew even stronger. He roughly knew by now true man Tianjin had learned his blade intent during their duel, but this was simply against the natural order. How could there be such a monstrous person in the world? At this moment, the black-robed Taoist before him was filled with unprecedented mystery. In recalling Ning Qi's promise earlier, his heartbeat inevitably quickened. A sense of hope surged in his heart. Perhaps there really was hope to obtain a martial saint technique. Even if not in 10 years, then 20, 30, or even 100 years, there was always hope. Blade Demon took a deep breath, asking his inner doubt. Compared to the true man, I am far behind. Why would the true man need me to guard True Martial Mountain? Ning Qi said, I won't hide it from you. True Martial Sect has offended the Demon Sect and the southern border. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, a martial saint will be born. Though achieved with external help, they might use True Martial Sect as a sacrificial flag. Would you be willing? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Blade Demon had no more hesitation. His dark pupils lit up, laughing heartily. To have a chance to fight with a martial saint, how could I refuse? Since the true man trusts me, I will not betray that trust. When you enter the martial saint realm in the future, please do not hesitate to teach me. Ning Qi laughed. Of course. He felt much more relaxed, realizing he hadn't misjudged Blade Demon. In normal times, you can reside in the forbidden land at the back of True Martial Mountain. Most of the time, your intervention will not be needed. If I'm not around and True Martial Sect faces an unsolvable crisis, then I'll trouble you for help. All right, with that, Ning Qi then leisurely departed. There was no binding agreement between them, but after exchanging blows, they both understood. In a sense, they were the same kind of people with a steadfast pursuit of the path which would not be tarnished by breaking trust and causing a flaw in their martial path will. Blade Demon watched the black-robed Taoist back, still in awe, with that demon blade intent lingering before his eyes. Such a terrifying person truly overwhelms the ages. Suddenly, he was startled, recalling True Man Tianjin's erection of the true martial sword monument in the Tower of 10,000 Paths, and his eyes were filled with even greater astonishment. Perhaps he truly can forge a path to martial saint. Blade Demon disappeared from the spot, the confusion in his heart completely gone. He had found his target once again. The 10-year agreement between Ning Qi and Blade Demon was known to no one. Yet at this moment, the world was in upheaval. The details of the battle between True Man Tianjin and Blade Demon spread to the 13 states at an astonishing speed, even reaching lands beyond Great Yin. Each top martial sect was shocked. Some hidden families or sects even heard of this matter. Indeed, the commotion caused by Blade Demon was too great. The storm that lasted for more than half a year ended in this way, with the prestige Blade Demon accumulated ultimately serving to enhance True Man Tianjin's reputation. After this battle, True Man Tianjin's fame had reached the pinnacle of Great Yin. Countless swordsmen were ecstatic. Since the emergence of the Blade Demon, who ranked third on the celestial being list, he had firmly surpassed the sun-chasing Sword King ranked fifth, and now he was finally defeated by another unparalleled swordsman. Swordsmen, whether in peak combat strength or in numbers on the celestial being list, had comprehensively surpassed Blade Men. Not to mention, True Man Tianjin also reached the legendary realm of the Sword Path Ultimate Realm, and the Blade Demon's achievement in the Blade Path Ultimate Realm was also thanks to the assistance of True Man Tianjin. Thus, the struggle between sword and blade ultimately ended with swordsmen as the victors, and thereafter, sword practitioners in the martial realm would grow in numbers, gradually overwhelming in momentum. Numerous swordsmen regarded True Man Tianjin as their idol, feeling proud as a result. The martial realm was abuzz with discussions, with martial artists continuously flocking to True Martial Mountain to comprehend the True Martial Sword Tablet and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. Unbeknownst to all, the prestige of the True Martial sect was also growing day by day. As long as True Man Tianjin remained, the True Martial sect was almost untouchable, transforming at an astonishing speed. Luo Wentian felt both pain and joy, busy to the point of exhaustion, unable to find time to cultivate, yet genuinely pleased with the changes in the True Martial sect. The True Martial sect's reputation was now renowned, drawing many celestial being list powerhouses to comprehend the True Martial Sword Tablet and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. This was a benefit provided by the True Martial sect, forming an effective deterrent against the demon sect. Luo Wentian could clearly sense. The prying eyes of the demon sect had significantly decreased, which calmed his mind considerably. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in both the demon sect and the southern border was indeed somewhat oppressive. Originally hoping that True Man Tianjin would lose to or even be severely injured by the Blade Demon, they were caught off guard when the Blade Demon was defeated instead, elevating True Man Tianjin's prestige even higher. Sword Path Ultimate Realm. This senior Tianjin is indeed extraordinary. Even as opponents, many in the demon sect couldn't help but sigh lightly. They knew that even within the demon sect, there wouldn't be more than 2 people at such a level, possibly only 1. Many high-ranking members of the demon sect gathered together. Lin Shuishuang had already gone to the 100,000 Mountains, but the other 2 vice sect leaders weren't in the main seat. In the center was a silver-haired elder, the Grand Elder of the demon sect. Grand Elder, should we inform the sect leader about this? Xiang Tianqing suggested. The silver-haired elder, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head and said, "No need. The sect leader has been in seclusion for a jiazi. Since we don't plan to act against the True Martial sect for now, Let him continue to contemplate the martial saint technique. Ghost Mask side. We don't even know the sect leader's current situation. He reached the ultimate realm long ago and has the experience of many predecessors in the holy sect to refer to. If successful, and we harness the power of the holy pill to create a martial saint, we'd have two martial saints altogether. What would we fear of the great Yin martial saint, and why join forces with those in the southern border? Everyone remained silent, originally holding some confidence, but the blade demon's failure to break through made their hearts sink. This path is too arduous. Without external assistance, it may not be achievable within an 800-year lifespan and might take continuous exploration by generations. However, they estimated that Great Yin wouldn't give them such time. Over the years of entanglement with Great Yin, they too had paid a price. The Grand Elder looked around at everyone, speaking solemnly. Regardless of whether the sect leader succeeds or not, the crafting of the holy pill must not halt. With such strength, Senior Tianjin cannot be underestimated. For now, don't concern yourselves with the true martial sect and cease all minor actions. Focus all efforts on crafting the holy pill. Let me remind you once more, the matter of the holy pill is our holy sect's highest secret. Anyone who seeks to explore its secrets dies. Upon these words, a powerful sense of oppression enveloped everyone. Without exception, even the two vice sect leaders trembled slightly, eyes filled with awe. Yes, Grand Elder. At the same time, the situation in the southern border was virtually identical. Each tribal high authority was discussing the matter. The Southern Border Alliance is composed of numerous tribes. It's naturally not as centralized as the demon sect. The highest authority is the Clan Elders Council, with 9 elders from the 9 most powerful tribes, deciding significant matters by vote. However, over the years, the Southern Border Alliance has grown increasingly cohesive, with silent assimilation taking place. Many tribes have already prioritized alliance interests over tribal ones, especially among the new generation of youths. Lan Yi was reporting on the battle between True Man Tianjin and the Blade Demon. Elders, this is the situation. True Man Tianjin's current strength is unfathomable. Across our alliance, only the Gu God might contend with him. Mentioning the Gu God, her eyes flickered slightly with apprehension. Many elders were astonished. That True Man Tianjin can hide so deeply. What terrifying depth of thought. Since enmity is set, he must be struck down in a single blow. One rosy-cheeked elder stated coldly, but another robust elder countered. The Sword Path Ultimate Realm. Such formidable strength. Are you suggesting the Gu God should personally intervene? Do you wish to derail our alliance's grand schemes? Then should we let the true martial sect be so arrogant? The facts are clear. The Qing State stronghold was destroyed by the true martial sect. If this grudge isn't avenged, our alliance would look ridiculous to others. Small impatience leads to spoiling great schemes. The greater cause is essential. The elders voiced their opinions, debating ceaselessly, with some being radical and others being conservative. Lan Yi felt inexplicable annoyance, but she could not reasonably persuade anyone and could only quietly bow her head. Finally, a decisive voice interrupted. Elder Lanha spoke. Since agreement cannot be reached, let's follow the old rule and vote. I believe our current priority is cultivating the Blood Emperor Gu. Once a martial saint emerges, what's a mere true man Tianjin? Why disturb the Gu God at this critical point? Everyone remained silent. Then they voted. Ultimately, by a result of 5-4, it was decided to temporarily shelve all actions against the true martial sect. The initially outspoken, rosy-cheeked elder appeared sullen and displeased. Glancing at Lanha and then Lan Yi, he suddenly smiled. Saintess, how progresses your secret technique, cultivation? Do not jeopardize the greater cause. The previously silent southern border Saintess jolted, responding coldly. No need for Elder Red Flame's concern. Yi has been diligently cultivating. After saying this, she bowed to the elders and withdrew. Watching Lan Yi leave, the sullen-faced Lanha erupted instantly. Red Flame, you dog, why involve ye in our old geezer's matters? Have our sacrifices not been great enough? The power of heaven and earth gathered around him, and he seemed ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The other elders quickly restrained Lanha, soothing him while all reproached Red Flame. Elder Red Flame, those words were indeed inappropriate. Refrain from bringing it up again. Red Flame snorted coldly without responding, feeling a slight twinge of regret. However, seeing Lanha disgruntled brought him immense satisfaction. Lan Yi walked out of the pavilion, hearing vague disputes from behind, yet maintained an expressionless demeanor, exuding a cold aura that warned others to stay away. Someone approached cautiously, with a trembling voice. Saintess, someone from the demon sect, is seeking you. Who? Lan Yi's gaze was icy. He identified himself as Qin Yun. In the mountain forest, the young man with white hair and the saintess in a black dress strolled side by side. A wolf-race exotic beast suddenly rushed out, but was easily killed by the young man with a single point of his finger. A breath of energy burst forth, frightening some peeping exotic beasts to hastily retreat. Lan Yi glanced at Qin Yun and said, "It seems Saint Erchin has been doing well in the 100,000 mountains, handling exotic beasts like a fish in water." Qin Yun smiled bitterly. "Saintess, please don't mock me. I'm no longer any kind of Saint Air. Just call me Qin Yun. As for this visit, it's to thank the Saintess personally. If not for the Saintess's words, I'm afraid Qin Yun would still not be free." His previous situation was indeed not good. Not only was he deprived of his candidacy for Saint Air, but he was also placed under house arrest, unable to go out. After he arrived in the 100,000 mountains, he worked hard to gain a foothold and learn the details of the high-level meeting between the demon sect and southern border. Only then did he find the opportunity to thank Lan Yi personally. Lan Yi's eyes were deep, her words self-mocking. "Just call me Yi. Saintess? Heh, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be this Saintess." The forest was somewhat silent. Qin Yun's gaze was momentarily stunned. Then he softly asked, "Yi, are you in a bad mood?" Lan Yi remained silent. The two of them walked in silence, unknowingly reaching a mountain peak, with the rolling forest waves, the steaming clouds, and the snow in the far distance could be seen. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Leaning on the mountain peak, Lan Yi's head slowly rested on Qin Yun's shoulder. Qin Yun's heart trembled. A faint fragrance lingered at his nose. Before he could react, Lan Yi's soft voice spoke. "Qin Yun, tell me, if a person's future is already predetermined, is it still necessary to work hard?" Qin Yun roughly guessed something. Although his time in the 100,000 mountains was not long, he had heard some rumors. The southern border Saintess was different from the demon sect Saint Air. If the latter became the Saint Air, they would be the future sect leader heir. But the former, it's said to be a sacrificial offering. The current status and reverence are only for future use, just a castle in the air. He took a deep breath and looked down at Lan Yi's profile, earnestly saying, "There's no absolute destiny. Everything is possible." Lan Yi smiled self-mockingly. "Everything is possible? I have clearly worked very hard, struggling to prove myself, striving to enhance my value. But ultimately, I can't escape my fate. Qin Yun, do you know what my greatest regret in life is?" "What is it?" "I was born in a small tribe. That year, the Alliance selected a Saintess, and I luckily became one of the 36 candidates allowed to go to the Divine Temple for the Divine Washington. Back then, I thought I had found hope to rise, to lead the tribe to survive staunchly. But my grandmother, who was also an elder of the tribe, was not even slightly happy when she found out. Instead, she was furious. I didn't understand and had a big argument with her. In the end, I sneaked in to receive the Divine Wash, and as I wished, I became the Southern Border Saintess. I wanted to prove to my grandmother that I was not wrong, that I could help the tribe. But unfortunately, I never saw her again. On the day I received the Divine Wash, the tribe was attacked by exotic beasts, and not a single survivor was left. Lan Yi's delicate body trembled slightly, and Qin Yun felt a twinge of pity in his heart as he wrapped his right arm around Lan Yi's shoulder to comfort her. Lan Yi continued. Later, I learned why my grandmother was so vehemently opposed. It turns out the so-called saintess is so laughable. The ridicule on her face deepened. Over the years, she has held a revered status in the southern border, rising from a small tribal branch to become a core figure of the Lan clan. But ultimately, she cannot change her own fate. Qin was at a loss for words. He thought of himself, how a single careless choice back then led to a path of no return. He softly said, since it's already like this, giving up is futile. The only option is to give it your all. Perhaps your grandmother wouldn't want to see you resigned to fate like this. I'll help you. Lan Yi suddenly turned her head, and then smiled charmingly, though her delicate body unknowingly slid away, leaving Qin somewhat lost. Lan Yi smiled and said, if you were the demon sect Saint Heir, maybe you could help me. But now, just take care of yourself. Qin face immediately showed an awkward expression. Lan Yi chuckled. I'm not teasing you anymore. I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter isn't something you can intervene in. As she spoke, her voice became distant again. Qin, some things shouldn't be regretted only after they're lost. Cherish those around you more. Qin was puzzled. Lan Yi had already leaped into the sea of clouds, like an ethereal immortal, and Qin stood there in a daze, not chasing her, only left with Lan Yi's voice echoing from afar. Here's some good news for you. The southern border has decided to temporarily suspend all actions against the true martial sect. Qin was stunned on the spot, watching the beauty leave. His thoughts were in turmoil, reflecting on many things, remembering his master, his senior brother, his third senior sister, and his ninth junior brother. His eyes showed confusion, a bitter smile on his face. The demon sect and southern border unexpectedly both decided to temporarily suspend actions against the true martial sect. This was outwardly manifested by the suddenly diminished peeping eyes around true martial city. Of course, the conflict with the imperial court remained intense, and if they encountered true martial disciples in the midst of it, they would still be ruthless. They just wouldn't keep looking for weaknesses of the true martial sect to plan a sect extermination like before. True man Tianjin's strength made them somewhat apprehensive, worried that pushing the old monster too far might cause him to abandon all concerns and create trouble. Flame Marshal Grand General's mansion. The Flame Marshal Grand General received a secret message from Divine Feather Grand General. He sat in the pavilion by the lake silently, only sighing after a long pause. What a blade demon! What a true man Tianjin! The old man murmured, his heart shaken, not even noticing when the fishing rod dipped. The world knows that the Flame Marshal Grand General ranks second on the celestial being list, but they don't know he is also a blade man. Only a few veterans in the military are aware of this. Back then, the Flame Marshal Grand General wielded the Overlord blade with such might on the battlefield that rivers of blood flowed. Now, hearing the blade demon has stepped into the blade path ultimate realm, his heart instinctively stirred with battle intent, for he has also entered this realm. Looking across the world, it's likely only the blade demon can match him in a full battle. As for the true man Tianjin, I fear even I am not his opponent. The Flame Marshal Grand General sighed. Perhaps only the mysterious wind-listening old man can fight the true man Tianjin. He repeatedly looked over the secret message, pondering its detailed descriptions. Divine Feather Grand General had been thorough in his report, making him feel as though he was watching the scene personally. When he saw that the Blade Demon attempted to forcibly break through the realm using the Blade Path Ultimate Realm, he shook his head without a trace of surprise. The Flame Marshal Grand General's expression was somewhat wistful. In the past, people like us stepping into Martial Saint was not a difficult task, but now, the Blade Demon may have no hope of breaking through in this life. But as for this true man, Tianjin, I wonder if he could create a miracle. Perhaps it's worth consulting the ancestor. His gaze grew solemn as he contemplated. Finally, he made up his mind and headed in the direction of the Imperial Palace. As he proceeded, everyone he met bowed in greeting, their expressions fearful, But the Flame Martial Grand General merely waved his hand dismissively and casually spoke to a chief eunuch. "Tell His Majesty, I'm going to the Royal Ancestral Hall." In the eyes of millions, the Great Yin Emperor is an unparalleled existence. But only a few know that the Great Yin Emperor is merely an executor. It is the martial saint who is truly supreme, and within the imperial court, there are also a few who can speak on equal terms with the Great Yin Emperor. The Flame Martial Grand General walked deeper into the palace. He finally paused before a heavily guarded ancestral hall, where a squad of powerful forbidden guards stood watch, though in reality, they only served to prevent minor troubles. The true guardian forces were much stronger. The arrival of the Flame Martial Grand General startled many forbidden guards, but he merely waved his hand. "I am here to seek an audience with the ancestor." This remark was not directed at the guards, but to several hidden figures. He leisurely stepped forward, finally stopping at the entrance to the Forbidden Land. He didn't speak, but knelt heavily, respectfully prostrating himself. He knew that if the ancestor wished to see him, he would naturally appear. Time passed slowly. The sun set and the moon rose, repeating in such a cycle. After 3 days, the Flame Martial Grand General rose with a bitter expression. He shook his head, wanted to say something, but swallowed it all in the end, and then left dejectedly. Several hidden gazes also showed a mixture of emotions. Even with Li Yanwu's rapport with the martial saint, he can't meet him. The martial saint wouldn't. Do not dare speculate about matters of the martial saint. Remember your duties. It's not unheard of in the last 2,000 years. It's just that this time, the martial saint has been dormant a bit longer. No need to worry. Despite these thoughts, the crowd's hearts were still complicated. In recent years, Great Yin has been beset by internal and external troubles, leading some to gradually develop anxiety. As time passed, the outcome of the battle between True Man Tianjian and the Blade Demon spread wider and wider, becoming known throughout the Great Yin 13 states. Many even began to doubt the credibility of the Celestial Being list. Indeed, it seemed absurd. When the Celestial Being list was updated this time, True Man Tianjian was initially ranked 36th, but now the third-ranked Blade Demon wasn't even his match, indicating a vast discrepancy between ranking strength and actual competence. In response, the Celestial Emperor's Mansion, which issues the Celestial Being list, felt equally aggrieved. Over the years, there had never been someone like True Man Tianjian, who possessed great strength yet chose not to reveal it, unveiling his prowess in a piecemeal fashion, like squeezing toothpaste. Of course, they dared not harbor any resentment towards True Man Tianjian. The Celestial Emperor's Mansion urgently updated the rankings, placing True Man Tianjian 3rd and the Blade Demon 4th, with everyone else shifted back accordingly. Furthermore, since Heart Inquiry Sword died at the hands of Ning Qi, and Heartblade Old Man was killed by the Blade Demon, Thundershock Blade Venerate was once again fortunate to make the list, ranking 35, with another strong figure filling the 36th slot. The entire world was in awe. Just these two people had already turned the Celestial Being list upside down. Notably, upon hearing the Blade Demon's defeat by True Man Tianjian, Luofu, Sword Venerate, turned ghostly pale, immediately declaring a century-long retreat. The earlier offense to the true martial sect seemed significant or insignificant, entirely depending on whether they took issue or not. He was so unnerved this time that he dared not even spectate, fearing that a disagreement might lead True Man Tianjian to strike him down with a sword. Those aware of the situation couldn't help but smirk privately. Besides the Great Yin 13 states, many forces outside of Great Yin also heard of the event, such as the Near Sea Sect, Northern Barbarian, and Desert Ancient Race, all turning their gaze towards it. Because this time, it's not just about the battle between the strong on the Celestial Being list. The secrets concerning the martial saint are also involved. The Blade Demon's failure to break the realm led many forces to discuss fervently, fearing the depths of this unfathomable True Man Tianjian. A faint voice had already started to emerge. True Man Tianjian might become the next martial saint. However, No matter how noisy the outside world was, it had nothing to do with Ning Qi. Since the day he made a 10-year agreement with Blade Demon, he returned to true Martial Mountain and resumed his previous routine life. Blade Demon was arranged to stay at the Forbidden Land in the Back Mountain, known only to Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian. Of course, Blade Demon was unaware that the so-called true man Tianjian was merely a young boy of 11. Perhaps one day Ning Qi would face Blade Demon with his true appearance, but that day was not today. Inside the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi was contemplating the silver page he had previously obtained from Wu Jianghe, which contained insights and speculations regarding the utilization of absorbing the power of heaven and earth, somewhat similar to Blade Demon. Years ago, when Wu Jianghe's Sword Dao reached the ultimate realm, he also attempted to break into the martial saint realm, but failed. Therefore, Ning Qi did not hold high hopes for Blade Demon, and indeed it turned out to be so. However, their methods of breakthrough differ somewhat. Blade Demon uses Ultimate Realm Blade intent to command the three flowers, thereby introducing the power of heaven and earth into the body, whereas Wu Jianghe combines sword intent with the three flowers. Both have some semblance, but failed at the next step. Introducing the power of heaven and earth into the body is already challenging. So how can one refine the power of heaven and earth? If one were to use their own body as a furnace, it requires an extremely powerful physical strength. Even the strength of flower of essence of perfection isn't sufficient. Had I not intervened that day, Blade Demon would have perished. Perhaps other factors are required as well. Ning Qi pondered silently, his brows slightly furrowed, as he deduced various possibilities, yet he hadn't reached that stage himself to try. Then, he let out a long breath. Regardless, the martial saint realm was now unfolding its veil before him, no longer as unknown as it was before. Suddenly, his eyes moved, looking towards the direction of the back mountain. He sensed an intangible blade intent spreading. Only those whose martial path intent had reached the ultimate realm could perceive it. Blade Demon was calling him. Ning Qi's mind stirred. A black-robed Taoist appeared, and then headed towards the back mountain. After a short while, Blade Demon's figure appeared before Ning Qi. He said calmly, "Blade Demon brother, why did you call for me?" Since Blade Demon ascended the mountain, he had been calm, but today he suddenly showed a change. Blade Demon turned around, his gaze somewhat astonished. He had been keenly sensing the surroundings, yet he still couldn't find out where true man Tianjian came from. Only when close could he sense it. He admired true man Tianjian secretly. Blade Demon's voice was slightly hoarse. "Recently, I've been nurturing my injuries and eliminating the heart demon, and now that it's done, I wish to share my experiences of breaking into the martial saint realm that day with the true man." Ning Qi looked. Though Blade Demon's left arm was empty, his essence, qi, and spirit were even stronger. At their level, losing an arm was indeed not a big deal and did not affect power. Seeing Blade Demon speak thus, Ning Qi felt anticipation in his heart. "I am willing to hear your experiences," he expressed with a slightly solemn demeanor. The two didn't bother with formalities and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. An intangible momentum immediately spread around. Blade Demon recalled for a moment, then slowly spoke. That day, with the aid of Tianjian Brother's hand reaching the Blade Path Transformation Realm, I had the thought of breaking the realm after hundreds of years of deduction. The martial path intent reached the ultimate realm can connect three flowers, further drawing the power of heaven and earth into the body. Everything happened as I deduced. Nothing went wrong. But there is something to this day that I find unfathomable. At this point, a barely noticeable fear appeared in Blade Demon's eyes. Ning Qi's spirit was startled, asking, "What aspect?" Blade Demon adjusted his breath, continued, "That day, when I commanded the three flowers gathering at the top of my blade intent, I reached the lifelong limit of control over the power of heaven and earth. At that moment, I vaguely sensed a suppressive feeling, and as the power of heaven and earth poured into the body, The suppressive feeling intensified tenfold, 100-fold, with a great terror seemingly enveloping my heart, as if great calamity was about to befall. Were it not for the fixation on reaching the martial saint realm being my obsession for hundreds of years, I truly had the thought of giving up on the spot. Considering it now, the emergence of the heart demon after my failure in breaking the realm was related to this, otherwise I would not have succumbed. His will was resolute, generally not easily succumbing to heart demon obsession. Ning Qi's pupils narrowed sharply. Could it be that you sensed a great terror hidden within the power of heaven and earth? Blade demon froze, squinting his brows. Earlier, I hadn't thought deeply, only felt that this great terror came from the oppression of heaven and earth, not allowing us to achieve martial saint. Now, hearing Tianjin Brother's words, it might actually come from the power of heaven and earth itself? Tianjin Brother saying so. Could it be you also? Ning Qi nodded slightly. To not conceal from Blade Demon Brother, since I reached the celestial human realm, I often sensed a fearful feeling from the power of heaven and earth. Initially, I thought only I had this perception, even once doubting if I was mistaken, but now Blade Demon Brother felt the same. It mustn't be mistaken. Both unconsciously glanced at the sky, faintly feeling a sense of fear. If it truly is so, does that imply there's a problem with the power of heaven and earth that's causing us to fail in achieving martial saint? Or maybe that has been the case throughout ages, and we must overcome this great terror to reach the martial saint realm. Blade Demon remained silent. With the martial saint inheritance severed, everything had to be explored oneself, which was indeed challenging. In a short time, he would be unable to advance to the martial saint realm again. The true man, celestial sword before him, might have more hope. Blade Demon continued. That sense of immense terror is just one aspect. To step into the martial saint realm, the key may lie in mastering the power of heaven and earth, not in our crude manipulation, but in precise control, refining it into an existence like our Ning Qi. In that case, it would surely unlock a powerful and unparalleled force. There was some yearning and hope in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head and said, "But it's not easy. Previously, when I absorbed the power of heaven and earth in my body, I could feel its terrifying power, but I just gulped it down. Essentially, there was no difference whether it was inside or outside me. After thinking carefully over these past few days, the key points might be two. Firstly, how to digest this power of heaven and earth, which requires countless trials. Secondly, where to store the digested power of heaven and earth. If it's randomly filled into the body, it would be like that day when I almost exploded and died, and even Brother Celestial's sword couldn't save me." Ning Qi listened to Blade Demon explaining the details of breaking the realm. That day, although he was close, he couldn't sense the many situations within Blade Demon's body so clearly. Now, listening to Blade Demon, combined with his previous observations, he suddenly felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing a clear view. In his mind, spiritual light was rising, and he gradually gained an outline of the martial saint realm. This time, it was truly an invaluable harvest. With solemnity, Ning Qi said, "Thank you, Brother Blade Demon, for your generous enlightenment." Blade Demon merely waved his hand. "I owe great debts to Brother Celestial Sword. Such minor insights from failure are not worth mentioning." Ning Qi pondered for a moment and said, "I also have some insights. Brother Blade Demon, why not give them a listen?" Blade Demon's eyes brightened, assuming a posture of intent listening. Ning Qi slowly began to speak. Though he lacked experience in breaking the realm, he gleaned much inspiration from the pages left by Wu Jianghe. With his perception, a slight extrapolation made it as though he personally experienced breaking the realm. For instance, listening to Blade Demon reveal his realm insights, Ning Qi felt as if he had experienced a realm break again, if not more. He could extrapolate multiple times, gaining far more than Blade Demon himself. At this moment, he combined both aspects and shared some of the essence within. Instantly, Blade Demon listened, enchanted. The light in Blade Demon's dark pupils shone brilliantly, muttering repeatedly. The intent of the martial path not only governs the three flowers, but can also blend with them. In this way, the power of heaven and earth drawn and may become more controllable, more obedient. Accommodating the power of heaven and earth can turn oneself into a furnace. Enhancing the furnace's strength is crucial, not merely the body's inherent strength, but also sculpting like an alchemy furnace where the fundamental material strength is just one aspect, with the various wards on it being equally critical. As for where to store the refined power of heaven and earth, replacing the primordial core might be a good choice. Exchanging a strand of refined power of heaven and earth for a strand of Ning Qi is indeed a brilliant idea. A truly brilliant idea. So that's how it is. The more Blade Demon listened, the more delirious he became. The more excited he grew, unable to resist clapping his hands and laughing heartily. When he finally collected himself, he bowed to Ning Qi, utterly convinced. His eyes were full of admiration, feeling that Ning Qi's words had opened the door to a new world for him. Brother Celestial Sword, great kindness requires no thanks except my bow. Ning Qi merely smiled, then said, Brother Blade Demon, there's no need for this. We're merely discussing the Tao. This discussion is just my conjecture. Take what aligns with your journey as just a reference. Blade Demon nodded, his spirits soaring. At this moment, he truly believed that if anyone in this world could step into the martial saint realm, it would undoubtedly be true man, Celestial Sword. After discussing with the Blade Demon, Ning Qi's life returned to its previous calm. This discourse was greatly beneficial to Ning Qi, giving him a deeper understanding of breaking through to the martial saint realm, with the beginnings of a clear path in sight. Of course, the Blade Demon also gained immensely from it. Ning Qi held nothing back from him, allowing the Blade Demon to gain many insights and directions, after which he hurriedly entered a secluded cultivation state, but he did not forget his agreement with Ning Qi. If someone truly comes to invade, he would naturally come out of seclusion to suppress them. This way, the true martial sect became even safer. Ning Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, his greatest worry was that when he descended the mountain, the demon sect and southern border would seize the opportunity to attack true martial mountain. But now, with the Blade Demon guarding, coupled with the true martial sword steel and many martial artists gaining insights here, if these two forces were to invade, they might suffer a great loss. In this way, I can go down the mountain to investigate the secrets of the martial saints of the southern border and demon sect. If I can find their secret location, I can strike first and nip this crisis in the bud. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. He had not forgotten the two swords hanging over his head. Although he was very strong now, if a true martial saint came to kill, he might not be able to fully protect the true martial sect. Senior brother, are there any clues from the imperial court? Ning Qi asked. Luo Wentian shook his head helplessly. Recently, the imperial court and the forces of the demon sect in the southern border have been in fierce battles, also following the leads of exotic beast inner cores and Blood King Gu, but they are very cautious and often use this to set traps. The imperial court lost quite a few strong members. They only know that the southern border needs to refine the Blood Emperor Gu, while the demon sect is refining a treasure called the Holy Pill, but they have no more detailed information. I suspect they have already relocated their base, just intentionally creating confusion and diversions. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Relocated their base? Outside the 100,000 mountains and Great Yin? Luo Wentian nodded. That's right. Now the imperial court also suspects this, but the 100,000 mountains is the southern border stronghold, filled with exotic beasts and many toxic mists. The imperial court can't intervene, and outside the Great Yin, the place with the largest population is the northern barbarian grassland. Although it's not as populous as the Great Yin by a factor of 11, it also has no problem supporting the Blood King Gu. Considering the relationship between the imperial court and the northern barbarians, they are also beyond reach. Divine Feather Grand General even suspects that the demon sect and southern border might have already formed an alliance with the northern barbarians. If this is true, it will become even more troublesome. Ning Qi exhaled a little. The demon sect and southern border were already difficult to deal with. Adding the northern barbarians would make it even more complicated. Everyone seems to want to carve a piece out of Great Yin. If possible, Ning Qi would prefer to remain uninvolved. Unfortunately, the true martial sect had already been drawn into the situation, forced to stand with the Great Yin, and he still did not know whether that martial saint of Great Yin was a friend or foe. The situation had become quite complex. Ning Qi resolved in his heart that he needed to strike first, but also absolutely must not reveal his identity and strength to the imperial court side, lest he attract the attention of martial saints, which could prove even more dangerous than now. Senior brother, I plan to descend the mountain, Ning Qi said. Luo Wentian was shocked. Gio, you want to? Ning Qi nodded. That's right. Instead of waiting for others to bring the fight to us, it's better to strike first. But you don't need to inform the imperial court about this. Instead, focus on gathering as much intelligence on the Blood King Gu as possible for me. The demon sect's martial saint's secret treasure is only known to be called the Holy Pill, with no detailed specifics, only that it requires the exotic beast inner core. But Ning Qi had personally encountered the Blood King Gu from the southern border before, and to avoid risk, Ning Qi used the Blood King Gu at the foot of the mountain to avoid it being perceived by the southern border locals. And now, he could do the opposite. If he could obtain a Blood King Gu and discover the method of mutual perception between the Blood King Gu, he might be able to capture all of southern border's Blood King Gu in one fell swoop. Therefore, he intended to start with the Blood King Gu. Luo Wentian looked a bit apologetic. Gio was only 11 years old, yet he had to bear so much. But he did not persuade much, because he knew that this was indeed the best choice. He said in a serious tone, Gio, it happens that the year-end is approaching. Stay for a few more days, and wait until I have sorted through the intelligence sent from the imperial court before you go down the mountain. Ning Qi nodded lightly. There was no rush for these few days. This year's year-end competition would surely be lively. The 300 seedlings, after this period of cultivation, had already achieved a little success. It would be an excellent opportunity to test their cultivation results, and there might be outstanding ones who could be promoted to true disciples. Feeling the worry and concern in Luo Wentian's gaze, Ning Qi smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. With my current strength, even if nothing is found, there won't be any danger. Luo Wentian smiled wryly. I only regret that my own strength is too weak. Ning Qi offered a few comforting words. This was really not their fault. After all, by the normal development path, the true martial sect was supposed to gradually move towards revitalization through generations of efforts. But Ning Qi's sudden emergence undoubtedly shortened this time by a great deal, making it seem as if others couldn't keep pace. This is normal since not everyone has Ning Qi's profound insight, but it is not a major issue either. In time, once this foundation is slowly digested, it will gradually transform into true strength. Today, Taoist Longshan is just like this. After Ning Qi imparted many celestial human realm secret techniques to him, he began to progress rapidly. He is fully focusing on cultivating his strength to avoid needing Ning Qi to resolve every issue he encounters. Time flows slowly. In the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, snowflakes fluttered down. However, the atmosphere in the true martial sect remained fiery as always. During this period, the true martial sword steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths were crowded with people. Many martial artists came after hearing about them, organized and insightful, and many obtained considerable benefits, further enhancing the fame of the true martial sword steel and the Tower of 10,000 Paths. To this, Ning Qi naturally was happy to see it happen. Now, his sword Dao is naturally number one, belonging to a strong level in the ultimate realm, but many other intents have also stepped into the ultimate realm. One method connects to all methods. Many martial artists left their martial paths in the Tower of 10,000 Paths, laying bricks and adding tiles to Ning Qi's cultivation. This complements Ning Qi's study of Taoist scriptures and heavenly phenomenon, making his progress faster. Apart from daily routines of ascending high heaven to guide heavenly thunder for cultivation, the most focus Ning Qi currently puts on is the research of the white ape and zhuangchun. Yesterday, the white ape finally succeeded in cultivating the resonance secret technique that Ning Qi taught. At this moment in the Seeking Tao Institute, the white ape activated the secret technique with its entire bloodline being in an aroused state. A wild roar escaped, unable to control the aroused bloodline. Its body began to swell rapidly. In an instant, a 16-zhang tall giant ape appeared in the courtyard, like a mountainous peak, with those golden-tinted eyes being exceptionally divine and unmatched. Anyone who saw it could tell that the white ape's bloodline was extraordinary. Teacher, the white ape scratched its head, somewhat embarrassed, not because it wanted to flaunt intentionally, but it was unable to control itself. Ning Qi waved his hand slightly. He had already used the power of heaven and earth to shield the surroundings from disturbances. An expression of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Immense power of heaven and earth gathered at once, enveloping himself and the white ape. Then it started to vibrate at a frequency opposite to that of the white ape's body. This is a secret created by Ning Qi through the study of the principle of yin-yang liang-yi, mutually attracting, which allowed the bloodline within the white ape to further reveal its secrets. In an instant, an extreme, tingling sensation emanated from the white ape's limbs and bones, a sensation as if the entire body was about to disassemble. Cold sweat appeared all over the entity of the white ape, and its heart twitched, but it was trying hard to persist. Anything Ning Qi requested, it never refused. Moreover, it understood that its teacher researching its bloodline was for its benefit. Ning Qi nodded inwardly. Over the years, the white ape following him into cultivation and pursuing Tao had a determined Tao heart, far surpassing most so-called geniuses. He wasted no time. While maintaining the resonance frequency of the power of heaven and earth, the immense Gang Qi turned soft and then poured into the giant ape's body. Ning Qi began to carefully perceive. Earlier, he researched the white ape's internal framework and created the Ape King's true body secret technique. After teaching it to the white ape, it even vaguely merged with the white ape's bloodline, undergoing mysterious change, transforming into an innate ability-like existence. But this time, he intended to delve a step further, exploring the deeper secret of the white ape's bloodline. Illusion-breaking spirit eyes. This was the real powerful ability belonging to Yuan Tianqing. According to Yuan Tianqing himself, his current illusion-breaking spirit eyes can even have a certain effect on strong celestial human realm practitioners, allowing him to see through the weak spots of their resonance with the power of heaven and earth. Now, not even Luo Wentian, who controlled a fake pill, might be his match. This naturally made Ning Qi somewhat expectant. If he could unravel the secret of the white ape's bloodline, perhaps he could replicate the illusion-breaking spirit eyes. This would undoubtedly be an unparalleled secret technique that could be effective even when dealing with a martial saint. Currently, Ning Qi's opponents have long been on the unknown level of martial saint. As for the celestial human realm, no one would be his enemy, merely a few moves apart. He closed his eyes to perceive. Divine intent cautiously blended with the bloodline inside the white ape. Rivulets of special waves spread out. Ning Qi's body trembled. In an instant, his spirit seemed to be placed on a vast land. With a feeling of suspicion and uncertainty, a heaven-shattering roar that could shake the sun and moon echoed through the mountains and wilderness. Ning Qi was astounded to see a silver giant ape roaring at the moon. Its body was as high as a mountain, and Yuan Tianqing's body was a 16-zhang, already extremely oppressive, but before this silver giant ape, it was like an ant. Heavenly beast, Ning Qi subconsciously thought. This giant ape let out roars at the moon and drummed its chest so fiercely that it shook the heavens. Waves visible to the naked eye spread toward the surroundings. Such majesty was by no means comparable to the celestial human realm. He saw that strands of the power of heaven and earth actively entered its body, and within the moonlight, there were also magical powers entering through its mouth and nose. Rumors said the heavenly beast is the spoiled child of the heavens and earth, naturally able to control the power of heaven and earth, which truly is the case. Ning Qi's breath was somewhat rapid. The human race painstakingly strives to reach the martial saint realm, able to refine the power of heaven and earth, but is only reaching their starting point. Such disparity left him speechless. He was utterly certain that this silver giant ape was undoubtedly in existence at the martial saint level and definitely not amongst the weaker ones. Ning Qi continued watching. Though he could only see the side of the giant ape, the pressure still impacted his spirit, making him feel tremendous stress. The silver giant ape continued devouring moonlight, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, but for some reason, Ning Qi could perceive the giant ape's emotions growing more agitated, manifesting as becoming increasingly violent in its actions. The giant ape got angry, smashing mountains with a punch and disrupting rivers with a stomp. Traces left by its chest drumming could become visible marks. Ning Qi held his breath. Suddenly, the giant ape seemed to sense something, and it abruptly turned around. Its pair of dazzling golden eyes stared directly, causing Ning Qi's mind to freeze in this inexplicable realm of time and space. In an instant, all the scenes shattered, splintering like spider webs spreading apart, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. He vaguely saw that the roar of the giant ape seemed to carry a hint of terror. Ning Qi's body trembled, recovering from the previous state of his divine intent merging with the bloodline. His complexion turned slightly pale, feeling a lingering fear. That one glance was extraordinarily terrifying. It unexpectedly seemed to see through time and space directly to Ning Qi, making him feel seen. It was the first time he had felt that way, rendering him immensely uneasy. At this moment, he didn't know when the white ape had already fainted. Ning Qi was shocked and hurriedly went forward to check. He relaxed only after finding it merely exhausted. He began to recall the previous scenes. To have seen the legendary heavenly beast, this bloodline inheritance is indeed marvelous. Ning Qi marveled. This was his first close encounter with this level of existence. He could sense that he was still far from the giant ape. If he truly confronted it, he might not even manage to escape alive. Does this mean this is the source of Tianxing's bloodline? If Tianxing continues developing his bloodline, one day he might become such a powerful being. Ning Qi mused. However, that glance should not have been directed at me. Ning Qi recalled the golden eyes of the giant ape. The feeling of seeing through everything was still deeply etched. Yuan Tianxing's golden eyes, in comparison, were really like a toddler's first steps. Initially, he thought the giant ape had discovered him, but upon reconsidering, it seemed impossible. Across endless ages, how could the giant ape possess such abilities? If it truly could achieve such steps, even immortals and gods would be similar. The subsequent scenes are unseen because my divine intent is not strong enough, not because the giant ape was staring at me. If I didn't feel wrong, it seems something changed later on, with the giant ape's roar containing some fear. Ning Qi felt as if something were scratching at his heart. Instinct told him that this could be related to the severed martial saint inheritance. He took several deep breaths to gradually suppress his anxiety. Haste would get him nowhere. Anyway, the white ape was here. As long as his divine intent becomes strong enough, he would naturally be able to see it. With his current cultivation speed, 3 flowers were progressing at an astonishing pace. Reaching the realm of 3 flowers perfection to unlock the secret was merely a matter of time. Though only seeing this for now, it doesn't affect my deconstruction of the golden pupil of illusion breaking. With further studies, success is inevitable. Ning Qi smiled. This time wasn't entirely fruitless. However, every time divine intent connects with a white ape's bloodline, it bears a certain burden on the white ape. This cannot be rushed, awaiting the white ape to recover before continuing, but every con has a pro. The white ape regularly enduring such exercises also greatly aids in developing its bloodline power. Ning Qi pondered whether there might be similar scenes within Zhuang Qin's Sorbonne. In a few days, Zhuang Qin's resonant secret technique should be successfully cultivated as well. Ning Qi put away his distracting thoughts, allowing strands of gentle gang qi to flow into the white ape's body. The previously unconscious white ape slowly awoke, initially startled, then scratched his head sheepishly and said apologetically, "Sorry, teacher. I was trying my best to steady my mind just now, but the bloodline fluctuation was so intense that it knocked me out." Ning Qi waved his hand. "First, carefully feel if there are any abnormalities in your body." The white ape carefully perceived, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. "Aside from a bit of mental fatigue, everything else is fine. Not only that, I feel my bloodline development has improved a bit." Ning Qi was immediately relieved, then smiled and said, "Tell me in detail about your feelings during the bloodline resonance." The white ape thought for a moment. "At first, it felt tingly and numb, as if my whole body's tendons and bones were about to fall apart. Then I entered a state of confusion, and vaguely, I seemed to hear a roar." He spoke slowly, and Ning Qi nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems like what I saw in the depths of the bloodline can also be vaguely sensed by Tiansheng. The roar he heard must be that of the silver giant ape. If things develop normally, there will come a day when the bloodline is developed enough for him to see that scene himself." Seeing the white ape standing respectfully, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Let's go. The annual competition is about to start. We'll head over." The white ape nodded repeatedly, with a bit of joy in his eyes. He was always mischievous and got along well with the many disciples of the true martial sect. This time, he could see many acquaintances competing on stage, so he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to join the fun. In fact, if he wasn't too powerful now, he would want to go up and play himself. The man and the ape headed toward the martial arts arena. From afar, they could already see the lively atmosphere, and the arrival of Ning Qi and the white ape caused quite a stir, with many curious eyes cast their way. To new disciples, Ning Qi was quite mysterious, rarely showing himself. Yet, the occasional information that leaked out highlighted the ninth elder as an unparalleled genius, and the white ape under him further confirmed this. The scene during the mountain opening assessment, where the white ape manifested the true form of the Ape King, was still vivid in everyone's minds. Yet before Ning Qi, the white ape was extremely respectful. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Ning Qi stepped onto the chief's seat. "Jiao Tiansheng, you're late." Yiqing had teased with a wink and grin. With Taoist Longshan not present this time, she openly took out her wine gourd, taking occasional sips, leaving Luo Wentian shaking his head with a wry smile. Even as an elder now, this third senior sister was still so unruly. Ning Qi smiled, greeting the fellow disciples. "A little matter delayed me. What stage are we at now?" Fourth senior brother, He Yin, laughed and said, "We're down to the top 10 now. There are quite a few good seedlings this time. The seedlings selected using Jiu's method are stronger than ours." Don't be fooled by third senior sister's casual demeanor. She praised one of the youngsters more than once earlier, and it seemed she might finally take on a disciple this time. Ning Qi was a bit surprised, then couldn't help but laugh aloud. Just thinking about Yi Qinghe teaching a disciple felt somewhat incongruous. Yi Qinghe glared at them, scoffing. "I'm telling you now, Yu Xuan, this young lass, has a connection with me. You can't snatch her from me." Ning Qi looked toward a young girl wearing purple. Though young, she was already a budding beauty with a gentle demeanor. He had some impression of her, recalling her notable performance during the mountain opening recruitment. It seemed her name was Ouyang Yuxuan. Thinking about this gentle young girl following a wine-loving mentor every day, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for her. He recalled Yi Qinghe tricking him into drinking wine when he was young, a smile appearing on his lips. Yi Qinghe huffed. Go ahead and laugh. When I nurture her to suppress the third-generation disciples of true martial, you'll see. The crowd laughed even more heartily. At the same time, there was a sense of nostalgia in their hearts. Time had flown by so quickly, and before they knew it, they had become the mainstay of the true martial sect, at the point of taking on disciples themselves. The group chatted and laughed. Meanwhile, the disciples' duels were still fiercely underway. This time's competition was divided into two parts for new and senior disciples. The senior disciples had the outer sect and inner sect competitions, while the new disciples were the previous 300 seedlings. Their competition was even more important, not only determining their starting point, but also elevating the top three to true disciple status. Of course, besides that, the rewards given to both new and senior disciples were quite generous this time. Now, the true martial sect was wealthy and well-resourced. The main goal was to absorb this foundation and enhance strength, so the rewards offered were generally beyond expectations, including martial arts secret techniques, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, or divine weapons, all of which stir disciples' hearts. Naturally, Ning Qi's cultivated true martial peach fruit was among them, and he even provided a small portion of enlightenment tea as a reward. Ning Qi watched earnestly. While these disciples' duels seemed like child's play in his eyes, they represented the future of the true martial sect. He felt very gratified. In the past, it could take about 10 years to succeed in the body-tempering realm and be considered an unparalleled genius. But now, in the true martial sect, it's no longer the case. With a series of secret techniques developed by Ning Qi to enhance body tempering efficiency and the improved body tempering powder, the progress of body tempering has greatly accelerated. The same talent now requires only about 40% of the original cultivation time. This is an extremely exaggerated degree. If spread, it would shock the world. Fortunately, the new batch of disciples from the true martial sect have never left the mountain. In reality, it's not just the body-tempering realm. After Ning Qi completed the existing realms, he summarized and, combined with his cultivation experience, created many universally applicable secret techniques that could simplify the cultivation in the inner essence and gang essence realm. The most direct example is that when Jiang Baishan descended the mountain, he was already nearing the Jade liquid realm. Back then, I completed the body-tempering realm in 3 years, an unprecedented speed. But if the cultivation dharma methods I've created are spread, I wouldn't be surprised to see some prodigies far outpace my efforts. Will those future generations think little of me then? Ning Qi smiled faintly. No one can predict what will happen after a millennium or beyond. When legends fade, the zealous successors are bound to think the events of the past exaggerated. On the arena, the elder disciples' matches have ended. Having made a name for themselves before the sect leader and various elders, the winning disciples were all excited and joyful. The elder disciples have their own path to becoming true disciples, so that they would not feel that the sect favors the new disciples. After Luo Wentian offered encouragement, the main event of the day arrived. The top 3 new disciples. There was a hint of expectation in Luo Wentian's eyes. Ning Qi couldn't help but smile, as he naturally knew his senior brother's preference. That young boy named Godan, though of humble origin, possesses a tenacious spirit. Luo Wentian has been observing him secretly for a long time, and not just Ning Qi. Even Xiong Shi and others have noticed. The matches proceeded. Though they were just children, their progress in body tempering was already quite remarkable, and their mastery of martial arts realm was not low either. Each of them punched and kicked with force like young leopards and tigers. 300 seedlings were the cream of the crop, and these 10 were the best among those 300. Many elder disciples watched in surprise, feeling as though the new waves of the Yangtze River are pushing the old ones. A sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Luo Wentian and others were immensely pleased. Round after round of competition proceeded. Soon, the top 3 were decided. The first was a young boy who stood out during the big comparison. Even at such a young age, he was already extremely robust, coming from the Gaoyang Lu family, Lu Meng. The second was Ouyang Yuxuan, whom Yi Qinghe favored from the Ouyang family. Her cultivation talent faintly surpassed Lu Meng, but Lu Meng's natural strong bones gave him an advantage. The third was the beggar-born Godan. In response, everyone was extremely surprised. Compared to others who were exposed to the martial path from a young age, Godan's starting point wasn't high. Breaking into the top 3 was entirely due to his hard work and perseverance. Ning Qi nodded in appreciation, having sensed this little fellow practicing diligently in the martial arts arena several times with his divine intent. Such a person is destined for great achievements. Cultivation talent determines a person's lower limit, but perseverance and persistence decide a person's upper limit. In the past, when stepping into the martial path, Ning Qi only considered root bone as the most important. But as his cultivation grew stronger and his understanding of the martial path deepened, his thoughts gradually changed. In a later stage, heart and perseverance are more important. They determine a person's ability to bravely move forward, whereas martial path root bone can be supplemented through other means. Someone training fast doesn't necessarily mean they are strong. As Ning Qi pondered, all eyes of the true martial disciples were already on the top 3, filled with envy. New disciple top 3 can directly become true disciples. The future training they receive is immeasurable compared to others. Lu Meng and the other two's faces turned red in excitement. Having been awarded their big competition prizes, they awaited the next thrilling part. Luo Wentian laughed and stood up, looking around at the many disciples with a satisfied expression. Your performance today was excellent. I'm very pleased. You are the future of the true martial sect. Continue to strive for greatness, making the sect thrive. Everyone was excited. Yes, sect leader. Through these great events, the true martial sect is already united from top to bottom. Luo Wentian did not linger. He looked at Lu Meng and the other two, laughing. The 3 of you shall be true disciples. Fellow brothers and sisters, is there anyone willing to take on apprentices? Everyone held their breath. This was unexpected. Currently, true disciples of the true martial sect don't all have to be apprenticed to elders. Some simply receive more resources. As Luo Wentian finished speaking, Yi Qinghe was already standing up with a smile. She was the only female elder, and everyone would give way to her. She looked at Ouyang Yuxuan with a smile and asked, Little Yuxuan, would you like to become my apprentice? Ouyang Yuxuan was delighted, not expecting to be the first chosen. She replied crisply, Disciple greets master. Though young, she knew the weight of her master. Everyone watched with smiles, while Lu Meng and Godan unknowingly clenched their fists, gradually becoming tense. Xiangshi's expression turned slightly serious. He stepped forward and looked at the robust boy. Lu Meng, would you like to join my tutelage? Lu Meng's face was filled with joy. Xiangshi was the punishment elder, known for his justice and seriousness, but definitely a famous teacher. Lu Meng respectfully kowtowed, and Xiangshi showed a faint smile, quite fond of Lu Meng since his martial path mirrored his own somewhat. Thus, only Godan remained. Yet, remaining elders merely smiled without any movement. Godan's face turned slightly pale, but he quickly adjusted with deep breaths. Godan, it must be your inadequate performance that the elders weren't impressed. Tomorrow you must work harder. Still, it's great now that you've become a true disciple with a better starting point. Keep striving ahead. Godan's expression gradually firmed. Actually, deep inside, he harbored a desire he never told anyone, which was to become Luo Wentian's disciple. During the big competition, Luo Wentian personally delivered him water and food, a care he cherished his whole life. But Luo Wentian was the revered sect leader. He dared not even hope, simply burying the thought deep within. Ning Qi quietly observed Godan's expression, nodding approvingly. It's rare for someone so young to quickly adjust their mindset. Luo Wentian was also observing, and finally, he smiled. Godan, would you like to be my disciple? At that moment, a burst of astonishment. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their ears, while Go Dan was frozen as if in a dream. Barely a second ago, he affirmed his inner desire for more attention from the sect leader, never expecting to hear the sect leader offering to mentor him. Go Dan's face turned red, eyes watery with emotion, trembling as he respectfully kowtowed. Go Dan would like to. Various gazes fell upon Go Dan, filled with envy. Luo Wentian lifted him up, gently patting his head with a warm smile. Since you are entering my tutelage, calling you Go Dan thereafter would be too careless. Do you have a surname? Being the disciple of the sect leader, speaking of the name Go Dan when walking down the mountain would inevitably cause commentary. Go Dan shyly shook his head. I don't know either. He has been called Go Dan since his memory, and later, after recognizing a few words, thought about naming himself, but lived as a wanderer, relying on his sister. Whether or not he had a name mattered little, hence the thought faded. Luo Wentian sighed lightly, then said, In that case, henceforth bear my surname. From now on, you shall be called Luo Ninshu. May you remember your beginnings and never lose sight of your path. His expression gradually grew solemn. Luo Wentian valued Go Dan's spirit. Striving to never forget one's beginnings is the best guidance. Go Dan, no, Luo Ninshu, thrilled beyond measure, kowtowed once more. Thank you, Master, for granting me a name. He silently repeated the name Luo Ninshu over and over with joy and determination, promising himself to fulfill his master's expectations. Everyone was moved. Luo Wentian, bestowing both discipleship and a name, clearly placed great importance on Luo Ninshu. Ning Qi and the others laughed. Congratulations to senior brothers and sisters for acquiring outstanding apprentices. Luo Wentian and the three all laughed heartily, feeling elated. These three apprentices are unparalleled martial seeds. While nurtured, they will surely accomplish great feats. The white ape watched enviously, hoping one day he could boldly call Ning Qi master. He cautiously glanced at Ning Qi, then quickly lowered his head, silently cheering himself on. Ning Qi seemed aware, merely smiling slightly. The annual True Martial Sect competition concluded successfully. The performance of the many young disciples greatly satisfied Luo, Wentian, and others. With these rewards, these disciples are bound to become even stronger in the coming year. With such diligent practice year after year, it won't be long before they can truly bolster the true martial sect. Taking on disciples themselves, Luo Wentian and the other two have made a good start. Hien, Sun Chuan Hai, and others all had thoughts in their minds. Now that they are all in the gang essence realm, and their cultivation is advancing rapidly, they are fully qualified to take on disciples. They resolve to observe closely in the future and find suitable inheritors. After the competition, it was rare for all the senior and junior brothers to gather together again. Taoist Longshan also emerged from seclusion. Master and disciples rejoiced, discussing the changes of the past year. Upon learning that he had a few new grand disciples, Taoist Longshan was greatly pleased and even offered gifts upon their meeting. The atmosphere of the year-end was lively. But amid this reunion, everyone couldn't help but sigh and think. I wonder how Wu, fifth senior brother, is doing now. Lay State, deep in Yin Mountain, in an unnamed valley, snow weighed down branches, icicles hung low, and a few lively little animals scurried silently, adding some vitality to the winter. A few small wooden huts were set here, looking like a few pine nuts sprinkled on the snow. Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua were secluded here. This was a place they discovered during an earlier training experience. The scenery was beautiful, and it was seldom visited by people. Although there were occasionally some exotic beasts, they were no problem for the two. After descending from true Martial Mountain and dealing with a few matters, they quietly came to this place. Although it was lonely here, the two shared deep affection, comforting each other, studying martial arts daily, and enjoying the scenery. Though they did not interact with others, their days were still fulfilling. In the new year, I hope we can always be together. Lin Ruhua gazed into Jiang Baishan's eyes, making a wish. A warm fire, hot wine, grilled meat. The warm glow of the fire shone upon them. Jiang Baishan was also filled with happiness. We will definitely always be together. Even though he said this, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to true Martial Mountain. In past years, at this time, he would have gathered with his master and fellow brothers, joyous and harmonious. This year was a rare exception. His face didn't reveal a thing, but Lin Ruhua understood him so well that just a subtle change in his expression was enough for her to know what Jiang Baishan was thinking. She paused, then softly said, "Baishan, I went out once when you were in seclusion a few days ago." Jiang Baishan became instantly anxious. "Ruhua, why did you go out? You know the demon sect is looking for us now, and if they discover our whereabouts, they definitely won't let it go easily." Lin Ruhua just gently shook her head. "Don't worry, I was very careful. I have some good news for you." She smiled, with a hint of amazement in her eyes. A few days ago, Blade Demon went up to True Martial Mountain, intending to challenge True Man Tianjin, but ended up being defeated by him. This Blade Demon ranks 3rd on the Celestial Being list, and I didn't expect Senior Tianjin to be so strong. Seeing Jiang Baishan's dumbfounded look, she laughed and recounted the details of Blade Demon's challenges along the way, which made Jiang Baishan extremely excited. Lin Ruhua said with a smile, "With Senior Tianjin guarding True Martial Mountain, the demon sect may not be able to threaten the true martial sect. Can you be at ease now?" Jiang Baishan was filled with gratitude. He held Lin Ruhua in his arms and kissed her forehead. "Thank you, Ruhua." The two of them nestled together, their shadows gradually merging under the firelight. Suddenly, Lin Ruhua's shy murmur sounded. "Baishan, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Jiang Baishan froze, then was taken aback by Lin Ruhua's next words. I think I am pregnant." Jiang Baishan stood frozen in place. Then his pupils suddenly dilated with joy. Soon, the valley was filled with Jiang Baishan's excited laughter. The two were secluded here. The arrival of a little life was undoubtedly a symbol of hope and surprise. Ning Qi naturally didn't know that his 5th senior brother was about to become father. After the year-end reunion, he returned to the Seeking Tao Institute again. Nowadays, everyone in the true martial sect is very busy, each elder having their own duties. Internally, they're focused on development, needing to refine many processes step by step, while externally facing threats from the demon sect and the southern border. True martial disciples are only allowed to go down the mountain for training once they reach the standards set by Luo Wentian to avoid unnecessary dangers. Ning Qi couldn't help much with these mundane affairs. The only thing he could do was to continually strengthen his abilities and be the ultimate backup. After the year-end, he would resonate with the bloodline within the white ape every few days. Although each time the image shattered when the silver giant ape looked back, making it impossible to see what happened next, Ning Qi still gained a lot. After several attempts, he gradually grasped some principles of the golden pupil of illusion breaking. He only needed to continue along these deductions, and turning the golden pupil of illusion breaking into a secret technique he could practice was only a matter of time, and not long at that. On this day, Zhuangchan excitedly stepped into the Seeking Tao Institute. "Ninth senior brother, the resonance secret technique you taught me, I succeeded in practicing it." Zhuangchun had powerful insight in Sword Dao, especially after the sword bone was broken and re-established, even more so, but in practicing other secret techniques, he couldn't compare to the white ape. He got the secret technique 2 or 3 days later than the white ape, yet it took him over 10 days longer to succeed in practicing it. Ning Qi smiled faintly, somewhat expectant. Ever since seeing that scene from the depths of the white ape bloodline, he has been wondering if the deepest parts of Zhuangchen's innate swordbone would have a similar scene. Now, Zhuangchun has finally achieved success. "Come over, sure." He waved, and the white ape instantly showed an immensely sympathetic look. During these days, he experienced pain mixed with joy as each resonance enhanced the degree of bloodline development significantly, despite the unpleasant sour and refreshing sensation. Watching Zhuang Chun about to follow in his footsteps, he couldn't help but grin and laugh. Zhuang Chun thought the white ape was teasing him and returned a playful face. Though Zhuang Chun was a few years older than Ning Qi, he wasn't taller. He had a chubby figure and a plump face. After Ning Qi improved the dreaming gluttony secret technique for him, such side effects stopped, but he remained fat due to his gluttony. Ninth senior brother, how should I cooperate with you this time? Zhuang Chun asked expectantly. Ning Qi laughed and said, same as before, but this time you'll need to keep the resonance secret technique running without interruption unless you pass out. If successful, I'll teach you a secret technique even stronger than the innate sword body. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chun's eyes lit up, completely missing the white ape's sneaky smile. He thumped his chest with a thunderous sound, cheerfully saying, bring it on, senior brother. I am ready. Ning Qi chuckled softly and then said solemnly, close your eyes, adjust your breath, and operate the secret technique. Zhuang Chun became serious, starting to resonate with his internal innate sword bone. He couldn't help but let out a low roar as the sound of swords echoed from within, as if a divine sword was being unsheathed. It remarkably resembled the white ape's involuntary manifestation of the Ape King's true form. Ning Qi was slightly astonished. Then he manipulated the vast power of heaven and earth to gather around. He felt more at ease than before, as his sword Dao had already reached an exceedingly high realm. The surrounding area seemed to resonate with thousands of divine swords. Zhuang Chun's face abruptly twisted, with the white ape rejoicing in his misery, as he realized resonating internally and externally wasn't as easy as he assumed. Struggling, Zhuang Chun let out a low shout, feeling like countless ants were gently tearing his flesh, a torment even more terrifying than the pain of rebuilding after the sword bone's fracture. But Ning Qi wasn't worried. Zhuang Chun's nature was far more resilient than before. He gathered his divine intent and, along with the gentle Gang Qi, probed Zhuang Chun's sword bone. Buzz. After a strange, buzzing sound, Ning Qi's spirit trembled. Soon he found himself in a void space. Various sword intent floated in the void space, stronger than any sword intent Ning Qi had ever seen. Even his own sword intent seemed insignificant here. Unfortunately, these sword intent were quite blurry, as if separated by layers of time and space, preventing detailed perception of their mysteries. Ning Qi only knew of their strength, but could not investigate what made them strong. He regretted that if he could fully absorb these sword intent nutrients, it was unimaginable what heights his sword Dao could reach. Meanwhile, he gradually realized, could it be that these are the sword intent of various innate sword bone possessors? Just as this thought arose, the void space underwent inexplicable changes. Various sword intent floated back and forth, then displayed similar scenes. The cries of newborn babies sounded, and Ning Qi saw an incredible power from heaven and earth entering the bodies of babies being formed in the wombs. Is this the truth behind the formation of innate sword bone? Originally, I thought the innate sword bone, like the heavenly beast bloodline, might originate from some extremely powerful sword Dao ancestor from ancient times. But now, it appears not to be so. It's purely of natural and earthly nurturing. From this, it is highly likely that innate blade bone and innate spear bone also exist, just not yet discovered by me. Ripples arose in Ning Qi's heart. He surmised that the power entering the infants must be some kind of force related to the sword path origin and the power of heaven and earth, something he could not currently comprehend. As he continued watching, his heart was shaken. He saw from some blurred scenes newborn babies actually absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Newly born and able to control the power of heaven and earth? This is precisely what a celestial being is. So not only are there naturally favored heavenly beasts, but similar existences also reside among the human race. Innate sword bone possessors are one such, and possibly all humans with special constitutions are like this. Ning Qi's pupils slightly dilated. He discovered an incredible secret. Then he couldn't help but wonder. But why isn't sure like this at all? If he naturally could absorb the power of heaven and earth, he wouldn't possess only this level of power. Ning Qi was puzzled. Thoughts continuously flashed through his mind, operating at maximum speed, with various information flowing within. Suddenly, a terrifying speculation arose within him. Could it be some changes occurred in the world, preventing the later-born innate sword bone from possessing the ability to absorb the power of heaven and earth, leaving only a sword Dao enhancement? This explanation seemed most reasonable. Ning Qi recalled the great terror perceived by both him and the blade demon, exhaling deeply. The truth was getting closer. The disappearance of heavenly beasts, the changes in innate sword bone, a great terror from the world itself. All three must be linked somehow. What exactly has changed? Ning Qi continued watching. The void space calmed down again, and unlike the resonating white ape bloodline experience, he wasn't forcibly ejected, which surprised him. Perhaps this was due to their differing origins, but this was beneficial. When the void space settled, a peculiar wave gradually emanated. Ning Qi carefully sensed it, gradually feeling delight. This peculiar wave indeed contained the innate abilities of the innate sword bone. Innate divine sword qi? This is the powerful capability contained within the innate sword bone, comparable to the natural golden pupil of illusion breaking, yet to transform it into a controllable secret technique requires effort. However, Ning Qi had confidence. For him, it wasn't too difficult, especially with nearly a ready-made template. He needed to turn an innate talent into an acquirable secret technique, a task tiresome for others, but doable for Ning Qi. In the midst of comprehension, the void space shook, ending Ning Qi's resonant state. It wasn't that his divine intent gave way, but rather Zhuang Chun fell into unconsciousness. Ning Qi chuckled. After checking Zhuang Chen's body and confirming nothing was wrong, he relaxed. To Zhuang Chun, it was advantageous, as each resonance increased control over his innate sword bone. Moreover, once Ning Qi developed the innate divine sword qi secret technique, Zhuang Chun could awaken his sword bone's innate ability early, exceeding the white ape, who had long mastered the golden pupil of illusion breaking. After having the white ape settle Zhuang Chun, Ning Qi pondered carefully on the golden pupil of illusion breaking and innate divine sword qi, these two innate abilities. He made a decision. After converting these two innate talents into controllable secret techniques, he would go down the mountain to pursue enemies. The demon sect and southern border had deep reserves, unknown if they possessed methods surpassing the celestial human realm. Naturally, enhancing his strength was the safest route, lest he fall into the enemy's trap. Time slowly passed. Another half-month went by. Ning Qi's progress in researching the two innate abilities was encouraging, especially with the innate divine sword qi. Due to his divine intense endurance, it succeeded first. Today, with the golden pupil of illusion-breaking secret technique also successfully created, Ning Qi's goal was finally achieved. In the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi was reviewing the two secret techniques he had just created. The Enlightenment Tea tree grew even more verdant, maintaining its vitality even in the cold winter snow. Sitting cross-legged under the tree, Ning Qi found it easier to enter a state of enlightenment. Strands of power of heaven and earth swirled around him, forming a barrier at Ning Qi's side. But the more astonishing transformation was happening inside of Ning Qi. Sword intent fluctuated in a special way, the primordial core within constantly vibrating, while strands of pure Gang Qi began to circulate along a specific route, then fused uniquely with the sword intent, eventually birthing a power of unmatched sharpness that continued to nurture. This is the innate divine sword qi. Ning Qi felt joyous at the power surpassing the heavenly sword technique. The key to this secret technique lies in nurturing sword qi, combining the innate divine with sword intent and gang qi to form an incredibly terrifying sword qi, capable of releasing earth-shattering power. According to Ning Qi's deductions, the innate divine sword qi he was nurturing was actually a diluted version, because real innate divine sword qi requires, not gang qi, but the kind of power refined from power of heaven and earth. Ning Qi sighed with emotion. From the scenes I observed before, the innate sword bones were born able to absorb power of heaven and earth. That's why innate sword bones of that era were born with such powerful innate abilities. However, for the later innate sword bones to awaken these abilities, they probably had to ascend to the martial saint realm. But that was before. With the secret techniques I've created, gang qi is enough to substitute for the power of the martial saint, though the power will be somewhat reduced. Yet even so, it cannot be underestimated. The innate divine sword qi now could be considered my strongest attack. Even if I fully exert the heavenly sword technique, it can't compare. His mouth curled slightly. This time, the gains were indeed significant. To this day, the heavenly sword technique that Ning Qi had mastered was actually slowly moving towards a path of relying on quantity to win, simply because his essence of power couldn't break through, and sword intent couldn't be enhanced in a short time. If Ning Qi exerted his full strength now, he could condense over 1,000 celestial swords to form a 1,000-star sword array. And if he stepped into the celestial being realm perfection, achieving all swords returned to the root wouldn't be a problem. That would represent a significant breakthrough. But for now, the power of the innate divine sword qi had already surpassed the 1,000-star sword array, becoming Ning Qi's strongest means. Moreover, when I step into the martial saint realm in the future and replace gang qi with the power of the martial saint, the limits of this innate divine sword qi will be truly unleashed. This is a supreme secret technique that will shine even in the martial saint realm. Ning Qi once again marveled at the prowess of the innate sword bone, though regretting that in this era, the innate sword bone had already been lost. He conducted an inner observation on himself, hiding deep the formidable sword qi nurtured within as a trump card that would not be used easily. Then, he experimented with the other secret technique, golden pupil of illusion breaking. Its prowess was in no way inferior to the innate divine sword qi, but this secret technique wasn't intended for combat. Like the innate divine sword qi, the golden pupil of illusion breaking actually requires the power of the martial saint to be fully activated. At present, I'm merely using gang qi as a clever substitute, yet still yields impressive results. With a thought, Ning Qi's eyes began to emit faint golden light, exuding majesty. Wherever his gaze shifted, everything seemed to slow down, the snowflakes drifted very slowly, and the howling of the wind drew out strangely. Looking at the enlightenment tea tree, he could directly see the essence being nourished and transported within the roots and stems of the tree. Looking at the power of heaven and earth, he could even see strands of magical veins permeating the air. The so-called illusion breaking means to break through illusion. With the golden pupil of illusion breaking, most things in the world have no secrets in front of me, which matches perfectly with my understanding and helps me better achieve enlightenment. Moreover, it's highly beneficial for combat, easily seeing through the enemy's true state. Powers of heaven and earth, sword intent, and blade intent, all are revealed before me, and even it might have some effect on the martial saint realm as well. Although Ning Qi had never seen the martial saint realm, he had a strong intuition about this. Mastery of the two major secret techniques had further advanced Ning Qi's strength, making him feel more at ease. He looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling curious. To use the golden pupil of illusion breaking to observe the thunderous, forbidden zone, since he hadn't completed his cultivation lessons for the day, he felt a bit moved. Silently, Ning Qi rose into the sky. His speed was extremely fast, reaching high heaven with familiar ease, with a thunderous forbidden zone still raged and churned, like thunder dragons fighting fiercely within it. Ning Qi's eyes emitted golden light, gazing towards the thunderous, forbidden zone. The originally raging thunder seemed to slow down, his gaze crossing space, peering deeper into the forbidden zone, where purple-black thunder, black-red thunder, blood-colored thunder. Countless terrifying thunders permeated within. The aura they emitted alone made Ning Qi's soul tremble. He wished to see even deeper, but a bloody light soared to the sky, bearing terrifying power, seemingly tracing his gaze back to him. Startled, his heart shouted, and he quickly dispelled the golden pupil of illusion breaking, still feeling a lingering fear. That blood-colored thunder is truly terrifying. It destroys not only the body, but can also obliterate the spirit and will. Yet Ning Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Who knows if, beyond the blood-colored thunder, there are even more terrifying thunders, or perhaps some other entities? He sighed a little. The secrets of this world are truly numerous, but unfortunately, he is not yet strong enough to delve deeper. Adjusting his state of mind, Ning Qi cut off distractions and began cultivation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Strengthening oneself is still more important. For now, he just needs to wait for news from Luo Wentian. Once there's a trace of the Blood King Gu, he will descend the mountain immediately. Time passed slowly. Ning Qi didn't have to wait long. On this day, Luo Wentian stepped into the Seeking Tao Institute. Jiao, I've collected the information. Indeed, there are several suspected locations where the Southern Border Alliance is cultivating the Blood King Gu, but they are very secretive with only sparse clues, and it could also be a trap deliberately set by the Southern Border. The Imperial Court suffered losses from this aspect before. Perhaps it's better not to descend the mountain. He seemed to want to say more, but stopped. On one hand, he hopes Ning Qi can preemptively eradicate the threat of the martial saints from the Southern Border and Demon Sect while they are still in the cradle. On the other hand, he doesn't want Ning Qi to fall into a perilous situation. Whether from a perspective of a senior brother caring for his junior or considering Ning Qi as the future of the true martial sect, he doesn't wish such danger upon him. So he's been conflicted these past few days. But there's no alternative. Avoiding the problem won't solve it. In the end, he decided to leave the choice to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took the dossier, smiled reassuringly, and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I made progress recently. I believe even if a martial saint truly comes, I'll have no problem escaping alive." Upon hearing this, Luo Wentian felt a little relieved. He knew his 9th junior brother never spoke rashly and might even be understating, but he still seriously advised. "Jiao, promise your senior brother, this time when you descend the mountain, if there's an opportunity, do your utmost to eliminate the threat. But if there's none, prioritize your survival. The Demon Sect and Southern Border are deeply rooted. While there may not be a martial saint born yet, they could have reserves at that level. Be cautious and never underestimate them." Ning Qi nodded solemnly and smiled. "Rest assured, senior brother, I'm intent on achieving longevity and won't rashly throw my life away. The Demon Sect's ability to entangle with the great Yin Imperial Court for so many years is no small feat, and the Southern Border's ability to secure a foothold in the treacherous 100,000 Mountains surely means they have their reliance. Neither are simple." Hearing Ning Qi's half-joking words, Luo Wentian couldn't help but smile knowingly. He was well aware of how, when Ning Qi was just 6 months old, he declared his intent for longevity to their master, something Taoist Longshan privately praised several times to the other disciples. Martial arts should have ambition. As for how elusive that ambition might be, it's not a problem. It's simply about taking steady steps forward. All these years, Ning Qi has been reclusive within the Seeking Tao Institute, practicing what he preaches about his ambition. Others might not say it aloud, but they all greatly admire Ning Qi in their hearts, far exceeding them in this regard. Luo Wentian remembered something and added, "There's one more thing. Recently, The Taoist Baishan from the True Profound sect has entered the celestial human realm and is planning to hold a celestial being grand ceremony in 6 months. He specially wrote an invitation for our master to attend, and he also mentioned you, hoping you could come as well. The relationship between the True Profound sect and the True Martial sect has been quite good recently. When Taoist Longshan held his celestial being grand ceremony, True Man Baiha personally attended, and the True Profound sect contributed significantly during the major Taoist sect rankings. They even put pressure on the Formless sect when they sent spies. With a new celestial being rising in the True Profound sect, it would be both reasonable and courteous for us to go and offer congratulations. Ning Qi thought of the unconventional Taoist Baishan, his eyes showing some surprise. That old Taoist really stepped into the celestial human realm? The last time I met was years ago when Taoist Baishan kept coaxing Ning Qi to go with him to Tao State, intending to raid other Taoist sects. Ning Qi had vaguely sensed that this Taoist Baishan was extraordinary, though he was prone to boast that once he stepped into the celestial human realm, he would advance rapidly and even reach martial saint. Now that he truly entered the celestial human realm, perhaps Ning Qi could see if it's true. Let's talk after I return from descending the mountain. If conditions allow, maybe I can make a trip. Ning Qi pondered and said, indeed having some interest in the various Taoist sects in Tao State. Luo Wentian also nodded. After all, it's not like the celestial being grand ceremony is happening immediately, and they could decide later. He gave some more advice about matters related to descending the mountain, then left in large strides. The next day, after arranging all the matters with Yuan Tiansheng, Ning Qi announced his retreat from the world, then quietly descended the mountain. The heavy snow had begun to slow, but for ordinary people, it still posed a great threat as extreme weather. Traveling from True Martial City, Ning Qi clearly saw the worsening state of the cities along the way. The commoners at the bottom struggled to survive, with frozen corpses occasionally lying on the roadside or in the wilderness, causing Ning Qi to sigh. He would occasionally help some people as much as he could, but it was like a drop in the ocean. Over 2,000 years of great Yin dynasty rule, even a most enlightened royal family would develop decadence after such a long lineage, and some long-standing issues were becoming increasingly severe. Adding to this, the combined assault from the southern border and the demon sect. In reality, the foundation of the great Yin dynasty has begun to show signs of instability. The resentment in the hearts of many commoners is gradually accumulating to a tipping point, waiting for the right moment to erupt. Of course, in this world where martial artists reign supreme, the ordinary people at the bottom can't accomplish anything significant. Ultimately, it requires some martial sects pushing from behind to make a difference. Ning Qi traveled onwards, settled in Blackstone City in Sure State. The first piece of information provided by Luo Wentian pointed to this location, more accurately, in the Blackstone mountain range outside of Blackstone City. Some intelligence suggested that powerful martial artist corpses were transported here and then disappeared. The Blackstone mountain range possibly harbors a blood pool for nurturing the Blood King Gu. Ning Qi sat in the inn, savoring the delicacies, which had a unique appeal. Since he rarely descends a mountain, he wouldn't be too hard on himself. Even though this trip carries important business, it must proceed step by step, without haste. Observing the myriad facets of the world is also a form of cultivation, especially for someone like Ning Qi, who has spent years cultivating on the mountain. The wind-sensing chapter has already been running silently, and though he was in the inn, Ning Qi had already locked onto a few suspicious figures from the intelligence. He was looking for a chance to enter the Blackstone mountain range quietly, avoiding alarming the enemy. Bang! A dull thud made Ning Qi raise his eyebrows. It turned out that 2 people in the inn had started a fight. One was a swordsman, the other a blade man. The swordsman, face flushed and eyes aflame with anger, spat. How dare you belittle true man Tianjian? Blade Demon was defeated not long ago, and yet you, a mere clown, dare to question? Seeing many eyes cast their way, The blade man looked somewhat unnatural and coldly snorted. I revere true man Tianjian, but what I said was only that true man Tianjian might not be a match for the wind-listening old man. Is that belittlement? Oomph. No matter how strong true man Tianjian is, what does it have to do with a trash like you who hasn't even mastered swordsmanship? The two continued their exchange of insults and soon came to blows. Ning Qi couldn't help but chuckle quietly. One of them turned out to be a fan of his, and a particularly devoted one at that, willing to risk their life. He had heard many discussions about true man Tianjian along his journey, but this was the first encounter he had seen firsthand. When he saw the swordsman gradually gaining the upper hand, even as his life was still at risk, Ning Qi was quietly pleased. As a gesture of fate, he subtly pointed a finger, infusing a delicate trace of sword intent onto the swordsman's blade, thinking that it might help the man advance in his sword Dao easily in the future. The swordsman didn't inflict any real harm, but instead reiterated many feats of true man Tianjian, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Ning Qi enjoyed the strange feeling this elicited in him. Seeing that he had spent enough time there and gathered all the information he needed, he left the inn and headed towards the Blackstone Mountain Range. The Blackstone Mountain Range is also a well-known mountain range within Great Yan's territory, with a powerful beast king residing deep inside. Ordinary martial artists must tread cautiously when entering. But for Ning Qi, it's no big deal. Now the only existence that can make him wary is one at the level of the Beast Emperor. Ning Qi walked casually down the street. No one noticed him, a young man passing by, his presence reduced to a minimum. Sometimes people would notice after he'd passed, but upon closer recall, they couldn't remember the person's exact appearance, only feeling immensely surprised. Ning Qi naturally wasn't wandering aimlessly. Earlier at the inn, he'd already perceived the few suspicious individuals mentioned in the intelligence. Noticing they were heading towards the Blackstone Mountain Range, he immediately followed. Up ahead were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all middle-aged, chatting and laughing. They appeared no different from ordinary adventuring martial artists entering the Blackstone Mountain Range. But once they entered the range, their demeanor changed, and the 3, initially seeming of equal status, instantly shifted to being led by the woman. "Lord, what should we do now?" asked the 2 men. The woman replied, "Proceed according to the old rules." Listening, Ning Qi couldn't help but be invigorated. He executed the silence technique, quietly trailing them. As he watched the trio wander around, occasionally encountering exotic beasts, one of the men with metal gloves dealt with them. This man's cultivation was unexpectedly higher than intelligence indicated, clearly having reached the primordial core realm. Later, the 3 stopped in a valley. From within the valley came a low voice. "Registration number." The leading woman sternly replied, "Southern Border 1. Red. Which brother of the Holy Sect is here?" "North Wind Pass of the Wind Character Hall of the Holy Sect. Greeting, Lord Hong." No need for formalities. The 2 groups exchanged pleasantries. Then Ning Qi discovered corpses hiding within a valley. It was evident these corpses once belonged to powerful martial artists. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of familiarity with the scene. He understood that the demon sect was assisting Southern Border in collecting martial artist corpses, shifting from quantity to quality to avoid detection. Led by the Southern Border trio, the demon sect members continuously advanced through the Blackstone Mountain Range, carrying corpses. There was barely any conversation during the journey. After circling for some time, they stopped in a forest, where the Southern Border trio turned and smiled. "Brothers of the Holy Sect, thank you for your hard work. Please leave the bodies here." The demon sect's leading figure didn't hesitate, waving for the group to place the corpses at their feet, then remarked, "Lord Hong, until we meet again." With that, everyone departed together. Ning Qi silently praised their decisiveness, noting that a wisp of aura had attached itself as well. Even though the strongest among them was only at the gang essence realm, discovering they belonged to the demon sect was a clue. He discerned that the demon sect sent different people each time to deliver corpses. He was somewhat expectant. Given such a cautious and orderly exchange, this sight was quite possibly genuine. Unexpectedly, the first location he chose after descending the mountain yielded results, which pleased Ning Qi. Once he obtained another Blood King Gu, he could begin investigating other Blood King Gus' existence to eradicate the southern border threat ahead. He waited silently. After confirming the demon sect's departure, the leading southern border woman took out a small box from her bosom, releasing an unknown red goo insect that soared high into the air. Before long, a group of martial artists emerged from the distance, each carrying a wooden box. Lord Hong, we've made quite the haul this time. Those demon sect folks have kept their word. The newcomers jovially packed corpses into wooden boxes. The leading woman merely snorted lightly. If we in southern border weren't helping them, would they be so obliging? It's merely mutual benefit, after all. Though they didn't know why the higher-ups were collecting corpses, they surmised the demon sect wouldn't lend a hand without reason. They'd vaguely heard the demon sect had interests in the 100,000 Mountains, an exchange of favors, basically. Soon enough, the corpses were packed, and the group sped away carrying wooden boxes, halting before another valley under Ning Qi's watchful eyes. Again, strict inspection ensued. From one person's whispered complaint, Ning Qi learned the code varied each time they entered or exited, seemingly tailored to attendees' traits, making impersonation exceedingly difficult. Ning Qi faintly sensed this might be related to the Qing state site he'd previously destroyed, and precaution against disguisers was intentional. Luckily, Ning Qi now surpassed his past capabilities. Since reaching the celestial human realm, his skills had become increasingly diverse. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, he soundlessly stepped into the valley, rendering martial artist perception ineffective. Celestial human realm? And more than one. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat as he detected multiple perceptions imbued with the power of heaven and earth scanning his hidden location. No less than 4 of them. For ordinary folks attempting to sneak in, it'd be utterly impossible. He faintly sensed something was amiss. So many experts at a single site, even given southern border and demon sect's profound foundations. Such extravagance seemed excessive, wouldn't it? Following the procession, carrying wooden boxes, Ning Qi finally paused before a palace. His expression slightly complex, tinged with self-mockery. He didn't even need to enter to realize he was delighting in vain. No trace of blood pool aura existed within the palace, nor any remnants of Blood King Gu aura. Instead, the celestial human realm martial artist auras were blindingly radiant, poised for action. By now, he fully understood. This was a trap, clearly a fishing ploy. If the people from the imperial court recklessly barged in, they would likely get themselves killed. For a stronghold of this scale, the imperial court being able to send 2 celestial realm warriors would already be quite impressive. After all, there are too many places the court needs manpower, and unless there's accurate information, it's impossible to arbitrarily deploy numerous experts. They really can't be underestimated. Ning Qi sighed softly, putting away his previous bit of disdain before descending the mountain. With his ability, he initially thought this was truly a base for cultivating Blood King Gu. Needless to say, others would too. Someone had already discovered Ning Qi's presence. Who is it? A furious shout erupted from the depths of the palace. Layers of heaven and earth power exploded outward. A blue-haired figure soared into the sky, followed by 3 other powerful figures who rushed out, surrounding Ning Qi in an instant. The many martial artists within the stronghold all charged fiercely. The others were somewhat bewildered, but still joined in to encircle Ning Qi. The blue-haired elder looked at the young Ning Qi, somewhat disappointed. Only a little shrimp like this? What have you all been doing, letting someone sneak in without anyone noticing? He said so, but Ning Qi's golden pupil of illusion breaking had already detected him secretly gathering all his strength, obviously realizing that Ning Qi, having reached this place alone, was definitely not an easy opponent. Ning Qi's expression remained calm. He released his aura intentionally. Since he was already here, although it wasn't a Blood King Gu base, killing some southern border people would still alleviate some threat. Sensing the surroundings, he spoke lightly. Very well. not missing a single one. Those Celestial Realm warriors were about to scold Ning Qi for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, but in the next moment, they all froze in place. They could only feel an ocean-like vastness of heaven and earth power gathering, making it difficult to breathe, and the oppressive feeling made their souls tremble. Ning Qi slowly ascended into the air, forming a fist seal. He didn't want to use his sword intent, and thought the heaven-suppressing fist of the Town North King was rather handy. The heaven and earth power suppressed everything, and the enormous fist seal descended like a mountain. Everything was utterly obliterated. Within the valley, battle erupted. The fluctuation of heaven and earth power, the sounds of screams, always came to an abrupt stop. A moment later, Ning Qi turned and left. Only chaos remained behind. After using the soul-capturing eye technique for questioning, those Celestial Realm warriors also didn't know more information. Their only task was to ambush any potential powerful members of the Imperial Court and deeply trap the court. Moreover, Ning Qi discovered that these Celestial Realm beings had a special goo insect in their bodies, which could stabilize their minds and resist his soul-capturing eye technique. Clearly, the southern border had made precautions in this regard. Slightly silent, Ning Qi then took a deep breath. Since there were no traces here, he would just move to the next location. He didn't believe he wouldn't find any clues. As for the aftermath here, that would be for the Imperial Court to handle. Ning Qi returned to Blackstone City, slightly depressed, as he initially thought he had gained something, only to find it was a mere illusion. This made him realize that things might not be as simple as he previously thought, having witnessed the demon sect and southern borders measures. To have power, but no target is in vain as well. If the demon sect and southern border decided to hide wholeheartedly, they would indeed be difficult to find. But even if I can't find any trace, delaying them would be good. If nothing truly comes of it, I'll return to the mountain and focus on enhancing my strength. Ning Qi secretly resolved. Though he would practice 3 flowers every day when outside, ultimately, he had wasted much time on enlightenment. I'll limit it to 2 months. If I find nothing, I won't waste time any longer. Ning Qi exhaled slowly, calming his mind. Half a day later, Ning Qi set out to a different suspicious location recorded in the intel. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. During this time, Ning Qi's path covered 5 or 6 states, following Luo Wentian's intel, but unfortunately, he almost came up with nothing. Without exception, it was either a trap or a smokescreen. It was as if the southern border people were no longer cultivating Blood King goo within Great Yen. With repeated failures, even Ning Qi's temperament started to get restless. The only gain was dismantling several ambush sites, killing 9 Celestial Realm experts from the southern border and demon sect. The demon sect and southern border had become more restrained, knowing an unparalleled expert from the Imperial Court was investigating traps, which was perhaps the greatest comfort. But for Ning Qi, the most important thing was still to find the Martial Saint's secret land. Otherwise, no matter how many Celestial Realm beings he killed, it would be meaningless. After all, he couldn't possibly slaughter every demon sect and southern border Celestial Realm expert. A few days ago, Senior Brother sent a letter saying Town North King had already dispatched elites to investigate the Northern Barbarian. We can only wait and see if there's any news from that side. With constant failures, everyone suspected the southern border had long moved Blood King goo cultivation to Northern Barbarian or elsewhere. However, that place wasn't Great Yan's territory, making investigations much more difficult. Ning Qi took a small sip of wine. He sat in the tavern, lost in thought. Suddenly, his body shook, pupils slightly contracted, unable to resist looking southward. This is the fluctuation of Gang Essence Sword Seed. He was in song state at the moment, and if he hadn't misperceived, the direction of that fluctuation should be Lei State. Ning Qi's mind tightened. When Jiang Baishan and Lin Ruhua descended the mountain, he had given them a pair of Mandarin Duck Jade pendants, within which contained Gang Essence Sword Seed. If they encountered a crisis, they could unleash it. And now, the The sword seed had erupted. Didn't that mean Jiang Baishan and his wife were in danger? He couldn't sit still any longer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.